Impossible. Where am I? Is this still my home country? Damn it. Where has my 300 square meter villa gone? My child is still at home. This is not the least bit amusing. Awakened by the cacophony of voices, Zuo Cheng'an found himself lying in an empty chamber, with two additional keys jingling in his pocket. The room contained nothing but a shield and an axe. With only one door, there wasn't even a bed. Where am I? Before he could comprehend the situation, the commotion outside the door piqued his curiosity, prompting him to step outside. Beyond the door lay a spacious corridor, its ends sealed off by solid walls, reminiscent of a secret chamber. In this corridor, 3 meters wide, 7 individuals were huddled together, their expressions a blend of confusion and anxiety. Their voices had been what roused Zuo Cheng'an from slumber. The 8 rooms lining the corridor corresponded to the 8 inhabitants, and it became evident that the men and women, young and old, conversing in the hallway were the residents of these chambers. After listening for a while, Zuo Cheng'an discerned that their circumstances mirrored his own just moments ago. They were engaged in their own affairs before being abruptly transported to this place. Connecting the dots with the recent spate of disappearances, Zuo Cheng'an surmised that they too had become part of this unsettling phenomenon. Initially, the public regarded these disappearances as isolated incidents. However, as the number of missing persons swelled and the methods of their vanishing grew increasingly bizarre, concern began to mount. For instance, in a dormitory, one individual had heard their roommate rise to use the restroom, yet the latter never returned. Amusedly calling out, "Dad has brought you some toilet paper," they got up, only to discover the restroom was utterly empty. Upon checking the beds of the other roommates, those who should have been sound asleep had also vanished. There were sudden, inexplicable car accidents, where the vehicles involved were found completely abandoned, and individuals who turned into alleys seeking shortcuts never emerged again. Countless similar examples of disappearance existed, and those who remained lived in a state of perpetual anxiety. They both hoped for the disappearance to befall them for a swift resolution and prayed to prolong their own existence just a bit longer. It seemed evident now that the vanished were not deceased, but rather ensnared in a survival game. The certainty that they had been drawn into a survival game stemmed from Zuo Cheng'an's encounter with a personal information panel before him. "We regret to inform you that you have joined the world survival game. Please navigate the challenges diligently and strive to survive. Player, Zuo Cheng'an level, not rank mental state, 97100 physique, 6 severely affected by technology and harsh reality strength, 5 speed, 7 items. Newcomer support package X1 skills. None suppressing a shock, Zuo Cheng'an felt a sudden urge as the newbie assistance gift pack in his inventory was activated. A dazzling white light flashed, only to reveal a mass of garbled text. "Congratulations on obtaining." Error. System repair in progress repair failed. System repair in progress repair successful. Congratulations on acquiring the unique skill of the world survival game. Eye of Truth. After a series of blood-red error pop-ups, Zuo Cheng'an's interface finally returned to normal. He conducted a thorough review and confirmed that aside from the addition of the Eye of Truth skill in his skill bar, there were no other changes. Wait, there was a change. In Zuo Cheng'an's perception, floating around him and the few individuals discussing in the corridor were eyeballs, complete with slender, trailing veins. He was certain that before acquiring the Eye of Truth skill, there had been no sign of such eyeballs near this group of people. At that moment, a line of text began to drift through his vision. "Oh, look what I've discovered. A live stream for newcomers." Longming technology is truly something they brought in a batch of newcomers without notifying the esteemed VIP members. Came too early, too many people, probably hasn't started reducing the numbers yet. This batch of newcomers seems of mediocre quality. Which dungeon is this? If it's too difficult and they get wiped out, ITLL be rather dull. After all, it's just a simple level 1 dungeon, and they even provide free weapons at the start even the dim-witted can pass through. As the comments appeared, in Zuo Cheng'an's line of sight, the eyeball following a girl in a school uniform moved. It swayed its long, veiny tail, drawing closer to the girl's face for a close-up, while the girl remained oblivious, continuing to discuss escape plans with others. With one eyeball occupied, the floating comments erupted with discontent. The cameras in the level 1 dungeon are already scarce. "You take one away for a close-up. We still want to see the full view. What if I have money? Why don't you secure a camera for yourself?" Zuo Cheng'an finally understood the purpose of these eyeballs. They were meant to observe the players. Eye of truth type, passive skill effect, perceive the true world, restrictions, none description, someone must shatter the shackles. Eye of truth, the true world. Is this what the true world is? Humans are merely amusing clowns in the eyes of these entities? As Zuo Cheng'an glimpsed his own interface, the group huddled together in discussion also saw their own, realizing they could never return and had become missing persons in the eyes of the public. A woman, dressed modestly, covered her face in anguish, crying. Just before being pulled into the game, she had been cooking in the kitchen, unaware if her children had cried upon discovering her disappearance, or if they had turned off the gas stove. A simple, honest man clenched his backpack in silence. He had been at a bank's ATM before entering the game, his bag containing the funds for his mother's surgery. Yet the world of the game does not afford one the luxury of emotional respite. Copy. Scream Night Number 12441 Mission. Survive. Mission duration 7 days. Game time hint. Hunters will appear in the corridors at dusk. The intact doors of the rooms may offer a degree of protection. 5 minutes until dusk. The 8 individuals within the corridor discovered that one wall had inexplicably transformed, the bricks vanishing to reveal a grand, intricately carved window. Curiously, the embellishments adorning this window depicted grotesque creatures resembling 3-headed monkeys, each more hideous than the last. A rather poor taste indeed. Beyond the window lay not the anticipated streets or natural vistas, but rather an expanse of pure white light, offering no more information than the fact that it was currently daytime. At this juncture, a seemingly composed man in a suit stepped forward. I believe we have all heard the voice of the game. We find ourselves within the same instance, united as teammates. Therefore, while it is still daylight, let us take the opportunity to introduce ourselves and familiarize ourselves with the functions of our respective items. This way, we can support one another in overcoming the challenges ahead. The man in the suit possessed a demeanor exuding sincerity, which lent him an air of credibility. However, the others were not inclined to indulge him. Humph, I just praised you a moment ago, and now you, a mere insurance salesman, are acting all high and mighty, a portly individual retorted brusquely. You're unwilling to even share your name. If you seek cooperation, set an example and disclose the function of your own item. Otherwise, I cannot help but suspect your intentions. Despite being novices in this game, an instinctive awareness told them that the items obtained from their starter packs would be vital for their survival. There was no way they would casually divulge such information. The man in the suit opened his mouth, struggling to articulate his thoughts, eventually revealing only that he was named Lu Shuang, yet he refrained from disclosing the nature of his item. Those who had considered sharing the details of their acquired items, inspired by Lu Shuang's call for mutual cooperation, fell silent upon hearing his reticence. Indeed, why should they expose their own items? Even in the real world, one would not readily share personal information with strangers upon first meeting. Surely, the same principle applied within the game. Lu Shuang, not one to mince words, declared, "Very well. Then let us each return to our respective rooms. In 5 minutes, may you find your own fortune." With the prospect of forming alliances extinguished, the man in the suit made his exit, retrieving a key and returning to the room 207 where he had awakened. A schoolgirl, clad in her uniform, observed with wide, innocent eyes, absorbing the discussions about items with a bewildered expression. Glancing at the skills she had received from her starter pack double kick, she seemed to contemplate something, falling silent thereafter. As the white light outside the window began to dim, she quietly slipped into room 203. Zuo Cheng'an closed the door to room 204, opting not to retreat to a safer corner away from the entrance, but rather to sit by the door. The axe and shield, long within arm's reach, were positioned for swift access. Ever since acquiring the skill of the true eye, Zuo Cheng'an could discern annotations when focusing on the axe. Hand axe, a thoughtful gift from the owner of Happy Apartment for novice players. Feel free to use it without hesitation. Wooden shield. It may save your life in critical moments. Do express gratitude to the wooden shield. P.S. It is not very reliable. The axe and wooden shield were not classified as items. During the day, Zuo Cheng'an had discreetly probed the surroundings, discovering that no one but himself could perceive the annotations on ordinary objects. This revelation provided him with a wealth of first-hand information. For instance, he learned that they resided in the Happy Apartment, but were confined to the second floor, unable to descend to the ground level, thus missing the full panorama of the apartment complex. It seemed that the layout of this instance required merely a corridor, rather than an entire building, or perhaps other floors belonged to different instances altogether. Zuo Cheng'an chose not to hide in a corner of the room, but remained stationed behind the door. Given the cramped nature of the space, where even a bed could not fit, any hiding place would yield similar results. By staying behind the door, he could listen for the sounds outside when the so-called hunters emerged, gathering vital intelligence. Meanwhile, his gaze remained fixed on the barrage of messages floating in the air, missing not a single word. How long until nightfall? I can hardly wait. Soon, just half a minute left. Let the slaughter commence. Ha ha ha. I hope the hunter delivers the bloodier, the better. I plan to record and cherish it. As the others returned to the room, silence enveloped the corridor. At the 5-minute mark, the last vestige of daylight vanished from the window, plunging the entire corridor into darkness. Creak. In the stillness, even the faintest sound resonated with clarity, amplified by the corridor's enclosed structure. Here it comes, here it comes. The hunter has arrived. Wow, the drop zone is towards room 208, isn't it? At last, blood will be shed. If it drags on any longer, they'll head over to the Meat Factory livestream next door. I just came from there. The Meat Factory truly lives up to its reputation as a meat grinder. In level 1 instances, I'm sick of it and hurried over here for something milder. I love the grotesque and gory. Thank you for the directions. I'm heading over now. The hunter has appeared. Quantity deployed. One creak outside. The sound of sharp instruments scraping against the floor echoed. An unknown entity emerged from the wall at the end of room 208, passing sequentially by rooms 207, 206, and so forth. It seemed to deliberately intimidate its concealed prey, circling each room but refraining from any further action. A peephole was present on the door, seemingly enticing the curious inhabitants to lean in and observe. Concerned that his gaze might attract the attention of the creatures outside, Zuo Cheng'an closed the peephole and opted to rely on the barrage of comments to discern the situation beyond. After a brief moment, he seemed to hear the sound of a door being broken down, accompanied by agonized screams. Amidst the chaos of a struggle, the distance rendered it impossible to ascertain the specific room involved. Who resides in room 201? What a misfortunate soul. I wasn't paying attention. I was too captivated by the beauty in room 203. Despite the backwardness of this lowly world, it truly produces its fair share of stunning women. Just look at that female student. She's so striking even before fully blooming. What will she become in the future? But one must survive to see that future. Perhaps this round of the game will claim her life. And then what? Returning to the previous topic, room 201 is that hefty individual. What a gruesome fate awaits him. You've piqued my interest. Which camera number is over there? I shall take a look. Is a resident of room 201 the one whose door was broken down? Zuo Cheng'an pondered, yet the game offered no indication that dawn had arrived, so he refrained from risking an exit. In room 207, Lu Shuang trembled nervously behind the door, the corner of his suit already wrinkled from his anxious fidgeting. Although he was incensed at having his alliance intentions exposed, he could not deny the truth of the remark. His thoughts were indeed rather impure. This was because the item he had drawn was utterly lackluster. Dried lamb pack category. Item white, consumable effect. Increases strength by 1 for a short duration upon consumption restriction. None description. Pour over. With an initial strength of 4, consuming the dried lamb merely boosted it to 5, rendering the effect nearly negligible. Moreover, he discovered that the so-called short duration referred to a mere minute, and it could not be stacked. What use was that? He mused that even a sip of water could linger in his stomach for 5 minutes, and were it not for the 5 pieces contained within the pack, he would have long since lost his composure and begun cursing. Human nature is inherently selfish. One cannot abide the sight of others basking in greater fortune. Upon realizing the worthlessness of his item, Lu Shuang could not suppress his curiosity, fervently wishing to uncover whether others possessed items as disappointing as his ownable, yet regrettable to discard. Lacking the confidence to confront foes, yet compelled to engage closely with perilous creatures, Lu Shuang's heart raced as he heard the beings pass by his door. Fortunately, the hunter did not linger before his entrance. As for the unfortunate soul who met their demise in room 201, that was beyond his concern. After slaying the resident of room 201, The hunter seemed satiated, showing no inclination to select another unfortunate victim, departing from the wall from whence it came. Dawn has arrived. The hunter has departed. As the sound emerged, the anxious individuals who had been fervently awaiting within the room simultaneously pushed open the door and ventured out. Following the bloodstains along the corridor, they swiftly located the entrance to room 201, which had been assaulted the previous night. The wooden door of room 201 was severely warped. A gaping hole, approximately 30 centimeters in diameter, had been carved into it by the hunter, situated slightly below the center. Surrounding the opening lay remnants of flesh and splattered blood. The conclusion was evident, given the distorted appearance of the door and the fat and bits of flesh extruded around the hole. The hunter had broken through the door to infiltrate the room, annihilating the occupant of room 201, and subsequently dragged the victim's body through the 30-centimeter wide aperture. Chapter 3. The significance of punctuation. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene, the overwhelming scent of blood caused a collective wave of nausea among the onlookers, accompanied by sporadic retching sounds. As the crowd gradually acclimated to their surroundings, a bespectacled man timidly spoke up. If my memory serves me right, the occupant of room 201 is a rather robust gentleman, is he not? His choice of words was tactful, opting for robust instead of overweight. This subtle reminder prompted the group to recall that mere moments prior, when they had congregated in the corridor, a man weighing an estimated 300 pounds had indeed been present. His temperament seemed quite volatile, as he emerged from his room, cursing both fate and the game itself. The man in a suit, known as Lu Shuang, had even been on the receiving end of the larger man's ire. The mention of the hefty individual plunged the group into a profound silence. A 300-pound adult male, in ancient times, would undoubtedly have been a formidable general with a physique akin to that of a well-fed warrior. Within the confines of the room lay an array of weaponry, including axes and shields, as well as some unknown auxiliary items. Yet, the fact that such a person had failed to survive at the hands of the hunter cast a shadow over the hopes of the others. A student attempted to lighten the mood, suggesting, perhaps the occupant of room 201 is merely a portly fellow lacking in muscle, to which Lu Shuang reiterated his proposal, asserting, I propose we unite. I admit I was not entirely forthcoming yesterday, but I shall take the first step. My name is Lu Shuang, an employee in a sales company. The item I drew is a piece of jerky that, when consumed, grants a fleeting boost of 1 point in strength for a mere 10 seconds. Due to its singular nature, it must be utilized at a crucial moment. Such is human nature, typically scattered and suspicious of one another. Yet when confronted with a formidable external threat, they instinctively coalesce into a unified front. The palpable fear of the hunter resonated deeply within the hearts of the players, though the group did not immediately acquiesce to Lu Shuang's call for unity. Their initial resistance had considerably waned. Lu Shuang, seasoned by years of engaging with clients, understood that with a bit more persuasion or a leading figure, his initiative would gain traction, thereby securing his voice within the fledgling coalition. He aimed his appeal at the impressionable students in the crowd, ready to seize the moment when suddenly Zuo Cheng'an interjected, rather than speculating on the might of our foe, why not consider why the hunter specifically targeted room 201? If the occupant had performed some extraordinary act to draw the hunter's attention, we might avoid such a fate in the future. Zuo Cheng'an's remarks were inspired by the ongoing discussions in the chat, where individuals were deliberating the game's rules, suggesting that the unfortunate occupant of room 201 had simply fallen victim to a 1 in 2 chance. The enthusiastic student chimed in. Could it be because he peered through the peephole? I was huddled in the corner of my room last night, too fearful to glance at the door. A woman, clad in an apron, countered her assertion, not necessarily. I reside in room 208, and I spent the night peering through my peephole, witnessing the hunter pass right by my door without pausing. A bespectacled man timidly raised his hand, stating, I am from room 205. I watched last night as well, and it shouldn't be attributed to the cat's eye. Another individual speculated, could it be that the hunter detected the scent through the gap in the door? Zuo Cheng'an interjected, that is not the case. I was indeed leaning against the door gap last night. Eventually, someone suggested that each person recount their action from the previous night in detail, systematically eliminating any commonalities. As the group was about to proceed in order of their room numbers, the man in the suit cast a disdainful glare at Zuo Cheng'an, who had caused trouble, and impatiently asked the woman in the apron and the bespectacled man, "Wait a moment. What did you two see regarding the hunter yesterday? What did it look like?" The bespectacled man and the woman closed their eyes, striving to recall their memories. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, with the only illumination emanating from the light filtering through the gap of a bedroom door. In such dim conditions, discerning details is a considerable challenge for humans. The woman, racking her brain, remarked, "I only saw a vague silhouette, but I can assert that the hunter is not tall, humanoid, reaching only up to an adult's waist. By the way, it resembles the monkey pattern on the glass." The pattern on the glass was even more abstract than a mosaic, rendering this information virtually devoid of value. The group felt a twinge of disappointment, yet the bespectacled man had more pertinent details to share. "My abilities are rather ordinary, and there is little to conceal. I possess a pair of night vision glasses," he stated, gesturing to the very glasses he wore. "I switched to these during the day yesterday, and it is remarkable. They fit my prescription perfectly." Lu Shuang, unable to tolerate the bespectacled man's high-pitched voice, brusquely interrupted, "Fool, get to the point. Darkness will soon fall." Whether her annoyance stemmed from genuine discomfort or envy of his superior abilities remained uncertain. It dawned on the group that the light from the corridor windows had begun to wane, signaling that in a minute or two, the hunter would likely commence its pursuit. The bespectacled man shivered slightly, refraining from retorting after being scolded, and hastily increased his pace of speech. "The hunter resembles a hunchback dwarf covered in hair, with long claws that can drag along the ground. This explains the squeaking sound from last night. Additionally, it appears to lack eyes and seems to rely on other senses for hunting." He delivered his account in a single breath, finishing with a sharp intake of air, clearly having struggled to contain his words. As the group returned to their rooms to process this information, the game's notification sound arrived punctually. "The hunter has appeared. Quantity released." With the revelation that the hunter was eyeless, the group instinctively slowed their breathing, fearful that even the slightest sound might attract the creature. Some began to speculate whether the overweight individual in room 201, who seemed to suffer from a manic disorder, had inadvertently drawn the hunter's attention by dropping his axe and creating a loud noise. They pondered if maintaining silence would have ensured their safety. Alas, the individual was already deceased, leaving their conjectures unverified. The sound of claws scraping against the floor echoed once more from room 208. The hunter, with elongated nails and a hunched posture, traversed the corridor at a languid pace. It seemed he intended to repeat his actions from the previous night, teasing his prey by lingering at each doorway before slowly deciding whom to eliminate. Zuo Cheng'an crouched by the peephole, striving to glean information from the faint light outside. Since observing through the peephole posed no threat of provoking the hunter, he naturally opted for this method to acquire more detailed intelligence. The individuals in the barrage of comments were either filled with baseless notions or extreme radicals who thrived on chaos, wishing for the demise of all. Thus, the information they could provide was woefully limited and often a strain on the eyes. As the sound drew nearer, Zuo Cheng'an's eyes widened in astonishment. He had discerned a bloodline? Could this also be a manifestation of the true eye's ability? Chapter 4. Premature engagement. The figure of the hunter remained concealed in the shadows. Yet above it floated a conspicuous health bar, reminiscent of a minor foe in a game, albeit this one appeared rather unhealthy, diminished to a mere 48. Had it sustained injuries? Was it the result of the portly occupant from room 201 the previous night? Moreover, as Zuo Cheng'an focused his attention, activating the true eye, he discovered annotations, even on the hunter. Antere, the pride of the red-hatted witch's alchemical life series. Compliments offered in her presence may yield unexpected delights. Bullet screen. Who shall be tonight's fortunate soul? I am eagerly anticipating it. I do hope it's the girl from room 203. A pretty girl would surely remain charming, even dismembered. Then your wish may soon be granted. Screaming Night is a basic level 1 dungeon. The rules have long been unraveled by veteran players. There are numerous ways to conquer it. either through brute force, slaying every hunter to achieve an early victory, or by cleverly evading the killing rules, which are straightforward. Either one kills from front to back, or vice versa. Tonight, 202, tomorrow, 203. Soon you shall behold what you desire. I can rest easy then. I shall order takeout and enjoy my meal while watching. Killing in numerical order? How utterly foolish. Even a 3-year-old could clear it, right? This low-level world truly lives up to its name. The denizens are remarkably dim-witted, yet they are still a shade more intelligent than monkeys. After all, there are other pitfalls in this dungeon. Screaming Night has historically led to player annihilation. It is not as simple as it seems. However, the intellect of those in this low-level world does seem somewhat underdeveloped. At times, it provokes my irritation with their stupidity. I feel the urge to express my disdain for their foolishness. There was one dungeon where clearing it required merely eliminating teammates, yet they chose the most convoluted route, infuriating me to the point where a pimple erupted on my face. How utterly foolish. The barrage of commentary continued unabated as Zuo Cheng'an observed their speculations. Gripping his axe tightly, tonight 202, tomorrow 203, and the day after, would it be his turn? The hunter had presumably passed by the entrance of room 204 just a minute ago. At its current pace, it should have already returned from room 201, choosing rooms to breach along its route. Zuo Cheng'an inhaled deeply, holding his breath to attune himself to the sounds outside. Bang! Bang! Oh my, how grotesque you are! The sound of the hunter breaking down the door coincided almost perfectly with the screams of the resident of room 202. Though the scream was somewhat fractured, Zuo Cheng'an could still recognize the voice of the jovial fellow who had quipped, "Where are you taking me?" Initially, the jovial man had exhibited a commendable state of mind, even engaging in playful banter to lighten the atmosphere. However, after witnessing the aftermath of the hunter's carnage, he had fallen into silence, transforming from a jovial soul into a mute, refraining from participating in the discussions during the daytime review. A single scream pierced the air, swiftly followed by the sounds of a struggle emanating from the doorway of room 202. The hunter, in a state of injury, was unable to dispatch the player with the same efficiency as the previous day, granting Lizzie a fleeting opportunity to resist while calling for help. His desperate cries of someone, "Please help," echoed through the darkness. In response, hurried footsteps could be heard from various rooms, as if some had heard his pleas and instinctively rushed to assist. Yet, the paralyzing fear of death drew them back, retreating to the safety of their hiding places. After all, it was not their life at stake. Why risk themselves? Gazing at the 6 tightly shut doors, despair washed over Lizzie. Earlier that day, he had witnessed the scene in room 201 and had formed a chilling hypothesis regarding the cause of its occupant's demise. Though unsettling, he suspected that the occupant had not fully succumbed to death after being attacked by the hunter, but had, instead, drawn his last breath due to being dragged through the narrow crack of the door. To avoid experiencing such a fate himself, Lizzie resolved to open the door proactively when the hunter approached, pulling the battlefield from the confines of the cramped room into the more spacious corridor. He harbored a suspicion that the unfortunate individual from room 201 had met his end because he was trapped within the walls, unable to maneuver. Everyone heard Lizzie's cries for help, and due to the unique acoustics of the corridor, even those in room 208, the farthest away from 202, could hear him clearly. At that moment, Zuo Cheng'an burst through the door, wielding an axe, and joined the fray. Almost simultaneously, a timid student from room 203 emerged, clutching an axe of her own. Initially resigned to his fate, Lizzie reconsidered his thoughts of surrender when he saw 2 allies approaching, reigniting his will to survive. The hunter, with its immense strength and razor-sharp claws, resembled a grim reaper in the night. As Zuo Cheng'an raised his axe in the dim light, Lizzie, in a panic, shouted, "Wait, brother, just a moment. I'll lure him to where the light shines at the door." He crawled forward, leaving a trail of blood in his wake, overwhelmed with fear, anxious that Zuo Cheng'an might strike him along with the hunter. "Don't worry, I won't hit the wrong target," Zuo Cheng'an assured him, his gaze fixed on the health bar of the hunter, ensuring he would not miss, even in the murky darkness. At that moment, the hunter's claws were deeply embedded in Lizzie's abdomen. It bore a mouth that, though devoid of eyes, dominated its head, eagerly sinking its teeth into its prey after securing its grip. Zuo Cheng'an did not hold back. He swung the axe down towards the hunter's head. With a satisfying thud, the axe struck true, but it became lodged halfway into the skull, the 5 points of strength proving insufficient. A howl of pain erupted from the hunter as it released Lizi and turned its wrath upon Zuo Cheng'an. Zuo Cheng'an wasn't overly concerned, for he stood behind the hunter. Yet this creature defied all logic. Its shoulders possessed some inexplicable structure, allowing effortless rotation. Thud! Razor-sharp claws pierced through the wooden shield, blocking the strike. Zuo abandoned his hopelessly lodged axe and prepared to retreat 2 paces. At that moment, the schoolgirl filled the gap, shouting, "Take this, double kick!" Bang! Bang! 2 miraculously precise strikes hammered the axe deeper into the hunter's skull by another 7 or 8 centimeters. Now, the creature's head was completely split in 2, yet it still refused to die. In Zuo Cheng'an's eyes, the hunter's health bar plummeted instantly to 10, and due to its bisected skull, that percentage continued to drop. 10, 9, 2, 8, 5. Death was merely a matter of time. Witnessing this, Zuo silently acknowledged their victory. His motive for intervening had been to weaken the hunter's vitality, ensuring that when his turn came the following night, he could survive alone if necessary. Originally, he had intended to reduce the hunter's health to around 10 before withdrawing, but with the unexpected addition of the schoolgirl's combat prowess, that plan had become obsolete. Who could have imagined such an innocent-looking girl could shave off 20 of the hunter's health with just 2 kicks? Such was the power of game skills. Chapter 5. I Can Still Be Saved. At this moment, the corridor was engulfed in fierce conflict. The female student, having exerted her abilities, found her legs rendered weak and unsteady from overexertion, unable to stand. Meanwhile, Lizi, covered in blood, lay on the ground, teetering on the brink of life and death. Faced with the struggling predator, both were bereft of any power to resist. Zuo Cheng'an cast a swift glance at the pair, his mind racing with calculations. Ignoring Lizi's near-death state for the moment, it became evident that his original plan of whittling down the predator's health was futile. Even if he managed to reduce the predator to a mere sliver of health today, the female student possessed skills that would surely allow her to finish off the weakened foe by tomorrow night. When it would be his turn, he would still be confronted with a fully capable predator. There was no escape. The door to room 201 had already been breached, leaving a substantial hole that could easily allow the predator to take advantage of the situation. Conversely, if they could eliminate this predator today when the female studentess room 203 came under attack tomorrow, he could ally with her. His aim would not be to vanquish the fully recovered predator, but to chip away at its health and buy time. This would significantly lessen the pressure when it was his turn the day after, and the female student might even come to his aid, motivated by his earlier assistance. In an instant, Zuo Cheng'an grasped the crux of the matter and rapidly adjusted his strategy. The predator continued to struggle, and to prevent the almost lifeless creature from slaying his teammates the following night, Zuo Cheng'an seized the female studentess' axe and swung with all his might. The blow struck true. The predator, which had been reduced to a mere 3 health, succumbed to the devastating hit, its health finally reaching 0. Ding! You have killed Predator, Type E, and received Item Tetanus Potion X1. Congratulations on achieving the opening victory achievement. Conditions met. First kill in the Novice Dungeon. Awarded 3 free attribute points. Tetanus Potion Category. Item Green Consumable. Effect. Applying to a weapon can inflict poison, slow effects, and confusion debuffs. Restriction. Improper use may backfire on the user. Description. Horijane Tornado. Taste the power of my tetanus. A test tube, roughly the size of a finger, containing a green potion appeared in Zuo Cheng'an's backpack. For the moment, he paid no mind to the spoils of battle, instead kicking the predator's corpse aside to assess Lizi's injuries. As for the female student, true to her crystalline eyes, her face was contorted in pain from muscle cramps, yet she waved her hand dismissively. It's just a cramp in my calf and thigh. Nothing serious. Focus on that poor guy over there. Lizi's condition was dire. There were 3 gaping wounds in his abdomen, each spewing blood like a fountain, and a large chunk of flesh had been torn from his shoulder by the predator, revealing muscle that strained against the movement of bones. With the adrenaline subsiding, the once lively Lizzie, who had been crawling joyfully across the ground, collapsed, rendered immobile. Such injuries, if not staunched, would surely prevent him from surviving until the end of the dungeon. He might not even see the next night. Zuo Cheng'an harbored no regrets. Indeed, in his envisioning of the future trajectory of gaming, the presence of Lizzie Ge was entirely absent. Trembling, Lizzie Ge extended his hand towards Zuo Cheng'an, stammering, I. Zuo Cheng'an sighed silently, pondering, what burdens do you still carry? Let them all be inscribed as your final words. Lizzie Ge closed his eyes in anguish, his entire being shaking with emotion. Zuo Cheng'an mistakenly assumed he was in pain, recalling those grievously wounded souls who, at their last moments, wept for a swift end to their suffering. Perhaps Lizzie Ge yearned for the same expeditious release from torment. Do you wish for liberation? Very well. I shall endeavor to ease your suffering. Zuo Cheng'an grasped the axe, contemplating the most suitable point of strike. Though it was his first act of murder, he rationalized it as a means to liberate another, alleviating any feelings of guilt. At the mention of this, Lizzie Ge's eyes widened in horror, summoning an unexpected strength to sputter forth the congealed blood lodged in his throat. Brother, don't kill me just yet. I still have hope. In my pocket. My healing item is in my pocket. In his emotional fervor, the 3 gaping wounds in his abdomen erupted, spilling forth blood in a rather spectacular manner. In a comical twist of fate, Zuo Cheng'an nonchalantly set down the axe, retrieving the healing item that Lizzie Ge had mentioned. The instant he touched it, the item's information flooded his mind. Soft and juicy candy. Category, item, white. Consumable. Effect, significantly restores health. Restriction, children and the elderly should consume under supervision. Description, it is worth noting that the probability of dying from candy is not 0, as the hunter scratched at the door. Lizzie Ge realized escape was futile. Without hesitation, he tore off a small piece of candy. Had it not been for the morsel lodged in his mouth, he would have perished long ago from his injuries. Trembling, he presented the remaining candy, dividing it once more. The sweet aroma wafted through the air, and the effects were immediate. The blood from his 3 abdominal wounds finally ceased to flow, and a thin layer of flesh covered the exposed bone in his shoulder. Though the injuries remained severe, at least they had not worsened. With a flourish, Lizzie Ge offered the remaining fragments of candy to Zuo Cheng'an, proclaiming, Brother, orange-flavored candy. Would you care for a taste? Consuming it will invigorate you. It was evident that the candy had once been shaped like a bear, but now only a single leg remained after being torn apart. Zuo Cheng'an replied, No, thank you. I want it. My cramps are excruciating, cried a nearby student girl, her features contorted in pain. I don't mind if it's disgusting. If it will ease my agony, I'll eat it. Hurry, let me have it. Ultimately, the piece of candy found its way into the girl's mouth. Upon finishing it, her expression mirrored that of someone who had finally found relief after enduring a 10-hour wait to use the restroom. Her legs, at last, free from pain. Catching his breath, Lizzie Ge expressed profound gratitude to the 2 who had come to his aid. Brothers, big sister, my name is Zhengren. I know my life debt may not be worth much in your eyes, but rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I will be of service wherever I am needed. The student unexpectedly transformed into a bashful persona. No, there's no need for such severity. To my shame, I too am merely afraid that when the hunters come for me, I will find myself without allies. If we all band together to deal with the hunters, perhaps we could conclude the dungeon ahead of schedule. By the way, my name is Liu Echio. Upon hearing this, Zuo Cheng'an silently mused, regrettably, It seems we cannot conclude early. There is more than one hunter lurking. The night is not yet over. Yet the hunter that should be prowling about lies motionless on the ground. Thus remaining in the corridor poses no danger. Zhengren finds his entire body aching, groaning quietly as he lies on the ground. Unbeknownst to him, beside him, an eye captures the scene and relays it to a mysterious group of entities. Consider him fortunate. He has managed to obtain a healing item and returned with his life. Fortunate indeed. It's not a skill, merely a consumable item. Once used, it will be gone. Let's see how he fares thereafter. Sigh. I had hoped to witness the spectacle of him dying in solitude and despair while others looked on coldly. How dull. To witness brothers turning against one another and couples becoming foes, one should venture to the Dungeon Rose Hotel 3-1147. Yes? I've not heard of it. Is it a rather niche dungeon? Let's go see. The barrage of comments continues with their insipid discourse. While Zuo Cheng'an dismisses the chatter at the corner of his eye and examines the newly acquired 3 free attribute points on his panel. Chapter 6. Unconcerned, the confined space of the replica left little room for evasion, rendering increased speed futile. Endurance served merely as a means to endure blows, offering scant assistance. And the mind could not be augmented either. Ultimately, these 3 points of free attributes were allocated to strength. After the allocation, the status panel of Zuo Cheng'an transformed into player level, not yet ranked. Mind, 97-100 endurance, 6 strength, 8 speed, 7 items, tetanus antidote, X1 skills, true eye. The extent to which 3 points could amplify strength was uncertain, as the absence of suitable equipment made it difficult for Zuo Cheng'an to ascertain the answer. However, the axe and small wooden shield in his hands, which had previously felt rather heavy, now seemed somewhat weightless. It lacked the authenticity of a true weapon, instead resembling cardboard props. Clearly, if the opportunity arose, a more suitable weapon would be necessary. Not long after Zuo Cheng'an applied the tetanus antidote to his axe, a notification echoed through the game. Dawn has arrived. The hunter has departed. The hunter, having met its demise, could not linger. The sight of its head cleaved in two and its body in tatters began to disintegrate swiftly with the notification, leaving only the blood of Zheng Ren on the ground. Li Yueqiu, witnessing the continuation of the game, felt a surge of panic. Why had the game not concluded? Must they endure the entirety of 7 days to finish? The sound of doors creaking open in rapid succession echoed as the 4, who had been hiding within their room, emerged, showing no surprise at the survival of the 3 in the corridor. The room's soundproofing was abysmal. As the sounds of battle ceased during the night, they knew the fight had ended and the hunter was dead. Yet, to refrain from appearing during the combat, only to spring forth after the enemy's demise, one could only surmise that such audacity belonged to those whose skin was as thick as a callus. Consequently, the individuals within the room opted to remain indoors, avoiding any potential awkwardness, choosing instead to wait until daylight. The peaceful night served as a powerful morale booster, revealing that the hunter was not an insurmountable force. With collective effort, well, perhaps it was best not to dwell on that. Lu Shuang cast a subtle glance at room 201, which bore a significant hole and was stained with blood, as well as at room 202, marked with several scratch marks. He did not conceal his curiosity, prompting everyone to take notice of his gaze and follow suit in observing the 2 rooms that had been attacked by the hunter. Lu Shuang voiced the unspoken concern of the group. If the first night had been room 201 and the previous night was room 202, would the subsequent hunters then sequentially target rooms 203, 204, and 205? Except for Zuo Cheng'an. The faces of those called by Lu Shuang to the corresponding room numbers turned pale. Li Yueqiu was particularly dismayed, her complexion drained of color. Her room was 203. Did that not mean it would be her turn tonight? Had she known, she would not have ventured out to assist the previous night, reserving her skills for herself instead. The rooms numbered towards the end, particularly 207 and 208, felt like a heavy weight had been lifted from their hearts, bringing forth a sense of relief. How trivial it was to realize that the attacks followed a simple sequential order. They had worried for so long unnecessarily. With a 7-day duration for the dungeon, which translates to 6 nights, if one were to perish each day, rooms 7 and 8 could simply lie back and await their victory without effort. Typically, upon learning this rule, one would consider the impending despair of the occupants in the earlier numbered rooms, even while secretly reveling in delight. Thus, they would maintain an fade of concern. Yet, Lu Shuang, the occupant of room 207, appeared less adept at managing his expressions compared to the woman in room 208, perhaps having grown weary of pretense, inadvertently adopting an exaggeratedly relaxed demeanor. The man in room 206, dressed plainly, succumbed to despair, pointing at the bespectacled fellow and demanding to know what his intentions were and what peace he found in this chaos. His survival hinged on a mere number. Had his room been 207, his worries would have vanished entirely. Aware of his position, Lu Shuang humbly attempted to pacify him, rationalizing it as an early embrace of the spirit of the deceased are paramount. Lu Shuang's indifferent expression further incited the man's ire, as he envisioned his own demise in the game, and how his mother, in need of medical funds for surgery, might miss the optimal treatment time. The tension that had held his mind taut suddenly snapped, and he rushed back into room 206, crying out in despair. The bespectacled man, who had proposed the attack pattern of the hunter, also wore a sour expression. He occupied room 205 and was equally on the hunter's list. Lu Shuang, seemingly oblivious to the collective despair, positioned himself as an uninvolved bystander offering misguided advice. The hunter could be slain if they united against it, and surely they could all survive the game, just as the three of them had done the previous night. Li Yueqiu felt an overwhelming wave of nausea wash over her, akin to having consumed stale cold noodles. Brother, are you still suggesting cooperation? Where were your noble feet last night when we needed you in the corridor? Noticing the lack of gratitude from the others, Lu Shuang detached himself entirely, saying, "You 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 can band together. It has nothing to do with me." At that moment, he had completely relinquished his earlier anxieties and no longer clung to the others as he had during the previous nights. Li Yueqiu silently assessed their current combat capabilities. Aside from herself, there remained only an injured Zheng Run, a crumbling left Cheng'an, and the distraught man. As for the bespectacled man from room 205, she did not factor him in, sensing that beneath his compliant exterior lay a vengeful spirit, poised to strike a decisive blow at a crucial moment. With a total of 4 individuals, one was mad, and another was in ruins, their combat prowess was negligible. Though she possessed the skill double kick, her physical attributes did not meet the minimum requirement of 7 points for skill usage. To force its use would lead to injury, cramps, or strains. Twice might even jeopardize her tendons, potentially leaving her with a debilitating condition. Left Cheng'an pondered for a moment before the row of doors, uncertainly suggesting, perhaps it isn't necessary to engage the hunter at all. Lu Shuang believed that Zuo Cheng'an was aware that it would soon be his turn, and in his fright, he began to babble incoherently. Not fighting against the hunter? Do you wish to commit suicide in advance? Zuo Cheng'an, disinterested in wasting words on him, instructed Li Yueqiu to assist in moving the injured Zheng Run back to his room number 202. Once this task was completed, as Li Yueqiu was about to depart, she was taken aback to find Zuo Cheng'an holding her back. "Wait a moment, stay with me tonight." Li Yueqiu. Huh? She swiftly stepped back, crossing her arms defensively as she regarded Zuo Cheng'an with suspicion. "What do you intend to do?" "I would rather meet my demise tonight than comply with your wishes." Zuo Cheng'an momentarily disregarded her, instead observing the barrage of comments in the air. What the heck? He actually managed to uncover a way to complete the game without any casualties? Could he be a genius? What is so difficult about this? If it were me, I would have figured it out long ago. People from higher realms ought to be a bit smarter. Indeed, it's quite simple. Otherwise, why is Scream Knight classified as a level 1 dungeon? Players often come in groups with strategies to farm points, simply because the rules are straightforward and easily navigated. That is true. I've watched dozens of live streams of Scream Knight dungeons. Those well-prepared players typically start in rooms 2 to 6, waiting to ascertain whether the hunter attacks from the front or the back before avoiding those specific rooms. Once you understand the rules, it's a guaranteed, no casualty completion every time. Is it really that simple? How utterly foolish. No one should die at all. Well, there are actually quite a few rules. For instance, no more than 2 people can occupy a room, no noise can be made inside the rooms, doors must be locked at night, and so forth. However, since it's an old dungeon, the strategies have been bundled with others and sold cheaply, making those few rules quite easy to bypass. Scream Knight used to be quite illustrious, though it has now become a point-farming dungeon. Many teams perished initially while trying to grasp the rules. By the way, I have some season resources. Would you like to take a look? Chapter 7. The Good Person Card Issuer Appears. Zuo Cheng'an shared his speculation with Li Yueqiu, who readily exclaimed, "Then let us hasten to your room." However, a lingering doubt crossed his mind. Is this truly feasible? Will we not be annihilated by the game? Annihilation? There is no such thing. We spent the better part of last night in the corridor, and look at you now, completely unscathed. Oh, li wakiu suddenly compranda. I didn't realize that beneath your frosty exterior, you possess such a kind heart. Ding. Good person card 1. No, I'm a quintessential egoist. Zuo Cheng'an replied as he led Li Yueqiu back to room 204, only to remember something and return to room 203 to shut the door. The sound of click echoed as the door locked automatically. Shortly after returning to room 204, a game notification appeared. The hunter has emerged, quantity. Through the peephole, Zuo Cheng'an observed a fully intact, ill-level hunter materializing in the corridor. Despite the reassurance gleaned from the barrage of messages indicating that this was likely safe, his muscles tensed. Ready for combat. As for Li Yueqiu, without needing prompting, she instinctively covered her mouth and curled into a corner, remaining utterly still. Eventually, the hunter indeed chose to halt at the entrance of room 203, scratching at the door with a series of scritch-scratch sounds. Yet, room 203 was devoid of any occupants. Even dismantling the door would yield no rewards for it. Another day passed, and the players emerged from their rooms, having survived. Upon witnessing Li Yueqiu emerge unscathed from room 204, expressions of elation flooded their faces. It turned out one could indeed evade the hunter without engaging in battle. The dungeon game was so simple. All one needed to do was hide in the rooms of other players. Li Yueqiu, inspired by the collective jubilation, eagerly invited Zuo Cheng'an. "Benefactor, come to my room tonight to take refuge." So Cheng'an glanced at the door of room 203 and, without a second thought, declined, "No, thank you." Huh? Li Yueqiu expressed confusion, but upon seeing the state of her own door, she instantly understood. The door to room 203 had been reduced to mere splinters, a glorious sacrifice. Zhang Run, having recovered sufficiently under the effects of medication to lean against the wall and shuffle slowly, suggested, "Then why not come to my room?" The door of room 202 remained intact and undamaged. "Sound good." Li Yueqiu agreed cheerfully, displaying none of the wariness from the previous day. "That also won't do." Zuo Cheng'an thought of the information he had seen in the messages and similarly refused. He jingled the keys in his hand. These had appeared in his pocket upon awakening in the dungeon, each marked with a room number, capable of unlocking corresponding doors. "Look, our keychain has only 2 keys. I surmise that the game allows one other person, besides ourselves, to enter freely." Zhang Ren exclaimed in realization, I see. I thought the game provided an extra key as a precaution against players losing theirs." Immediately, he gazed at Zuo Cheng'an with admiration, exclaiming, "Brother, how is your mind so astute? You uncovered such a subtle clue." The others were somewhat skeptical, while Lu Shuang instinctively touched her key, questioning, "Is that true? Only 2 people can inhabit a room?" It was merely conjecture. Zuo Cheng'an replied nonchalantly, "Whether you believe it or not is up to you. After all, these rules were tested by previous players at the cost of their lives." Moreover, he was essentially armed with the answer as he sought evidence, akin to a student who, having completed an exam, whimsically concocts a narrative, secure in the correctness of their outcome, while the process remains inconsequential. Given that a room could accommodate a maximum of 2 individuals, the next task was to seek clues within the game, with the keys that had been placed in everyone's pockets at the outset serving as the first clue. Zuo Cheng'an articulated his analysis without lowering his voice, and the other players overheard him. Initially, they had contemplated banding together in a single room, but upon learning of this restriction, their plans were inevitably thwarted. After a brief pause, Zuo Cheng'an continued, "Moreover, hiding indefinitely is not a solution. Eventually, the doors of most rooms will be breached by the hunters. With our dwindling numbers, we cannot all seek refuge in 1 or 2 rooms. We will ultimately confront the hunters." Zuo Cheng'an laid bare this harsh reality. The expressions of the remaining residents were complex, each lost in their own thoughts. Time slipped away, and the 5-minute period before dawn was drawing to a close. Zuo Cheng'an remained in room 202 with Zhang Run, while Li Yueqiu was taken away by a woman from room 208. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Li Chiyue exclaimed, "Sister, you are so kind. Thank you for taking me in. You are truly a good person." Ding! A good person card was dispensed. The woman smiled gently. "It's no trouble. Your company makes my situation a bit more bearable." As the last vestige of light vanished from the window, it was anticipated that the hunter's target tonight would be room 204, where Zuo Cheng'an resided. Yet, he remained uneasy, sensing something amiss. Such simple rules should not lead to the annihilation of numerous players as suggested in the comments. Could there be hidden rules yet to be uncovered? What night is it tonight? Having reviewed numerous recordings of the Screaming Night scenario, I, who am now in the know, am feeling quite emboldened. Tonight's target is the resident of room 204. It's the fourth night, so what? Wait until nightfall. You'll soon find out. This makes it entertaining. Killing in sequence is dreadfully boring. Hunters have appeared, total dispatched. Two hunters are being deployed tonight. Upon hearing this news, Zuo Cheng'an raised an eyebrow, realizing that things were indeed more complicated than they seemed. As for whether both hunters would focus on room 204 or if one would target a different door, the comments had already provided clarity. Ha ha ha. Look at that guy in room 205. He is so scared he has wet his pants. Ha 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 ha. Record it, quick. I want to show it to my buddies. Oh, it seems he might even be crying from fright. In room 205, the bespectacled man gazed in disbelief at the door, relentlessly battered by the relentless assailant. What on earth was happening? Why were 2 hunters deployed tonight? Was it not the rule to release merely 1 per day? An overwhelming wave of terror threatened to engulf him. He realized that remaining passive was not an option. He should seize a weapon and fight for survival, much like Zheng Run in room 202. Yet, his legs felt as if they were encased in lead, rendering him utterly immobile. Simultaneously, the others hiding in different rooms exhibited expressions of despair. Particularly, Lu Shuang in room 207 had anticipated only 1 hunter for the night, believing that the assailant would target only a single room. She thought room 207 was safe and secure. However, the grim reality was that the scenario had indeed unleashed 2 hunters simultaneously. If tonight's targets were rooms 204 and 205, then tomorrow night would surely bring the assault upon rooms 206 and 207. No. Chapter 8 Cooperation. Suddenly, Lu Shuang thought of Zuo Cheng'an. He was the first to propose that the killer's murders might follow a certain pattern or be triggered by specific circumstances. He also speculated that a room could accommodate no more than 2 individuals. He must know something, yet he has chosen not to disclose it. Surely, he intends to bring about my demise. It must be so. Lu Shuang sneered coldly. Since you wish to ensnare me first, if I survive, do not blame me. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the door being battered echoed through the pitch-black corridor. The door of room 205 could no longer withstand the assault. A breach appeared at its lower edge. Death has a peculiar way of fostering growth in individuals. In this critical moment, the bespectacled man, driven to madness, seized an axe and struck ferociously at the claw reaching into the room. Alas, his strength seemed insufficient, inflicting only minimal damage upon the killer, and his blows lacked conviction. After hacking away for an eternity, he could not even break the bone of the killer's arm. Hearing the commotion from within room 205, the killer that had been persistently pursuing its target in room 204 immediately abandoned its goal and joined the assault on the door of 205. The 2 killers worked in unison, and soon, they managed to create an opening large enough to allow them entry. No, don't come any closer. The bespectacled man found himself trapped in the room, tears and mucus mingling as a primal ferocity surged within him, prompting him to swing the axe wildly. Meanwhile, Lu Shuang in room 207 was counting down the time. When only half a minute remained until dawn, he quietly opened the door to his room. The corridor was filled solely with the sounds of the killers devouring their prey and faint, pitiful moans, which soon faded into silence. Sensing the imminent arrival of dawn, the 2 killers relinquished their feast and retreated. At that moment, Lu Shuang summoned his courage and dashed out of his room, swiftly snatching the glasses from the bespectacled man's face and stowing them in his game backpack. The killers, in their haste to depart, did not turn their fury upon Lu Shuang. After accomplishing this, he suppressed his wildly beating heart and exhaled deeply. Dawn has arrived, and the killers have departed. Creak. The survivors emerged from their rooms. Though they had prepared themselves for the horrors of the night, the sight of room 205 left them utterly shocked. The bespectacled man's body lay in tatters, his flesh and clothing shredded, with half of him remaining inside the room and the other half strewn outside. At a glance, one could scarcely discern which parts were missing. Zuo Cheng'an managed to locate what appeared to be fragments of the head, but there were no traces of the glasses. He cast a fleeting glance at Lu Shuang, the first to appear at the scene, yet chose not to expose him. Soon, others began to notice the missing parts of the body, or rather, the missing items. Where were his night vision glasses? They were not in the room. Had the killers devoured them? Perhaps they had been automatically retrieved by the game upon the owner's death? That seemed likely. His head was incomplete, resembling a half-eaten apple, and the glasses must have followed suit into the depths of the killer's belly. Under Lu Shuang's misleading rhetoric, the group temporarily accepted the notion that the items had been devoured by the hunters. Suddenly, a man from room 206 posed a question to Lu Shuang. If there are still 2 hunters tonight, then it will be just the 2 of us. Shall we form an alliance? Lu Shuang eagerly acquiesced. Of course, that would be splendid. I have already mentioned my item, the mutton jerky. What about yours? If you prefer not to discuss it in front of others, we can retreat to my room. No need for such formality, he replied. I am Zuo Cheng'an, and my item is a long-handled mirror of green quality, capable of revealing things that are typically invisible to the naked eye. A collective gasp resonated through the crowd, for it was indeed an item that could unveil the supernatural, although they did not fully grasp its value. Its connection to the ethereal and its green quality suggested it was a rarity in the game. Faced with the envy in their gazes, Zuo Cheng'an forced a semblance of a smile, seemingly mocking himself. This instance isn't even supernatural. How useful could it be? After presenting his item with sincerity, Lu Shuang appeared distinctly dissatisfied with Zuo Cheng'an's lack of combat capability, deeming the mirror utterly unhelpful for their alliance. He turned away with a hint of disdain and addressed the others. What are you waiting for? Don't think you can remain uninvolved. 2 hunters may emerge tonight. By tomorrow night, there could be 3. Once the hunters breach the doors of every room, no one will escape. Clearly dismissing Zuo Cheng'an's weakness, he aimed to forcibly bind more players together. After several cycles of day and night, the 6 players still alive in the instance could be considered bosom friends, far more familiar than when the game had initially commenced. Zheng Ren found some merit in the suited man's words, recognizing that the game required their survival for 7 days. Today marked the 4th day, and with 2 hunters already present, if the pattern of increasing threats continued, might they not face 3 hunters by the 7th day? However, Zuo Cheng'an shook his head in rebuttal. If we hadn't slain that 1 hunter, there might indeed be 3 on the 7th day. But we have already killed 1. So it is highly probable that only 2 remain, the same 2 that appeared last night. Zheng Ren, not lacking in intelligence, but occasionally slow to grasp concepts, could connect the dots when prompted. Is it because of the ornate patterns on the window? He mused. Yes, 3 monster patterns correspond to 3 hunters. This level of the game won't be overly challenging. Look, the clues are practically laid out before the players. Upon hearing that only 2 hunters remained, a weight lifted slightly from their hearts. With dawn approaching in just 5 minutes, and no effective strategy for dealing with the hunters yet discussed, Lu Shuang grew increasingly anxious, acutely aware that tonight's hunters would target him. Among the 8 rooms, only rooms 202 and 208 remained untouched, but both were occupied. The only path left for him was to confront the hunters directly. So what then? Is there any benefit to you if I perish? Will you simply watch as a monster takes my life? At this moment, collaboration is undoubtedly the most effective solution. Do you not agree? Lu Shuang fixed her gaze intently upon the woman, awaiting a response. The extreme change in Lu Shuang was evident to all when matters did not concern her. She remained indifferent, yet the moment she was embroiled in the situation, her urgency surpassed that of everyone else. The woman, under Lu Shuang's penetrating stare, appeared somewhat anxious, incessantly fiddling with the corner of her apron. Eventually, she introduced her abilities in a manner as succinct as Zuo Cheng'an. My name is He Jin Mei. I'm not familiar with the items you speak of, but if you refer to those obtained from the novice gift pack, I only acquired a skill book called Basic Archery Techniques, which I have already utilized. With that, He Jin Mei produced a key from her pocket and, with precision, struck the monster's brow at the center of the window. After using it, I realized that my control over my muscles had significantly improved. Anywhere I could throw, I could accurately aim and hit. Chapter 9. How many stitches for the chin? He Jin Mei's remarkable dart-throwing prowess left Zheng Ren utterly astounded. Goodness, what an impressive skill. You could surely win all the prizes at a tourist attraction. Although He Jin Mei was now a married woman, her demeanor seemed rather conservative, and she blushed at Zheng Ren's jest. Li Yueqiu quickly stepped in to rescue the gentle woman from the awkwardness. I am Li Yueqiu. I possess a skill called double kick. However, to execute it properly, one must have a physique of at least 7 points. I only have 5, which does not meet the minimum requirement. Hence, I can only manage a feeble attempt at best. With this opening, the others followed suit. Zheng Ren presented his item, deliciously soft candy, a consumable that could restore health, though it would be quickly depleted. Despite his embarrassment, Zheng Ren boldly announced the name of the item, unbothered by the potential social faux pas. The attention then turned to Zuo Cheng'an, who revealed his skill, basic knife technique. With a flourish, he demonstrated a few moves with his axe. Acquiring new skills proved to be quite advantageous, especially in critical moments. Zheng Ren, giving a thumbs up, remarked impressive. If it were me, I need 6 stitches for my chin. Then he inquired, by the way, that insurance salesman, what was your name again? Never mind. Isn't your item a strength-enhancing jerky? It would be better utilized by Brother Zuo or Aunt He. We could then simply relax and enjoy the benefits. Lu Shuang, with a sly chuckle, refrained from giving a direct answer, neither affirming nor denying the suggestion. He could not agree, as it would unravel his earlier fabrications about the jerky's effects. Nevertheless, Lu Shuang's objective was ultimately achieved. The 5 remaining survivors agreed to confront the 2 hunters that night before returning to their respective quarters. Time in the game passed swiftly, and nightfall approached. In the final moments, Lu Shuang anxiously called from his room. Are you all certain you'll come out tonight? Only when he received affirmative responses from the others did he feel a sense of relief. Hunters have appeared. Quantity 2, to avoid being trapped in the narrow confines of a room. Lu Shuang in room 207 and Zuo Cheng'an in room 206 decided to remain in their own quarters, agreeing to shout a count and charge out together once the hunters emerged. After all, a confrontation with the hunters was inevitable, and the risk of revealing their position was of little concern. As the creaking noises signaled the hunters' approach, Lu Shuang and Zuo Cheng'an shouted together, 1, 2, 3. They flung open their doors, axes in hand, but upon reaching the corridor, Zuo Cheng'an realized he was alone. With the scent of food wafting from the can, the 2 hunters shifted their focus, abandoning their attempts to break down the door and honing in on Zuo Cheng'an instead. A surge of terror flooded Zuo Cheng'an's heart as the dual emotions of betrayal and fear of the hunters overwhelmed him. He cried out for help. Someone, please, anyone. The residents of the remaining rooms had long been awaiting their cue. Upon hearing the signal, they simultaneously opened their doors, with He Jin Mei joining them, her legs shaking in an effort to bolster the group's morale. Though she possessed remarkable accuracy, she lacked the courage to confront their pursuer. The mere sight of the hunter rendered her paralyzed with fear, leaving her unable to hurl her axe at its head. Zuo Cheng'an, rushing out, quickly assessed the 2 hunters. One bore a health percentage of 87, 7 foot, while the other stood at 72, 6 foot, both barely qualifying as like new. It appeared that even despite the desperate struggle from the bespectacled man the previous night, his physical limitations rendered the damage inflicted on the hunter rather minimal. At that moment, the effects of the large gummy bear had fully manifested, and Zheng Ren's injuries were reduced to mere superficial wounds, hardly hindering his movements. He charged out, his eyes narrowing as he counted 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, where's the insurance salesman? You were the first to propose cooperation. Yet now you retreat into your shell at a critical moment. Zheng Ren muttered a few curses before swiftly joining the offensive team. The hunters, adhering to some unspoken game rules, prioritized their attacks on Zuo Cheng'an, even when he sought refuge behind others. They would forsake closer targets to extend their claws toward him. Observing this, Zuo Cheng'an shouted, "Throw out a key," since the hunters targeted the residents corresponding to their respective rooms, and given the multitude of players the instance had hosted, it was implausible for the hunters to rely solely on instinct to recall their targets. If they possessed such intelligence, their classification within the game would have transcended the E rank, reaching A or even S rank. Thus, the only logical conclusion was that the hunters distinguished the residents by their keys. Upon hearing Zuo Cheng'an's command, Zuo Cheng'an promptly retrieved the 2 keys from his pocket, separating them and tossing one to Zuo Cheng'an. The moment Zuo Cheng'an grasped the key, the hunter's primary targets shifted instantaneously. They no longer fixated solely on Zuo Cheng'an, but rather divided their attention equally between him and Zuo Cheng'an. Seeing the hunters, who had previously acted in unison, finally separated, the others instinctively formed 2 teams, each tackling one of the hunters to endure the night. Li Waqiu, having consumed a healing gummy bear and rested through 1 night and day, now found herself with enough energy to employ her skill once more. At Zuo Cheng'an's signal, her double kick struck the hunter with lower health, resulting in a gratifying reduction of its health bar by a significant 20. The impressive damage made Zuo Cheng'an envious. If such power could be unleashed without meeting the skill's requirements, what might be achieved upon reaching the requisite 7 points or more? However, after that dazzling display, Li Yueqiu found herself utterly spent, her legs trembling more violently than after an exhausting physical test, compelling her to retreat to the second line alongside He Jinmei to provide support. In the present predicament, Zuo Cheng'an and Zheng Ren confront a hunter whose health has dwindled to over 80%, aided by He Jinmei, while Zuo Cheng'an engages the hunter whose vitality has now plummeted to 32% alongside Li Yueqiu. However, due to Li Yueqiu's semi-infirm state, the brunt of the confrontation rests on Zuo Cheng'an's shoulders. His prior assertion of having learned basic knife skills was not a mere boast. He indeed acquired a couple of techniques from an elderly gentleman exercising in the park. Nevertheless, during practice, he wielded tools softer than noodles, and now he finds himself armed with a conventional chopping axe. As the game progresses, Zuo Cheng'an gradually attunes to the feel of the weapon. With a subtle shift of his feet, he evades the claws aimed at his visage and simultaneously brings his axe down vertically upon the hunter's wrist. The resounding crack resonates as the axe embeds itself within the hunter's bone. Having previously encountered the predicament of his weapon becoming lodged due to insufficient force, Zuo Cheng'an had prepared accordingly. He raised his other hand, wielding a wooden shield like a hammer, and struck down upon the axe. The axe plunged decisively, severing the hunter's wrist, which, along with its razor-sharp claws, fell to the ground, inflicting a further 10% loss to its health. Yet, the hunter, a true testament to the sorceress's most esteemed alchemical creation, appeared impervious to pain. It remained unfazed, maintaining its aggressive stance and launching an attack with its remaining claw towards Zuo Cheng'an. He effortlessly blocked the blow with his wooden shield. At that moment, the tetanus agent smeared upon the axe seemed to take effect. The hunter's movements began to slow, as if time itself had decelerated. Not only Zuo Cheng'an, but even an octogenarian could have parried the assault with ease. Due to its bodily injuries, the hunter's health steadily declined at a fraction of a percent, soon dropping below 40%. At this juncture, the hunter was left with only one claw ensnared in the wooden shield, while its other wrist lay bare. Consequently, it resorted to biting Zuo Cheng'an with its mouth atop its head. The sound of teeth clashing against a hard surface echoed, and seizing the opportunity, Li Yueqiu thrust her own axe into the hunter's mouth, creating a moment of stalemate in the conflict. Chapter 10. From the heart on the other side, Zheng Ren found himself in a 3-on-1 situation, experiencing considerably less pressure than Zuo Cheng'an. He even had the energy to utilize Zuo Cheng'an's mirror prop as a makeshift toothbrush for the hunter. The sound of a multitude of teeth clattering to the ground, providing Zheng Ren with immense satisfaction. While the morale of the group was high, the hunter suddenly lost its fighting spirit and a faint light began to seep in from outside the window. Daylight has arrived. The hunter has departed. Under Zuo Cheng'an's deliberate delay and leniency, the two hunters, though their health had been reduced to a mere 20%, still retained their combat effectiveness. He raised his axe, a grim expression on his face, and approached the door of room 207, where Lu Shuang was hiding, aiming directly at the lock with a powerful swing of his axe. Zuo Cheng'an quickly grasped Zuo Cheng'an's intention and joined the effort to break down the door. Inside, Lu Shuang's panicked voice echoed. Hey, what are you doing? Zuo Cheng'an remained silent, his strikes growing increasingly forceful. Ultimately, the already flimsy door crumbled into a pile of splintered wood. Cowering in a corner of the room, Lu Shuang clutched a piece of dried lamb, preparing to fight back at the slightest sign of trouble. What is going on? Let us talk this out. Let's talk this out. The instinct for survival is a fundamental human trait. Zuo Cheng'an raised his axe, pointing it menacingly at Lu Shuang's face. His gaze icy, clearly harboring murderous intent. Lu Shuang, terrified, stammered this. I was wrong before. Rest assured, I will definitely. Zuo Cheng'an, uninterested in further dialogue, swung his axe down with force. Lu Shuang screamed, covering his face, but soon realized he appeared to be unscathed. A glimmer of joy filled Lu Shuang's heart. After all, he had underestimated the simpleton before him, believing a few humble words would suffice to placate him. However, Zuo Cheng'an had no intention of sparing him, opting instead to sever his leg rather than his head. The sickening sound of a brutal strike echoed, accompanied by Lu Shuang's anguished cries. My leg! My leg! His screams were swiftly interrupted as Zuo Cheng'an yanked Lu Shuang by the collar, dragging him towards room 208, the target of the hunters that night. But the door was locked, barring their entry. He Jinmei, paralyzed by fear, dared not move. And it was Li Yueqiu who bravely tossed the key to Zuo Cheng'an. With the key in hand, Zuo Cheng'an unlocked the door and, like a butcher handling a lifeless chicken, flung Lu Shuang into room 208. Without hesitation, he raised his hand to strike. Fueled by rage, the force of his punch was formidable. Lu Shuang, clutching his injured leg, was slammed against the wall, only to rebound from the impact. Zuo Cheng'an prepared to strike again. In a reflexive panic, Lu Shuang shouted, I was wrong. Soda. I'm just a cowardly weakling. Please spare me. No more. If you hit me again, I might truly die. His voice cracked, and the sound of sobbing followed. In response, 2 more punches rang out. The view was obscured, and the others could not see the unfolding chaos within. Yet the sounds were unmistakably clear amidst a flurry of thuds. After a while, Zuo Cheng'an's voice finally echoed. Dare to take a step out, and I shall shatter your other leg. Zuo Cheng'an exemplified the archetype of an honest man, as long as his bottom line remained unchallenged. He wore a smile regardless of the bullying he endured. However, once provoked, a dangerous fury would ignite within him. After all was said and done, Zuo Cheng'an tossed the key to room 208 onto the floor, only to suddenly realize the gravity of his actions. His imposing demeanor swiftly dissipated, reverting him to his previously meek disposition. He handed the key to his room to Li Yueqiu and He Jinmei, softly muttering apologies before retreating into a relatively intact room. Regardless, tonight he would still confront the hunters. It mattered not where he took refuge. Today, the corridor was unusually devoid of occupants, everyone having returned to their rooms in haste to regain their strength. This night marked the final chapter, and each harbored their own intentions. Some wished to simply wait for the game time to expire, relishing in a singular moment of madness. Others, having engaged in combat, resolved to eliminate all monsters before proceeding. Zuo Cheng'an opted for the latter, given that defeating enemies could yield items. The more creatures he vanquished, the greater his rewards. Once the coast was clear, Lu Shuang, clutching his noticeably injured leg, trembled throughout his body but dared not utter sound. Instead, he resorted to cursing the others silently, channeling his frustration while contemplating his course of action for the night. Anxiety gnawed at Lu Shuang by the order of events. Room 208 was supposed to be the target of the hunters tonight. Yet, as he was not a resident of 208, logic dictated that the hunters should have little interest in him. Thus, As long as he could find shelter in another room, even one in disrepair, he should be safe. With this thought in mind, Lu Shuang listened intently at the door for any signs of movement in the corridor. Once he confirmed the absence of others, he quietly opened his door, painfully dragging himself towards room 207. The door to 207 had long been wrecked by Zuo Cheng'an and Zuo Cheng'an, serving merely as a psychological comfort rather than a true barrier of protection. It was not that Lu Shuang wished to venture further afield, but his leg injury hindered his mobility, compelling him to seek proximity and escape the chaos of room 208. Tonight was likely the final night of the game. Survival was the key to success. As the corridor dimmed, an ominous announcement resounded. Hunters have emerged. Number deployed, 2, despite their outward appearance suggesting otherwise. These 2 hunters were on the brink of exhaustion. Consequently, they lacked the inclination to prowl around every room in a bid to intimidate. Instead, they approached room 208, scratching at the door with feigned intent. In truth, they'd already sensed that their target resided next door. A mere step would grant them an easy meal. However, according to the rules of the game, they could not hunt freely. They were required to breach the door marked with the target's number or wait for the prey to venture into the corridor. Lu Shuang, listening to the scratching outside room 208, quietly chuckled at the 2 mindless NPCs adhering strictly to their rigid protocols. The last vestiges of worry dissipated within him as he clutched the key to room 208, settling into a comfortable position in anticipation of completing the game. However, had Lu Shuang been part of last night as chaotic melee, even if he had merely stepped out of his room to witness the entire ordeal, he would not have entertained such a ludicrous notion today. The hunter's performance during the battle was far from that of ordinary NPCs who merely adhered to the game's programming. Unimpeded, 2 hunters collaborated seamlessly, breaching the door to room 208 in a remarkably brief span of time. They did not even cast a glance inside, but proceeded directly towards the room where the occupant of 208 was hiding. Lu Shuang noticed the scratching noise from next door had ceased. It seemed room 208 had fallen. He felt a surge of relief for the decision he had made earlier to relocate. Otherwise, he would have been torn apart by the hunters that had invaded his room. Yet, an unsettling silence enveloped the outside. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a foul odor emanating from above, prompting him to look up towards its source. There, at the breach in the door created by an axe, stood 2 hunters, their elongated claws gesturing towards his neck, seemingly poised to strike. This was the first time Lu Shuang beheld the hunter's visage. Previously, he had only caught a fleeting glimpse of their silhouette at dawn. Now, confronted with such a close-up view, his heart raced with terror. He scrambled further into the room, fumbling for the axe on the floor to strike back, inadvertently damaging the wooden door further and widening the gap. The hunters could now thrust half their bodies through. Realizing this, Lu Shuang was again spurred into frantic action. Swinging the axe indiscriminately, stay away from me. Despite his panic, a shred of rationality remained, aware that others were hiding in their rooms. Watching the spectacle unfold, he cast aside any concern for dignity and cried out for help. Anyone, brothers and sisters, my dear parents, please, save me, I implore you. Chapter 11. Savoring every bite in this moment, Lu Shuang finally comprehended the despair that Zheng Run felt when battling alone without support, as well as the fury experienced by Zuo Cheng'an when he was let down. No, the despair he faced was even more profound, for he was pitted against 2 relentless hunters. With a sharp thwack, one of the hunter's claws tore into Lu Shuang's thigh, shredding his seemingly expensive bespoke suit into tatters, along with the flesh of his leg. Accompanied by the anguished cries of his prey and the convulsions born of pain, the hunters savored their meal, relishing the spoils of the night. At the brink of life and death, Lu Shuang's thoughts were clearer than ever. He consumed a piece of jerky, summoning a modicum of strength to resist, wielding his weapon to block the hunter's gnashing jaws, while simultaneously calling out towards the corridor. Brother Zhao, your mother needs money for surgery, right? I have funds. Just help me. And once we escape, I'll give you 500,000, or even 1 million, if you wish. I also possess a property. Combine. Lu Shuang's words struck a chord with Zuo Cheng'an. The money he had withdrawn from the bank was still insufficient for his mother's surgical costs. He felt tempted to open the door and join the fray. However, as his hand grasped the doorknob, the voice of Zuo Cheng'an resonated softly, suggesting that those who entered this survival game were likely the missing individuals from reality. It seemed no one had ever returned. Conversely, this game was so extraordinary that one might even acquire items capable of curing all ailments, perhaps even resurrecting the deceased. A palpable example was that candy which could heal injuries severe enough to warrant intensive care. Zuo Cheng'an's tone was deliberately drawn out, sounding rather dismal. Yet his few words clarified the reality for Zuo Cheng'an. It was evident that returning to the real world would not be feasible in the near future. However, by striving within the game and accumulating healing items, he might indeed discover an opportunity to return and save his mother in the real world. Zuo Cheng'an's fevered thoughts cooled, allowing him to contemplate Zuo Cheng'an's suggestion earnestly, and he realized the logic therein. The medical capabilities of the real world were incomparable to those within the game. No, they were not even in the same league. Even if he procured the necessary funds, his mother's illness might remain untreated, ultimately leading to her suffering and demise. In contrast, if he could find an item that cured cancer in the game and then seize an opportunity to return, his mother could be completely healed. Time was of the essence. He needed to act swiftly. Zuo Cheng'an closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the weakness had vanished. Upon hearing Zuo Cheng'an's voice, Lu Shuang's forehead pulsed with veins. A torrent of vicious curses erupted from his lips, yet soon the corrido upon witnessing the blood bars of the two hunters, which had remained virtually unchanged. Zuo Cheng'an disdainfully kicked Lu Shuang's lifeless body. And this one possesses strength-enhancing items? It pales in comparison to the contributions of that bespectacled fellow. The two hunters, evidently remembering the man who had caused them significant distress the previous night, ceased their feeding and instead fixed their vigilant gazes upon Zuo Cheng'an. Xing, noticing Zuo Cheng'an's decision to step out of the room, expressed his confusion. Isn't tonight the final night, Brother Zuo? By the time the hunters finish their meal, dawn will likely break, making it easier to clear the level. Zuo Cheng'an responded through action. He deftly evaded the hunter's assault, instantly teleporting to the vicinity of Lu Shuang's corpse. There, he collected a bag of dried mutton and a pair of glasses that had unexpectedly emerged, disregarding the bloodstains on the items. He donned the glasses and consumed a piece of the dried mutton. Sensing the surge of power, Zuo Cheng'an precisely aimed a strike at the hunter's neck. Initially relying on the blood bar for positioning, he could only vaguely ascertain the hunter's location. Whether his axe would strike the shoulder, arm, or head remained uncertain, as it was prone to being obstructed by bone. However, with the newly acquired semi-enclosed black-framed glasses, his vision sharpened instantaneously, rendering the hunter's form as clear as daylight. What was he waiting for, if not to swiftly target a vital spot? Alas, the short blade of his axe failed to achieve a decapitation, merely slicing through the softer front of the neck, yet it managed to diminish the hunter's blood bar by 5. This reduction fueled Zuo Cheng'an's resolve, prompting him to lift the axe and continue his assault. He had not been idle. Instead, he had been in the room applying potions to re-enchant the axe's blade. With the potion's quantity dwindling to a mere third, he was relieved that the dungeon was nearing its conclusion. Others rushed out to assist, though they could not perceive the hunter's blood bars. Additionally, the hunters seemed devoid of pain. Even grievous injuries did not affect their attack power or speed, leading the others to believe that the hunters were still at their peak, thus prioritizing delays over decisive strikes. Only when the effects of the potion began to manifest, causing the hunters' reactions to slow, did a glimmer of victory appear on the horizon. With a final strike against one of the hunter's chests, Zuo Cheng'an successfully dispatched it. The game's notification echoed in his mind. Defeated hunter, EX1. However, there was no indication of item drops. Zuo Cheng'an had mentally prepared himself for this outcome, not feeling particularly disappointed. Having previously acquired items suggested that he might have been the first to achieve a kill in this dungeon. At that moment, Zheng Run, Liuechio, and the others managed to deplete the blood bar of the other hunter. Zheng Run, who delivered the final blow, paused for a moment. Zuo Cheng'an, familiar with his temperament, knew he was not one to conceal his feelings. The absence of surprise on his face indicated that he too had heard the game's notification, yet received no item drop. With such limited samples, it remained uncertain how the item drop rates functioned within this dungeon. All 3 hunters lay defeated, according to the barrage of messages. They would not need to wait for dawn to clear the level ahead of time. As this thought crossed his mind, Zuo Cheng'an felt a sudden darkness envelop him. In the next moment, he found himself standing on a bustling and vibrant street, surrounded by individuals whose attire appeared rather peculiar. Yet none seemed to take notice of his presence. He could only observe their lips moving, as if engaged in conversation, yet he was unable to hear a single sound. Moreover, there were no spherical cameras in sight, and the barrage of comments that usually accompanied his vision seemed to be entirely suppressed. It appeared that the audience was unable to follow him here, nor witness the scene before him. Ding! Congratulations, player, on passing the novice assessment dungeon. Reward calculation in progress. Overall evaluation, S. Acquired free attribute points, 10. Level 1 dungeon cap is 5. S-grade rating rewards are doubled. Acquired points, 200. Level 1 dungeon cap is 100. S-grade rating rewards are doubled. Detected damage to player S body. Would you like to spend 25 points to recover? Click to expand details. Yes, no. Chapter 12. Avoiding the 3 die upon perusing the intricate details of the game. Zuo Cheng'an realized that the damage referenced in the game transcended the mere scratches he sustained during his encounter with the hunter. It also encompassed the scars left by past surgeries, the slight misalignment from healed bones, and the latent injuries accumulated within his veins. A wave of trepidation washed over him as he contemplated the repair options presented by the game. Some he was aware of, while others remained a mystery. Had he not been thrust into this game, he would have never fathomed the extent of his bodily afflictions, despite his previously robust health. Upon selecting the Confirm button, his points balance dwindled to 175, and Zuo Cheng'an felt a remarkable lightness, as though all the detritus within his body had been purged in one fell swoop, alleviating a considerable burden. Once the warmth enveloping him dissipated, he noticed an increase of 1 point in his constitution attribute. It appeared that the harmful substances accrued from years of consuming technology and engaging in strenuous activities had been eradicated as well. Gazing at the 10 free attribute points awarded post-calculation, Zuo Cheng'an hesitated not, investing them all into strength. Upon discovering that he could no longer augment strength beyond 10 points, he allocated the excess points into constitution and speed. His current attribute panel read, Player, Zuo Cheng'an, level, unranked, mental, 74-100, constitution, 10 strength, speed, 10 items, tetanus antidote X1, 31, night vision goggles, mutton jerky, 2 pieces, skill, true eye. Initially, Zuo Cheng'an's strength stood at a mere 5 points, but through achievements in the dungeon, he had acquired 3 free attribute points, ultimately raising it to 8 points. Following the dungeon's conclusion, he received an additional 10 free attribute points, 2 of which he used to max out strength, while the remaining 8 were allocated to constitution and speed, bringing them to 10 points, leaving him with 2 in use points. When he attempted to increment the values further, the game prompted him to ascend the ladder tower to enhance his level before he could exceed his physical limits and continue allocating points. Exceeding physical limits? It resembled the game's leveling up mechanism. Advancement was requisite for normal progression, a rather straightforward scheme. At this juncture, Zuo Cheng'an increasingly felt that the expenditure of 25 points was justified. Had it not been for the cleansing of his latent injuries, resulting in a 1-point increase in constitution, he would not have been able to amass 2 free attribute points. However, the fluctuation in his mental value piqued his curiosity. Prior to the dungeon's commencement, his mental score was 97, yet it plummeted to 74 after 1 dungeon run. What implications did this value hold? With little time to ponder, Zuo Cheng'an noticed that he could now discern sounds from the streets. For instance, a vendor nearby was engaged in haggling with a customer over a horn-shaped item, whose price had been slashed from 200 points to 161 points, with the customer now arguing over the remaining 1 point. Zuo Cheng'an's sudden appearance in the street, an anomaly in itself, did not attract much attention. Passers-by merely remarked, another newcomer, before resuming their own pursuits. In certain corners, curious gazes lingered, devoid of malice. Thus, Zuo Cheng'an chose to disregard these stares, focusing intently on his surroundings. The environment resembled that of an ordinary human city, yet the pristine white sky and the inexplicable clarity that illuminated every corner revealed that this was no reality. They remained ensconced within a game. Occasionally, newcomers like himself would materialize on the street. Presently, he found himself at the entrance of what appeared to be a bustling market, teeming with vendors occupying the entirety of a grand square. Some vendors seemed reluctant to engage with passers-by, shrouding themselves entirely in dark cloth. Zuo Cheng'an meandered near the entrance, casually surveying the prices. He discovered that the 175 points in his pocket were both plentiful and scarce, depending on his purchasing intentions. While he could feast on ordinary food for nearly 2 months with that sum, a single ordinary white-quality item could deplete his funds entirely. At that moment, a pair of eyes, hidden in the shadows, approached him, greeting him with a friendly demeanor. "I have been observing you for quite some time. You must be new here." Appearing suddenly on the street. "Would you like a guide? It's only 5 points, a bargain." A shrewd-looking woman stepped closer, firmly grasping Zuo Cheng'an's wrist, eagerly promoting her services as if fearing he might slip away. Recalling the prices he had just noted, he realized that 5 points could purchase 10 kilograms of rice. While he had no aversion to enlisting a guide to swiftly familiarize himself with the game, he was certain this price was exorbitant. He was not one to be easily swindled. Furthermore, those with ulterior motives often concealed vital information, potentially leading newcomers to unwarranted losses. Yet the woman persisted, suggesting that her guiding services would include some additional special offerings, adopting an air that implied he would not be allowed to leave without making a purchase. Unfazed, Zuo Cheng'an tightened his grip on her wrist, gradually increasing the pressure. With a strength rated at 10 points, she cried out in pain, hastily releasing her hold. Her expression a mix of fear and barely concealed envy as she regarded him, realizing she had encountered a formidable opponent. She dared not contemplate his S rating, but surmised that his physical condition must be commendable, indicating he likely achieved a high score in the dungeon, thus earning rewards far exceeding those of others. As the pain in her wrist intensified, she feared that if she did not relent, it would be crushed. "Brother, I was wrong. If you don't need me, that's fine. Please, let me go." Only then did Zuo Cheng'an release her, granting her freedom. Following this encounter, many who had harbored intentions to deceive newcomers hesitated to approach. In the tranquil expanse of his surroundings, Zuo Cheng'an observed that numerous individuals seemed to sustain themselves by acting as guides. It was as if, upon the mere appearance of a silhouette, several gazes would converge upon it, swiftly altering their focus according to the nature of the target. Should a vigorous young man materialize, it would be the woman from earlier who approached him. If a girl appeared, a more sympathetic figure, a disabled person would take her place. Although points could mend physical injuries, requiring only 2 days of accumulation for a revival, they insisted on maintaining this pitiable facade, even cultivating it into an industry, the sheer profitability of which was evident. As he watched some newcomers rendered momentarily speechless, Zuo Cheng'an felt no inclination to offer assistance or a word of caution. However, with the departure of the so-called scammers, those who genuinely relied on this for their livelihood found an opportunity to step forward. A child, appearing no older than 8 or 9, cautiously emerged from the shadows. He did not rudely grasp Zuo Cheng'an's clothing, but rather stood politely half a meter away, speaking in a calm and measured tone. "Sir, would you like guiding services? For just 1 point, I can introduce you to the various key functional areas of Zone 7. At last, Zuo Cheng'an had gleaned a fragment of useful information. This place was referred to as Zone 7. If there was a Zone 7, there must surely be Zones 1 through 6 as well. The willingness to share even a modicum of information was far more generous than the scam groups that demanded consumption while tightly concealing their knowledge. Moreover, their prices were quite reasonable. Chapter 13. Nowhere to escape. Ultimately, Zuo Cheng'an chose to accompany the young boy on a tour. Through their conversation, the boy revealed his name was Yulu. However, his voice possessed a high pitch that belied his age. Zuo Cheng'an refrained from prying into others' secrets, yet he was taken aback by Yu Li's origin. Yulu was born and raised within the game, his parents both players. Moreover, there were numerous children with similar backgrounds residing in the number 7 safe zone. Zuo Cheng'an calculated the timeline. The large-scale disappearances in the real world had occurred 2 weeks prior, a duration insufficient for a human gestation period, let alone raising a child to such an age. This suggested either the game had existed for over a decade or time flowed at an accelerated rate within the game compared to reality. Having been born and raised in the game, Yulu occasionally wondered why, despite the abundance of resources here, some adults still yearned to leave. Brother, you came from the real world, didn't you? What is there in the real world? Zuo Cheng'an contemplated before providing an explanation that he believed would resonate with the concerns of gamers. The real world is quite similar to here, but people earn currency through jobs that pose no life-threatening risks to purchase food. Ah, so that's how it is, Yulu replied, his expression one of realization. The sole currency within the game was points, which could only be transferred between players or earned through completing dungeons. However, even with an exceedingly detailed strategy guide, lacking sufficient strength could easily lead to death during a dungeon run. This raised Zuo Cheng'an's suspicions. Did the newcomers you previously guided never mention this to you? Those who act as guides frequently interact with newcomers. Such knowledge should not be unknown, unless they are feigning ignorance or truly unaware. Yulu shook his head. I only turned 10 yesterday and was expelled from the temple dungeon. You are my first guest. In the game, pregnant women or children under 10 are exempt from dungeon runs. They reside in a location called the Temple, a 0-level dungeon, where, apart from lacking freedom, they are provided for without worry. Oh dear, we have arrived at the dungeon hall, Yulu announced, stopping before an egg-shaped structure at the heart of the safe zone. He then educated Zuo Cheng'an. All players in the safe zone must undertake a dungeon run at least once a week. If one opts out, they must surrender 100 points as compensation. Leading Zuo Cheng'an into the grand egg-shaped building, he cautioned, be careful not to step into the circles of light on the floor, or the game will assume you wish to participate in a dungeon run, and once inside, you cannot exit. The dungeon hall resembled a train station waiting area. Yet the entry points transformed into large screens, each corresponding to a specific dungeon. Each screen thoughtfully displayed the dungeon's name, level, and required number of participants, even cycling promotional videos for the dungeons to assist players in their selections. For instance, the screen closest to Zuo Cheng'an depicted a luxurious cruise ship amidst the ocean. The sea, the ship, the sunset, and the bustling passengers creating a harmonious composition that evoked a sense of serene beauty. The looping images and videos depict a beautiful facade, showcasing either a grand aristocratic ball or opulent suites with stunning ocean views. Additionally, there are private cinemas, bars, and even a golf course. Beside this, the name of the dungeon, 3 to 1588 No Escape, is inscribed, indicating a large-scale instance that requires 100 participants to commence. The number 3 signifies that it is a Tier 3 dungeon, while 1588 is its identification number. The title and imagery serve as clues for players, allowing them to infer whether the dungeon is survival-based or task-oriented. The former requires merely survival, while the latter necessitates the completion of specific objectives set by the game. Yula noticed that Zuo Cheng'an was intrigued by the No Escape dungeon and promptly cautioned, brother, do not be deceived by the promotional video. This Tier 3 dungeon was just released, and no one has managed to clear it yet. Therefore, the strategies are incomplete. Everyone is waiting for the major guilds to explore it first, and they are purchasing strategies in the meantime. It would be wise to wait for the guides to be published before attempting it. Moreover, I do not recommend newcomers venture into dungeons that exceed their current level. Lacking sufficient attributes may result in an inability to even breach the skin of the monsters within. Zuo Cheng'an nodded, undeterred by the game's alluring presentation. The combination of the ocean, the cruise ship, and the dungeon's name, No Escape, suggested that this was not as straightforward as it appeared. While Yulu elaborated on the details of other dungeons in the hall, a wave of exclamations erupted at the entrance. What the? Why is the wave-chasing guild here? How unfortunate. If you think it's bad luck, don't purchase their strategies anymore. Wonderful. A major guild is finally willing to take the plunge. I heard the leading player is from the Xiaoya Guild, who has already ascended to the 4th ladder, right? They certainly seem different from ordinary players. Why are members of both guilds walking together? Are they planning to collaborate on the dungeon? A substantial contingent entered through the doorway, composed entirely of peak players from the second and third ladders, numbering no less than 100. Upon entering the dungeon hall, they moved with purpose towards the corresponding light circle for the Tier 3 dungeon no escape. As more individuals stepped into the circle, the displayed number incrementally changed from 0-100 to 37-100. When all members of the two guilds finally entered the circle, the count reached 100-100. In that instant, the 100 participants vanished, seemingly teleported into the dungeon. Meanwhile, the screen that had been showcasing images of the Tier 3 dungeon no escape transformed into 2-0873 Blue Hat Granny Circus, a dungeon requiring only 20 participants to initiate. Onlookers, initially gathered to watch, recognized that the next instance to emerge was an older dungeon with a low number that had been open for a considerable time, capable of yielding items. Excitement sparked among them, with some openly advertising dungeon strategies, B-grade rating, complete collection, strategies to obtain the hidden rewards from Blue Hat Granny, produced by Xiaoya, trustworthy, methods to unlock side quests, seamlessly acquiring the Blue Hat item. Come and have a look. No risks involved. No unconventional strategies required. Follow this guide, and I assure you, you shall emerge unscathed. The variations of the guide come with different price tags, and soon enough, 20 individuals snatched up their preferred strategies and stepped into the illuminated circle. As their figures vanished, everyone noted that the next dungeon, though still of the second tier, bore a considerably high serial number. Although it had already been successfully conquered by a prominent guild, the strategy had yet to be disseminated, resulting in minimal entrants. During this time, Yulu remained industrious, seizing the opportunity to enlighten Zuo Cheng'an, Xiaoyu, Zhulang, and Qianlai, all renowned major guilds in the 7th district, possessing no fewer than 1,000 dungeon strategies. Becoming a member of their guild not only promises safety in dungeon runs under the guidance of seasoned players, but also grants access to a plethora of strategic benefits. That's over 1,000 strategies. Given the frequency of tackling new challenges every week, one could avoid the perils of exploration for the next 2 decades. Chapter 14. Ladder Tower. Why does it seem that the large guilds in this game resemble major corporations in the real world? Zuo Cheng'an pondered briefly. The benefits are substantial. Yet gaining entry is quite challenging, isn't it? Yulu contemplated for a moment, then nodded emphatically, her small face taking on a serious expression. Indeed, it is exceedingly difficult. Both Xiaoyu and Qianlai impose a minimum requirement for veteran players to reach the first ladder, which merely grants a chance for entry, but the likelihood of being filtered out is high. They generally do not accept newcomers, unless it is a rookie who can achieve an A-level rating on their very first dungeon. Such individuals would undoubtedly be welcomed with open arms. In comparison, the Zhulang Guild is relatively easier to join, as they frequently recruit new members. However, Yulu gently tugged at Zuo Cheng'an's sleeve, signaling him to lean closer. I have heard that sometimes members of Zhulang utilize newcomers to test the fatal rules of dungeons. Occasionally, a group may venture into a dungeon, with the veterans emerging unscathed while all the newcomers perish. Zuo Cheng'an noted this point. Although he had no immediate intention of joining a guild, it was beneficial to gather knowledge. What about the smaller guilds? Surely, there must be more than just these 3 prominent guilds in District 7? The smaller guilds are quite straightforward. Just outside the market, there were individuals recruiting new members. A glance at their panels reveals whether one qualifies for entry. Some guilds merely require individual capabilities, while others demand specific attributes like strength and speed to meet certain thresholds. The criteria vary widely. Zuo Cheng'an nodded, committing this information to memory. A brief understanding of these details suffices, as revealing one's panel to others is utterly out of the question. Subsequently, Yulu guided him to explore the entertainment center within the safe zone, the arena, the ladder tower, and their final destination was the real estate center. The real estate center? Zuo Cheng'an was taken aback, astonished that real estate development could exist within the game. Yulu responded, naturally, the game itself is the largest developer. After all, every player requires a place to reside. With a home, upon exiting a dungeon, one can choose to teleport directly to their abode or to the street. If severely injured, One can return home to recuperate at their leisure, while also enjoying enhanced privacy, at least avoiding the need to change clothes or bathe in public. Zuo Cheng'an examined the housing prices. A standard single hotel-style apartment required 20,000 points to purchase, while renting it would cost 30 points per week. What if one cannot afford the rent? Yulu was familiar with this. He pointed to the adjacent park and the nearby bridge arch. One can sleep in the park or seek refuge beneath the bridge. However, as the bridge offers shelter from wind and rain, securing a spot there can be somewhat troublesome. In the direction Yulu indicated, Zuo Cheng'an observed a multitude of players bedding strewn about, with blankets laid side by side, resembling a communal dormitory, devoid of any privacy. As they parted ways, Zuo Cheng'an discreetly handed Yulu an additional 4 points, as a token of gratitude for the wealth of information he had shared, particularly regarding the aspect of the ladder tower that he was most eager to understand. With resolute determination, he expended 30 points to rent a modest room. The moment the panel bound to the room, a sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a spacious room of over 40 square meters. It was unclear whether the room existed in an alternate dimension. Regardless, upon opening the door, he found himself at the entrance of the instance hall, and a glance out the window revealed a panoramic view of safe zone number 7. The location was convenient, and the scenery was splendid, devoid of any flaws. Stepping out of the room, the figure of Zuo Cheng'an materialized at the entrance of the instance hall, which lay at the very heart of safe zone number 7, offering easy access to any destination from there. After orienting himself, Zuo Cheng'an proceeded towards the ladder tower. The term climbing the ladder was a colloquialism among players, as the official name for the leveling area was the ladder tower, where ascending the tower level by level resembled climbing a ladder, hence the term. According to his personal panel, Zuo Cheng'an's level was marked as unclimbed, which meant that after his attribute points reached 10, they could not be increased further. To progress, he needed to ascend to the first level of the ladder tower. The method of ascent was straightforward. One needed to complete a corresponding level of an unopened instance. Since these instances had yet to enter the instance hall, there were naturally no available strategies, thereby testing the true abilities of the players. Of course, should one manage to find a seasoned player willing to guide them through the instance, the situation would be markedly different. However, individuals with such connections were few and far between. Within safe zone number 7, which boasted a population of 100,000, over 20,000 were players who had yet to climb the ladder. This was the crux of their predicament. While one could survive in the game without ascending, relying on strategies, venturing up the ladder posed a genuine risk. Although strategies seemed to enable most players to endure and improve the success rate of instance completions, they ultimately stifled independent capability, fostering a dependency over time. This was still a fortunate situation. Some players, paralyzed by fear from the instances, resorted to sleeping in the streets, subsisting on cold food, toiling tirelessly just to accumulate 100 points to meet the weekly instance requirements. Each day was a struggle for survival. Many in the guiding groups lurking near the newcomer spawn points were individuals of this sort. Additionally, there were players who, leveraging their skills, purchased raw materials within the game, transformed them into clothing, food, and furniture, and sold these items. Over time, this led to a safe zone that mirrored the real world. Here, one could even purchase a delectable jianbing, Chinese crepe. At the crossroads, its taste indistinguishable from that of the real world, though the ingredients were healthier. Those Zuo Cheng'an could not currently see the barrage of foul language that littered the screen, he would not forget the sight he witnessed within the instance. Humanity, akin to animals in a zoo, being observed for amusement by some unseen entities. The floating eyes within the instance eluded his comprehension. It was highly plausible that those eyes were not even products of the game. To unearth the existence concealed behind those eyes, one must possess strength. The ladder tower stands as a towering, vertical white metal structure, akin to a steel pipe, and it is the tallest edifice within the entirety of Zone 7, soaring so high that its pinnacle is obscured from view. Its name, Ladder Tower, is perfectly befitting. To the average player, it may merely appear as an expansive, ordinary metal tower. However, to Zuo Cheng'an, an annotation has surprisingly manifested itself. Ladder Tower, the path to ascendancy. Will you seize the opportunity? This line of annotation diverges from those Zuo Cheng'an had previously encountered, as it concludes with a perplexing string of garbled text. The font is also strikingly unique, rendered in resplendent gold. What sort of entity cannot even reveal its name, yet possesses a skin? As this thought crossed his mind, a chill coursed down Zuo Cheng'an's spine, and in an instant, the fabric of his innermost layer was soaked through with cold sweat, enveloping him in an abyss of dread. What a miser, he silently cursed. Yet he had no penchant for courting danger. As he uttered this thought, the garble did not linger in his mind. Indeed, as long as he refrained from dwelling upon it, no unpleasant sensations would arise. Casting aside the unpleasant experience, Zuo Cheng'an approached the ladder tower. The awe it inspired from a distance was already remarkable, and as he drew nearer, this sense of wonder only intensified. Chapter 15. The ladder dungeon players who have not yet reached the ladder level congregate outside the first floor of the ladder tower. Only those of rank 1 or higher are permitted entry within. The primary facilities here mirror those of the dungeon hall, featuring a series of screens displaying videos or images pertaining to various dungeons, alongside the names of these dungeons and the requisite number of participants for initiation. Below the screens, luminous circles are marked on the ground. Stepping into one signifies a selection of the corresponding dungeon. For certain dungeons requiring a larger number of participants, the circles expand accordingly. Compared to the dungeon hall, the number of players here is considerably fewer, with many circles occupied by just 1 or 2 individuals, far from reaching the threshold needed to commence a dungeon. Should the matching time exceed 1 hour, those standing within will be ejected. To enhance efficiency, players typically form their teams according to the required numbers in advance before entering together. There are roughly over 100 screens, providing ample options for players. Bus route 412. Need one more. One more, and we can go. Desert tour group. 20-person dungeon. Just 4 more needed. Members possess an item that provides unlimited drinking water. No worries about water sources. Island hotel. Staying in the presidential suite. Unlimited food. Dungeon diving feels like a vacation. Only 6 spots left. Players solicit teammates beside the dungeons, calling out to those who might be interested, drawing them in to join. Others, wary of being outnumbered and taken advantage of if they enter alone, watch from a distance. Zuo Cheng'an found himself momentarily overwhelmed by the multitude of choices and uncertain of which to select. In truth, he had his own criteria. He would avoid dungeons with eerie themes, those that demanded excessive time, and preferred to return on the same day. If the dungeon offered quality accommodations or meals, he might consider relaxing the second condition. However, with such stringent criteria, few options remained. 1 to 4,779 Uncle Red Eye's farm? Zuo Cheng'an paused, halting before one of the screens. The display dutifully showcased the farm's idyllic features, with ripe tomatoes, chicks wandering alongside a hen, and sheep scattered across grassy hills. Along with cows, it appeared quite appealing. He was not alone in his interest in the 1 to 4,779 Uncle Red Eye's farm dungeon. 2 players resembling twin sisters stood nearby, intently examining the screen. Sister, look at this. It seems to be a quest dungeon. Completing the quest should allow us to return. The farm. The hostile creatures would likely be wolves or leopards. Surely, there won't be any zombies or ghostly women interrupting the scene. Should we choose this one? That could work. But there are only 2 of us. Dungeons require 5 to commence. But we can find 3 more, can't we? This spot is prime. Surely we'll attract more players soon. The twin sister speculation proved correct. Within 10 minutes, male players were drawn in, joining Zuo Cheng'an. However, Zuo Cheng'an and the twin sisters had already entered the light circle, occupying 3 slots, while the newly arrived quartet wished to remain together. Thus, they sought alternative instances. 2 minutes later, a young couple, inseparable and affectionate, approached to fill the last 2 vacancies. The moment the couple stepped into the light circle, Zuo Cheng'an experienced a subtle tug. In the next instant, he inhaled a fragrance reminiscent of fresh grass mingled with earth, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself standing beside a bus stop sign. The sign boldly displayed the words, Uncle Red Eye's farm. Concurrently, the information pertaining to the instance materialized in his mind. Instance, Uncle Red Eye's farm, ID 1 to 4779. Task: complete the work assigned to you by Uncle Red Eye. Task duration: 1 day. Task background: Uncle Red Eye owns a farm, renowned for its beloved tomato sauce. However, he has recently been troubled by a shortage of workers, leaving his farms severely understaffed. Fortunately, a group of diligent and brave players has arrived just in time to fill the gaps. Friendly reminder: Uncle Red Eye is quite gentle, but he has a strong aversion to laziness. Please ensure you complete the tasks assigned by Uncle Red Eye before the instance concludes. The task had yet to be assigned, seemingly awaiting the NPC named Uncle Red Eye to delegate responsibilities. Compared to the novice instance Screaming Knight that he had previously cleared, this latter instance presented a more detailed task background. The other 4 players lingered near the bus stop with the twins standing together and the couple huddled closely. Zuo Cheng'an, embarking on the instance alone, found himself somewhat isolated. However, he had no time to ponder this. His attention was entirely captured by the air around him, where the grotesque, blood-veined eyeballs had reappeared. Their numbers far surpassed those encountered in the Screaming Knight instance. If, in Screaming Knight, each player was typically followed by a solitary eyeball, in this instance, each player was surrounded by 3 to 5 of these grotesque entities. These eyeballs orbited the players, transmitting every subtle change in expression and movement to another group of observers. The long-missed barrage of comments resurfaced in his line of sight. The latter instance is indeed superior. All is unpublished, free from spoilers from a horde of dimwits. Who understands this? It's the most annoying when you're engrossed in the action, only to have the barrage spoil where monsters will spring forth, robbing all sense of suspense. Indeed, and the quality of this instance is markedly higher than those foolish ones outside. Primarily because it's riddled with traps. I revel in watching players fall victim to the tasks. Everything is splendid, except for the scarcity of players here. If they're all simpletons, they perish swiftly. A farm will be lethal. Did you not read the title of the live stream? This is Uncle Red Eye's farm, the very rabbit that becomes greedy at the sight of money. I remember now. That rabbit, renowned for digging traps for players. If it's truly him, there will be much amusement to witness. Zuo Cheng'an extracted crucial information from the barrage of comments. The reference to Red-Eyed Uncle in the dungeon's title suggested that he was a rabbit, seemingly deriving pleasure from tormenting players, exhibiting a notably malevolent disposition. Upon receiving this intelligence, Zuo Cheng'an, having yet to encounter the so-called Red-Eyed, had already raised his guard significantly. The other players appeared quite seasoned. Typically, such narrative-driven dungeons would feature a guiding NPC. The absence of this NPC prompted them to engage in brief introductions, lest they find themselves awkwardly fumbling for names during their future collaboration. The twin sisters were the first to present themselves. I am Fuyu, and this is my sister Fuyu. We have traversed 4 level 1 dungeons. Aside from our physical attribute, which is average, the rest are maximized, with our mental fortitude exceeding 70, ensuring our safety. Following closely were a young couple who introduced themselves. You can call me Wang Fei, and this is my girlfriend, Yu. Our statistics are somewhat lacking. Only our speed is fully optimized, yet our mental attributes are commendably high, both exceeding 80. Zuo Cheng'an listened attentively. It seemed they all placed great emphasis on their mental attributes. What consequences might arise from possessing a low mental score? Chapter 16. How splendid this little tomato appears. Now, only Zuo Cheng'an remains to introduce himself. He conceals certain information and states, Zuo Cheng'an, strength is maxed out, but mental state is somewhat diminished, just above 60. He summarizes the pattern of the other 4 individuals, each possessing at least one attribute at its peak, and devises a textual trap, intending to mislead them into believing their mental state is merely in the 60s. Should the other 4 exhibit no reaction, then even if his mental state descends to that level, he would still be safe. Conversely, if they do react, it would serve his purpose, allowing him to glean insights about their mental values. However, to his surprise, the other 4 players remain unresponsive while the barrage of comments erupts. What the hell? This person's mental state is only in the 60s. Is he on the brink of danger? This dungeon could very well distort. I suspect he might sprout rabbit ears like the Red Eyes, After all, this is in its domain. Not necessarily. The greater factor influencing distortion is fear. He could transform into a monster reminiscent of those he has encountered before, leaving a deep impression. Players entering a dungeon with him are truly unfortunate. If his self-control falters, there might even be a traitor among them. The comments swirl in confusion. They cannot possibly have the leisure to educate like an encyclopedia, as if it were tailored for someone in particular. Thus, Zuo Cheng'an merely jots down the term distortion and observes the player's reactions. Fuyu furrows her brow, casting a worried glance at her sister Fuyu, who gently shakes her head in response. Only then does Fuyu inquire of Zuo Cheng'an, "Have you been engaging in high-intensity, continuous dungeon runs? After this ascent, you should rest for 2 days, or your body won't withstand it." The couple discreetly inches away from Zuo Cheng'an, as if fearing to draw trouble upon themselves. Is distortion truly that terrifying? Zuo Cheng'an suddenly finds himself intrigued. He, dear players, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Next to the sign, an unusually tall white rabbit, clad in a black evening gown and matching top hat, appears seemingly out of nowhere. At this moment, the large white rabbit beams, greeting the players with a child's high-pitched, crystalline voice. Such attire, combined with its stature, renders the rabbit's anthropomorphic speech less jarring. As it converses, its blood-red eyes fixate intently on the players. They realize, no wonder it is called the Red Eye Farm. After all, isn't the rabbit's gaze crimson? Yet, the rabbit's attire is at odds with the farm's theme, as is its voice. While its tone resembles that of a child, the dungeon bears the name Uncle Red Eye's Farm. Instead of a mere farmer, it resembles a young noble just departing from a grand soir. In disbelief, gazes above the rabbit's head, where a health bar prominently displays 94. 88. It is a hostile creature. It can be slain. The uncle with red eyes seemed oblivious to the confusion mirrored in the player's gazes, as he continued to prattle on about his lines. Your arrival is indeed timely. There is an abundance of work to be done on the farm, harvesting ripe tomatoes, herding the little sheep that have wandered off to play, collecting eggs. I simply cannot manage it all on my own. I truly appreciate your assistance. Yet, despite his words, there was no trace of gratitude on the uncle's face. Rather, a growing impatience loomed, as if he were ready to vent his frustrations upon each player in turn. Given the rarity of the opportunity to work on the farm, a fee would be required to seize this invaluable chance. However, lacking the necessary currency, the players would have to accrue a debt, promising to repay him with 100 ladder coins in due time. The uncle shook his head, exhibiting no hint of shame, his enthusiasm only ignited by the mention of money. The trend of paying for work had evidently infiltrated the instance. Zuo Cheng'an focused his attention on the uncle and the evening gown he wore, adorned with bloodstains. Red Eye, a frantic rabbit, comment surprisingly endearing. Bloodied evening gown, from the level 3 instance no escape, nearly saturated with blood, rendering it stiff in no time. The golden text persisted. Following the code also shimmered in gold. Nevertheless, Zuo Cheng'an's focus was primarily on other information. The uncle appeared in both the farm instance and the no escape instance. Could it be that NPCs in the game roamed freely between various instances? Was there truly such a shortage of personnel? And, moreover, was the filter necessary so thick? As these thoughts surfaced, Zuo Cheng'an felt a foreboding sense of unease regarding the impending pressure, yet after a prolonged wait, did not manifest the same overwhelming presence as before with a tentative mental curse directed at. Still, there was no reaction. After a brief introduction and opening remarks, the uncle led the players towards a nearby hillside farm, narrating the farm's history along the way. The farm's most renowned product was its tomato sauce, with countless loyal clients such as Happy Apartments, Ladder Department Store, and Rose Hotel. Each tomato harvest season, they would order substantial quantities of sauce. Speaking of the farm's accomplishments, the uncle finally shed his monotonous tone, his voice rising with excitement. In a seemingly magical display, he produced a jar labeled tomato sauce from Red Eye Farm from thin air for all to see. The players listened intently, their eyes wide open, eager not to miss any task-related information. However, throughout their journey, The uncle either boasted of the farm's grandeur or reminded the players not to forget their payment for the opportunity to work, revealing not a single hint related to the task at hand. This left the players feeling somewhat disheartened. Behold, dear players, we are now traversing the farm's tomato fields. Quite a spectacle, is it not? Upon hearing the phrase red-eyed, the crowd turned their gaze towards the tomato field by the roadside. There, they beheld tomatoes, each bearing remarkably vivid faces reminiscent of panda-themed emoticons, which seemed to actively rotate their bodies to gaze back at the players. It felt almost surreal, as if the tomatoes were smiling at them the longer they stared. A panda emoticon smiling at oneself? Such a picturesque scene. The players present were all at the novice level, having barely experienced a handful of dungeons. Where could they have encountered such a spectacle? Their eyes felt assaulted, and they dared not fixate on the tomatoes any longer. Yet, in the eyes of Zuo Cheng'an, these peculiar tomatoes with panda emoticon faces were accompanied by annotations that were rather endearing. Wailing tomato, an exceptionally sensitive and timid variety, yet incredibly delicious. Harvesting must be done with utmost gentleness. If frightened, they will swiftly spoil amidst their wailing. P.S. The red-eyed one adores these money-making tomatoes, but despises being referred to as tomatoes. Utterly detests it. Upon reading the final line, Zuo Cheng'an, motivated by a spirit of experimentation, thought, "These tomatoes are truly remarkable. They must have received meticulous care. The red-eyed one must find this delightful. Of course, you, player, possess some discernment. Zuo Cheng'an. Is that all there is? Shouldn't there be some acknowledgement? Damn it, what a miserly rabbit." At that moment, Yu seemed eager to ingratiate herself with the red-eyed entity, chiming in, indeed, these little tomatoes are simply beautiful in the eyes of humans. Tomatoes and Zhangxi are regarded as the same entity. Due to the omission of a character and the ease of pronunciation, people are more accustomed to referring to tomatoes as Zhangxi. This seemingly innocuous compliment, enhanced by the sweetness of a young girl's voice, became even more enchanting. Yet, the expression of the red-eyed one stiffened, slowly turning to fixate on Yu, articulating each word. "What did you just say is beautiful?" Unaware of any misstep, Yu continued to extol the adorableness of the little tomatoes in the field, proclaiming their irresistible charm. The twin sisters, Fuyu and Fuyu, exchanged glances, wishing to join in the praise, but before the tomatoes bearing panda emoticon faces, they found themselves utterly at a loss for words. Chapter 17. Task Allocation. Ultimately, Wang Guangfei sensed the tension in the air and discreetly tugged at his girlfriend, Yu, before she could make a more significant blunder. He whispered, "Hold your tongue. Your alluring trinkets seem ineffective against the boss of this tower's instance." Ah, what a charming group of players. The red-eyed rabbit's expression was stiff, its claws tightly gripping its staff, as if that alone could barely restrain its impulse to obliterate the players on the spot. A terrifying pressure emanated from the red-eyed rabbit, causing the nearby tomatoes to feel threatened. Their faces wrinkled in distress, as if they were on the verge of bursting into tears. Oh, how beautiful the scene was, observing its beloved little tomatoes in discomfort. The red-eyed rabbit finally reigned in its aura. Noticing the shift in the rabbit's tone, the young couple of players ceased their chatter, finally falling silent. After this brief interlude, the red-eyed rabbit guided the players through a foul-smelling cattle pen, characterized by towering hen houses inhabited by hens with hooked beaks and sharp claws. The place was desolate, save for the feeding troughs filled with hay and meat in the sheep pen. In that pen, a peculiar black sheep seemed to have lost its mind, incessantly attempting to bite the red-eyed rabbit. "Will you never cease, you beast? Every time I visit, you bite. Can't you just behave for a day?" The image of a rabbit chastising a sheep felt utterly bizarre. The players, however, were too captivated by the grotesque flesh of unknown creatures in the troughs to notice this oddity. The red-eyed rabbit reveled in the players' expressions of horror, basking in the sensation, its furry face breaking into a radiant smile. Yet, soon, that smile froze at the corners of its mouth. "Not you again, you damned rodents. Stay away from my tomatoes." It turned out that two mice larger than cats had emerged from the farm at some point. They swaggered down the path, brazenly rummaging through the warehouse for breakfast in front of everyone. 2 palm-sized eggs and ripe, succulent tomatoes were devoured by the mice bite by bite. Zuo Cheng'an glanced over. These mice were unlike the other animals on the farm, for they bore health bars atop their heads, suggesting they belonged to the hostile faction within the instance. Steel-toothed mouse, creatures that roam throughout Ladder City, brazenly invading homes in search of food. Go, cook me a 4-dish soup. Witnessing the steel-toothed mice brazenly ravaging its tomatoes, the red-eyed rabbit was infuriated. Oh right, it was already red-eyed. The red-eyed rabbit was hopping mad. Given its earlier display of power, Zuo Cheng'an felt it had the potential to swiftly deal with the bothersome mice. However, bound by certain rules of the instance, it was unable to act against them. The players were similarly restricted. Although the red-eyed rabbit was formidable, they were shielded by the game as long as they remained blameless. Even if the red-eyed rabbit felt ready to explode with rage, it could not unleash its fury. Indeed, the identity of red-eyed uncle on the farm is that of a mere farmer who, naturally, is powerless against the rampant rodent infestation and must seek assistance from the players. The red-eyed rabbit pointed a paw towards Zuo Cheng'an. Your task is to exterminate the mice on the farm. By tonight, I expect to see the carcasses of 1,100 mice. Quest updated. Quest duration. 1 day. Congratulations on accepting hidden quest. Eliminate steel-toothed mice 0-100. Quest duration. 1 day. Friendly reminder. Red-eyed uncle is quite gentle, but he detests the indolent. Please ensure you complete the tasks assigned by red-eyed uncle before the quest concludes. P.S. Hidden quests significantly enhance scoring. Upon witnessing the changes in his personal panel, Zuo Cheng'an suddenly comprehended that his earlier remarks had captured Red-Eye's attention, coinciding with the appearance of an annoying mouse, which led the rabbit to assign him the task of eradicating the rodent problem. An additional detail worth noting is that Red-Eyed had initially intended to assign Zuo Cheng'an the task of killing 1,000 mice, but it seems the game rejected this proposal, reducing it to a mere 100. Perhaps this was because the game assessed that he could not feasibly accomplish the task of eliminating 1,000 steel-toothed mice. Hence the denial. It appears that the game will never assign players a task that is perpetually unattainable. However, is the eradication of the rodent problem a hidden quest? What was the original task meant for him? Shearing sheep? Cleaning the house? Milking cows? Zuo Cheng'an could see his panel and recognized he had accepted a hidden quest that could enhance his score. Yet, other players remained oblivious, believing Zuo Cheng'an had merely flattered Red-Eyed Uncle, inadvertently hitting a sore spot. They secretly mocked him in their hearts. Nonetheless, their laughter was short-lived. Upon encountering the mice, Red-Eyed Rabbit was in no mood to leisurely tour the farm with the players, promptly assigning tasks. It seemed to conceive a mischievous idea, grinning wickedly as it pointed at the young couple. My farm houses a total of 21 sheep. Before nightfall, you must herd all 21 into the pen. As for you, pick tomatoes to prepare for sauce. They must be intact and free from rot, and fill the storage. After a brief contemplation, it gestured towards the twin sisters Fu Yu and Fu Yu. You shall collect eggs from the chicken coop. Not a single egg must be left behind, and you will clean the barn. I do not wish to see a speck of dirt. Once the tasks were allocated, Red-Eye's rabbit face contorted into an exaggerated smile, kindly reminding, dear players, Red-Eyed Uncle despises laziness. Please ensure you complete all tasks before dusk. Upon hearing the assignments arranged by the Red-Eyed Rabbit, the other 4 players let out a sigh of relief, casting glances at Zuo Cheng'an imbued with a touch of pity. They are engaged in the humble tasks of harvesting tomatoes and cleaning the cattle pens, which may be somewhat dirty and laborious. After all, those who possess the physical prowess to qualify for the Sky Ladder Challenge are indeed superhuman, exhibiting strength and speed that allow them to complete their duties with diligence. However, when it comes to hunting mice, the potential for injury cannot be overlooked. Such a task relies heavily on luck, and whether one can fulfill the workload assigned by the Red-Eyed Rabbit before dusk remains uncertain. Zuo Cheng'an does not perceive his assignment as a burdensome chore. He is able to see the health bars of the mice, and the only creatures in the entire instance that possess health bars are those steel-toothed rodents, enabling him to effortlessly locate their positions without the need for exhaustive searching. Furthermore, equipped with the night vision goggles obtained from the novice dungeon, he can discern the surroundings even in darkness. This task is exceedingly straightforward for him. Moreover, defeating enemies might yield valuable items. Given the reputation of Red Eye among the spectators, it is improbable that he would assign players such a simplistic task. There may well be numerous hidden traps awaiting them. For instance, tomatoes that rapidly spoil upon being harvested, where a moment's carelessness could result in a warehouse full of rotten produce. The seemingly perilous mother hens fiercely guarding their young, though unseen, are likely not to be trifled with, resembling carnivorous sheep. Thus, upon reflection, while his task of rodent hunting may appear challenging, it could very well be the one with the fewest pitfalls. The barrage of comments is rife with speculation regarding the traps that Red Eye has laid for the players. Chapter 18. One sheep, two sheep. They lack the skill of the true eye, rendering them unable to perceive the descriptive annotations of items. Thus, they must rely on conjectures drawn from experiences garnered in other instances. I surmise that tomatoes can only be harvested when they are fully red and ripe. During the red eye inspection at night, those with green hues will surely be discarded, and players will face dire consequences for failing to fulfill the requirement of harvesting a full warehouse. I suspect that the peculiar variety of tomatoes might lead to some getting smeared with the juice of overripe ones during the picking process, resulting in swollen and rotten patches on the skin. How malicious you all are! I find it amusing. My imagination pales in comparison to yours. I envision the farm's chickens as fierce guardians. Anyone daring to take their eggs will be pecked, and if a player retaliates, they will certainly face the wrath of Red Eye upon returning to find the chickens injured. As the barrage of comments unfolded, they divulged a wealth of information to Zuo Cheng'an, making him increasingly cautious about the upcoming whack-a-mole task. In contrast, the others seemed unconcerned, casually remarking that the so-called latter instances were rather simplistic. Among the couple, Wang Guangfei appeared eager to impress his girlfriend, exclaiming, "What a breeze this is! Herding sheep. My buddy was too scared to come. Once I emerge as the top player, I'll have a good laugh at him. Indeed, all I need to do is pick tomatoes. Aside from the unpleasantness of the fruit, there is nothing too daunting. We were overly cautious in undertaking so many instances when it was entirely unnecessary." Yu recalled how, prior to entering, he and his boyfriend prepared for the latter instances. With limited points, they hesitated to purchase guides that could ensure AC or even AB rating for completion, settling instead for basic strategies that merely guaranteed a complete run. Consequently, their evaluations would only yield a D or D, and with good fortune, they might earn a single free attribute point. However, in instances with excessive participants, even that would elude them. This resulted in painfully slow growth, and procuring items became a challenge, not to mention the struggle for basic sustenance. As they faced the dire prospect of survival, they coveted the discounts and benefits offered to players who had ascended the ladder. Thus, with a steely resolve, they chose to enter the ladder tower in hopes of attaining the first tier, which would grant them a weekly subsidy of 1 point per person. 1 person equals 1 point. 2 persons yield 2 points, enough to cover a week's worth of meals. No? The twin sisters, on the other hand, diligently enhanced both attributes to their utmost limits before opting to ascend the ladder, as it is typically sufficient to elevate just one attribute to its peak. Preferring quality over quantity, they had traversed far fewer instances than the young couple. To acquire free attribute points within instances, players must not only avoid overly populated scenarios, but also maintain high evaluation scores. However, the rewards are proportional to the risks. After just 4 instances, Fuyu and Fu had already maxed out 2 of their attributes. After the young couple had traversed through more than a dozen instances, they finally achieved a single metric of full efficiency. Red Eye appeared to be quite occupied, assigning tasks to each player and scheduling a check-in time post-sunset. Muttering to himself about returning to the ship, despite his seasickness, he vanished from the players' view. The players exchanged glances and hastened towards their designated task points. Soon, only Zuo Cheng'an remained behind, watching Red Eye depart. At last, he could no longer bear it. The sight of an incomplete health bar hovering before him was maddening, and he felt an overwhelming urge to strike it. But wait, he had no weapon. Aside from a starter dungeon that provided players with free weapons and armor, no other instances offered such a luxury. Realizing this, Zuo Cheng'an set off to find a suitable weapon nearby. With true eye in play, he need not worry about mistakenly picking up something that could lead to his demise. The farm's primary expanse consisted of vast fields of tomatoes on the sloping hills, while the remaining structures, such as the chicken coop, sheep pen, cow barn, and granary, occupied relatively small plots of land. It was rather peculiar that such a large farm had no cats or dogs. Aside from the dwelling for the little animals, there was only a two-story red-roofed building that presumably belonged to the farm owner. Zuo Cheng'an tentatively pushed the door, only to find it securely locked. Upon witnessing this, the viewers in the comments section, who had been speculating about potential opening kills, felt deflated. However, a locked door did not preclude entry via the chimney. Given Zuo Cheng'an's exceptional physical attributes, climbing to the roof was as effortless as breathing. Yet time was of the essence. He could not afford to waste it on aimless exploration. While hidden quests were enticing, defeating 100 wild monsters was no trivial pursuit. He was not keen on experiencing the repercussions of failing to meet the tasks set forth by Red Eye. What if, once the instance concluded and the constraints were lifted, it could unleash chaos upon the players? To be branded as a mad rabbit, Red Eye must possess formidable methods to torment humanity. Fortune smiled upon him when, in a dust-laden warehouse, he discovered the long-handled weapon he sought, a pitchfork. Pitchfork, originating from? Farm, a simple yet deadly implement. One end featured a wooden handle, while the other boasted a U-shaped metal head, its two prongs honed to a razor-sharp point. This pitchfork, aside from its primary function of handling hay, seemed to have also impaled fragments of meat from the sheep pen's trough as it bore remnants of flesh and blood. Do not underestimate the pitchfork as a weapon. It is sufficiently long. The front end is sharp enough. Coupled with night vision goggles, he could hunt through the smallest of crevices. A single thrust could surely deliver a chilling fate to any rat. While retrieving the pitchfork, Zuo Cheng'an encountered Yu, who had returned with a basket of tomatoes. His boyfriend seemed to have ventured outside in search of the sheep. From a distance, Zuo Cheng'an could hear the tomatoes in the basket wailing, a rather eerie sound indeed. Please quiet down. Why are they still arguing when everything has been picked? If this continues, I shall unleash my wrath upon you. Yu, lacking patience, is overwhelmed by the immense workload pressing down on her. This sensation evokes memories of the time before she entered this world, when she was shackled by congenital heart disease. Even a slight increase in her pace would send chills to her palms, leaving her breathless. The warehouse, though seemingly modest in size, surprisingly accommodates layers upon layers of shelves. It appears that one would need to harvest the majority of the hill-s tomatoes to fill it. At this moment, Yu is particularly grateful that she had maxed out her speed before participating in the Sky Ladder instance. Otherwise, she might have truly faltered here due to an inability to complete her task. She can only hope that her boyfriend, Wang Guangfei, can hasten his sheep herding, so he can return to assist her in harvesting tomatoes. The incessant wailing of the tomatoes is driving the woman to distraction, and when she encounters another player who entered with her, she cannot suppress her irritation. Get out of the way. Don't block my path. The game task has already emerged, requiring not cooperation among players, but rather individual responsibility. Everyone is simply tasked with managing their own affairs. Thus, there is no need to expend energy on cultivating so-called relationships among players. With that, she strides into the warehouse, carrying her basket of tomatoes. Meanwhile, Wang Guangfei finds himself in a precarious situation. The Red-Eyed claims to possess 21 sheep, yet when Wang Guangfei counts the flock grazing outside the farm, no matter how many times he counts, he can only find 20 sheep, 19 white sheep, and 1 black sheep. There could be no mistake. Chapter 19. Not that heavy, although he was anxious about the whereabouts of the remaining sheep. He could only drive the other 20 back to the farm for the time being. Once Yu finished her task of picking tomatoes, she would be able to assist him in searching for the lost sheep. Yu felt a simmering frustration within her, finding fault with everyone around her. Usually pampered by her boyfriend, she struggled even more to manage her temper now that he had departed. Zuo Cheng'an shrugged, casting a glance at the tomatoes in the bamboo basket that had begun to discolor, yet chose to remain silent. The warehouse vicinity was notorious for rodent activity, necessitating interactions with women. He had intended to forge amicable relations, but when they were unwilling, he decided to let it be. In his line of sight, two large gray rats were peeking out from a hole in the wall, seemingly coveting the tomatoes that Yu had just moved in. Although their bodies were concealed within the shadows cast by the wall, Zuo Cheng'an had not removed his night vision goggles, allowing him to easily discern the situation within the crevice. He stealthily maneuvered to the upwind side and, with a sudden lunge, thrust his pitchfork forward. Squeak. Kill steel-toothed rat X1. Acquire item swift rat dagger. Kill steel-toothed rat X1. When he pulled back the pitchfork, two rats were impaled upon it. To his surprise, the first deceased steel-toothed rat had dropped a dagger. Was it possible that every first kill in these instances guaranteed a 100-item drop? Suppressing his speculation, Zuo Cheng'an examined the attributes of the item, which revealed Swift Rat Dagger, White, Category, Weapon, Effect, Attack Power 1, Description, a prick from this feels akin to a bite from a rat. Quite painful. The modest attack power was nearly negligible, and its range was inferior to that of his pitchfork. The only advantage of the Swift Rat Dagger lay in its status as an item, allowing players to carry it out of the instance, unlike the pitchfork. How vexing. His pitchfork's warrior experience card was nearing expiration. Encouraged by his recent success, Zuo Cheng'an eagerly continued to hunt for other unfortunate steel-toothed rats. Additionally, after dispatching two of them, the task panel S0100 transformed into 2100, signifying that the game had acknowledged his kills. Even in the absence of sufficient corpses, Red Eye would have no grounds to challenge him. He breathed a sigh of relief, having thought he would need to carry a multitude of corpses. While undertaking the task, his curiosity about the progress of other players was piqued, and at this moment, the role of the barrage comments became apparent. Sometimes, aside from the textual clutter, it proved to be quite useful. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 18, 19, 20. No matter how I count, it's always 20 sheep. To be honest, it really is 20. I count the same. Could it be that the rabbit is purposely deceiving us? There is no way there are 21 sheep. Claiming there are 21 is a ruse. And ISNT this person just asking for trouble with the rabbit? It's only reasonable to get into a bind. It is impossible. The tasks assigned to the players are all achievable. If Red Eye can articulate the number 21, there must indeed be 21 sheep. Was the last sheep hidden away? A sheep short? Zuo Cheng'an recalled the young couple, particularly the individual named Wang Guangfei, who had been tasked by Red Aidu, herd the sheep back to the pen. He had initially thought this assignment would be the least time-consuming and least labor-intensive, with the only potential danger stemming from the meat-eating sheep. Little did he anticipate that the true pitfall of the task lay not in danger, but in the utter impossibility of locating them. If Wang Guangfei failed to find the missing sheep before nightfall, it could be said he would be treading the fast track of life, and just like that, his existence would slip away in a heartbeat. As he observed the discussions in the comment section, Zuo Cheng'an dispatched yet another well-fed steel-tooth rat that had emerged from the granary. Noticing that the remaining steel-tooth rats were sufficiently frightened to show themselves, he hoisted a hay fork and decided to explore the cow shed. Previously, when Red Eye had led them around, he had caught a glimpse of the cow shed from the outside. The feeding troughs for both cows and sheep bore traces of blood and flesh. Where there is food, steel-tooth rats will surely gather. Given the limited discourse regarding the cow shed in the comments, Zuo Cheng'an braced himself for an exceedingly unpalatable environment. His earlier cursory glance had already suggested a trend of filth from the outside. He had not expected the interior to resemble a disaster zone. How many years had it been since this place was last cleaned? It would take a full day to restore this area to cleanliness, truly befitting the challenges of the Tower of Ascension. Though the direction was somewhat peculiar, the difficulty level was undoubtedly sufficient. The task of cleaning the cow shed had fallen to Fuyu, the younger sister among the group. At this moment, she was clad in what appeared to be a self-made cloak, donning improvised gloves as she tirelessly pushed cartloads of refuse out of the farm. Through the gaze of the Eye of Truth, few were broadcasting the live feed alongside Fuyu. The majority were preoccupied with watching Yu pick tomatoes, appreciating the beauty of her labor, or following Wang Guangfei in a real-life game of hide and seek for sheep. Others were engaged in observing Fuyu collect eggs, with several onlookers accompanying her. After all, While the tastes of the audience from another realm may be extravagant, they were not so excessive as to indulge in such extremes. For you found her task of sweeping cow dung to be quite disheartening. Zuo Cheng'an chose not to burden himself further and retreated after dispatching a few steel-toothed rats around the cowshed. However, he stumbled upon a doghouse hidden beneath a pile of debris outside the shed. The size of the doghouse evidently catered to a large shepherd dog, and its owner had seemingly been meticulous. Although covered in dust, one could still discern that it had once been painted and bore a wooden plaque meant for a name. Alas, it had now been relegated to a mere storage space. Upon witnessing this, Zuo Cheng'an's earlier perplexity was finally resolved. No wonder there were no dogs on the farm. It was likely that they had been kept in the past, but after an unfortunate incident, the owner had chosen not to keep any more. Time flew swiftly, and the sun within the instance had risen to its zenith. The players were engrossed in their respective tasks, engaging in no conversation, yet instinctively hastening their movements. At that moment, a quarrel erupted at the entrance of the warehouse where tomatoes were stored. Zuo Cheng'an had already hunted over 80 steel-toothed rats and was close to completing his task. Thus he allowed part of his attention to drift. Wang Guangfei, why are you still dawdling and not finishing your task? Can a sheep really burrow underground? Why is it so difficult for you to help me fill the warehouse first? How many times must I reiterate? The warehouse is vast, and it is impossible to complete it in a short time. Instead, while the sheep hasn't strayed too far, why not accompany me outside for a thorough search? Once we return, I will gladly assist you. Yu attempted to reason. Finding the sheep relies on luck. With poor fortune, one might spend an entire day without success. However, my task does not depend on luck. Swift action will lead us to completion in no time. Wang Guangfei countered. Look, you've admitted that locating the sheep requires luck. Haven to you? What if I have bad luck and fail to find it before nightfall? Hence, we must seize every fleeting moment. Zuo Cheng'an listened for a while, perceiving merit in both arguments, a sentiment echoed by the audience in the barrage of comments, which consequently split into two factions. As entertainment unfolded, more and more spectators gathered, encircling the young couple completely. Chapter 20. You have truly changed. Zuo Cheng'an found himself disinterested as he could not discern the entire picture, and thus continued his relentless pursuit of vermin. Throughout the morning, he eradicated a total of 84 steel-toothed rats, yet he had only obtained a single swift rat dagger as a reward. It appeared that relying solely on defeating enemies yielded a pitifully low drop rate for items. He could primarily rely on the guaranteed 100 drop from the first kill in each dungeon to acquire such treasures. Moreover, the notion of a 100 drop from the initial kill was merely Zuo Cheng'an's conjecture. He would need to conduct another round of experimentation to ascertain its validity. Meanwhile, the young couple seemed to suddenly realize that it was a futile expenditure of time to continue their argument, and it would be far more productive to utilize that time to accomplish more tasks. Yo-Yo, in a fit of frustration, stamped her foot and declared, Wang Guangfei, you have truly changed. Wang Guangfei, equally helpless, felt as though the missing sheep loomed over him like the sword of Damocles. He had even resigned himself to the possibility of abandoning the quest altogether to assist Yo-Yo in completing her tasks. At least one of them should survive. However, Yo-Yo's indifference, focused solely on her own concerns without a thought for him, chilled his heart. I only worry that the lost sheep will run further away while we toil, leaving us with no chance of recovery. If your notion of change refers to my failure to respond promptly to your demands and my reluctance to cater solely to your desires without considering the broader picture, then indeed, I have changed. Wang Guangfei sighed deeply, for the first time feeling an unfamiliar distance from his girlfriend. I merely wish to enter your life and encourage you to expand your perspective from Ito Wei Wen, contemplating issues. Yet you have never once made that transition. I have held on a hope time and again, desiring your growth, but alas, I have failed, utterly failed. With that, Wang Guangfei turned on his heel and walked away without a backward glance. Yo-Yo felt an overwhelming panic surge within her, as if she were on the brink of losing something irreplaceable. Yet, upon recalling the last 1/5 of the shelf that remained unfilled, she pivoted, grabbed her basket, and hurried towards the tomato field. She did not wish to succumb to despair, and as for Wang Guangfei, she would seek him out after completing her tasks. After all, a little charm and humility would suffice. No matter how furious he might be, he would invariably forgive her unconditionally. Surely, this time would be no different. As the sun edged closer to the mountain top, Zuo Cheng'an exclaimed, "The last one. I've got you." He pursued a steel-toothed rat all the way from the sheep pen to the chicken coop, and just as it was about to dart into its burrow, he pierced its body with a pitchfork. Hidden task: eliminate steel-toothed rats. 100 completed. Only when he confirmed that the taskbar in the game interface indicated that he had completed his mission did Zuo Cheng'an finally exhale in relief. It seemed his suspicions were correct. The hidden task he had undertaken was indeed the least troublesome and most effortless of all. As for Wang Wangfei, there was still no sign of the final sheep. The seemingly simple act of harvesting tomatoes is, in fact, fraught with the peril of rapidly decaying fruit, lamenting under the weight of its own demise. The environment is so dismal that even spectators are disinclined to observe. As for Sister Fuyu, one morning, as Zuo Cheng'an passed by the henhouse, he witnessed her being pursued by a horde of old hens, desperately running to safeguard the eggs cradled in her arms from shattering. She dared not retaliate, nor could she venture too far, as she had yet to gather all the eggs. When Zuo Cheng'an passed by, she proactively inquired if there were any healing items or tools with controlling abilities available for purchase, offering to pay a handsome price or barter in exchange. Zuo Cheng'an found himself intrigued by the shadow spray item that Fu Yu presented for trade. This spray would allow the user to conceal themselves in darkness, which would complement his night vision goggles splendidly. Though he had a third of a tetanus antidote remaining in his backpack, its efficacy was limited to direct application on wounds. Who could say whether injuring the red-eyed hens would result in retribution come nightfall? After much deliberation, Fu Yu ultimately resolved to endure her plight without acquiring Zuo Cheng'an's antidote. Zuo Cheng'an felt a twinge of regret, realizing he would have to wait until he could peruse the market for similar items. Upon returning to the henhouse, he hoped to ascertain whether she had changed her mind. To his surprise, the one who had been engaging in a battle of wits with the towering old hens had transformed from Fu Yu into Fu Yu. "Where is your sister?" Zuo Cheng'an casually inquired. Within this quest, the player's tasks were independent and devoid of competitive tension, thus negating the need for subterfuge or mistrust. As the viewers in the comments expressed, human relationships remain quite amicable when personal interests are not at stake. Fu Yu did not conceal her whereabouts in the cow shed. There was no necessity for her to divulge detailed information, as it bore no advantage to her. Her responses to Zuo Cheng'an were merely acts of basic courtesy. The complete narrative revealed that Fu Yu had sustained injuries while attempting to snatch eggs, prompting her sister Fu Yu to willingly exchange tasks, allowing Fu Yu to undertake a safer cleaning job while she remained behind to collect the eggs. Zuo Cheng'an gleaned this information from the comments, where viewers often enjoyed engaging in one-sided interactions with the players, conversing and making connections regardless of whether the players would adhere to their suggestions. Initially, Zuo Cheng'an believed that his ability to see the comments had been exposed. However, his observations indicated that the audience was merely entertaining themselves. They found the absence of combat and suspense rather dull, yet reluctant to depart, creating their own diversions. For instance, they were currently discussing the progress of their tasks. Why isn't this player working? What are they wandering about for? It seems their task is complete. If memory serves, their mission was to slay 100 steel-toothed mice. How did they finish so swiftly? Indeed, I've been counting each one. Their task was accomplished long ago. How utterly tedious. I had anticipated that the presence of the red eye would render the dungeon more captivating. Yet this is the outcome. It lacks excitement. I shall take my leave. It seems that within this dungeon, the red eye merely assumes the role of task distributor, not descending to partake in the game. For a level 1 dungeon scarcely warrants its involvement. The players here are too feeble. Perhaps it is simply due to the farm being its domain that it has made a brief cameo. A whisper of news. The red eye has returned to the level 3 dungeon no escape. The struggle for survival boats is about to commence there. Do tune in for the live broadcast. As this message appeared, Zuo Cheng'an noticed that the attention surrounding him and Fu Yu had considerably diminished, as many had seemingly flocked to witness the red eye in the level 3 dungeon no escape. Is it only within a level 3 dungeon that the red eye is deemed worthy to confront players directly? Those capable of entering a level 3 dungeon must surely be players who have ascended to the 3rd tier. To contend against 100 players of that caliber without faltering, how formidable must the Red Eye be? Nonetheless, the message also alerted Zuo Cheng'an that the Red Eye was no longer in the farm. Previously, he had assumed it was lurking in the shadows, observing cautiously, which had restrained him from taking any reckless actions. Now that it has ventured into another dungeon, the message indicated that the Red Eye is a melee warrior, lacking the ability to monitor from afar across dungeons. Thus, he can utilize the forthcoming time within the dungeon to thoroughly explore this farm. The sole obscure area in the farm is the 2-story red-roofed building at its center. With this thought, Zuo Cheng'an departed from the chicken coop, making his way directly to the heart of the farm. The illustration feature may not be of the highest relevance, but it will suffice for now. Chapter 21. Special Mission. The farm, the small building on the farm, perfectly embodies the architectural imagery of a fairy tale. Its exterior features a slanted tiled roof, adorned with moss in the crevices, and walls constructed from wooden planks and stone. A quaint chimney graces the rooftop. Through the window, one can glimpse the fireplace within, which, due to the absence of its occupant, lies extinguished. Zuo Cheng'an meticulously charted a path on the ground, leaping lightly and grasping, much like a climber, relying solely on the strength of his fingertips to support his entire weight. The peak of his strength, at a full 10 points, represents the theoretical limit of human physical capability. Any greater exertion would be beyond the body's capacity to bear. Yet, the game appears to possess the ability to bestow upon humanity a strength that far exceeds natural limits. With sufficient skill points allocated, even the frail human form could withstand the force of firearms and engage with steel with bare hands. Common viruses would pose no threat to humanity, and lifespans would be significantly extended. In a certain sense, the game is not a calamity, but rather an opportunity for human evolution. At that moment, Zuo Cheng'an effortlessly ascended to the edge of the rooftop. He entered the interior of the house through the chimney without incident. What greeted him was a vast white carpet covering the floor, from which he detected a faint, musky aroma of sheep. It was indeed a sheepskin rug. Zuo Cheng'an. Wait, sheepskin. Having initially passed by, he retraced his steps. It seemed he had discovered the 21st sheep that Wang Guangfei had desperately sought. A multitude of spectators followed Zuo Cheng'an's gaze, and this revelation immediately ignited a flurry of excitement among the audience. Wow. Red Eye is as merciless as ever when tasked with finding sheep. Most would instinctively think of a live sheep. Who would have guessed that the 21st sheep had been transformed into a rug? Ha. Indeed, unless one ventured into the cottage, even turning the entire instance upside down would yield no results. The most astonishing part is that the cottage is locked, and the players arriving at Sky Ladder Tower are all seasoned veterans, each more cautious than the last, wary of wandering into unknown territories and risking their lives. Do you think this player might act altruistically and share the clue with the one desperately searching for sheep? More likely than not, those in lower realms have a penchant for altruism. If it were me, I certainly wouldn't share the clues I obtained through danger so freely. Zuo Cheng'an observed that the spectators, while capable of disregarding the physical barriers of the terrain and flitting through walls in the instance, were not without limitations. For instance, they seemed unable to stray too far from the player. Since no player had lingered near the cottage for an extended period, they could not enter and explore its interior. Thus, they remained oblivious to the cottage's contents. Otherwise, they would not be fervently discussing the 21st sheep that had been transformed into a sheepskin rug. The dense barrage of comments obscured his view, prompting Zuo Cheng'an to lower the transparency of the comments further to observe the environment within the cottage. The first floor of the cottage was rather spacious, devoid of much semblance of life. Using the fireplace he had emerged from as a reference point, he noted a large white sheepskin rug laid out in front of it, adorned with 2 exquisitely crafted red and black wooden chairs featuring skull and tomato reliefs. This constituted the entirety of the furniture on the first floor. The annotation from the Eye of Truth remarked that these were the creations of Pippi, the most skilled carpenter in Ladder City, although the audience could not see the annotations. They recognized the creator of the chairs through special identifiers. To think I would find something made by Pippi here. The quality of the wood is truly exceptional. It must have been soaked in a special blood plasma for quite some time, I reckon. At least 2 years, I suppose. Others have attempted to replicate Pippi's craftsmanship. Yet the materials soaked in treated blood plasma for 6 months do not compare in quality. Of course, it could be that Pippi uses genuine human blood, while the imitations are crafted with pig's blood. But why would Red Eye possess furniture made by Pippi? Based on my 8,000 hours of livestream viewing, Pippi has a rather amicable relationship with Red Eye. They're often seen co-hosting dungeons, leading players in circles. Nonsense. Clearly, Pippi is merely trying to curry favor with Red Eye for a taste of tomato sauce. As the comments erupted in a heated debate, Zuo Cheng'an had finished exploring the first floor of the cottage and ascended to the second floor via a narrow spiral staircase. The area on the second floor was half that of the first, with only a bed and a bedside cabinet, both covered in dust, suggesting they had not been used in a long time, in stark contrast to the pitifully scant furniture. The walls of the second floor were adorned with an array of picture frames, nearly filling the entire room. The photographs depicted animals from the farm and exceptionally thriving crops, featuring not only tomatoes but also wheat, cucumbers, and beans. The hens and tomatoes in the photographs appeared entirely normal, devoid of any grotesque features. They resembled the ordinary forms of animals and vegetables one would expect. Among the pictures, there were several of sheep. Intrigued by the barrage of comments, Zuo Cheng'an counted the sheep depicted, 20 pure white cotton sheep, each with snow-white fleece, huddled together like clusters of cotton candy, surrounding a figure whose face had been violently marred. It was unmistakably a person, not merely a rabbit. This figure frequently appeared in other photographs, cradling an oversized pumpkin large enough for 2 to sit in, carrying a basket of tomatoes, and herding sheep alongside a formidable pure black shepherd dog, milking cows. Yet, without exception, the face and parts of the body of this figure were obscured by violent scratches, as though concealing some secret. After surveying the photographs, a flurry of thoughts surged in Zuo Cheng'an's mind, the dove occupying the magpie's nest, usurpation, the farmer, and the snake. However, he pondered, why were there no black sheep depicted in the photographs? Zuo Cheng'an had indeed visited the sheep pen, where he found 20 sheep that Wang Guangfei had already herded back. Among them were 19 white sheep and 1 black sheep. If the 21 sheep mentioned by Hong Yan refer to those captured in the photograph, then it would imply that an additional black sheep has appeared amidst the flock of white sheep. Did Hong Yan acquire it later? Or did one of the sheep give birth? Ding. Congratulations on triggering a special quest. As farm. Quest objective. Accurately write out the word represented by. Quest reward. The recipe for the wildly popular tomato sauce in all-day Ladder City. Note, there is a chance to acquire Hong Yan's enmity. A special quest? Setting aside the absurdity of the reward, Zuo Cheng'an stared at the lines of golden text that appeared on the screen, feeling as though he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Chapter 22. What's wrong with writing slowly? Shrugs. He had only encountered the golden font of the game twice, both times through the Eye of Truth skill. In the annotations of the Ladder Tower and the notes from the red-eyed character. That miserly little. No, he mustn't dwell on that any longer. Zuo Cheng'an still recalled the sensation of being scrutinized by an unknown entity. Unless absolutely necessary, he had no desire to endure that experience a second time. Having power is indeed remarkable. It allows one to retaliate at the first hint of disparagement in another's thoughts. Alas, it seems that possessing strength truly grants one the freedom to act as they wish. Upon further contemplation, both instances bore the golden font. Could there be a special connection? Or was it merely an exceptional mode of expression within the game? Much like the distinctive font used for system messages in the public chat, which differs from that of ordinary players. High-level items employ unique fonts to signify their distinction. Unable to reach a conclusion, Zuo Cheng'an decided to delve into the task at hand. The quest title, S-Farm, was clearly designed to prompt players to fill in the blanks. There was also a horizontal line, meant for players to inscribe their answer. Additionally, a prompt indicated that if Zuo Cheng'an's answer proved incorrect, the text would be automatically erased, and one attempt would be deducted. Thus, certainly did not represent a single character for each question mark, but rather a short phrase of variable length. Moreover, the phrase readily conjured thoughts of the instance titled Uncle Red-Eye's farm. The red-eyed referred to that rabbit. Yet, the rabbit's voice was that of a child, and the combination with uncle formed Uncle Red-Eyed, which seemed dissonant. Could it be that the term uncle was an inherent part of the farm's original name? Having settled half of the answer, Zuo Cheng'an tentatively inscribed uncle toward the latter part of the horizontal line. The absence of its disappearance indicated that it was indeed a component of the correct answer. He was now one step closer to the solution, which lifted his spirits. In truth, he had cleverly exploited a loophole in the game. The game only indicated when an answer was written incorrectly. The query above the line would automatically clear. However, if the inscribed answer was correct, albeit incomplete, it would remain visible. Zuo Cheng'an shrugs what's wrong with writing slowly. My habit is to write one character per hour. Does it concern you? Game. All right, as long as you're happy. Subsequently, Zuo Cheng'an meticulously searched the room, lifting picture frames to check for hidden compartments and removing them to inspect the back of the photographs for any inscriptions. He opened the bedside cabinet to see if there were any hidden layers. To his surprise, he indeed uncovered some information. Nestled within the cabinet was a photograph of a shadowy figure with a shepherd dog, apparently cherished by the room's occupant, as it was frequently taken out for viewing, thus positioned in the most accessible spot. In the photograph, a tall figure is seen hoisting a pitchfork with one hand, accompanied by a large, long-haired shepherd dog that exudes an imposing presence, which is rather incongruous with the playful bell adorning its neck. On the reverse side of the image, Zuo Cheng'an discovered two characters. Could refer to uncle or perhaps. Zuo Cheng'an refrained from hastily inscribing this answer on the panel. Retracing his steps, he discerned the direction from the rooftop and proceeded towards the sheepfold. As the 21st member of the flock, the black sheep may harbor information pertinent to the task at hand. It is also conceivable that signifies black sheep uncle, with both black sheep and as potential answers. Zuo Cheng'an chose to deliberate rather than rush. With only 3 opportunities for incorrect answers, it would be prudent to wait until he possessed a 7/10 certainty before making a decision. To his surprise, he spotted Wang Guangfei near the sheepfold, seemingly not out searching the hills for the sheep. Wang Guangfei sat on the ground, lost in contemplation rather than daydreaming. He had finally realized that the game's objectives were not as straightforward as they initially appeared. A rigid, unyielding approach to tasks would lead to a dead end. This newfound understanding starkly contrasted with the survival strategies he had gleaned from numerous first-level dungeons. In typical first-level dungeons, the game does not lay traps within its rules nor engage players in wordplay. Black is black, white is white. Players are simply instructed on what to do without any obfuscation. As long as one adheres to the game's demands and possesses the requisite skills, success is attainable. It had never occurred to him that a game would require players to locate 21 sheep, yet only yield 20 upon thorough exploration of a dungeon. Based on Wang Guangfei's experience with dungeons, he surmised that there should be a basement on the farm where the missing 21st sheep was likely confined, its pitiful bleating serving as a hint to lure players to the basement. There, a fierce monster would be placed, and players would need to vanquish it to rescue the 21st sheep and complete the task. However, the Sky Ladder Tower dungeon defied such conventions, with the majority of playtime elapsed. Aside from the flock of protective hens in the coop that could barely be considered adversarial, not a single traditional enemy had emerged to confront the players. This was utterly abnormal. Where were the game designers? Were they incapable of crafting a coherent game flow? As for the locked red roof house, it had never crossed Wang Guangfei's mind. First-level dungeons typically do not feature such scenes that require convoluted navigation to access. They consist of closed corridors, single-story supermarkets, or even buses. The entire game unfolds within these compact, enclosed spaces, and even in open-air settings, there are barriers to impede passage. Wang Guangfei had become accustomed to identifying all accessible areas as part of the dungeon-esque scope, while those that were unreachable he instinctively dismissed as mere decorations or backdrops, overlooking them entirely. This precisely aligns with the game's intent. Only by swiftly transcending conventional thought can one successfully navigate the challenges of the game, thereby ascending to the esteemed rank of first ladder player. The game's design devoid of a strategy guide for the ladder tower promotion system. Likely aims to identify and elevate those with genuine capability, directing resources towards the elite. As for those who rely on teamwork to ascend through the support of others, it is often the astute who must endure a few trials and errors to glean valuable insights, thus making the most of their experiences. Wang Guangfei kept a vigilant watch over the 20 sheep in the pen. As soon as Zuo Cheng'an attempted to approach, he was promptly halted. Wang Guangfei inquired, "What brings you here?" Chapter 23. Zuo Cheng'an did not respond directly. Instead, he pointed towards the black sheep in the pen and inquired, "May I have a closer look?" Wang Guangfei, however, was indifferent. "If you can catch it, feel free to look as closely as you wish." There was no technique involved. These sheep were utterly unmanageable. He had personally herded the sheep back from the outside and understood all too well the formidable strength they possessed. It was no exaggeration to say they were akin to a bear in ferocity. He was fortunate to have a resilient constitution. A mere gentle nudge from a sheep could result in severe internal injuries leading to fatality. Presently, 2 of his ribs remained fractured and unhealed, causing him persistent, dull pain with every breath. Had these sheep not seemed to be neutral creatures, unlikely to assault players, he would have met his demise upon encountering them in the wild. Fortunately, having tended a cattle in his youth, he felt somewhat adept at managing this unruly flock. Zuo Cheng'an leaped into the pen and cautiously approached the black sheep. However, the presence of a stranger startled the flock, prompting them to frantically trot around the pen, with a few attempting to leap over the enclosure, resembling a restless mass of popping candy. Observing this, Wang Guangfei furrowed his brow, a hint of regret washing over him. He certainly did not wish for his morning's efforts to be rendered futile. He decisively rose to intervene, once again questioning Zuo Cheng'an. "What exactly are you trying to accomplish here? I recall that your task has nothing to do with capturing sheep, does it?" His expression was almost inscribed with "Please leave" in bold letters. At last, Zuo Cheng'an grasped the wool on the back of the black sheep, exerting his strength to pin it firmly to the ground. The black sheep futilely kicked its hooves, bleating pathetically "ba ba." The sound was peculiar, as Zuo Cheng'an noted. Moreover, the black sheep was no weakling, possessing a strength that could be quantified at around 7 or 8 points. If a novice did not sufficiently allocate points in strength, they would be utterly incapable of subduing it. Yet, after pinning the black sheep, the game provided no indication whatsoever. Was the crux of the task not tied to the black sheep? What are you searching for? Wang Guangfei's gaze turned increasingly peculiar as he observed Zuo Cheng'an's actions, as if something clicked in his mind. The audience could not see the game tasks, only the players' movements, leading them to ponder what Zuo Cheng'an was seeking. I recall that when the flock was in the wild, the black sheep had a bell around its neck. Why is it absent now? Indeed, I remember commenting on how lovely that little bell was, intending to take a screenshot to buy a matching one for my dog at home. Some of you left midway. Unlike me, who has been watching this fellow's screen, that bell appeared to be an item, long since collected by him. Another item with special abilities? How splendid. I desire one as well. Those from lowly worlds do not deserve to wield such treasures. Upon reading these messages, Zuo Cheng'an realized why he had found nothing. The crucial information likely lay within that bell. Just as he contemplated borrowing a glance, he was suddenly alerted by the thunderous footsteps of a colossal creature approaching. Thick, billowing smoke emanated from the direction of the cattle pen, and one after another, frenzied bulls, each comparable in size to a van, charged toward the sheepfold, panting heavily. At the forefront of the herd was a frail figure, also fleeing for her life, Fu Yu, who had already sustained injuries. Clutching a mop intended for cleaning, she spotted 2 individuals obstructing her escape route and, waving her hand while shouting, exclaimed, "The cows have gone berserk. Quickly, get out of the way." Zuo Cheng'an, pushing his speed to its limits, leaped onto the shaded shelter atop the sheepfold, closely followed by Wang Guangfei, whose swiftness was his only fully developed attribute among his skills. When Fu Yu approached, Wang Guangfei pulled her up, enabling her to successfully join them on the rooftop. The trio perched atop the shelter, watching the stampeding herd retreat into the distance, their hearts racing with apprehension. Zuo Cheng'an glanced at his palm. recalling the leathery texture he had felt on the neck of a black sheep. This was not the moment for such musings, as he observed the herd as frenzied escape. He suddenly realized that their route appeared meticulously orchestrated, traversing the entire expanse of the farm in the least amount of time, while also avoiding any collisions with the farm structures. It seemed less like an accident and more like a deliberate obstacle set up by some unseen force to hinder the player's progress. The chaos stirred by the stampede also instigated the sheep within the fold to flee. Wang Guangfei, filled with urgency, could hardly wait for the mad herd to vacate before jumping down to regroup the scattered sheep. Fuyu followed suit. As the bulls were headed toward the chicken coop, where her sister was still engaged in a task on her behalf. With the sun sinking ever lower, their time was running short. The extent of the cow's impact remained uncertain. Soon, Zuo Cheng'an found himself alone atop the shelter, feeling somewhat helpless as a multitude of unforeseen complications arose precisely at critical moments. Having completed his own task, he assisted Wang Guangfei in herding the sheep back. One by one. 1, 2, 3 for 18, 19. Wang Guangfei counted repeatedly, reluctantly accepting the disheartening reality that one sheep was still missing. The all-white sheepfold made it evident that the missing one was indeed the black sheep. With the 21st sheep unaccounted for, and now another lost, Wang Guangfei could only laugh in frustration. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream engaged in lively discussions. Did anyone catch the earlier live stream? Does anyone know where the missing sheep might have gone? I'm not sure. I was watching the cows trample tomatoes while a hapless girl wept in despair. I was there. That player had 2 large baskets of tomatoes completely ruined, and now dusk is upon us. Time is running out. Who had the goddess eye view of the sheepfold earlier? No need to search anymore. That sheep leaped out of the fold from the west and ran off. I swear, if I'm lying, I'll be the lowest of the low. Upon hearing such a grave oath, others were convinced. Yet the whereabouts of the black sheep remained a mystery. Curse it. I don't care whether that fellow is alive or dead. I just want to know if the task can be completed. I detest this feeling of being kept in the dark. I'm about to lose my mind watching this. Why can't we find it? Indeed, had I known that exploring a dungeon without a guide would be so frustrating, I would have abstained. However, I am quite different. I find great enjoyment in the gradual revelation of mysteries. I have found it. The black sheep has made its way to the tomato warehouse. How peculiar. What could it possibly be doing there? Zuo Cheng'an had been meticulously examining the spot where the black sheep had last stood. Yet, as expected, he found nothing. It was only when he, in a moment of hope, glanced at the barrage of comments that he fortuitously stumbled upon the message indicating the black sheep's presence in the warehouse. However, before proceeding to the warehouse, there was one matter he needed to attend to. Chapter 24. The shepherd's bells. Zuo Cheng'an approached the despondent Wang Guangfei and got straight to the point. Could you lend me the item you obtained from the black sheep? Although Wang Guangfei was emotionally on the verge of collapse, he had not yet abandoned hope of clearing the game. He constantly replayed in his mind the possible locations the black sheep might have visited and, upon hearing Zuo Cheng'an's request, became exceedingly wary. I don't know what item you're referring to. It seems my words were not sufficiently specific, Zuo Cheng'an replied with a smile. Could you show me the bell you received from the black sheep? In exchange, I can reveal the hiding place of the 21st sheep. What? Wang Guangfei sprang to his feet in surprise. How do you know I got a bell? Wait, what did you say? The 21st sheep? Where is it? However, Zuo Cheng'an retorted mischievously, I don't know anything about sheep. He was evidently returning the favor in kind. Wang Guangfei sighed, realizing too late the futility of his earlier hesitation. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, but unable to resist, he retrieved the bell from his backpack. The instant Zuo Cheng'an touched the bell, he heard the game's notification sound in his mind. Ding. Key quest item discovered. Shepherd's bell, white, category, item, effect, a silent ornament that makes shepherd dogs appear more adorable. Limitation, wearing it while sleeping will lead to dreams of little lambs. Description, 1 sheep, 2 sheep, 3 sheep, 4 zzz in essence. The bell was merely an ordinary dog bell. Without the special quest associated with it, it was nothing but a useless trinket, hardly worth selling. However, if a special quest were triggered, one could glean information from this item based on the quest conditions. Having examined the item, Zuo Cheng'an had already pieced together most of the clues. He did not hesitate to recount the matter of the wool carpet in the red house to Wang Guangfei. The latter, without skepticism, promptly went to the window of the red house, peering inside, where indeed he spotted a sheep's skin laid upon the ground. When he returned to the sheep pen to express his gratitude to Zuo Cheng'an, he discovered that Zuo Cheng'an had already vanished. While Wang Guangfei was climbing down the chimney, Zuo Cheng'an had made his way to the warehouse where the tomatoes were stored. It was peculiar that such a vast farm cultivated only tomatoes. Moreover, the tomatoes bore faces resembling panda emojis, which was even stranger, due to the wailing tomatoes variety's characteristics. Combined with the rough handling by harvesters, the warehouse was enveloped in the sound of incessant wailing akin to that of infants. Yo-Yo, who was already irritable by nature, became increasingly agitated in such a noisy environment. He handled the items with roughness, as if venting all his frustration upon them. Even a passing sheep could expect a tirade of insults from Yo-Yo. "Black sheep, what do you want, you beast? Hurry up and scram. This is no place for you." Yo-Yo endeavored to exert her strength to drag the black sheep away, yet despite gripping its horns and pulling for an eternity, the creature remained utterly unyielding. Instead, the black sheep merely shook its head gently, casting Yo-Yo several meters away. In her initial phase, a girl's strength was inherently weaker, compounded by her reluctance to venture into newer dungeons. Thus, she had scarcely acquired any freedom attribute points, most of which were allocated to her speed. After much effort, she finally amassed sufficient attributes to qualify for participation in the ladder tower and, heedless of the consequences, plunged into the challenge. However, it turned out that even a sheep within this dungeon proved to be mightier than her. Powerless against the black sheep, Yo-Yo lamented that had she not quarreled with her boyfriend, Wang Guangfei, she could have sought his assistance. She knew that he would drop everything to help her at a mere request. Unfortunately, having just fallen out with him, she found it too humiliating to extend an olive branch. Consequently, she resorted to salvaging some tomatoes from 3 crates trampled by a wild bull, tossing them onto the ground before the black sheep. "Here, eat. Isn't this what you beasts thrive on?" If those 3 crates had not been ruined, she would merely have needed to fetch 1 more crate to complete her task. Yet now, she faced the prospect of needing to gather 4 more crates to fill her storage. After venting her frustration, she hastily composed herself to retrieve more tomatoes. If she acted swiftly, she could return just in time before the dungeon concluded. However, just as she exited the warehouse door, the black sheep darted inside. Yo-Yo's expression changed drastically. "No, you cannot go in there, you beast. Get out immediately." The tomatoes in the warehouse were not haphazardly piled, but rather stored within bamboo baskets, stacked upon shelves, lest the lower layers be crushed by the weight of those above. The notion of filling the warehouse essentially entailed filling every empty bamboo basket upon the shelves. The black sheep dashed between the shelves and the warehouse, with Yo-Yo in pursuit. Yet, in the confined space, the animal's agility seemed to prevail. With several nimble dodges, it eluded her grasp and retreated deeper into the warehouse. The shelves in the farthest reaches had already been filled by Yo-Yo earlier in the morning, before being drawn into the game. Yo-Yo had been cherished by her family due to her congenital heart condition and was cared for by her teachers and classmates at school. She had never been tasked with arduous labor, nor was she even allowed to express frustration. Who could have anticipated that upon entering this game, although she faced no risk of death from her condition, she would have to engage in laborious tasks she had never encountered before? It seemed her boyfriend was a poor choice, had she found a man within a major guild to be her partner. Their protection would have ensured a carefree experience in easy dungeons. Instead, she was now compelled to think for herself and labor with her own hands, utterly exhausted. The warehouse was steeped in darkness, devoid of any light source, and the black sheep had long since hidden itself in some shadowy corner, relying on its skin for concealment. After colliding with the shelves a few times, Yo-Yo finally subdued her pace, cautiously inching through the darkness. Yet, as she slowed, she detected a foul odor permeating the air, a stench of decay. At first, she merely assumed that something had begun to mold, for the warehouse was exceedingly dilapidated, with numerous areas bearing unsightly mold stains. The presence of a somewhat putrid odor was hardly unexpected. However, It soon dawned on her that this foul stench bore an uncanny resemblance to the scent of tomatoes trampled by a herd of frenzied cattle outside the door. No, they were indeed one and the same. The lack of ventilation within the warehouse merely intensified the aroma. A foreboding feeling began to stir within her, and with trembling hands, she reached for the nearest bamboo basket. In the dark, she plunged her hand inside, only to find not the firm, smooth skin of fresh tomatoes, but instead, a handful of decaying juice. Due to extreme decomposition and external pressure, the already spoiled tomatoes yielded effortlessly, releasing a nauseating odor reminiscent of week-old leftovers left to fester in the sweltering heat of summer. Overcome with revulsion, she immediately retched. Chapter 25. The wooden box. Even amidst the most arduous days within the game, Yu had never encountered such a scent. With her boyfriend, Wang Guangfei, shouldering all household chores, her only responsibility was to adorn herself beautifully each day. She would then sit down punctually to await her meal, offering her critique on the seasoning of each dish once she had finished eating. Having never washed a dish or disposed of kitchen waste, she could hardly endure this odor. With just a slight inhalation, dizziness enveloped her, and her vision darkened. Without regard for any lurking black sheep, she held her breath and dashed toward the warehouse's exit. As Zuo Cheng'an entered the warehouse, caught off guard, he was suddenly collided with by Yu. She felt as though she had crashed into an unyielding wall, her nose stinging as if the implanted prosthetics had been dislodged. Yet, she had no time to reason with Zuo Cheng'an. Her breath was nearing its limit, and she was preoccupied with seeking a place filled with fresh air to gasp for breath. Wearing night vision goggles, Zuo Cheng'an immediately spotted the black sheep in the corner of the warehouse. It was crouched down, diligently digging at the earth, its short tail wagging incessantly behind it. Such peculiar behavior had never manifested before. Perhaps it was a consequence of his receipt of a special task. As a crucial NPC in this unique mission, it was required to exhibit unusual actions to provide hints to the player. Upon approaching, Zuo Cheng'an discerned that a corner of a wooden box had already emerged from the pit. The black sheep, engrossed in its excavation, paid no heed to Zuo Cheng'an's proximity. Thus, he finally had the opportunity to carefully explore the sheep's neck, searching for the place where he remembered encountering a foreign object. Beneath layers of curly wool, he discovered a collar. It seemed that a bell once adorned the collar, but had been removed by Wang Guangfei, leaving behind a bare leather strap. Zuo Cheng'an located the collar's clasp and effortlessly removed it. To his surprise, the inner side of the collar bore the inscription Mo-do, Montakdu. The moment Zuo Cheng'an uttered these two characters, the black sheep, previously engrossed in its digging, abruptly halted and let out a pained howl. Its limbs convulsed, and it collapsed to the ground, struggling in a frantic display. Its horns began to retract, its hooves morphing into paws, and the once coiled, fluffy fur was pulled taut by an unseen force, while its tail elongated significantly. In a matter of mere breaths, the black sheep transformed into a majestic black dog. Zuo Cheng'an recognized this dog from a photograph in the small house as second floor. Witnessing its return to normalcy, Mo-do wagged its tail excitedly, the robust appendage striking against a nearby shelf with a series of dull thuds. It emitted two exhilarated "Awang" sounds, momentarily releasing its emotions. Yet, Mo-do did not forget its mission. It tugged at Zuo Cheng'an's clothing, urging him not to depart, all the while continuing to dig for the wooden box. With its paws now transformed, the digging became markedly more efficient, and with Zuo Cheng'an's assistance, the wooden box was unearthed in no time. Zuo Cheng'an was contemplating the opening of the box when his peripheral vision caught the dimming light outside the warehouse door. The sun was on the verge of setting, and his time was running out. Amidst the spectators of the barrage, he forcefully dismantled the lock on the wooden box and opened it. Inside, he found no props, no treasures, only a tin of tomato sauce, encased in a rusting metal can. Despite the protective wooden box, the can had succumbed to corrosion from prolonged burial in the earth, though the lettering remained legible, unlike the packaging that read, "I had" displayed to the players, which was inscribed with red, "I farm tomato sauce." This can bore the label Mujo Farm Tomato Sauce. Not only did the farm names differ, but But the latter was also named after the very word tomato, which read, I despised. Thus, it seemed this farm should actually be called Uncle Muzhou's farm. With his thought, Zuo Cheng'an accessed the quest interface, preparing to supplement the name Muzhou in the designated area. Suddenly, a thunderous voice erupted from the entrance of the warehouse. What do you have in your hands? Hand it over. Accompanied by the furious barks of the black dog, Red Eye stepped into the warehouse, silhouetted by the setting sun. At that moment, it no longer resembled the noble gentleman of the morning, appearing instead as if it had just emerged from a fierce battle. Its tailored tailcoat was in tatters, its cane bent in two, and its hat was nowhere to be found, leaving one of its ears broken. Zuo Cheng'an squinted and glanced at Red Eye, noting its health status, HP, 42/77. Regrettably, it was not in a state of near death. Red Eye glared menacingly at the tin can in Zuo Cheng'an's hand. Dear player, hand over that item. Despite its effort to control its tone, Zuo Cheng'an could still detect the underlying urgency and anxiety. Dear player, you have a penchant for rare items, don't you? I happen to have dozens of them here. Just give me that tin can, and they shall all be yours. The onlookers, who had just come from the No Way to Escape dungeon, marveled at the sight of Red Eye and speculated on its hasty return. Just what was Red Eye so eager to do halfway through the battle? Turns out it has a side job in this dungeon. It's truly rare to find such a diligent game boss. Thanks for the guidance. It's a pleasure to see Red Eye again. Aren't you all missing the point? What is that item in the boy's hand? Could it possibly exchange for all the loot Red Eye just snatched? Indeed, those are spoils just wrested from players on the third tier. Those who had pursued from a No Way to Escape dungeon had witnessed Red Eye single-handedly slaying half of the players amidst the assault of 100 third-tier challengers, only to retreat with its life intact. Now it sought to exchange the hard-earned spoils for a rusted tin can. Red Eye feigned a cheerful demeanor, sweet-talking the players. Yet it longed to crush Zuo Cheng'an beneath its feet. It had obliterated all the old packaging of tomato sauce. How could there still be one that evaded destruction? The Ink Fighter faced the Red Eye without a trace of fear. Upon seeing the Ink Fighter, Red Eye recalled, It is you, that stubborn creature. Wouldn't it be better for you to remain hidden like a timid turtle? Why emerge to disrupt my livelihood? How? The Ink Fighter let out another call. Naturally, Zuo Cheng'an had no intention of relinquishing the iron can. His right hand swiftly glided through the air, adding the words Muzhou before the character's uncle on the horizontal line. Uncle Muzhou's farm. Mission objective. Correctly write the text represented by. Completed. Mission reward 1. The recipe for the tomato sauce that has taken the city of Tian by storm. Mission reward 2. Congratulations on earning the ire of Red Eye. At the moment, Zuo Cheng'an inscribed the words. An unexpected disturbance erupted. The world within the instance trembled without warning. Chickens fluttered and sheep jumped in the farm, while the cattle raced wildly. Outside the farm, the tomato fields fared no better, as countless wailing tomatoes cried out in anguish, their lamentations unceasing. Chapter 26. The disappearance of protection simultaneously. The jar of tomato sauce in Zuo Cheng'an's hand transformed into a shimmering light, penetrating his mind. Muzhou brand tomato sauce. Category, recipe, ingredients, fragrant tomato X1, granulated sugar X1, electric hemp, honey X1. Description, the most beloved condiment in Ladder City. No one can resist it. Perhaps you could gift it. To think that the tomatoes used in the recipe were fragrant tomatoes? Was it not the wailing tomatoes? Could it be that Red Eye, after seizing the farm, audaciously altered the recipe for the tomato sauce? Upon realizing that Zuo Cheng'an had discovered the recipe, Red Eye understood that it was too late. The recipe that could yield immense wealth was no longer secure. Fortunately, the recipe had only fallen into the hands of a player. Even if they toiled tirelessly to create it, they could not match the output of a production line operating for just 1 hour. As long as Red Eye could eliminate this player, thereby completely cutting off the channels for the recipe's further dissemination, it could rest easy. However, this objective was unattainable within the confines of the farm instance. Players who had completed their quests could exit the task-oriented instance at any time. In the warehouse, Zuo Cheng'an remained unfazed. Having completed the task, Red Eye had no justifiable reason to assault him, if it had intended to seize the jar upon discovering it. It would have acted immediately rather than increasing the stakes, compelling him to trade willingly. Perhaps, in addition to prohibiting unprovoked harm to players, there were also restrictions such as prohibiting the theft of player items and prohibiting the disruption of normal instance operations. Red Eye could only watch helplessly as the jar of sauce transformed into a fleeting light, ready to be sold in Ladder City, promising substantial profits. To expand its production capacity, it had uprooted all crops from the farm, save for the tomatoes, and replaced the variety with the higher-yielding whaling tomatoes. Although many consumers had complained that the tomato sauce was no longer as delectable as it once was, Red Eye brushed aside their concerns with the justification of a necessary sacrifice for increased yield. And with that, consumers ceased to raise further objections. Little brat, the instances I oversee are far more numerous than you imagine. Next time, you better choose wisely, lest you fall into my grasp again. With that, Red Eye strode towards other areas of the farm, intent on unleashing its ire upon other players yet to complete their quests. Of course, it relished the idea of Zuo Cheng'an unwittingly entering its domain. Zuo Cheng'an understood this to be the so-called hostility of Red Eye, akin to how a young couple might be assigned the two most arduous tasks due to a mere slip of the tongue. It was likely that upon encountering instances presided over by Red Eye in the future, he too would be deliberately assigned a challenging task. When faced with adversity, one must adapt. The rewards from completing special tasks far outweighed the repercussions of offending a game mini-boss. Moreover, Zuo Cheng'an believed that while Red Eye might pose a formidable challenge to less experienced players, it was rather mediocre when confronted by more advanced players, such as those on the third ladder. Its diminished health, now barely above 40%, stood as testament to this fact. If it were truly powerful, it would not find itself in such a wretched state. Even a deity, once its health bar is revealed, is reduced to a formidable boss. What significance does a rabbit, half damaged by players of the third tier, hold? Zuo Cheng'an was not intimidated by the threat of Red Eye. Instead, it fueled his determination to grow stronger. With both tasks now accomplished, he could exit the dungeon at any moment. As his gaze fell upon the inked creature panting in his direction, he suddenly recalled that the 21st sheep in the dungeon had reverted back to a dog, rendering Red Eye's claim of 21 sheep on the farm null and void. Would the game invalidate the tasks, adjust according to new data, or remain unchanged, adhering to Red Eye's assertions? Lost in contemplation of this grave matter, the inked creature abruptly sensed something and sprinted toward the sheep pen, prompting Zuo Cheng'an to follow suit. In the realm of this game, humanity stands as a significant collective, with the common foes being the game bosses and the lurking audience who revel in the grotesque spectacle of human demise. As compatriots of the same faction, if assistance can be rendered without jeopardizing one's own interests, it shall be offered. Moreover, considering that the inked creature had just endured a breakup, it was too tragic to perish as a solitary dog. Following the tremors within the dungeon, the surviving players were astonished to discover that the dungeon's name had changed. From Uncle Red Eye's farm to Uncle Mujo's farm. The name of the dungeon could indeed transform. The inked creature raced along the path to the farm. Prior to the name change, its existence had been a blur, devoid of self-awareness, even believing itself to be a sheep. It faintly remembered its reluctance to become a game boss, preferring instead to remain an ordinary NPC without consciousness. Day after day, it mechanically grazed and wandered. It was only today that its mind, polished like a mirror, engaged in behaviors it had never before exhibited. It leaped from the sheep pen to the warehouse, seemingly aware that vital items lay buried within. Only after the dungeon successfully changed its name could it fully relinquish its past burdens, leaving behind only a profound hatred for Red Eye. It longed to eradicate him swiftly. However, the inked creature was a clever sheepdog, well aware that as an NPC, it could not contend with the game boss. To eliminate Red Eye, it would need to rely on the players. The twin sisters exchanged a glance, remaining stationary. In contrast to the young couple's task, theirs was far more conventional, perfectly aligned with the difficulty of a Tier 1 dungeon. Furthermore, their own abilities were not lacking, and they completed all tasks before the final moment arrived. Yet, as the sun dipped below the horizon, why had Red Eye not yet appeared? Had something delayed him? Perhaps it was the players who had failed their tasks? The sisters hesitated briefly, but ultimately resolved to remain at their designated task location. In the realm of cooperative tasks, players may not always share a unified purpose, especially in instances where their objectives are entirely unrelated. Each individual relies solely on their own capabilities, leaving no room for blame. The warehouse, designated for the storage of tomatoes, must be strategically located in proximity to the fields for convenient harvesting. Red Eye is tasked with assessing the completion of missions, commencing from the warehouse at the entrance of the farm. At the threshold of the warehouse, Yu trembles, her face betraying a palpable fear as she gazes upon the rabbit before her. For the first time, she realizes that the seemingly innocent and soft creature, typically found in pet shops or stewing pots, can indeed be terrifying. Unbeknownst to Yu, her failure to complete the task has rendered her devoid of the game's protective measures, allowing her to encounter the true prowess of Red Eye. In her eyes, the very essence of Red Eye has undergone a dramatic transformation. The once harmless, even somewhat adorable, visage of the rabbit has vanished, replaced by a mouth filled with sharp fangs that can open at a full 180 degrees. From a side view, it appears as though the entire skull has been unhinged. The crimson eyes alone induce a sense of vertigo, accompanied by a persistent buzzing in her ears. Chapter 27. Cleaning Day. This is the true form of the Red Eye encountered by players of the 3rd and even 4th tiers in the No Escape quest. I have filled the warehouse with tomatoes as you requested, my dear player. The Red Eye scoffed disdainfully. It seems you have forgotten my true requirement. I instructed you to gather a warehouse full of pristine tomatoes. And what have you brought me? Yo-Yo wished to protest, but the Red Eye's demand was clearly inscribed on her personal panel, leaving no room for denial. It indeed requested a warehouse brimming with flawless tomatoes. The Red Eye, seething with unspent rage, nearly lost its composure upon spotting Zuo Cheng'an confidently leading his black dog out of the warehouse. Yet it could do little to the player who had already completed the task. Yo-Yo, standing at the intersection of its wrath, became the perfect outlet for its frustration. The Red Eye discarded its bent staff and, with an imperceptible speed, shattered Yo-Yo's kneecaps. Yo-Yo convulsed in pain, tears streaming down her face, unable to articulate her pleas for mercy. The Red Eye reveled in the symphony of the player's anguished cries, as if it were listening to celestial music. Initially, the Red Eye would have only indulged in the sound for a brief moment before eliminating the player and hurrying to assess the completion status of the remaining players' tasks. This was to prevent any advantage taken by those left behind, who might hastily finish their own quests during this interval. However, today, the Red Eye was truly furious, extremely furious. From the early morning, it had to contend with bothersome high-tier players and had no time even to change its attire before rushing to the lower-tier dungeon to issue tasks, only to hear foolish players refer to its beloved tomatoes as tomatoes. After dispatching the tasks, it had to return immediately, and before it could exchange a few words with the high-tier players, inexplicably, a brawl ensued. Had it not fled swiftly, it would have almost succumbed aboard the ship. Despite repeated warnings against venturing into watery dungeons, the players persisted in sending it to such realms. Now, having finally returned to relish in overpowering lower-tier players for amusement, it discovered a player had delivered a colossal surprise. Its prized money tree had been stolen, and the day for rightful vengeance seemed distant wait. The Red Eye had a sudden epiphany and extended its claw to calculate the days. It appeared that the cleaning day was fast approaching. Humans were indeed a species more prolific than locusts, multiplying in the blink of an eye. However, cleaning day was a day of indulgence for game bosses like it, with throngs of players making it impossible to exact revenge. Given its status, being assigned as a cleaner in a specific dungeon would be trivial. With this thought, the Red Eye grinned, revealing its crimson maw, eagerly anticipating the arrival of cleaning day. Yet, while future satisfaction awaited, it could not easily forego the immediate delight of tormenting its newly acquired stress relief toy. Thus, it would first indulge itself before moving on. Gazing at Yu, who was weeping uncontrollably, her makeup smeared as she pleaded for more time, Red Eyes calmly reminded her, "Oh, I nearly forgot to mention, I detest when people refer to tomatoes as love apples." Yu froze in shock, only for a searing pain to shoot through her legs once more. Red eyes, dissatisfied with the volume of her screams, had crushed her thighs as well. Aya, I was wrong. Tomatoes. They're tomatoes. Your tomatoes are absolutely perfect. Miraculously, despite the unbearable agony, Yu clung to consciousness with astonishing willpower. Realizing she had provoked the dungeon boss, she desperately tried to make amends, begging for mercy. But Red Eyes had grown weary of her voice and turned away, leaving her behind. Helpless, Yu watched as Red Eyes disappeared into the distance. Blood loss gradually clouded her mind, and in her fading awareness, she thought of her boyfriend. How heartbroken he would be to see her like this. From the shadows, hordes of steel-toothed rats emerged, drawn by the scent of blood. They crept closer, cautiously approaching the still warm human body. Had Zuo Cheng'an been present, he would have witnessed the countless eyes encircling Yu, nearly enveloping her. Feast on everyone. It's rare to witness a player being devoured bit by bit. True, watching them get crushed, strangled, or flattened is thrilling, but it's over too quickly. This is much more prolonged. Couldn't he agree more? In my book, this ranks just below the meat factory, where they grind people alive into paste. And this is live consumption. Truly a rare spectacle. Thanks for sharing, folks. Another treasure for the collection. Pure artistry. The only downside is this player screamed herself hoarse earlier. Now there is no soundtrack. Feels like something S missing in the recording. Outside the farm S sheep pen, Wang Guangfei tossed the woolen blanket he retrieved from the cabin inside. Including this pelt, there were now 20 sheep in the pen, yet the missing black sheep remained elusive. Despair settled over him as he watched the sun vanish below the horizon, resigning himself to his impending death. Is this how it ends? No matter how hard one struggles, fate always has the final say. If death was truly inevitable, perhaps he should have helped Yu with her tasks at noon. At least she might have suffered less. Woof, woof, bah. Suddenly, a dark figure streaked toward him at incredible speed. As it ran, its body underwent a startling transformation. Horns sprouted from its forehead, paws morphed into hooves. In the blink of an eye, the black dog had become a black sheep. With a nimble leap, the black sheep cleared the fence and blended seamlessly among the flock. Baba now, all 21 sheep were accounted for. The speed of the ink dart surpasses its strength, translating to a remarkable score of at least 13 or 14 for players. Consequently, although Zuo Cheng'an and the ink dart embarked from the warehouse simultaneously, their arrival times differed significantly. Shortly after the ink dart returned to its position, Zuo Cheng'an arrived at the scene, astonished to find the ink dart transformed back into a black sheep within the pen. He was taken aback to discover that two species could interchange in such a manner. Owning one could provide the unique joy of simultaneously tending to both a dog and a sheep. However, in the realm of gaming, a degree of abstraction is to be expected. Knowing that Zuo Cheng'an had approached from the warehouse, Wang Guangfei's curiosity got the better of him, prompting him to inquire about his girlfriend. Where is Yu? Has she not come because she is still upset with me? Sigh. Perhaps it's for the best that she stepped out first. Wang Guangfei assumed that Yu had completed her task and left the dungeon early, given that her mission was arguably the simplest among all players. Zuo Cheng'an cast a glance at the puddle in the open space before the warehouse, his expression subtly shifting. Wang Guangfei followed his gaze, his heart sinking, and his complexion turning as pale as a ghost. Chapter 28, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Unperturbed by the anxiety surrounding his fate, a peculiar rabbit with a single ear gradually approached from the shadows. The creature known as Red Eye bore traces of human blood upon its feet. The blood had congealed, binding the soft, white fur into small, unsightly clumps. Dear player, have you, as I instructed, located the 21 sheep? A mocking laughter escaped Red Eye. It seemed to relish the thought that Wang Guangfei would fail his task. It appears I shall have to exert some effort to send you down to reunite with your girlfriend. It scrutinized Wang Guangfei with a predatory gaze. Your little girlfriend lost her legs first. Perhaps you should lose an arm next. With that, Red Eye unleashed an overwhelming aura intended to intimidate Wang Guangfei. Yet, aside from the pallor that came with the news of his girlfriend's tragic demise, he displayed no other signs of discomfort. What? How is this possible? Red Eye was momentarily taken aback, then incredulously began counting outside the sheep pen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It ceased its counting abruptly upon spotting the sheepskin carpet on the ground. Locating the carpet signified that the traps within the task had been uncovered, rendering further counting unnecessary. Furthermore, the player's lack of reaction to its menacing presence confirmed that he had indeed completed his task and remained within the game's protective confines. Splendid. Truly splendid. With this, 4 out of the 5 players in the instance had completed their tasks, surpassing Red Eye's own record for survival. It was notorious among its peers as the rookie butcher. Allowing so many players to escape would undoubtedly invite ridicule upon its return. Moreover, the spectators were equally incredulous. 4 people survived? I thought only 1 or 2 would make it. Count me in. I even considered a total annihilation, but then I remembered this is a novice level. Even in a ladder instance, the difficulty is manageable. The game wouldn't allow Red Eye to run rampant. I never expected so many would survive in the end. Perhaps the dual instance pressure is too great. The adjacent instance, no place to escape, is notorious. The cabin's ceiling is smeared with chunks of flesh. Game balance is one aspect, but the high caliber of these players is another. Those twin sisters are rare to find, having maxed out both attributes before challenging this. As long as the tasks aren't beyond their capability, they are quite formidable. Boring. Aside from the footage of being devoured alive, it's been utterly fruitless. Thankfully, Changming Technology has already posted the countdown for the great cleanup on their official website. We shall feast well then. What? Has it arrived so soon? The reason we call those in the lower realms pigs is precisely this. They breed faster than swine, churning out litters one after another. It said the player count is about to explode again. Shouldn't we promptly reduce their numbers? They're back, what? The countdown on the official website still has half a month left? You lot make it sound like it's tomorrow. Great cleanup? Left Cheng'an had only gleaned scant information regarding the great cleanup, for the timing of his observations was ill-fated. By the time he became aware, the corresponding barrage of comments had already faded from view. Instead, there exists a discourse concerning the manner in which players meet their demise. Take note of this term. They can only await other bullet screens or seek information from others after completing instances. However, not much information regarding the great cleanup has been observed. While it is noted that many players merely elevate a single attribute to its utmost limit before daring to challenge the latter. This point has been discussed by the young friend Lu. Players have a record of their dungeon runs. Once the completion records for a certain level of instance accumulate excessively, the rewards gradually diminish. For instance, during the first run of a lower-level dungeon, one might earn not only 40 points but also 2 free attribute points. Yet, by the 7th or 8th completion of the same dungeon, even if the rating remains unchanged, the rewards may dwindle to merely 5 points, with no free attribute points to be gained. This indirectly compels players to seize every opportunity to delve into dungeons, continually aspiring to challenge higher-level instances. However, most players, after 10 runs, find that the free attribute points they have accrued are only sufficient to max out a single attribute, with 2 being considered excellent. If given the choice, everyone would prefer to fully upgrade all 3 attributes before attempting the latter challenge. Yet, the game does not permit players such liberty. After 7 or 8 opportunities, the number of attribute points earned is fixed. If 8 dungeons are completed without maxing out even 1 attribute, one must either place hope in achievements or resign to a life of day-to-day existence, content to merely survive the week without concern for rewards, dutifully adhering to the 7-day cycle to complete tasks. In the safe zone, many ordinary players adhere to the mainstream trend of first elevating their levels to the initial ladder, unlocking the limits of their attributes. Subsequently, they spend their lives grinding against hostile creatures in the first-level dungeons, earning a meager 2 points as a safety net, which is acceptable. They may even engage in side ventures, such as running a pancake stall. Then they settle down in the safe zone, marrying and raising children, leading a life of simplicity. In the safe zone number 7, with a population of 100,000 players have yet to ascend the ladder. The ratio indicates that those not yet at ladder rank are not the majority. The real majority comprises the first-tier players, numbering as high as 50,000. Their average attributes predominantly range from 13 to 16. After all, if one continues to challenge first and second level dungeons after a maximum of 16 attempts, no further free attribute points can be accrued. Thereafter, one must either join a large group to tackle a third-level dungeon, risking it all, or simply continue in mediocrity. Hence, every opportunity for players to delve into dungeons in the early stages is of paramount importance. Some players, unwilling to settle for mediocrity, are willing to expend hundreds of points to remain in the safe zone, adjusting their status until they reach their peak, at which point they will cautiously engage in dungeon runs. If in the name of safety, they choose to avoid higher-yield dungeons and instead venture into those that have been overrun, they should be aware that a first-level dungeon may only yield 500 free attribute points, or perhaps even less. Those who completed it earlier have already claimed the free attribute points, leaving nothing for those who arrive late. While one may feel secure by following guides through older dungeons, such safety comes at the cost of forfeiting free attribute points, resulting in stagnant growth and strength. As time elapsed, the players gradually recognized the significance of attribute points, realizing that any attempts to remediate their shortcomings would come too late. In the farm, Red Eye pondered the mockery it would endure once the dungeon closed, suddenly filled with regret for having allowed that female player to perish too swiftly. Yet, in this world, regret is a luxury one cannot afford. Ultimately, it could only muster a begrudging utterance. Congratulations to this player for successfully clearing the dungeon. At this juncture, Wang Guangfei could have chosen to exit the dungeon, and seeing that there was nothing more to be done, Zuo Cheng'an prepared to depart as well, his newly rented abode waiting, untouched, as he had been too eager to break through the limitations of attribute allocation. However, Wang Guangfei, who had remained silent until now, suddenly let out a roar of frustration, his eyes bloodshot, more so than that of any game boss. He pulled from his bag a scissor-shaped item and charged at Red Eye with reckless abandon. Red Eye twitched its remaining ear, feeling an unexpected thrill. Are you anxious? Are you truly anxious? It had been yearning for a human to vent its frustrations upon. The fact that it even referred to him as human indicated its excitement. Foolish, lowly swine, witness the chasm that separates us, blinded by the news of his girlfriend's demise. Wang Guangfei's form was suddenly ensnared by a terrifying aura. His heated mind cooled in an instant, yet it was too late. A chilling presence enveloped him, and for a fleeting moment, he felt as if his very blood might freeze. Simultaneously, a blood-red message box materialized before his eyes. Warning: you are attempting to attack the dungeon boss. Would you like to initiate the boss battle? A sound akin to shattering glass resonated, as if a protective barrier had been breached or a rule had been violated. Chapter 29. Ruined in Wang Guangfei's gaze, Red Eye transformed from an innocuous figure he had once known into something far more sinister. The color of its eyes, reminiscent of crimson crystals, deepened and seemed to emit an eerie glow. When its mouth split open, it stretched all the way to the roots of its ears, revealing not playful incisors, but a row of sharp teeth stained with blood and remnants of flesh. Simultaneously, its claws elongated to 20 centimeters, each tip curved like a hook, appearing capable of extracting one's very entrails. This grotesque transformation, coupled with an aura that could instill terror, rendered Wang Guangfei motionless, eyes wide in horror, as if he were facing a terrifying beast. Yet, in the eyes of Zuo Cheng'an, Red Eye retained its endearing image of a beloved white rabbit, albeit missing an ear and clothed in tattered garments. Could it be that the game, in an effort to shield players from the gruesome reality, had applied a filter to the boss? Perhaps once the task was failed or an attack was made, this veil would shatter? Faced with an adversary of such a formidable caliber, Wang Guangfei found no inclination to resist. He gazed at the system's message box, shouting in desperation, "Cancel! Cancel the boss battle." As soon as the words escaped his lips, the true visage of Red Eye faded, reverting back to its harmless white rabbit form. Even in its tattered evening gown, Red Eye appeared somewhat disheveled, yet no smile graced Wang Guangfei's lips. Fortunately, he had only entertained thoughts of opposing the boss, and the scissors in his hand had yet to be plunged into action. there was still a chance for retreat. Had he, in a moment of reckless fervor, thrown his weapon at Red Eye, a mere utterance would not suffice to annul the impending battle. He narrowed his eyes, focusing on the HP above Red, HP 5175. He recalled that moments prior, the creature's health bar had registered at 4277. Despite having lost an ear and sustained numerous wounds, its vitality had inexplicably increased over time. With its self-healing ability truly so formidable, setting aside whether Wang Guangfei's attack could even graze Red, it was likely that the damage from his scissors paled in comparison to the boss's automatic recovery. Ultimately, he had managed to halt his reckless charge just in time, avoiding certain doom. Yet another soul blinded by love. Had he not broken up? Why still seek vengeance for an ex-girlfriend? It was a pity, for he was so close to witnessing a brutal execution too. So, it baffles me. The entity known as a girlfriend is only my dear little darling when she is by my side. Should she be dismembered and presented before me after separation, I would remain utterly unmoved. Such is the nature of those in the lower realms. They argue incessantly, yet harbor lingering feelings for one another, a most peculiar contradiction. What is this? I once observed a pair of siblings where the brother constantly berated the sister, telling her to leave. Yet in the end, he relinquished the last chance to clear the game for her. I took special note, and after the sister succeeded, she committed suicide in the dungeon mere weeks later. I have witnessed couples who engage in daily quarrels and fights, ultimately growing old without any interaction. One party may suffer while the other secretly exacts revenge. The audience behind the screens, though they are also human, appear to possess an inherent coldness and extreme self-interest, rendering them incapable of comprehending certain behaviors of the players. Must one relinquish empathy and other emotions to evolve into a higher form of life? The audience often vocalizes disdain for what they term the inferior world, belittling human technology and behavior. In their view, humans governed by emotions are indicative of incomplete evolution, while only those possessing absolute rationality are deemed the truly advanced species. Zuo Cheng'an cannot fathom this perspective. To him, both rationality and emotion are essential components of a complete person, each indispensable. Yet one thing is clear to him. One day, he will personally crush those voyeuristic eyes, one by one, and hurl the spectators hiding behind the screens into the game, forcing them to experience the so-called kindergarten diploma level that can be completed without harm. He wonders if they will still be able to laugh so heartily then. Within the farm, having completed the formulaic process, Red Eye cast a fierce glare at Zuo Cheng'an, as if to firmly imprint his face in memory, before vanishing instantaneously. With the boss's departure, the game announced game over. Uncle Mu Zhou's Farm 1-4779 will close in 1 hour. Wang Guangfei, having endured relentless psychological blows throughout the day, appeared noticeably aged. Life and death are common occurrences in the game, unavoidable even for top players who have ascended to the 5th ladder. Lower-tier players are all too accustomed to such events. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Wang Guangfei said, "Brother, we owe our success to you this time. Let's add each other as friends, and I'll transfer some points to you later." Zuo Cheng'an had no reason to decline the points offered and readily accepted Wang Guangfei's friend request. Meanwhile, Wang Guangfei had already exited the instance to claim his rewards. After all, the rewards for ladder instances are significantly more generous than those for regular dungeons. Noticing that all the surviving players in the instance had departed, Zuo Cheng'an did not rush to leave. Instead, he leisurely explored the farm. He had previously observed that since the instance had been renamed, the animals on the farm had started to resemble the relatively normal images seen in the pictures on the 2nd floor of the cottage. If these animals have reverted, how will the next wave of players complete their tasks? Collecting eggs poses no difficulty. The barn has been thoroughly cleaned, and the tomatoes are nearly all picked. Surely the host of the instance should change from Red Eye to someone else? Ding! Internal environment changes detected in Uncle Mu Zhou's Farm 1 to 4779. Immediate rectification underway. Temporary cancellation of entry qualifications to the instance hall. Originally, Instances that had been utilized in the ladder tower would flow into the instance hall for general players to use after being completed. The first group of players who successfully cleared the Tower of Ascendance possesses invaluable strategies for the dungeon, which they may choose to sell to their guild or selflessly share with the community. However, if a destructive player were to enter the dungeon upon its initial opening and wreak havoc within, the dungeon would be sent back for maintenance, temporarily removed from the dungeon hall. Once rectified, it could either undergo a significant transformation, emerging as an entirely new dungeon, or it might experience various subtle adjustments, resulting in a different completion method than before. In a series of maneuvers by Zuo Cheng'an, even the shadowy figures behind the dungeon far were replaced. Fortunately, the dungeon was left without a host, but the overall environment remained intact, requiring only minor modifications to the rules to be reinstated for use. Chapter 30. 100 kilometers and a handful of grass indeed. Merely 10 minutes later, Zuo Cheng'an, who remained within the instance, discovered that although the number and name were still consistent, the content of the game had shifted from completing the tasks issued by the host to surviving on the farm for a successful span of 10 days. The mission had abruptly transformed into a survival challenge. During these 10 days, players were required to hide within the confines of the farm, tending to the animals while fending off relentless waves of howling tomatoes from the outside. Should the tomatoes breach the farmhouse or any animals suffer casualties, the mission would end in failure. Observing this, Zuo Cheng'an directed his gaze toward the fields outside the farm. The tomatoes, which had previously been dutifully rooted in the soil, regardless of whether they bore fruit or not, were now struggling to uproot themselves, congregating around the farm. The next wave of players was about to plunge into a zombie crisis mode. The architect of this predicament, Zuo Cheng'an, felt a fleeting pang of guilt before making a hasty retreat. Just as he was about to be teleported away, a robust wolf resonated beside him. Mo had unexpectedly leaped out from the sheep pen, drawn by the scent. Although it could scarcely recall its existence as an NPC prior to entering the instance, the lingering hatred for the red-eyed adversary compelled it to escape the instance. It sought a formidable ally to shield itself. After careful selection, Zuo Cheng'an, who possessed remarkable strength and had aided it in reclaiming the farm, was a perfect match. With a running leap of 4 or 5 meters, Mo pounced, and both it and Zuo Cheng'an were transported away from the instance. Congratulations, player. You have acquired the companion Mo category, player companion abilities, herding, guarding, laundry, cooking a full meal. A mere handful of fodder for 100 kilometers. Description. Whether on the prairies or in high-rise offices, it can help you herd them all. A familiar sensation of weightlessness enveloped Zuo Cheng'an as 2 options materialized before him. One to teleport directly back to his newly rented abode, and the other to return to the vicinity of the Sky Ladder Tower. Zuo Cheng'an opted for the latter, after a day of toil within the instance. He had consumed nothing but 2 tomatoes, suppressing his nausea, and needed to procure sustenance for both himself and Mo. In the instant he made his choice, Zuo Cheng'an found himself at the entrance of the Sky Ladder Tower. Surrounding him were players bustling about, yet he felt as if he had just emerged from a novice instance, unable to hear their conversations, while other players were oblivious to his sudden appearance. The settlement panel popped up. Congratulations, player, for passing the first Sky Ladder instance assessment. Values have been unlocked. Rewards are being calculated. Overall evaluation. S. Earned free attribute points. 16. Level 1 Sky Ladder instance capped at 8. S level rating rewards doubled. Earn points. 200. Level 1 Sky Ladder instance capped at 100. S level rating rewards doubled. Congratulations on successfully completing the unopenable instance, achieving the Pioneer accolade. With an allocation of 3 free attribute points, Zuo Cheng'an accrued a total of 21 points, 16 from dungeon rewards, 3 from achievements, and 2 remaining from his previous endeavors. He understood that in a context of limited resources, equilibrium only breeds mediocrity. Through 2 gaming sessions, Zuo Cheng'an recognized the paramount importance of strength for players. Insufficient strength rendered even the monster's defenses insurmountable. Next came Constitution, allowing him to endure longer when health was low, followed lastly by speed. In lower-level dungeons, Where the arenas were not expansive, excessive speed would prove futile. Perhaps only in vast dungeons situated in major cities or squares would a high-speed attribute be advantageous. As long as he refrained from recklessly choosing larger arenas until his speed attribute improved, he would be fine. Contemplating this, Zuo Cheng'an swiftly allocated 10 points to strength, 8 to constitution, and 3 to speed. After these allocations, his panel read, Player, Zuo Cheng'an, level, first A ladder, mentality, 58-100, constitution, 18 strength, 20 speed, 15 items, tetanus antidote, X1, 31, rogue's glasses, jerky, 2 pieces, swift rat dagger, shepherd's bell, skills, eye of truth. The 20 points in strength were not the ceiling. The sign following the value remained ungrayed, indicating that as long as he possessed free attribute points, he could continue to enhance this trait. Would he only encounter the bottleneck of the first A ladder at 30 or even 40 points? That would be a monumental task, even with consistent S ratings in dungeons. Swiftly compensating would not be straightforward. He hoped that the cap for free points in higher-level dungeons will be similarly elevated. Beyond the numerical changes, his panel's level transitioned from an ascended to first A ladder, and his mentality plummeted to a precarious 58. Based on the information relayed by the twin sisters and derived from the bullet comments, consecutive dungeon runs would diminish the mentality value, and dropping below 60 could lead to physical distortion within the dungeon. Although reversible, the accompanying effects such as impaired consciousness, heightened aggression, and loss of bodily control were quite tangible. Upon closer inspection, Zuo Cheng'an noticed the addition of the swift rat daggeran shepherd's bell in his inventory. The bell was of no use to him. It rightfully belonged to Mo Do and should be returned. As for the swift rat dagger, he decided to keep it for now, as he was not in need of points. Once he accumulated enough and used items, he might consider setting up a stall to sell them. Unbeknownst to Zuo Cheng'an, after he was the last player to exit the dungeon, the recently updated Uncle Muju's farm dungeon automatically entered the lobby, accompanied by a game announcement proclaiming, Congratulations players, Fu Yu, Zuo Cheng'an, Wang Guangfei for clearing the ladder tower dungeon, 1-4779. All players achieving the first completion of a dungeon receive the honor of a global announcement, with the frequency of the announcement reflecting the level of the dungeon cleared. In the hall, the players could not help but exclaim in admiration as 4 new individuals ascended to the first tier of the ladder. After a moment of silent reflection, they returned to their own pursuits. While the first tier is undoubtedly formidable for the average person, one must not forget that within the entirety of the No. 7 safe zone, there are a staggering 50,000 players at this level. In fact, nearly half of those present in the instance hall belong to the first tier. Announcements regarding the completion of the ladder tower instance can resonate up to a dozen times in a single day, rendering them rather unremarkable. Those most attuned to such developments are typically the individuals responsible for gathering instance information within the major guilds. Instances sourced from the ladder tower are particularly favored, as they do not require guild members to engage in the strategy themselves. Instead, they need only locate the successful players and procure the strategies from them, significantly alleviating their workload. Consequently, as soon as the announcement was made, someone promptly searched for the names of those who had completed instance 1-4779, eager to acquire first-hand exclusive strategies, preferably on a buyout basis. Meanwhile, the players who had conquered the instance, including Wang Guangfei, found themselves confronted with the disheartening reality that the tasks had changed, rendering their previous experience utterly useless, an entirely different sorrowful tale. As the bell was reattached to the ink brush, the protective shield enveloping both the individual and their dog gradually dissipated, revealing Zuo Cheng'an to the public eye. Many players, who harbored intentions of entering instances but lacked the courage to act, gazed at him with envious eyes. To appear outside the ladder tower signifies that one has recently passed the trials of the first tier. The seasoned players typically teleport directly back to their homes or within the tower itself. Even at the lowest echelon of the first tier, players can earn a guaranteed point each week, ensuring they can at least live like ordinary individuals in the number 7 safe zone. With a stroke of luck and a particular skill, they might even gain entry into a respectable guild. Members of nearby guilds, keen on scouting promising players, began to converge, eager to invite Zuo Cheng'an to join their ranks. However, Zuo Cheng'an had no inclination to join a guild and wished to avoid prolonged engagement with these individuals. He had hoped to seize an opportunity to inquire about the so-called Great Cleanup, but the enthusiasm of the encroaching players was overwhelming, comparable, if not surpassing, to those who previously volunteered to act as guides. At least those aspiring to be guides adhered to an unspoken rule, allowing only one to approach at a time. Now, a throng of players had surrounded him, tighter than garlic cloves. At this moment, Zuo Cheng'an felt a twinge of regret, pondering whether he should have allocated more points to speed, as it would have made extricating himself from this entanglement far easier. Chapter 31. Procuring materials with an astonishing velocity of 13 points. One could sprint 100 meters in merely 6 seconds. The agile Mu Do transformed into a black sheep, dashing forth to clear the path, while Zuo Cheng'an trailed behind in a rather disheveled retreat. Fortunately, Mu Do's actions did not attract the ire of the game, likely deemed a form of self-defense or a unique method of advancement amidst the throngs. The guilds that sought to recruit players from the first tier were hardly commendable, treating the newcomers as mere commodities. Those who engaged in performance metrics were often unable to ascend even to the first tier, comprised entirely of untrained players lacking fully allocated attribute points, quickly left behind by Zuo Cheng'an and Mu Do, who were not even able to glean any rewards. Following the signage, Zuo Cheng'an guided Mu Do to the largest department store within the safe zone. He intended to procure the ingredients necessary for crafting tomato sauce and stock up on supplies. The storage capacity here was staggering, sufficient to cater to the daily needs of 100,000 individuals without any production. Spanning over 1,000 acres and towering 9 stories high, it boasted a comprehensive inventory that was continuously updated. Even instant noodle brands that required international travel to acquire could be found here with merely a change of shelf. Indeed, aside from the most obscure items, one could find virtually anything within these walls. The mention of porridge was a deliberate jest, rest assured. As for H, it could hardly be deemed as such. It was merely adult merchandise, a legitimate outlet for stress relief. Given the vast expanse of the venue, players, endowed with abilities beyond the ordinary and aided by the game mechanics, would otherwise be utterly exhausted from the simple act of shopping for daily necessities. As the notion of food occupied his thoughts, Zuo Cheng'an was instantaneously transported to the food section upon entering the department store, where snacks, instant meals, fruits, and vegetables were all neatly arranged in a spacious layout. Upon completing his selection, Zuo Cheng'an turned to find Mu Do had scampered off to the produce aisle, drooling over the fresh hay beneath the protective barrier. With a silent resignation, he set aside the dog food and treats he had been holding, opting instead for bundles of fresh, succulent hay. No wonder Mu Do had shown no interest in the pet food section. It appeared he had adopted a herbivorous diet, perhaps having been a sheep for too long. He had forgotten the dietary habits of his original species. Zuo Cheng'an, albeit reluctantly, acquiesced to Mu Do's preferences, purchasing not only the lush hay, but also bundles of bok choy and radishes. The safe zone indeed accommodated pets, some like Mu Do possessing formidable combat capabilities, while others were merely ordinary animals. The department store featured a dedicated pet section, where even protected species from the real world could be acquired using points. After all, players were obliged to undertake a dungeon raid weekly. Failure to do so incurred a penalty of 100 points, leading to considerable stress. Thus, companionship became a crucial element during such times. The importance of pets in alleviating pressure was vividly illustrated. A mere moment of interaction could surpass the effects of medication. Naturally, individuals have their unique methods of coping, and pet companionship is but one of many. During his shopping excursion, Zuo Cheng'an attempted to engage in conversation with fellow players, inquiring about the topic of the Great Cleanup. However, he was perplexed by the sheer terror these 3 words inspired. Players who were previously enjoying their shopping would suddenly turn pale and hastily depart upon hearing Great Cleanup, their gazes directed at Zuo Cheng'an, as if to say, "Are you out of your mind? Why would you wish for such a calamity?" This left Zuo Cheng'an in a state of restless curiosity. Had he known earlier, he would have secured a means of contacting Yulu. For now, he found himself devoid of anyone to consult. Furthermore, there was Red Eye, who had ominously mentioned that when the Great Cleanup arrived, he would have his reckoning. Could this refer to some large-scale dungeon? If only he possessed the ability to multitask, he wouldn't have to worry about missing critical information amidst the barrage of chat messages. The individuals spamming the chat seemed to have little logical coherence in their discourse, flitting from one topic to another, akin to a distracted student in a mathematics class, who loses focus and can no longer comprehend the lesson. Suppressing his questions regarding the Great Cleanup, Zuo Cheng'an completed his transaction and marveled at the receipt. In the safe zone, as long as one refrained from interacting with items or buildings, points were indeed quite valuable. With a shopping cart brimming with supplies, along with 2 carts of hay, he found that his total expenditure rounded off to a mere 13 points. Admittedly, this perspective was somewhat detached from the reality of effort, especially since his friend Wang Guangfei had already transferred the agreed-upon points to him, amounting to an impressive 20 points. After a round of purchases, not only had his points not diminished, but he had also gained an additional 7. In casual conversation with Wang Guangfei, he discovered that the average earnings from the next dungeon ranged between 2 to 20 points, with anything beyond 50 being exceedingly rare. A mere 2 points often represented the minimum compensation for clearing dungeons, even in dungeons that had been exhausted of their challenge, as long as one was willing to engage. The lowest reward would still be 2 points. Coupled with the pricing in the safe zone, it was to say that as long as one dared to delve into dungeons, starvation was not a concern. During his dialogue with Wang Guangfei, Zuo Cheng'an broached the subject of the Great Cleanup. Fortunately, the latter provided clarification. The Great Cleanup was, in fact, a mechanism employed by the game to reduce the player population. Due to the low cost of living, even the most inept players could manage to clear low-level dungeons, and with various privileges, such as pregnant players being exempt from dungeon participation. The number of newborns in the safe zone had been steadily increasing for several years. The 7th safe zone, established over a decade ago, did not yet show significant growth in player numbers, stabilizing at around 100,000, an ideal figure for a safe zone. In contrast, the 1st and 2nd old-school safe zones had experienced explosive growth, now housing over 1 million players. There were so many that even park bridges could scarcely accommodate them, with bedding sprawled across various buildings. Once the game detected an excessive population in a safe zone, it would forcibly thrust players, along with numerous dungeon monsters, into an enormous dungeon, unleashing a massacre devoid of any subtleties. This is aimed at swiftly alleviating the pressure on the safety zone. However, the reduction of personnel in the established safety zones will inevitably involve those newer safety zones with lower rankings. Regardless of their willingness, everyone must undergo this cleansing process. Upon hearing the explanation, Zuo Cheng'an instantly comprehended why the player levels in safety zone number 7 defied logic. Conventionally, there should be fewer players at higher levels. Yet there are 20,000 players at the unranked level, while a staggering 50,000 occupy the first ladder level. The latter far exceeds the former, presenting an inconsistency with established norms. Thus, the root of the problem lay here. Chapter 32. Catch up. The phenomenon of a major cleanup serves not only to eliminate individuals who merely drift through life, but also to ignite the latent potential within others, compelling them to strive for ascension. Even those who were previously complacent find themselves driven to exert effort and invest time upon hearing the news of this major cleanup. However, judging by the state of those who were inquiring about earlier, it appears that newcomers to the game may find it challenging to uncover the existence of this major cleanup. By the time they do, they may have missed the golden opportunity for advancement. Having resolved his inner doubts, Zuo Cheng'an expressed his gratitude to Wang Guangfei. Just as he was about to exit the interface, he noticed a new friend request notification. Upon opening it, he discovered requests from Zheng Run and Li Yueqiu. Both met in the novice dungeon scream night. As for the seasoned players, He Jinmei and Zhao Qingyuan, they had not sent friend requests. This was understandable. They belonged to different age groups and shared little in common. Through the friend requests, Li Yueqiu immediately sent a greeting, which could be translated into plain language as, "Take me along, take me along." Meanwhile, there was no response from Zheng Ren. whose status indicated he was still engaged in a dungeon. He was quite diligent, it seemed. The friend list displayed the current levels of each player. For instance, beneath Li Yuechio's avatar was the phrase unranked. It was likely she had noticed Zuo Cheng'an's first ladder designation beneath his avatar and had therefore approached him for assistance. Reflecting on Li Yuechio, Zuo Cheng'an recalled her double kick skill. Having completed a novice dungeon, she must have allocated enough points to her physique to meet the skill's minimum requirement of 7 points. This skill was formidable, as she was rather naive and obedient, making her easy to direct. Zuo Cheng'an's experience of being isolated in the farm dungeon had made him more cautious. Thankfully, the farm tasks did not involve factional competition or any elements of rivalry. Observers in the barrage had noted that certain NPCs within dungeons delight in dividing players into opposing teams, leading them to engage in mutual destruction. Isolated players in such scenarios often become the primary targets, swiftly eliminated by concentrated fire. In dungeons with fewer than 10 players, Zuo Cheng'an was unafraid of being targeted. But what if he were to face dungeons with 50 or even 100 players? If 99 belonged to the same guild, unified in purpose, what chance would the remaining players have? Even if he possessed extraordinary skills, capable of taking on 100 foes, cooperation would be essential in situations that required teamwork. Thus, while he could remain unaffiliated with the guild, embarking on a dungeon run without allies on the same side, even if only for the sake of numbers, would prove challenging. Considering all aspects, Li Yuechio emerged as an excellent choice. Familiar and capable, she was also kind-hearted and compliant. As for any potential malice, Zuo Cheng'an thought of her innocent, unworldly gaze. While one might harbor small selfish desires, that is human nature, it would never lead to significant harm. With this in mind, Zuo Cheng'an resolved to invite her along for their next dungeon venture. Li Yuechio initially believed that Zuo Cheng'an's invitation to join him in a dungeon referred to a relatively new first-level dungeon, causing her heart to bloom with joy. And her flattery knew no bounds, even conjuring rainbows. Unbeknownst to her, Zuo Cheng'an actually meant a second-level dungeon, the one with the highest yield, which he had only ventured into a few times. Li Yuechio thought, this is perilous. Upon concluding their private conversation, Zuo Cheng'an returned to his rented room. Mudu eagerly tore open the packaging of the hay and various vegetables, relishing crispy radishes and fresh hay, washing it down with clean water, enjoying a splendid meal. Meanwhile, Zuo Cheng'an took an empty bowl and opened his personal panel, attempting to synthesize Muzhou brand tomato sauce using raw materials. The panel indicated that this tomato sauce belonged to an old brand from Ladder City and was a favorite choice for gifts. In the language of players, it meant it could be traded with NPCs. However, for consumption, he needed to create a batch first to observe its effects. The jar unearthed from the farm warehouse had spoiled due to prolonged storage and thus could not serve as a reference. Following the recipe, Zuo Cheng'an sequentially combined fragrant tomatoes X1, granulated sugar X1, electric honey X1, and other ingredients. The game promptly presented the option to begin production. Yes, a flash of golden light illuminated the scene, transforming the heap of raw materials into a pool of orange-red tomato sauce. Perhaps due to the addition of honey, the Muzhou brand sauce appeared lighter in color compared to typical tomato sauce, resembling sweet and sour sauce but redder. Muzhou brand tomato sauce. Category: Food. Effect: Restores health upon use. Can be added to dishes for healing cuisine. Restriction: Not effective for virtual wounds. Please consume in small amounts. Description: As long as the tomato beef brisket endures, everything else remains secondary. Zuo Cheng'an took a spoonful to taste. The moment his tongue brushed against the sauce, the rich aroma of tomatoes burst onto his palate, maintaining a cottony texture. Initially tangy, it soon transformed into sweetness, settling into a balanced sweet and sour flavor that even someone like him, who typically dislikes sweetness, found acceptable. It is no exaggeration to say that this sauce could elevate even the most mundane dish to new heights. Pairing it with bread or adding a spoonful while stir-frying could truly enhance the flavor. With this recipe in hand, Zuo Cheng'an could easily venture into the world of street vending, selling pancake rolls, and achieving financial success. However, that was unlikely. More than the taste, Zuo Cheng'an valued the sauce's healing properties. If its effect were potent enough to replace healing items, he could package it into smaller portions for use as healing aids. Then, he could set up a stall at the market to sell the sauce. Wait, why does it always come back to street vending? Zuo Cheng'an extracted the swift mouse dagger and swiftly, accurately inflicted a cut upon his own arm. The dagger's sharpness rendered the act nearly painless, yet blood streamed profusely from the wound. It was only under the dual stimuli of sight and smell that he belatedly registered the searing pain emanating from the injury. Such a wound, were it in the realm of reality, would undoubtedly require 4 or 5 stitches. However, within the confines of the game, Zuo Cheng'an decisively scooped a generous spoonful of tomato sauce. As the rich sauce slid down his throat, the fragrant essence of tomato had scarcely dissipated before the blood from his arm began to coagulate, and the fiery sensation subsided. By the time the taste of the sauce faded from his mouth, the blood crust had transformed into a deep brown, and upon tapping it, revealed fresh, tender skin beneath. Remarkably, the blood that dripped onto the table had yet to fully congeal. What a splendid find! Truly an extraordinary treasure. Zuo Cheng'an gazed at the remaining half-bowl of sauce with an expression akin to that of a connoisseur admiring a prized possession. The spoonful he had just consumed was comparable in size to the packets of ketchup that accompany a hamburger, and the remaining sauce was ample enough to be divided into 7, 8, or even 10 servings without a doubt. The sole drawback was that, unlike items in the real world, the goods sourced from the in-game department store were not only Exorb Chapter 33. The return from defeat, the current yield, is sufficient for personal use, with a small surplus available for sale. However, it is far from adequate for expansion and strength. Moreover, he has yet to experiment whether the amount of ketchup required for healing increases when injuries are severe and whether there exists a bottleneck in this process. For instance, while minor wounds heal rapidly, the recovery rate diminishes as the size of the injury expands. These nuances will require careful exploration in the future. After tidying up the remnants on the table, Zuo Cheng'an began to devise a plan. The healing properties of ketchup were an unexpected boon, prompting him to recall Zhang Ren's therapeutic tools. In a moment of desperation, with only a sliver of breath remaining, he consumed a gummy bear, which remarkably sustained his dwindling strength. In merely 10 minutes, he could support himself against a wall, and in another 5, he felt as if nothing had transpired. With the formula for ketchup at his disposal, he could significantly reduce expenditures on healing items in the future, even if circumstances temporarily prevented him from embarking on quests. His points would remain unaffected. Reflecting on his points, Zuo Cheng'an took a moment to examine his savings. He had received an S-rank evaluation in both dungeons, and despite the first-level dungeon offering a maximum of 100 points, the S-rank status doubled his rewards, netting him a total of 400 points. Subsequently, he spent 25 points on healing his internal injuries, 5 points for a leisurely outing with Yulu, 30 points on renting a place, and 13 points on miscellaneous purchases. However, Wang Guangfei promptly transferred 20 points back to him, resulting in a net total of 340 points. With just the rental expenses, he could afford 10 weeks, or 2 months of accommodation. With funds in his pocket, thoughts turned to spending. Saving was simply out of the question. Transforming his living space back into a haven for the black sheep, Zuo Cheng'an prepared himself a sumptuous tomato beef stew over rice, intending to venture to the trading market the following day in search of fortune. He planned to rest for 3 to 4 days to restore his mental acuity before tackling level 2 dungeons. Before setting out, he aimed to procure a reliable offensive tool, and, if his balance allowed, perhaps even a skill, particularly one that could enhance multitasking. Zuo Cheng'an found the notion of acquiring a skill rather precarious. While potent skills often lack usage limits like most items, the question of availability overshadowed the price. He pondered inwardly. If he were to obtain an exceptional skill, he would undoubtedly prioritize its personal use. The next morning, Zuo Cheng'an was uncertain whether it truly was morning, having indulged in a satisfying meal and a restful night's sleep. The safe zone boasted clocks, yet the cycle of day and night was indifferent. The environment remained perpetually illuminated, with the source of light unknown. Even in the absence of street lamps, the streets were as bright as day. This phenomenon contributed to the desirability of bridge shelters over open parks. as the former provided a semblance of an indoor environment, complete with shadows to diminish players' sense of dislocation. Players could easily lay down and drift into slumber without the need for sleep masks. Indoors, the situation improved, with the lights turned off and curtains drawn. The room plunged into complete darkness, akin to the depths of night. Woof! As Zuo Cheng'an prepared to leave, Do wagged his tail, eager to accompany him. Since earlier, it had been closely following Zuo Cheng'an, leaving no opportunity for him to confine it at home. No, Do, you cannot come with me, he admonished. The dog's pitiful whines were in vain. Do not forget that you devoured half a pot of my tomato beef stew last night. Zuo Cheng'an pointed to the licked-clean frying pan on the stove, a reminder of the crime scene that had yet to be cleaned up. Seizing the moment of Do's guilt, Zuo Cheng'an dashed out of the room, appearing at the entrance of the dungeon hall in an instant. The hall was bustling with activity, filled with vendors hawking strategies, players calling for teams, and many others indecisively contemplating their choices, making it seem even busier than a marketplace. Just as Zuo Cheng'an was about to leave the hall for the nearby market, a commotion arose within. He paused to listen and learned that the 100 players who had ventured into the level 3 dungeon escaped the previous day had returned. Each dungeon experienced the flow of time differently. Although only a day had passed in the safe zone, 3 days had elapsed within the escape dungeon. In stark contrast to the grand procession of 100 players that had set out, fewer than 20 returned alive. The surviving players appear to have utilized the game's healing functions. Aside from being smeared with blood, their bodies remained intact. However, the large stains and splatters of blood on their clothing, some even with torn pant legs or sleeves, spoke volumes about the severity of their injuries prior to treatment. Seeing this, Zuo Cheng'an decided to stay, curious to gather any information he could. Even learning about the Red Eyes attack pattern would be worth it. The 20 or so players who had just emerged from the dungeon, still conscious, opted to use their accumulated points to swiftly heal their wounds, while those who had lost consciousness could do nothing but hang on with items, awaiting aid from their guild. The players from the same guild remained, guarding their incapacitated companions. Unable to move, they were quickly encircled by the overwhelming crowd in the dungeon hall, creating a human wall of onlookers. Concerned that the throng would crowd too closely and hinder the injured's breathing, guild members stationed at intervals helped maintain order, preventing spectators from getting too near. With increased physical attributes, Zuo Cheng'an's vision and hearing were significantly enhanced, allowing him to effortlessly overhear the surrounding conversations. A tall, slender youth expressed astonishment upon hearing his friend's words. What? Are you saying that a leader-level figure from the Xiaoya Guild personally descended and could not conquer a level 3 dungeon? This must be a joke. They are players from the 4th tier. Others chimed in exactly. Isn't it a guaranteed win for players to challenge dungeons below their level? How could they possibly fail? Who told you that high-level players can easily win in low-level dungeons? That only applies to level 1 or 2. Dungeons of level 3 and above randomly throw in bosses. They will teach you a lesson in no time. Yet a 4th-tier guild, along with over 70 3rd-tier guilds, still struggles to conquer a mere level 3 dungeon? It seems rather absurd, does it not? You may not be aware, but my brother's ex-girlfriend's best friend's boyfriend is affiliated with the Flying Pigeon Guild, which keeps him well informed. Rumor has it that during the previously initiated escape dungeon, they unfortunately encountered a batch overseen by the formidable tier tower boss, Red Eye. Confronting a boss is a daunting task. Unless the leaders of the 3 major guilds take to the field themselves, a flawless completion is all but impossible. It truly is a stroke of bad luck. In earlier attempts, they had not encountered any bosses, yet on this occasion, the esteemed leader of the 4th-tier guild led the charge, and lo and behold, a boss emerged. One must ponder, if failing to clear the dungeon results in a dead end, how is it that so many individuals managed to escape? This time, the response comes from a member of the Xiaoya Guild, which is dedicated to maintaining order. Though he did not partake in the escape strategy, he has gleaned insights into the brutality of the dungeon from his comrades. Chapter 34. Is this it? Initially, players entering the escape dungeon were merely expected to indulge in a leisurely vacation aboard the ship, allowing the half-month survival period to pass without a hitch. At most, they would fend off the transformed passengers who had become zombies, with a hidden task of uncovering the origins of the zombie virus, which was optional and posed little challenge provided they did not aim for a high score. However, not long after the game commenced, the ladder boss Red Eye manifested within the dungeon. It is well known that the appearance of a ladder boss elevates the dungeon's difficulty by at least one tier. The emergence of Red Eye significantly strengthened the zombies, and many players still at the second tier found themselves overwhelmed, resulting in substantial casualties. The team leader, Xiaoya, had no choice but to abandon the notion of a complete clearance and sought alternative nodes for a side completion. In dungeons of level 3 or above, aside from the chance of triggering the arrival of a ladder boss, there are multiple methods to achieve completion. The game seems designed to prevent a mass demise of high-level players during their exploration, thus providing some escape routes. After all, the true value of their demise lies in the information they could impart to future players, thereby increasing the likelihood of success for the next cohort attempting the dungeon. The existence of multiple exits is intended to give players a pathway to retreat when they realize they can no longer persevere. This distinction between perfect completion and side completion does not apply to level 1 dungeons. It is rarely found in level 2, but it becomes prevalent in level 3 and above. Perfect completion entails fulfilling the initial tasks presented in the opening panel, proceeding through the dungeon as intended, and receiving the standard rewards. Side completion, on the other hand, can manifest in various forms. It may be triggered by fulfilling a quest from a certain NPC within the dungeon, accessing a particular passage, or defeating a minor boss. Ultimately, players will only encounter the routine inquiry of whether they wish to spend points to recover from injuries, with no additional rewards offered. The greatest reward is likely the mere opportunity for players to escape the dungeon alive, through the exploration of the no-escape dungeon by several groups. Although no team has yet achieved a perfect completion, they have uncovered the timing for several initial side completions. The first node occurs on the evening of the first day after the dungeon begins, when a private helicopter descends onto the cruise ship. If players manage to board this helicopter and successfully pilot it away, an option to exit the dungeon will appear in their minds. However, this small private helicopter can only accommodate 4 individuals, rendering it the least favorable option amidst the 100-player dungeon. The second node imposes no restrictions on the number of participants, and timing is not critical. According to available intelligence, players from 10 days prior can leave through this secondary node at any moment. Beyond 10 days, the situation remains uncertain, as no players have yet managed to endure until that point and successfully exit the dungeon. In the normal progression of the game, on the 3rd day of the cruise's departure, a wave of minor zombie hordes erupts. Although the challenge is not particularly formidable, the presence of the ladder boss, Red Eye, transforms the scenario from a mere dozen zombies to several hundred. The infected NPCs include all crucial crew members and technicians responsible for the ship's maintenance, effectively incapacitating the entire vessel in an instant. Moreover, the upgraded zombie virus has a significantly longer incubation period and heightened infectiousness, resulting in hosts with increased strength. Even the flora and fish in the surrounding waters have succumbed, morphing into zombie-like creatures. At this juncture, the difficulty of the dungeon has escalated beyond the realm of Tier 3, approaching Tier 4 or even 5. Consequently, the leader of the Xiao Guild, Ganran, wisely abandons the initial plan for further and opts to guide the players through an existing secondary route to escape the dungeon. This involves utilizing the escape pod aboard the cruise ship. However, even this secondary route does not allow players to escape easily. Otherwise, the dungeon would merely become a resort where one could come and go as they please. To leave via the escape pod, players must accomplish a series of intricate tasks, ascertain the location of the escape pod, find a key to the pod's storage room, navigate through numerous obstacles to reach the pod's chamber, successfully break through the zombie blockade, inflate the escape pod, and launch it into the sea, and steer the escape pod to a point at least 1,000 meters away from the cruise ship amidst swarms of mutated fish monsters. The first 2 tasks, gathering information about the pod's location and finding the key, have already been mastered by earlier players who entered the dungeon, allowing later players to follow the intel directly without wasting time. Thus, the players led by Ganran only need to focus on the latter tasks. Unsurprisingly, at this critical moment, A villain emerges. Red Eye, this troublesome adversary, appears with a legion of zombie minions stationed defiantly on the path leading to the escape pod storage area, seemingly prepared to guard it for eternity. Meanwhile, a significant number of players within the team have already been infected by the new zombie virus, rendering their items ineffective against the boss's enhanced virus, necessitating an urgent return to a safe zone for treatment. The players cannot afford to delay for even a second. Therefore, they are left with no choice but to launch an offensive against Red Eye, initiating the boss battle. The eventual outcome, as everyone witnessed, resulted in the boss's escape. But the players suffered substantial losses, with only a little over 20 survivors remaining from the 100-strong team and several others lying incapacitated on the ground. Their chances of recovery uncertain. Nevertheless, this outcome is significantly preferable to a total party wipe, especially within a dungeon featuring a ladder boss. Achieving such a survival rate, Ganran has performed admirably as the dungeon leader. Throughout the narration, the player responsible for maintaining order within the Xiaoya Guild exudes an undeniable sense of pride, as if basking in the honor of belonging to such a distinguished guild. Indeed, it is a source of great pride that the Red Eye was vanquished and forced to flee in disarray, ultimately seeking solace among the lesser players. Had the players not been in a hurry to exit the dungeon to tend to the wounded, they might have had the opportunity to vanquish the boss entirely, leaving Red Eye with no chance to escape with even half of its health. Zuo Cheng'an had witnessed firsthand the disheveled appearance of Red Eye as it emerged from the no-place to escape dungeon. It was a clear case of miscalculation, nearly leading to its own demise. After mingling within the throngs for quite some time without gleaning any fresh intelligence, Zuo Cheng'an proceeded to the marketplace as initially planned. From a distance, he observed the guide at the entrance enthusiastically promoting the bustling scene to new players. Those who had just completed their novice quests still appeared dazed, only to be approached moments later by charming individuals offering special services. Upon inquiring about the nature of these special services, one would discover, to their amusement, that they were merely guides. Upon scanning the marketplace, Zuo Cheng'an soon spotted Yulu, who was surrounded by a group of children. Yulu, having noticed Zuo Cheng'an from afar, waved enthusiastically in greeting. As the first guest since embracing independent living, Yulu remembered Zuo Cheng'an distinctly. Zuo Cheng'an reciprocated the gesture with a wave of his own. Chapter 35. The Welfare Institution System Yesterday. The presence of Yulu alone was not particularly noticeable, but today, with a dozen children gathered there, the contrast became strikingly apparent. Although they were all attired as boys, a few, including Yulu, possessed delicate features that revealed their true identities as girls upon closer inspection. Indeed, within the intricate realm of gaming, the safety zone ensures players' security. Yet once they traverse into the instance, such protection dissipates. Should a nefarious individual follow them into the instance, those unprotected children, devoid of parental guardianship, would find themselves utterly defenseless. Zuo Cheng'an had witnessed families of 4 or 5 within the safety zone, where, aside from the currency being replaced by points, the dynamics remained akin to that of the real world. Parents occasionally ventured together into the next instance, mirroring the familial structure of reality. However, instances were not venues for leisure, no matter how meticulously explored. They could not prevent players from succumbing to self-inflicted demise or death resulting from carelessness. Upon a parent's death, if a child exceeds the age of 10, they automatically inherit their parents' items and points, thus compelled to fend for themselves. Conversely, those under 10 would be taken under the game's wing for unified education and care, eventually departing the welfare institution at 10 to live in the safety zone. Undoubtedly, children with parents are fortunate, as they can luxuriate at home for a few years under their parents' support until they mature into robust adolescence around 13 or 14, ready to embark on instances. With parental guidance, their survival probability and adaptability would far exceed those of orphans. Once they ascend to the first tier, even if they merely grind in the lowest tier instances, they would not suffer from hunger. The average attributes of hostile creatures in first-tier instances range from 1 to 15. As long as players ensure their attributes exceed 15, they can navigate most first-tier instances safely. Should their attributes far surpass 15, Reaching an average of 20, they could traverse these instances with their eyes closed, spinning in circles while selecting. If one's ambition to grow stronger wanes, life could resemble a mundane job, operating a barbecue stand, a pancake stall, or a ring toss booth within the safety zone, earning points to make ends meet. Subsequently, they would routinely check in for the next instance, selecting one with a conducive environment that provides food and shelter, enjoying complimentary sustenance during their stay. After breezing through the instance, they could even exploit the game's two-point welfare system. Life would be quite pleasant if life within the safety zone could persist indefinitely in a certain sense. Residing here long-term would be quite agreeable. However, the specter of the great cleanup looms perpetually over all players like a sword of Damocles. The bustling marketplace, teeming with numerous players setting up stalls and wandering about, occupies a considerable area. Due to the absence of a dedicated planning section, the layout of player stalls tends to be chaotic. One stall may sell weapons, the next food, followed by clothing, and then reverting to food again. Additionally, determining the quality of stall owners can be quite challenging, as temporary stallholders may operate with the intent of making a quick profit by offering subpar goods at exorbitant prices. Thus, a knowledgeable guide well-versed in the area becomes exceedingly necessary. Zuo Cheng'an beheld Yulu, and naturally, this task fell upon her shoulders once more. However, upon hearing that Zuo Cheng'an intended to visit the market, Yulu hesitated for a moment, but eventually selected a slightly older child from a group of youngsters huddled in a corner. Brother, as you know, I have only recently arrived in the safe zone. While I am somewhat familiar with the larger functional areas, I have yet to fully grasp the intricacies of the market. It would be better to have him accompany us. He knows many of the stall owners. The child Yulu brought forth appeared to be around 13 or 14 years of age, clad in a tank top and shorts, his sun-kissed skin revealing a jagged scar on his bare arm. The safe zone consistently maintains a temperate climate with minimal fluctuations, making such a refreshing attire quite commonplace. Through Yu Li's introduction, it was revealed that this young boy was the eldest among their group, named Tian Wenliang, who was 13 years old and had already ventured into the dungeons 4 times. With Tian Wenliang's guidance, these relatively powerless children could secure a shaded corner in the park for a place to rest. Hello, Tian Wenliang greeted somewhat awkwardly. Zuo Cheng'an accepted Yu Li's kind gesture and, before departing, added her as a friend, promising to call upon her assistance when needed. If Yu Lu was a veritable fountain of chatter, effortlessly spilling forth a torrent of words without prompting, then Tian Wenliang was the epitome of reticence, only responding when directly questioned by Zuo Cheng'an. When not engaged in conversation, he followed closely behind, his presence almost imperceptible. One could easily overlook him if not attentive. Could this be a skill? Zuo Cheng'an pondered. Surely, players who had only completed 3 dungeons could not possess skills? This seemed even more enviable than acquiring a skill from the novice gift pack. The former appeared akin to an innate talent, while the latter resembled the fruits of diligent effort. Much like how adults often inquire about children's academic performance during conversations, Zuo Cheng'an, while walking with Tian Wenliang, eventually steered the topic towards levels. What is your current level? Unranked, Tian Wenliang managed to articulate in 3 words. Have you not ascended after completing 4 dungeons? Sensing Zuo Cheng'an's confusion, Tian Wenliang elaborated. Most people believe that children will hold them back, hence very few are willing to team up with us. Therefore, we typically form our own squads for dungeon runs. I am currently waiting for my teammates to enhance their attributes before we tackle the ladder together. After a few simple exchanges, Tian Wenliang finally opened up, engaging Zuo Cheng'an in conversation. Noticing her curiosity about the game's orphanage system, he shared more about the environment in which he had grown up. The orphanage within the game is akin to a boarding school in reality, where they attend classes during the day and return to their dormitories at night, receiving instruction in literacy, arithmetic, basic combat skills, and all other essential abilities needed for survival in the game. Thus, strictly speaking, these children, who have been trained in martial arts from a young age, possess a greater strength compared to most players who are ordinary individuals before being drawn into the game. Their only shortcoming lies in age and experience. Due to their undeveloped physiques, Children are inherently weaker compared to adults in terms of fundamental attributes. They must compensate for this deficiency by allocating additional attribute points. Consequently, older children who return to the orphanage often advise the younger ones to refrain from hastily entering dungeons upon their departure, whether through employment or begging. They emphasize the importance of allowing themselves several more years of growth before embarking on such adventures, thus conserving precious attribute points. Tian Wenliang heeded the counsel of his older siblings, spending the first 2 years after his emergence from the orphanage guiding others and assisting large guilds, without venturing into any dungeons. It was only this year that he, alongside friends, decided to attempt a few simpler dungeons. The conversation soon pivoted back to the marketplace. The bazaar, lacking a cohesive design, has developed certain unspoken conventions over the years. For instance, items located nearer to the center are generally of superior quality, while those on the periphery tend to be more mundane. As they had just entered and had not ventured far, they found that the items available were of white and green quality. White items, regardless of their effects, are reasonably priced at under 200, while green items should not exceed 500. Any higher prices are undoubtedly a mark of exploitation. Tian Wenliang spoke, his eyes filled with envy as he gazed at the wares displayed on the stalls. Chapter 36. The insipid thermos. Most stall owners operate part-time, having acquired various items from dungeons that they find unnecessary for their own use. To avoid selling them at a loss to unscrupulous resellers, they set up their own stalls. Consequently, the array of items available at each stall is rather limited, with an average of no more than 5 items per vendor. If a stall offers a plethora of goods, it is likely manned by a professional item trader, from whom one can both purchase and sell items. The price one can obtain ultimately depends on their haggling prowess. Soon, Zuo Cheng'an's attention was captured by a green-quality knife-shaped item. Thanks to the existence of the Eye of Truth, he could discern the details of the item without even touching it. Headless Butcher's Cleaver, green. Category, weapon, effect, attack power 1830. The more enemies you slay within 1 hour, the higher your attack power, capped at 30. Restriction, it is imbued with a potent aura of resentment. Without means to suppress it, each enemy killed incurs a 3 chance of reducing mental strength. Description, am I mad? Oh, indeed I am mad. Farewell, pitiful world. Through the lens of the Eye of Truth, Zuo Cheng'an also learned that this butcher's cleaver originated from the 2 to 1,424 human-animal cremation dungeon. Quality items always attract buyers, and around the stall showcasing the Headless Butcher's Cleaver. Aside from Zuo Cheng'an and Tian Wenliang, there was another player cloaked in gray who was bargaining with the stall owner. He too had his eye on the cleaver. 499? Do you think this is a group buying site? At most, I'll give you 200. The stall owner, similarly draped in a gray cloak, exuded an air of mystery that obscured his figure. However, based on his voice, he seemed to be a middle-aged man. 200? You think you can acquire a green quality item for that price? Wake up. The bargaining player exhibited impressive negotiation skills. Look at the side effects of this item. There is a chance it could reduce mental strength. Since you can tackle level 2 dungeons, you must understand how perilous diminished mental strength can be in a dungeon, right? The stall owner stubbornly defended his position. Doesn't it say you can suppress it with other items? Just purchase a protective charm or a peachwood sword, and you'll be fine. Easier said than done. Anything associated with the supernatural comes with a hefty price tag. Buying a green quality protective charm would cost as much as 2 butcher's cleavers. What's the difference between buying a phone case and a whole phone? The stall owner was momentarily at a loss for words and waved his hand dismissively. For 150, that is the lowest I can go. After all, its attack power is quite decent, above average among green items. Accept it, and it's yours. Supernatural dungeons are the least favored by players, who hesitate to enter even with guides in hand. Without suitable items, players find themselves utterly helpless against the supernatural, rendered completely passive. Consequently, the scarcity of players venturing into these dungeons results in a dearth of items emerging from them, leading to a market where supernatural items are exceedingly rare. 250. The player slightly raised his offer. The stall owner lowered his price a notch. For 130. 280. The vendor was visibly agitated, declaring, "The lowest price is 380. I nearly lost my life to acquire this cleaver from the butcher, dragging myself through with my intestines in tatters. Anything less would be a disservice to my past self. Reluctantly, he settled on the price of 380. At that moment, Zuo Cheng'an stepped forward, not attempting to outbid the vendor for the butcher's cleaver, knowing well that unless he emptied his coffers, he could not afford it. Instead, he pointed to another item on the stall, a small white stainless steel thermos, no larger than a paper tube, easily grasped in one hand for twisting the cap. What is the price of this water bottle? The vendor, preoccupied with another player, glanced at the item Cheng'an indicated, his eyes twitching as he replied, 179. I cannot explain further. You may inspect it yourself for more information. Zuo Cheng'an understood the vendor's pained expression. The name of the item was prone to misinterpretation. Your grandfather's thermos white. Category. Item. Effect. Can store 6 liters of liquid. Restriction. Appears rather antiquated. Description. Carry it, and you shall be the most dapper retiree in the park. This item was derived from the 1-009 3 Urban Express dungeon. By following the guide to trigger a side quest from a delivery worker, the reward upon completion would be this your grandfather's thermos. Due to its practicality, many guilds would organize players who had yet to experience this dungeon, aiming to collect several of these thermos items. Before embarking on wilderness survival missions or dungeons with scarce supplies, players would fill the your grandfather's thermos with lightly sweetened water or saline solution, ensuring basic survival even in the event of bad luck. However, how could an item obtainable merely by purchasing a guide cell for 179? That was the price of top-tier white-quality healing items. Tian Wenliang, recognizing this, finally spoke up. This item originates from the 1-009 3 Urban Express, a dungeon that has been closed for decades. Thus, this item is now discontinued and cannot be obtained again. So, dungeons with earlier numbers have indeed been closed? Zuo Cheng'an inquired further. Which previous dungeon numbers are currently closed? Tian Wenliang paused for a moment, contemplating. Dungeons below level 1000 have been closed. For level 2, those below 400 are closed, and for level 3, only 10 have been closed so far. Higher level dungeons have yet to be shut down. In the game, the higher the dungeon level, the fewer the number available. Level 1 has nearly 5,000 dungeons developed. Level 2, nearly 3,000, while level 3 just surpassed 1,000. Zuo Cheng'an had never encountered higher-level dungeons in the dungeon hall, likely due to their low refresh rates. If an item is permanently lost with each use, then the price of 179 for this collectible thermos seems quite reasonable. Nevertheless, in any purchase, regardless of how low the price, one must always negotiate first. Zuo Cheng'an had just witnessed a player depart after purchasing a butcher's cleaver, and he swiftly delivered a decisive blow to the thermos. Would it be sold for 80 points? The negotiation had been rather ruthless, and the vendor, without a moment's hesitation, refused. How much could one take away? 179, before Zuo Cheng'an emerged. Unlike others who donned cloaks for disguise, the vendor, upon observing Zuo Cheng'an's youthful visage, assumed he was not a skilled negotiator and resolutely maintained his stance. Zuo Cheng'an, however, would not be trifled with. He turned on his heel with Tian Wenliang and departed. Frankly, it was merely a vessel for liquids. At the same price, he could effortlessly acquire a small storage item, which would be far more practical than a thermos that could only hold water. A savvy vendor, after having his price haggled down once, should have adjusted accordingly. Yet he stubbornly clung to the original price, either indifferent to the few points or intent on extracting maximum profit. As Zuo Cheng'an began to leave, the vendor hastily relented. 175. You must be sincere. It cannot be lower than 170. However, Zuo Cheng'an had already distanced himself, planning to circle around in search of a more suitable item. He intended to find a container for ketchup. While a thermos could suffice, the semi-solid nature of ketchup posed a challenge. If the quantity was too small, it would be nearly impossible to pour out, which could be quite problematic in urgent situations. Ideally, he sought something akin to a liquid soap dispenser, which would allow for easy dispensing with a simple press. If it were not for the restriction against bringing non-essential items into the dungeon, Zuo Cheng'an would have already procured a container that met his standards from the market. Chapter 37. A gun for a cannon. Acquiring items is often a matter of fortune. What one may have sought after yesterday might have been readily available at a stall, Yet today it remains unsold despite repeated price reductions. The following day, however, the vendor may have already dismantled their stall, resulting in a missed opportunity for the coveted item. Zuo Cheng'an meandered through the marketplace, having encountered a green storage waste pouch priced at an astonishing 430 points. This diminutive pouch, no larger than 2 palms, possessed the remarkable capacity to accommodate a 1-meter-long ring-headed dagger along with an additional 5 kilograms of miscellaneous goods, all without compromising its overall integrity. Typically, commonplace items such as food, water, and clothing cannot be transported into dungeons, yet they can be stowed within such storage items. With this pouch, survival essentials would be secured for future endeavors, thereby broadening his options during expeditions. If Zuo Cheng'an were to part with his swift mouse dagger, he could barely afford the pouch. However, aside from a container for ketchup, he yearned for a slightly longer weapon. Attributes were secondary to sturdiness. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately decided against purchasing the storage pouch. Retracing his steps to the stall that had showcased thermoses, he contemplated negotiating for a lower price. If unsuccessful, he could return in the next couple of days for another chance or enlist the help of the local children to inquire further. He was in no rush to enter a dungeon. Instead, he intended to slowly accumulate more ketchup over the next few days. As there was no such thing as having too much of a life-sustaining item, the stall owner recognized Zuo Cheng'an from a distance and called out, "Young brother, do you still want the item? You can take it for 160. 120, Zuo Cheng'an countered. After some deliberation, the stall owner ultimately acquiesced. He had already sold a considerable amount of points, sufficient for him to relax for 3 weeks, and clearing out his inventory sooner rather than later seemed prudent, especially with the impending changes in the safety zone and the massive closures of numerous long-standing dungeons. After parting with 120 points, Zuo Cheng'an's balance dwindled to 220. One of his primary objectives had been achieved, alleviating his sense of urgency. He strolled leisurely through the market, akin to a casual shopping trip, hoping to find a long-bladed weapon that was both visually appealing and reasonably priced. Simultaneously, he employed his eye of truth to scrutinize each item, hoping for a stroke of luck akin to that of a protagonist in a novel, casually discovering hidden treasures along the way. Of course, such serendipitous occurrences were exceedingly unlikely, as the game had thoughtfully labeled each item with its name, purpose, and restrictions. Zuo Cheng'an could only glean more detailed information, including the dungeon of origin for each item. Just as he was about to walk away, he took a few steps back, drawn by an unremarkable stall that displayed a rusted piece of iron bound with bandages. Despite appearing as a white-tier item on the surface, its origin was astonishingly a level 7 dungeon. A level 7 dungeon where no one in safety zone number 7 had yet conquered it. Only the venerable safety zones know. 1 and number 2, steeped in historical significance and home to many talented individuals, had seen victories. How could a white-quality item possibly originate from a level 7 dungeon? From a 7-015 God creation dungeon, damage level 9866. It appears to be damaged, which explains its classification as a white-quality equipment. The information indicating its origin from a level 7 dungeon piqued Zuo Cheng'an's interest, but what captivated him more was the name of this equipment. Another instance of garbled text. This time, 2 of the characters were familiar to him. One was a message from the Ladder Tower, and the other was a note from the Ladder Boss Red Eyes. As for the symbols, he had yet to encounter them. Zuo Cheng'an was keen to acquire it, but he needed to mask his enthusiasm to avoid being subjected to inflated pricing. Thus, he first picked up an item in the corner of the stall that resembled a roadside stone. How intriguing. What was the asking price for this? The stall owner, rather unabashed, wore a coat emblazoned with the emblem of the Waves Guild, practically declaring his affiliation to the world. A small flying stone? 130. 130? That seems rather steep. Its singular method of attack does not justify such a price. The stall owner was aware of this and did not dispute it. However, its unlimited usage justifies its cost, and with its automated patrol function, it could yield remarkable results if utilized wisely. He was not mistaken. Items with limited usage are typically priced only in the tens, while those with unlimited uses are the only ones worthy of being priced in the hundreds. The sole exception to this rule would be healing items. Nothing else, like strength candies or shadow sprays, could compare. Zuo Cheng'an engaged the stall owner in casual conversation, touching various items on display, inquiring about the prices of several that caught his interest, including the item with the garbled name. The stall owner was not surprised that Zuo Cheng'an had specifically asked about the garbled named item. Throughout the day, its shabby appearance had already drawn considerable attention. That one, 120. I don't even know which dungeon it came from. It was simply in the bag when I restocked. I figured its attributes were decent enough to sell. Remarkably, it was 10 yuan cheaper than the small flying stone. Garbled text, category, weapon, effect, capable of inflicting damage. Attack power 3. Restriction, very heavy. May be considered scrap metal if sold. Description, when you find yourself at a dead end, passing by a recycling station, you may make a decision that betrays your ancestors. A weapon that adds 3 points to attack, yet it is of white quality and possesses an unappealing appearance. Nevertheless, given that it has no usage limit, its price of 120 is not exorbitant. However, it seems unlikely that anyone would choose to spend points on a device that is barely functional and unattractive. For the same amount, one could easily procure a visually superior weapon of the same quality and one that is still pristine. The stall owner scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It is indeed not worth that price, but look how unique it is. Its name is a jumble of characters, and it is exceedingly heavy, weighing at least as much as 3 buckets of water. Can one truly eat something so peculiar? After casually expressing his disdain, Zuo Cheng'an appeared to lose interest, shifting his focus entirely to discussing the price of the small meteorite. In the midst of this, as if a thought had struck him, he retrieved the swift mouse dagger from his inventory and inquired about the vendor's buyback price. From what you just mentioned, it seems you also procured this item in bulk. I wonder how much this piece is worth. I would offer 80, as I too muster a modest profit. Suddenly, Zuo Cheng'an proposed, in addition to this dagger, I will add 100 points to purchase the small meteorite and that item with the garbled name, thus helping you clear your stock. The handle of the garbled iron piece was worn and yellowed with age, dust settling on it, save for the clean end where many had touched to inspect its attributes. The vendor hesitated, mentally calculating the worth of a well-presented dagger, combined with 100 points in cash, in exchange for a low-damage item with a singular attack style, an object that had languished at his stall for half a month and might continue to do so indefinitely. It seemed like a fair deal, yet the question lingered. Was it truly feasible? If not, I shall take my leave. Chapter 38. Little 7. Although the item known as the glitch prop is appraised at a value of 120, it is only worth that amount if it can be sold. If it remains unsold, it is utterly worthless. In stark contrast, the swift mouse dagger boasts an exquisite appearance and a compact design that facilitates concealment. Players possessing assassination skills, or those who engage in combat within confined spaces, are likely to opt for it, ensuring it is easily disposed of. After all, in dungeons, weapons and items are consumables. No one can guarantee that their weapon will endure an entire dungeon without sustaining damage, which necessitates the possession of backups, alternatives for the backups, and further alternatives for those as well, to safeguard against unforeseen circumstances. The more items one has, the better. After a moment's hesitation, the stall owner consented to the transaction. With the game maintaining order, once the words were spoken, there was no need to worry about any reversal. This also explains why players in the market boldly display their items without any protective measures, unperturbed by the possibility of theft. A swift exchange of money for goods ensued. So Cheng'an relinquished 100 points and the swift mouse dagger, acquiring in return the little meteor and the glitch prop. Grasping a length of coiled non-slip bandage, Zuo Cheng'an waved it gently. The weapon felt notably weighty in his hands. Had he not recently augmented his strength to 20, he might have struggled to wield it effectively. As he caressed the metallic form, Zuo Cheng'an grew increasingly fond of it, though he could not continue to refer to it merely as the glitch prop or the metal piece. Calling it a metal piece seemed inappropriate as well, for it possessed a thickness exceeding a finger's width and bore no sharp edge, resembling more a ruler than a weapon. It required a proper name. Since it originated from 7-015 creation, let it henceforth be known as Little 7. After settling accounts with Tian Wenliang, who had accompanied him throughout the day, Zuo Cheng'an returned home. He diluted the prepared tomato sauce with water before pouring it into his thermal cup. The decision to add water had been made prior to purchasing the cup. Given the difficulty of pouring out the solid tomato sauce, a thinner consistency would suffice. This, however, meant sacrificing some of its healing efficacy. To achieve comparable effects, he would need to consume a greater quantity of the diluted sauce. It was challenging to ascertain whether this enhanced or diminished the results. In the following days, Zuo Cheng'an remained in his room, resting and striving to replenish his mental energy. Occasionally, he ventured out to procure ingredients for the tomato sauce or to peruse the market. However, he found himself with a mere 90 points, allowing him only to observe disposable items, such as the dwindling 2 air capsules, the mist spray with only 34% remaining, or the half-consumed stamina drink. These various small items could prove exceptionally effective in specific dungeons, yet in others, they were little more than useless trinkets. Consequently, most players purchased them based on necessity, eager to offload any surplus upon completing a dungeon. During this period, Zuo Cheng'an received some news about the Grand Guild from Yulo. It was said that after emerging from the No Escape dungeon, the Xia Guild and the Poling Guild, whose relationship had recently softened, once again found themselves at odds, even scheduling a duel at the arena to settle personal grievances. Zuo Cheng'an was not surprised upon hearing this. Initially, both parties had collaborated on the dungeon with the intent of reaping substantial rewards, only to suffer significant losses instead. The 7th Safety Zone is a new area where players generally possess lower levels compared to those in other zones. In the 1st Safety Zone, 2nd-tier players might be just ordinary individuals, easily found in abundance. However, within the 7th Safety Zone, 2nd-tier players are the elite of various guilds, and 3rd-tier players are the very core of those guilds. Having sustained such losses in the 3rd-tier dungeon, it is only natural that they would place the blame on one another. This uproar stirred considerable buzz, but it bore little relevance to the average player. One day, after Zuo Cheng'an finished a bowl of tomato sauce, a dungeon invitation from his friend popped up in his messages. Li Yuki, Suye, are we heading into the dungeon today? Zuo Cheng'an glanced at his status panel. His mental strength had returned to 83 points, and it had been 4 days since his last dungeon run, making it about time. He checked the clock, which read 8:30 in the morning. Although it could also be evening. After all, it was an electronic clock. He replied, sure, see you in the dungeon hall in half an hour. Li Yuechio, got it. Li Yuechio, by the way, Zheng Ren came out of the dungeon yesterday. Should we take him along? To cling to a strong ally requires a sense of awareness. Li Yuechio always consulted Zuo Cheng'an's opinion on any decisions. Zuo Cheng'an pondered for a moment. Among the players he knew, although Zheng Ren lacked skills, having gone through 2 dungeons, he must have acquired more attribute points than Li Yuechio. Furthermore, they were well acquainted, which made him feel at ease. Zuo Cheng'an, let us bring him. In the small park square of the 7th Safety Zone, 2 figures sat on the ground. One appeared anxious and eager, while the other stared blankly at his personal panel. Suddenly, the one lost in thought snapped back to reality and said to the other, he agreed. Zheng Ren then let out a sigh of relief. Phew, that's wonderful. With a top-tier player guiding us, the next dungeon will surely be much easier. Li Yuechio patted his chest. Who says otherwise? We are all newcomers just starting the game. Why can they become top-tier players in the blink of an eye while we remain stagnant? The 2 exchanged glances, sighing in unison. Despite their envy, the half-hour felt pressing, so they immediately began gathering their belongings, rolling up their bedding from the past few days, and covering it with a dust cover. Li Yuechio turned to the ant nearby who was dozing off and said, Aunt Sue, we'll leave our bedding in your care. Li Yuechio, a beauty with a sweet demeanor and sincere eyes, embodies the quintessential good girl. From an early age, she forged friendships with nearby players, even extending her kindness by utilizing her accumulated points to assist Zheng Ren, who was destitute. Sing Wei, clad in the tattered, blood-stained shirt he had worn during his novice dungeon days, found himself in a predicament. In this game, sustenance and shelter required points, and without them, he lacked even a change of clothes. Were it not for Li Yuechio's generosity in lending him a point to purchase bedding, he would have been left without even the means to sleep on the ground. This makeshift bedding set, along with a mini cooking pot and a box of assorted instant noodles known as the hobo package, could be acquired for just over 1 point. A trivial amount that the game interface often neglected to display, opting instead for a rounded-down figure. Prioritizing sustenance and shelter over attire seemed paramount, while drinking water could be sourced from the fountain in the park, as the game imposed no restrictions there. As they made their way to the dungeon lobby, Li Yueqiu remained perplexed. What had transpired during his last dungeon run that necessitated over 40 points for treatment? Zheng Rin stammered, unable to articulate a coherent response. Li Yueqiu, bewildered, recounted how the system had informed her of ailments such as sinusitis, malnutrition, hormonal imbalance, cavities, and mild myopia, which collectively required only 15 points for treatment. What on earth had Zheng Rin done in that dungeon to incur a cost of 40 points? Zheng Rin averted his gaze, stating, "Well, that's a long story." Li Yueqiu elongated her response, urging him to make it brief. However, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for him. In his pursuit of earning more points, he had inadvertently found himself back at square one. Chapter 39. Surely, curiosity abounds. Zheng Rin lamented with silent tears. If only I had resisted temptation and refrained from venturing into the dungeon. His second expedition had been fraught with misfortune, while he was diligently serving as a waiter. The customers inexplicably turned rabid and began to bite. Those who had previously treated him kindly, including a chef who seemed to be on his side, revealed their true colors, threatening to chop him up and toss him into a meat grinder for dumpling filling, had it not been for his indomitable will to survive. Culminating in a counterattack against the chef at the last moment before his consciousness faded, he would not have managed to drag his severely maimed body through to safety, nor would he have later sought refuge with Li Yueqiu. Although he had salvaged his life, the cost of repairing his half-destroyed body had depleted all his savings. Now, Zheng Rin was entirely destitute, possessing only the spatula item acquired from the previous dungeon, and even the points needed to purchase bedding were borrowed from Li Yueqiu. This illustrates the paramount importance of promptly discerning the nature of the adversarial forces within a dungeon. As the two ambled along, consuming provisions for much of the day, they spotted a person and a dog materializing in the open space before the dungeon hall. The world's disparities were indeed omnipresent. Not only had they ascended to the first ladder in just 2 days, but they had also become part of a household complete with a home and a dog. Li Yueqiu and Zheng Rin bemoaned the injustice of it all as they observed the duo setting up an open-air sleeping arrangement in the park. Once the trio was assembled, Zuo Cheng'an briefly introduced his companions, both of whom were immensely curious about the dog named MDU. "This is MDU, my attendant, who will accompany us into the dungeon shortly." With a wary demeanor, MDU perched beside Zuo Cheng'an, scrutinizing Li Yueqiu and Zheng Rin with a discerning gaze before ultimately concluding that they posed no threat. Even without its master, the dog could easily incapacitate the two. Indeed, MDU's attributes manifested similarly to a player who had just ascended to the first ladder, particularly excelling in speed, living up to the reputation of a swift four-legged creature. Zuo Cheng'an gently patted MDU's head, encouraging it to relax. As its master, he could view the details of his attendant stats. Attendant, MDU, Constitution, 8, Strength, 11, Speed, 13, Item, Shepherd's Bell, Skill, a dog is man's best friend, active. These attributes were more than sufficient for soloing players who had yet to ascend the ladder. And the skill's utility was remarkable, potentially serving as a means of crowd control if employed effectively. Zuo Cheng'an felt a pang of envy at the thought. Skill, a dog is man's best friend. Category, active skill. Effect, temporarily increases the target's favorability by 999. Duration of immobilization varies. Limitations, can only be used on humanoid entities. Description, Loof, surrender to the paws of the canine. Subsequently, Zuo Cheng'an inquired about the items and skills possessed by the other two. Li Yueqiu, having completed the novice dungeon, had not ventured into another, thus retaining only the double kick skill and lacking any items. Fortunately, her constitution attribute had reached the minimum requirement for the skill, and her strength had also seen considerable improvement. At present, If she could employ the double kick skill against the hunter, the damage inflicted would likely exceed 20, potentially reaching 50. Li Yueqiu proudly introduced her abilities. But her confidence waned when she mentioned the limitations. After executing the skill in full, a cooldown of 10 minutes would be necessary before it could be used again. The existence of a cooldown period was anticipated by Zuo Cheng'an. Without such a restriction, as long as the minimum requirements for the skill were met, the balance of the game would have been irrevocably disrupted. When it was Zheng Ren's turn, he unabashedly showcased his remarkable trait of having skin thicker than that of a rhinoceros, nonchalantly producing a spatula from his pants with a swift motion. He generously shared the attributes of the item. Fly Restaurant's Treasure, White. Category, Item, Effect, capable of severing heads or stir-frying noodles. Restriction, there's a 98% chance of a fly contaminating the dish while cooking. Description, enjoy, as the protein content is 6 times that of beef. D. It had become an unspoken agreement among players that only those who were close kin or brothers could view one another's panels or handle each other's items. To candidly reveal one's trump card was akin to exposing one's back to potential danger. Thus, there were 2 individuals. One possessed skills but lacked items, while the other had items but no skills. Fortunately, both excelled in their attribute points. In the novice dungeon, they participated in the battle against the hunter. Although they did not land the final blow, their contributions were duly recorded by the game, resulting in commendable scores that granted them each 5 free attribute points. Cap at level 1, Li Yueqiu allocated 2 points to her vitality, retaining 3 to enhance her strength, transforming her from someone unable to open a bottle cap to a level akin to an amateur boxer. Zheng Ren, in addition to the novice dungeon, also undertook a level 1 solo dungeon, and after some struggles, managed to clear it, achieving a satisfactory score. With a solid foundation, his vitality had now reached the maximum of 10 points, and he was merely a fraction away from maxing out his speed, having gained a preliminary understanding of his teammates' situations. Zuo Cheng'an felt more assured regarding their upcoming venture into the level 2 dungeon. The trio and their canine companion entered the dungeon hall. While selecting a dungeon, Li Yueqiu curiously inquired of Zheng Ren. Others prioritize enhancing strength. Why did you choose to increase vitality first? Zheng Ren replied, It's because I was frightened by being hit. I wanted to be more resilient. Upon entering the dungeon hall, the atmosphere was a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace, overwhelming the senses. Underground Castle 20 needs 18. Comes with lighting equipment. Seeking a partner for the level 2 dungeon. I simply wish to clear it, and all items will be yours. Compensation is negotiable. Requirements. Mental state above 80. No adverse records. 500 points for assistance in clearing the level 1 tower. No limit on participants. The more the merrier. Death Highway missing 1. Who will join? No strategy needed. A valid driver's license in the real world is sufficient. 3 individuals and a dog meandered before a multitude of screens, where the air was thick with the pleas of players seeking teams and assistance. Zuo Cheng'an noticed a familiar instance, Uncle Muzhou's farm, which he had previously conquered, now re-emerging as a new dungeon within the instance hall. Although he possessed a record of completion, there was no corresponding strategy guide, for the dungeon had undergone a radical transformation in both its tasks and nature. Consequently, when a member of the Xiaoya Guild requested to add Zuo Cheng'an as a friend, hoping to acquire the guide, he declined, despite it being a level 1 dungeon. Inexperienced players placing undue trust in a strategy could very well meet their demise. A mere 500 points were insufficient to tempt Zuo Cheng'an. He believed that a minimum of 5,000 points would warrant his consideration. As they wandered through the instance hall, Zheng Ren and Li Yueqiu sensed something amiss. Why did it seem that the locations where Zuo had lingered corresponded to level 2 dungeons displayed on the screens? Surely, it was merely curiosity. It had to be just curiosity. Chapter 40. Sunshine Resort. Zuo Cheng'an pointed at the screen and uttered the words that Zheng Ren and Li Yueqiu dreaded the most. We are venturing into this dungeon, which has shown a record of having been attempted 6 times without a successful clearance. The potential rewards for us could be substantial. Both of them felt an uneasy jolt in their hearts, fervently wishing it would not come to pass, while their eyes were drawn to the screen. The inscription read, 2 to 2887 Sunshine Resort, Level 2 Dungeon. The serial number is remarkably new. It even lacks any clearance records. This signifies that it is a genuine, entirely new dungeon, not one that has been retired from the Tower of Ascension. There isn't even a single reference answer to guide us. Once a dungeon has been successfully cleared by an ascended player from the Tower of Ascension, it flows into the dungeon hall, where the information will indicate clearances. 1. If players do not opt for additional confidentiality settings, their names will be recorded for future players to admire. These first batch clearers are the contributors to dungeon strategies and the pioneers of clearance routes. While players are still settling rewards of the Tower of Ascension or in their homes, the dungeon hall automatically announces the names of those who have cleared the dungeon, extending congratulations. However, due to the possibility of advanced players leading groups through lower-level dungeons, the merit of this honor is somewhat diminished. Typically, players refer to the act of attempting a dungeon that has yet to be cleared as breaking new ground. Dungeons not retired from the Tower of Ascension, as long as they can be cleared, will invariably receive a decent rating, as there will be hidden bonuses for map exploration, story unlocks, and other invisible rewards. It is said that there are exceptionally generous first clear rewards. One might wonder why dungeons cleared for the first time in the Tower of Ascension do not offer first clear rewards. Isn't the alteration of your personal panel S level a reward in itself? The cap on attribute points is lifted. Is that not a reward? However, subsequent players face significant challenges in achieving high ratings, as the maps have already been explored by earlier players, and all hidden narratives have been unearthed. Hence, it becomes exceedingly difficult to gain points through these invisible items. After all, this is not a novice-friendly dungeon where leniency is granted. In Safe Zone 7, apart from a few renowned lone wolves, it is primarily the 3 major guilds that possess the capability to break new ground, and pulling are in a constant rivalry, each vying to see who can clear more dungeons first. The record of 6 attempts at Sunshine Resort has been established by players from these 3 guilds. Over time, the 3 major guilds have amassed a wealth of undisclosed dungeon strategies, using this knowledge to attract a continuous influx of new blood into their ranks. Naturally, they do not hoard these strategies indefinitely. Once their members have sufficiently farmed the dungeons, they will contemplate either selling or freely releasing the dungeons. This allows ordinary players to access dungeon strategies at the most affordable prices. However, by that time, as dungeons have been thoroughly explored inside and out, achieving a high rating becomes exceedingly challenging. Consequently, the quest for more freedom points becomes utterly unattainable. As for why Zuo Cheng'an chose the Xianyang Resort, it was due to the lack of alternative options. Zuo Cheng'an had already circled the instance hall, but the secondary instances available were either too low in number or required too many participants. After searching extensively, the Xianyang Resort appeared to be the most suitable choice. It was a relatively new instance, with players having attempted it but not succeeded, thus the first completion rewards were still up for grabs, and it only required 7 individuals to commence. Most importantly, the promotional slogan displayed on the screen proclaimed, 10 days and 9 nights, luxurious accommodation, bonfire parties, jungle exploration, rare creatures, discovering lost civilizations. The slogan was indeed exuberantly loud, and the images showcased either vast expanses of pristine jungle or statues adorned with peculiar symbols. It looked quite appealing. Before long, Li Yueqiu also succumbed to the allure, having been influenced by various marketing influencers and their folk tourism filters. She found herself yearning for travel experiences she had missed in the real world, and now, here was an opportunity within the game. Thus, after a brief moment of hesitation, she agreed to enter this instance. As for the 2 displayed before the instance, the ignorant are often fearless, having never attempted a secondary instance. They could not fathom the challenges it entailed. Both of the others in the trio concurred, and Zheng Run had no objections, following the 2 as they stepped into the light circle. However, before the trio and their dog could enter, there were already 2 individuals present within the circle. Judging by the emblems on their attire, they appeared to be members of the Breaking Wave Guild. Upon seeing Zuo Cheng'an and his companions arrive, the 2 members frowned slightly. One, sporting a small mustache, sternly remarked, "Who permitted your entry? Can't you see that our Breaking Wave Guild has already claimed this spot?" Among the three major guilds, the Xiaoya Guild was known for its benevolence, providing the most open and free instant strategies. The Qianlai Guild, while possessing the strongest average strength, was also the most peculiar. It was unclear whether social anxiety was a recruitment criterion, as its members were notoriously taciturn and preferred to act independently. Conversely, the Breaking Wave Guild was the most domineering, having unilaterally established numerous rules, one of which stated that if there were players from the Breaking Wave Guild in the instance matching circle, it indicated that the instance was claimed and others were prohibited from entering. Such a stance was unreasonable, yet the other two guilds simply disregarded it, entering any instance they pleased, while ordinary players had grown accustomed to it, knowing there were plenty of instances to choose from, and they could always find another. Offending the Breaking Wave Guild over a single instance was hardly worth it. However, Zuo Cheng'an and his companions were naive newcomers, having just grasped the environment of the safe zone, and were completely unaware of this rule. Even if they had known, they would likely have ignored it. For finding a suitable instance was a rare occurrence, and passing up this opportunity would mean missing out entirely. Not long after Zuo Cheng'an and his companions entered the light circle, several other players from the Breaking Wave Guild hurriedly arrived. This group of 5 could have filled the last remaining slots for the instance, but with Zuo Cheng'an's trio already inside, the available spots were evidently insufficient. Upon their arrival, they were momentarily taken aback to find that only 2 slots remained for the dungeon. They had not anticipated that players outside the 3 major guilds would dare to disregard the prestige of the Breaking Waves Guild. Within the circle, a player with a small mustache, who had previously questioned Zuo Cheng'an and his companions, impatiently remarked, "Let 2 people in at random. We must commence the dungeon swiftly. The sooner we depart, the sooner we return. I am eager to claim my rewards." The 5 outside exchanged glances. The honor of pioneering a level 2 dungeon was considerable. However, they were merely common folk, not particularly enamored with intangible accolades. What they truly valued was the point reward from the guild upon submitting their strategy, and they could even receive a share of the strategy's sale proceeds. Such rewards could sustain a lifetime, a veritable boon for their future. After a spirited argument, ultimately, a tall man and a short woman stepped into the circle. The presence of the attendant did not count towards the player limit, thus upon their entry. The screen indicated that the number of participants was full, and the 7 individuals, along with the dog, vanished in an instant. Dungeon, Sunshine Resort, ID, 2-2887, Quest, survive until the dungeon's conclusion and complete at least 3 tourism activities. Quest duration, 10 days and 9 nights. Quest background, Sunshine Village. A secluded hamlet on the outskirts of Ladder City has resolved to combat poverty by establishing a distinctive tourist resort. As experiential tourism project testers, you are invited to Sunshine Village to prioritize the enjoyment of these activities. Kind reminder, you are professional tourism project testers summoned by the village chief. Failure to offer substantial improvement suggestions may incite his displeasure. Game start. Chapter 41. All-inclusive accommodation before he even opened his eyes. Zuo Cheng'an sensed that he was seated in a swaying vehicle with something furry against his ankle, presumably the body of a Modo. As he glanced around, he realized he was in a breezy sightseeing bus, traversing perilously close to a sheer cliff. Such vehicles, open on all sides, offered a particularly refreshing breeze. The road appeared to be man-made, not only rugged and uneven, but also exceptionally narrow, barely accommodating a single vehicle. The bus's tires maintained a mere half-hand's breadth from the cliff's edge, instilling a sense of dread in the onlookers. Zuo Cheng'an found himself at the rear of the bus, perilously positioned near the cliff. Should he attempt to exit from this side, he would have no ground to stand upon, but rather would plunge directly into the abyss. At his feet sat Mo Do, blissfully enjoying the gusts of wind, while beside him was Li Yueqiu. Once she acclimated to the disorienting sensation of the teleportation, she gripped the armrest tightly, too terrified to glance towards the cliff. Opposite them sat Zheng Run, who, upon realizing the danger of his initial position near the precipice, discreetly shifted his weight to inch closer to the cliff wall. The 4 members of the Breaking Waves Guild were seated in pairs further up, appearing remarkably composed in comparison. Zuo Cheng'an surveyed the area around him. Predictably, There were neither armrests nor seatbelts. Under normal circumstances, one would expect a cautious driver to navigate such treacherous terrain at a reduced speed. However, the NPC was anything but normal, flooring the accelerator as he sped recklessly along the rugged mountain path, barely wide enough for one vehicle. Liuechio felt tears threatening to spill, her hands clinging desperately to the seat back, her thoughts screaming for salvation. Was this the first trial of the dungeon? Were players only deemed worthy of progressing if they succeeded in jumping from the bus at the moment it careened off the cliff? Was this truly a level 2 dungeon, reserved solely for the formidable? In stark contrast, the members of the Breaking Waves Guild appeared unfazed, as if they had anticipated the scenario. Swiftly, they retrieved ropes from their game backpacks, securing themselves firmly to the bus. The leader, engrossed in directing his companions, neglected to mind his own footing, and when the driver made a sudden sharp turn, he nearly toppled out of the vehicle. Had it not been for the quick reflexes of his teammates, he would have been the first casualty of the dungeon. How on earth are you driving? Are you in a rush to meet your maker? Typically, players would refrain from cursing at NPCs out of fear of provoking unforeseen dangers, especially when ignorant of the dungeon's intricacies. However, the members of Breaking Waves Guild, privy to insider information, were aware that they would soon find themselves aboard a fast-moving, open-air sightseeing bus, followed by an impending monster attack, which is why they had taken the precaution of bringing ropes. It is well known that the driver of the sightseeing vehicle is merely a mute, pedestrian NPC. Even cursing at him seems futile, let alone the thought of kicking him off the cliff, as one could easily take the wheel themselves. After all, the sole route leading to Xiangyang village lies directly beneath our feet, ensuring one cannot stray. The only dilemma is that all intelligence regarding the dungeon has been relayed by a former member who exited mid-quest, having passed through with the aid of a particular item. Subsequently, the Breaking Waves Guild embarked on several explorations, confirming the veracity of his claims. However, the individual who spent the longest duration within the dungeon barely lasted 2 days. While there were others who remained longer, they met their demise inside, failing to return with new information. Ultimately, the items capable of forcibly extracting one from the dungeon are predominantly single-use and not easily affordable. Those who found themselves trapped within the dungeon might not have sought to gather intelligence, but were perhaps unable to leave regardless. Thus, Breaking Waves Guild is left with only a rudimentary strategy guide from the first 2 days of exploration, with no knowledge of what transpired thereafter. A minor incident concluded with the driver maintaining his silence and proceeding at the same speed. As several sharp turns loomed ahead, Zheng Ren's complexion turned pale. Zuo, why are you not afraid? This was his first encounter with such an expansive dungeon, replete with cliffs and dense forests, resembling a small world. Previous dungeons have been nothing more than a corridor or a restaurant, rendering any comparison utterly futile. Zuo Cheng'an surveyed the surroundings, his view nearly obscured by the throng of cliffs, out of sight, out of mind. With everything concealed, nothing could be seen. Zuo, are we not going to slide down together, car and all? Zuo Cheng'an casually glanced at the overwhelming barrage of comments and replied, No, even if the driver were to close his eyes, we wouldn't fall. The vehicle is in motion due to its own momentum, not because the villagers are driving. He merely presses the accelerator as a mere pretense. Zuo Cheng'an's words seemed to possess an enchanting quality, despite being a novice in this dungeon like Zheng Ren, who was supposed to be oblivious to the circumstances. He felt an immediate sense of reassurance wash over him, dispelling his fear. He even shifted to a seat closer to the cliffside, relishing the rare, natural beauty visible from the safety of their location. Of course, his hands remained firmly grasping the railing. The fact that the vehicle would not plunge did not guarantee the same for others. After navigating several perilous turns, the sightseeing vehicle continued to glide steadily along the road. The players, no longer gripped by the initial trepidation, began to feel a sense of relief. At that moment, the driving villager made a new move. He removed his hands from the steering wheel and began rummaging through a basket beside him. With one hand insufficient, he employed both, causing the onlookers to gasp in alarm. Just as the closest player from the Breaking Waves Guild could no longer resist the urge to assist in steering, The villager finally unearthed his sought-after item, a battered horn. Pressing the playback button, the horn emitted the indistinct voice of an elderly man reciting the resort's promotional slogan. Welcome, esteemed visitors, to Xiangyang Village. Here, we offer a plethora of activities including jungle treasure hunts, canyon rafting, relic exploration, and bonfire gatherings, complemented by luxurious accommodations for 10 days and 9 nights, with all meals included. We assure you of an exhilarating experience. An elderly man, seemingly missing 2 teeth, speaks with a slight lisp and a myriad of local dialects, rendering him nearly incomprehensible to anyone outside the region. Zuo Cheng'an, however, chooses to focus on the bustling barrage of comments on the screen, where enthusiastic individuals engage in captivating antics, such as repeating NPC dialogues, translating obscure texts, and providing enlightening commentary for fellow viewers. Speaking of the audience, upon entering the secondary dungeon, it appears that the number of spectators has significantly increased, likely due to the release of this new dungeon with its exceedingly high death rate, perfectly catering to viewer preferences. The crowd is densely packed, with hundreds, if not thousands, of eyes clustered together, obstructing the surrounding natural scenery to the point where not a single leaf remains visible. At times, the eye of reality can be quite bothersome. One wonders if, upon venturing into even higher-level dungeons, the sheer number of eyes will render the path ahead utterly indistinguishable. This predicament calls for a solution. Is it possible to selectively view only the barrage of comments while obscuring the multitude of eyes? Chapter 42. The collar hanging from the dog's head. Zuo Cheng'an harbored such thoughts and actively sought to experiment. Under his control, the obstructive orbs' line of sight gradually became translucent, yet the barrage of comments remained vividly visible. There was no time to admire the revealed vista of the canyon, so Cheng'an meticulously scrutinized the content of the comments, striving to glean information pertinent to the dungeon. Oh, among this group of players, there's a little creature. How adorable! A swift kick to the belly would surely elicit a pitiful cry. Wouldn't it? Hee. So cute. So delightful that I could crush it with a single sit. Here comes another wave. How long do you think this bunch can endure? 3 days. Undoubtedly 3 days. I've been lurking here since the Sunshine Village livestream commenced. The toughest among them lasted until the 7th day. The rest either fled or perished by the 3rd day. I concur, this tourism venture escalates in difficulty every 3 days. The most recent attempt saw total annihilation by the 4th day. I wager 5 days. Did you see the players sitting in the front row of the sightseeing car? I've encountered him in other dungeons. He is ruthless, and I admire that. Such a person will surely survive for quite some time. Instead of guessing how many days they last, why not wager on how many will plummet when the mountain monkeys attack? Great idea. I bet at least 1 will fall. I predict 2 will drop. The little dog will undoubtedly be snatched away by that pack of monkeys. The barrage provided numerous clues, such as the fact that merely gripping the railing behind the seat of the sightseeing car would suffice for stability. Why then did the players from a breaking wave guild go to the trouble of tying themselves up with ropes? Not only did it hinder their movement, but acquiring such a rope would also be a considerable hassle, whether it was purchased or borrowed. One must realize that only items could be brought into the dungeon, and any item without usage restrictions would command a hefty price. The rope, regardless of its source, was not easily obtained. It became apparent that their arduous efforts to secure a safety line stemmed from the imminent threat of monster attacks. Zuo Cheng'an scanned his surroundings, searching for potential hiding spots of hostile creatures. Following his earlier attempts, he discerned that his true eye skill could be categorized into 3 tiers. At its highest setting, it revealed a myriad of eyes surrounding him. At the medium setting, it displayed the barrage, and at the lowest, it indicated the health bars of hostile entities, along with annotations when focusing on specific items. Currently, Zuo Cheng'an adjusted his skill to the medium setting, allowing him to avoid obstructions while retaining the ability to utilize most practical features. Below the left canyon lay the canopy of an untamed jungle, shrouded in a delicate mist. His study of the skill indicated that he could not see from too great a distance. To the right loomed a mundane rock wall, requiring only caution to avoid physical contact. However, the situation above was markedly different, Within the dense underbrush upon the sheer cliff, countless health bars, at least 100, were faintly discernible. Moreover, these health bars shifted in tandem with the sightseeing car. It was worth noting that the vehicle was currently traveling at no less than 60 miles per hour. If the vehicle defied the laws of physics, could the monsters also be beyond comprehension? Indeed, they were anything but scientific. As the lengthy anticipation yielded no mention of the so-called mountain monkeys in the barrage of comments, Zuo Cheng'an had no choice but to advise Li Yueqiu and Zheng Run to tear their clothing into strips, fashioning them into makeshift ropes to secure themselves to the vehicle. After articulating his instructions, he promptly removed his outer jacket, which, under the force of 8 p.m., was swiftly transformed into a series of fabric strips with a distinct zila-zila sound. Made from ordinary polyester without any special effects. Connecting these strips, Zuo Cheng'an first secured himself to a modo, ultimately fastening them to the railing of the sightseeing vehicle. Regardless of the circumstances, the vehicle would not overturn. Thus, securing himself to it sufficed. Once tethered, modo grew bolder, initially content to merely peek out, but now daring to extend half its body outside, its canine eyes sparkling with joy as its tongue lolled out. Concerned about the potential mishap of a collar choking the dog, Zuo Cheng'an modified the strips into a harness style, ensuring that even if it fell out, it would not constrict its neck. Following Zuo Cheng'an's demonstration, Zheng Run readily mimicked the actions, with Li Yueqiu closely trailing behind. The surrounding floating eyeball cameras became agitated, eagerly crowding around Li Yueqiu. However, due to the loose fit of her attire, after tearing off sufficient strips, she merely ended up in a crop top, disappointing the audience who anticipated a different spectacle. The unique material of these eyeballs allowed them to bypass the items within the instance, even transmitting the player's corporeal forms. Otherwise, during battles, it would be inevitable to damage several cameras. Yet, with their physical forms being tangible and the surrounding darkness, they could see little upon entering. Zuo Cheng'an observed the unrest of the eyeballs keenly. To escape their surveillance, one must employ objects that could interact with them. The sight of a multitude of fist-sized, blood-streaked eyeballs, entwined with long, slender veins, infiltrating and retreating from his body, was undoubtedly an unpleasant experience. Thus, upon witnessing the agitation of the eyeballs, Zuo Cheng'an promptly adjusted his skill back to a moderate level, adopting the philosophy of out of sight, out of mind. Li Yueqiu was clad in a standard school uniform, featuring a short-sleeve top and a knee-length skirt. Estimating the fabric's area, she first tore off a section of her skirt, only to find it too short to serve its purpose, prompting her to rip 2 more strips from below her chest. In an instant, her loose student attire transformed into a revealing crop top. This was her inaugural attempt at such a style, and she felt somewhat uncomfortable, mumbling to herself, "This length should suffice, right?" The actions of Zuo Cheng'an and the others behind the sightseeing vehicle did not escape the notice of the foreign front. "Fang Yi, they're also tying themselves up," remarked a girl in snug athletic wear, stifling a laugh at their antics. It was clear she assumed Zuo Cheng'an and his companions were merely emulating their safety measures. Sitting at the front, Zhang Gu, sporting a small mustache, waved his hand dismissively. "Hui, pay them no mind. They're just a bunch of players who can't even afford a set of tactical gear. Mere fodder in this instance." "I just find it amusing," he added. "It is as stated. Tan Hui harbors a profound respect for Brother Zhang from Zhangzhuang, and upon hearing this, she obediently settled into her seat. Chapter 43. Chickens pecking at each other when individuals are drawn into the game. They find themselves clad in the attire worn at the moment of their disappearance. Short sleeves, denim jeans, high heels, suits. Some outfits are suitable for running and jumping, while others are not. After overcoming several rounds of the game and accumulating some capital, players tend to opt for more practical climbing or sports attire. Those with the means may even procure a pair of sturdy military boots, ensuring optimal protection for their feet. Such was the case for Zuo Cheng'an. During a shopping excursion, purchased 2 sets of durable long-sleeve shirts and trousers, along with boots. Fortunately, the game does not impose strict requirements on clothing. Otherwise, a staggering 99% of players would be forced to enter the dungeons in their bare skin. Only those with insufficient points to afford even basic clothing would descend into the dungeons, still donning their ordinary garb, ragged outfits stained with blood and torn to shreds. The 4 members of the Breaking Waves Guild spoke freely, their voices unrestrained, for their guild's backing emboldened them to speak openly. Zheng Run, dressed in tattered clothing, ground his teeth in frustration, wishing to retaliate against them with a few punches. Their sightseeing vehicle boasted 4 rows of seats, accommodating a total of 7 individuals and 1 dog, with the Breaking Waves Guild occupying 2 rows at the front and back, while Zuo Cheng'an's group sat back-to-back in the adjacent rows. The proximity allowed for a punch to land squarely on the face. Zheng Ren seized this opportunity, positioning himself to strike, and with the fabric connected to the armrest lending him support, he carefully found his balance on the jostling vehicle. Grasping his prized item, the Fly Restaurant's signature weapon, he aimed to strike the head of the loudest woman among them. Tan Huihui, terrified, recoiled into the embrace of the man beside her. Brother Yang Yi. Look at him. Yang Yi, already entranced by Tan Huihui's exquisite legs, felt compelled to defend her. He brandished his own weapon, a massive syringe as thick as a calf, with a needle over 10 centimeters long. With such a formidable weapon, and being a seasoned player from the first ladder, Yang Yi found himself in a position of overwhelming superiority against Zheng Ren's spatula, which was now in a precarious defensive stance. However, Zheng Ren's spatula, driven by sheer luck, activated several effects, summoning 4 flies that buzzed around Yang Yi, seemingly cheering Zheng Ren on. Zheng Ren's nostrils flared in irritation as he swatted at the flies, exclaiming, "Get away, Shu!" Yet, the flies remained steadfast, akin to loyal guardians that refused to disperse. Yang Yi, vexed by the incessant buzzing, inwardly lamented the tactic, deeming it exceedingly underhanded, resorting to summoning a swarm of flies to annoy the opponent. As the sightseeing vehicle took a sharp turn, the 2 quickly steadied themselves, recognizing that this was not the appropriate moment for a contest. After a brief exchange of tentative jabs, they ceased their skirmish. For a moment, the only sound within the sightseeing vehicle was the incessant buzzing of flies. Zheng Ren felt that he had not regained his composure. Rather, due to the limitations imposed by his equipment, he found himself even more at a loss. However, the thought of further engagement only bringing forth more flies compelled him to remain quietly in his place. Before long, the summoned flies were left far behind by the vehicle. Meanwhile, as Yang Yi returned to his seat, Tan Huihui immediately offered him emotional support, exclaiming, "Brother Yang, you are magnificent." That fellow was utterly defeated. Yang Yi, flattered by the praise of a beautiful woman, felt somewhat elated. In truth, Tan Huihui harbored nothing but disdain. Though she was short and her abilities were lacking, she had invested more effort than any of them, yet still lingered in the first tier. Were it not for the usefulness of her equipment, she would have paid them no mind. Though the 4 of them were all at the first tier, they were distinctly ranked. Brother Zhang had the greatest potential. Despite having already exhausted his free attribute points at level 1, he had scarcely ventured into level 2, yet each time he did, he managed to accrue at least 5 attribute points. With boundless potential, he might very well achieve a dual max attribute ascension to the 2nd tier. In such a case, he would be eligible to join the elite faction of the Breaking Waves Guild, gaining opportunities to accompany prominent figures into level 3 dungeons for broader experiences. In contrast, Yang Ye's situation was less than commendable. Having attempted over 30 level 1 dungeons and 8 level 2, he still found himself mired in the first tier, accumulating scant points. One could easily surmise the low ratings he received in each dungeon, unless he dared to venture into level 3 or secured a powerful ally. It remained uncertain whether he could even meet the minimal requirement of 30 attribute points necessary for ascending to the 2nd tier. It was likely that his accomplishments in this lifetime had already been predetermined, with little hope for further advancement. By comparison, Tan Huihui, who had only attempted level 2 dungeons 3 times, still showed considerable potential. Yes, there was also Qian Xiang, the quiet one in their team. Among the 4, she and Yang Yi occupied the 2nd row, while Brother Zhang and Qian Xiang took the front. Had Brother Zhang not mentioned in private chat about impending monster attacks that warranted caution, Tan Huihui would have eagerly switched places with Qian Xiang to sit beside him. Reflecting on the forthcoming monster assault, Tan Huihui smirked inwardly. They had learned their lesson. Now discussing intelligence solely through private messages to prevent any opportunity for the keen imitator among them to catch on. The two teams enjoyed a rare 2 minutes of tranquility. Zheng Run, having just been pricked by a sharp remark, clutched his spatula in silence, appearing rather dejected. Li Yueqio's intuition warned her that something significant might occur, leaving her agitated. Brother Zuo, do you feel something is off? Or perhaps a sense of foreboding? Zuo Cheng'an sensed nothing amiss, but he observed that the horde of health bars above had drawn nearer to the vehicle, poised to charge at any moment. He had already retrieved Shao Qi from the system's inventory and applied the last of the tetanus antidote, readying himself for the impending confrontation. The handle of Little Seven had been fitted with a new anti-slip strap long before he purchased it. The body had also been meticulously polished, erasing the rust to reveal the gleaming silver metal beneath. It resembled a rectangular block of metal, more akin to a ruler than a blade or sword blank. If one side became tiresome, it was effortless to switch to the other side, wrapped in anti-slip bandage. Li Yueqio, lacking any self-defense tools, was generously lent Little Flying Stone by Zuo Cheng'an. Little Flying Stone, white, category, item, effect, automatically circles after being thrown. Limitation, attack power and range depend on the user's strength. Description, retreat, little dog. Retreat, retreat, retreat. When this item was initially acquired, it appeared as though Little Flying Stone was a gift for Little Seven, but in reality, it was a bonus for Little Seven that included the stone. Li Yueqio was both surprised and honored, carefully cradling the stone. Zheng Run, fearing for his life, was fervently boosting his own constitution, while she, due to her skills, was diligently enhancing her strength after meeting the constitution threshold. Remarkably, her strength attribute turned out to be the second highest among the trio, excluding the dog. Li Yueqio intended to say more, yet noticing Zuo Cheng'an deep in contemplation, she refrained from interrupting him and quietly explored the item. Zuo Cheng'an was not daydreaming. Rather, he was intently focused on the barrage of comments. The audience for this dungeon was immense, resulting in a dense stream of messages that often zipped past him without clarity. Chapter 44. Breathing air of a different order. The pressing issue at hand is his awareness that the mountain monkeys will soon launch an assault, yet the precise timing remains elusive. The barrage of comments suggests varying opinions. Some assert that the sightseeing vehicle will arrive after navigating 7 bends, while others claim it will only take 4. There are even those who insist that the location triggering the mountain monkey's attack has already been passed, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. After all, they are merely spectators. Regardless of the perilous nature of the instance, it does not directly concern them. Their primary concern is to avoid missing any thrilling moments due to mundane distractions such as restroom breaks or food deliveries. Ultimately, Zuo Cheng'an deduces, based on the rapid approach of the health bar in his line of sight and the most popular answer in the comments, that the mountain monkeys will strike after the vehicle has traversed 4 more bends. He has already removed his easily dislodged night vision goggles and privately messaged Zheng Run and Li Yueqio to prepare for battle. Rising first, the thermos filled with diluted ketchup hangs at his waist. With everything in readiness, he positions his left foot to shield the body of the dog from falling amidst the chaos, while his right foot finds a comfortable stance, his weight sinking into a stable center of gravity. Though tethered by a fabric rope, he aims to remain secure. Otherwise, suspended in mid-air, he would simply become a meat sack. Li Yueqio and Zheng Run also rise, adjusting their stances to loosen their muscles. Observing their actions, Zhang Zhuang's mind races with doubt. Could they possess knowledge of the instance's pertinent information? Perhaps they belong to one of the other 2 guilds? The Thousand Hunts seems unlikely, as their ranks are filled with socially anxious lone wolves of exceptional combat prowess. These individuals, lacking both high strength and social anxiety, must belong to the Xiaoyi Guild. Yet, they appear rather unremarkable. Has a recruitment standard for Xiaoyi Guild declined to such an extent over the years? Since the Xianyang Resort instance opened, 6 batches of players have ventured within, 3 from Xiaoyi Guild, 2 from Breaking Waves Guild, and 1 from Thousand Hunts. The Thousand Hunts players are too reserved. despite their spies exerting every effort. They have gleaned no intelligence. Conversely, there are whispers from the guild of individuals who not only persevered until the fourth day, but also successfully relayed information back. Their insights surpass the mere 2 days of intelligence that Breaking Waves Guild managed to acquire. Could these individuals possess a more comprehensive strategy than their own? Though perplexed, Zhang Zhuang surveys the surrounding landscape, recognizing that this is not the opportune moment to probe into the rival's capabilities. Calculating the time, he concludes that the mountain monkeys are likely to arrive imminently. The mountain monkeys are among the hostile entities within the Xianyang Resort instance, with an average attribute value of 6, categorizing them as ordinary minor monsters within a level 2 instance, a mere appetizer for the adventurers. Not even the players of the first tier, let alone those of slightly greater strength yet unranked, would find them challenging. The only drawback lies in their current setting. They're all aboard a rapidly moving sightseeing vehicle, perilously close to a sheer cliff, leaving insufficient space for maneuvering. A moment's carelessness could lead to a disastrous fall. As the count of 1, 2, 3 echoed in his mind, Zuo Cheng'an had already ascended to the roof of the sightseeing vehicle, awaiting the arrival of the first wave of monsters. He was acutely aware that the initial kill in this instance would most likely guarantee a 100 drop of equipment. Clearly, he was not alone in this knowledge. As Zuo Cheng'an climbed atop the vehicle, Zhang Zhuang from the Breaking Waves Guild followed closely behind. Each occupied half of the space, creating an unexpectedly harmonious coexistence. Having preemptively informed Zheng Run and Li Yuechio via private chat that monsters would surge from the thicket above at the fourth bend, Zuo Cheng'an felt assured they would not falter due to panic. The sightseeing vehicle, now operating at full throttle, meandered toward the fourth bend. This particular curve with a U-shaped dip that plunged inward towards the cliff, stretching over 400 meters in length. As the vehicle officially entered the U-bend, Tan Huihui, Yang Yi, and Qian Xiang stood up, showcasing the advantages of their smaller party. With 2 individuals and a dog on one side, they seemed to be 3 members, yet the quality of air they breathed was on an entirely different plane, maximizing their spatial efficiency. In contrast, Tan Huihui and Yang Yi found themselves cramped once they stood, even lifting an arm-wrist collision. Yang Yi, for the umpteenth time, inadvertently brushed his elbow against Tan Huihui's chest, prompting her to exclaim, "Is it amusing to keep taking advantage of me? Can't you be as quiet as Qian Xiang for just a moment?" Qian Xiang discreetly shrank back toward the front of the vehicle, hoping to avoid trouble. Aware he had overstepped, Yang Yi swallowed hard and hastily apologized before Tan Huihui could erupt. She had ample frustration to unleash, especially as rustling noises emerged from the dense foliage above. The mountain monkeys described in the intel had finally arrived. The sounds of heavy objects thudding against the metal roof, punctuated by sharp bangs, heralded the appearance of the creatures known simply as mountain monkeys in the bullet chat. This group, seemingly the vanguard, numbered only 7 or 8. While they bore the unmistakable form of monkeys, their necks were almost as long as their bodies, and a conspicuously bright red pouch hung prominently beneath their throats, resembling an unsightly growth on their skin. This design was strikingly evident, perhaps to ensure players recognized their weak points, almost as if they were beckoning, "Strike here." Upon landing on the vehicle's roof, the mountain monkeys paid no heed to Zuo Cheng'an and Zhang Zhuang, who were stationed there, and promptly began to descend along the vehicle's frame. Observing the creatures slip past him, Zhang Zhuang grew anxious about losing the initial kill to another. Hastily retrieving his makeshift weapon, a power strip connected by wires, an 8-socket contraption, the 2-meter-long electric wire danced vigorously in his hands. Its plug adorned with 3 barbed hooks arranged in a triangular formation, each 8 centimeters in length. It is not unusual for players to utilize peculiar items as tools. As long as they prove effective, aesthetics are but a trivial concern. Zhang Zhuang fixed his gaze upon a mountain monkey, skillfully casting the plug to ensnare its skin. The monkey, feeling the sharp pain, struggled fiercely on the brink of escape when suddenly blue arcs of electricity erupted from the power strip. The current surged along the wire, penetrating the monkey's body through the 3 hooks on the plug, causing it to become instantly paralyzed. At that moment, Zhang Zhuang prepared to tug the wire, intent on reeling it in for a resolution. How could Zuo Cheng'an remain idle? Upon witnessing the mountain monkey ensnared, he swiftly raised his measuring tool, originally aimed at the red air sac in its throat. However, due to the angle, he was obstructed by the neck and redirected his blow to strike the monkey's frail neck instead. The current emitted by the power strip was fleeting. The blue arcs appeared for but a moment before vanishing. Even if a faint current lingered, the material of Shaoqi was non-conductive, alleviating any concerns of electric shock. With a force of 21 points combined with Shaoqi's own weight, the mountain monkey's delicate neck could not withstand such immense power, resulting in a catastrophic fracture in an instant. Chapter 45, Go Little Flying Stone. Sometimes, the damage inflicted by blunt objects can surpass that of sharp ones. A crushing blow to flesh may render it impossible to stitch. Though a portion of its neck had become limp and lacked support, the mountain monkey retained control over its body and continued to act. It abandoned its assault on Zhang Zhuang, twisting its neck over a meter long in a swift motion, launching an attack towards Zuo Cheng'an's face. With no bone to impede it, its neck could now bend at an astonishing 180 degrees. Zuo Cheng'an raised his measuring tool defensively in front of him, preparing to endure a blow before countering with an attack aimed at the mountain monkey's throat pouch. However, Zhang Zhuang had already drawn his dagger, seizing the opportunity presented by the mountain monkey's assault on Zuo Cheng'an to strike at its throat pouch. Greed gleamed in his eyes. The first kill is mine. Oh no, they were already in competition, lacking an advantage in numbers and overall strength. If the opposing side produced another effective item, they might act without restraint and attack them directly from the vehicle. At that moment, a crisp shout echoed from within the sightseeing car. Little Flying Stone. Go! The Little Flying Stone, acquired alongside the purchase of Shaoqi, traced a C-shaped arc through the air, leaving a white afterimage as it struck the mountain monkey. The Little Flying Stone seemed to possess the ability to automatically lock onto the enemy's weaknesses, for it accurately pierced the mountain monkey's throat pouch. Well done, Little Stone. Li Yueqiu beckoned. Come back. The little stone returned to her hand, still shimmering with residual energy. Damn, a headhunting dog. Zhang Zhuang could not help but curse as he observed the passing Little Flying Stone. Yet, Li Yueqiu paid no heed to his words, pulling out a willow branch that had mysteriously appeared from her backpack. Look, Zhuo, I found a new item. Zuo Cheng'an glanced at the properties of the willow branch, which resembled a compass-type support item, and immediately lost interest, waving his hand dismissively. You keep it. I thought it might be a useful weapon, but it turns out to be just a guiding cane. Hooray! Long lives will go. Li Yueqiu was unaware that Zuo Cheng'an had already scrutinized the item as attributes, feeling secretly proud of having secured such a valuable ally. Zhang Zhuang, upon hearing Li Yueqiu's words, felt a surge of frustration. As the top player of the first tier, he had been outmaneuvered by someone who had yet to even ascend the ranks. Li Yueqiu excitedly waved her newly acquired branch, bouncing around joyfully, and struck the mountain monkey that attempted to pounce on her with a fierce whip. The mountain monkey yelped in pain, stretching its neck to bite at Li Yueqiu. Suddenly, Mudu leapt high, its head sprouting hard horns, and collided with the mountain monkey, causing it to lose its balance and tumble towards the precipice. However, it charged in with such force that it appeared ready to follow suit. Quick as a flash, Li Yueqiu grasped Mudu by the scruff of its neck with one hand, while with the other she seized the strap made of cloth, pulling it back up. Mudu whimpered, its skin tightening as it was yanked back, rolling its eyes in protest. On the roof of the vehicle, before Zhang Zhuang and Zuo Cheng'an, the mountain monkey collapsed lifelessly after its throat sac ruptured, utterly devoid of vitality. This creature, capable of enduring a broken neck without issue, had inexplicably met its end in silence. A peculiar fragrance wafted from the ruptured sac of the mountain monkey, and as Zuo Cheng'an caught a whiff, it dissipated into the breeze. With the 100 drop rate for the first kill in the instance no longer applicable, Zhang Zhuang lost interest in remaining on the roof. Seizing the opportunity, he hooked the mountain monkey occupying the vehicle space with a wire plug and, in collaboration with his teammates, hurled it off the cliff before returning to his original position. The number of these mountain monkeys was already limited, roughly 8 in total, allowing for a straightforward resolution with 1 for each person. Soon, the mountain monkeys aboard the vehicle were either dead or scattered, while on the player's side, only Liuechio had been momentarily distracted while assisting Zuo Cheng'an, resulting in a gash on her thigh. She tore her clothing into strips to fashion a makeshift rope to bind herself, leaving no spare fabric to dress her wound. At that moment, Zheng Ren generously offered his own clothing. After a series of ripping sounds, only 2 flimsy pieces of fabric precariously clung to his upper body. The torn strips were handed to Liuechio to be used as bandages. Gazing at the fabric mixed with dust, blood, and sweat, Liuechio found her hand unable to lift. Surely, using such unclean cloth to stanch the wound would lead to infection, she mused, opting to let her injury bleed freely, knowing it would coagulate in due time. Clearly, Liuechio had forgotten that she had already reached a constitution level of 7. Not only could she withstand using dirty cloth on her wound, but even swimming in the Ganges would pose no threat to her. At that moment, Zuo Cheng'an leapt down from the roof, and upon seeing the blood on Liuechio's leg pooling at her foot, urged her to extend her hand, pouring a bit of tomato juice in her palm. "This can heal. Drink it sparingly." Liuechio, unfazed by his disdain, cradled the tomato juice in her palm, tense with the fear of spilling even a drop. She savored every last drop, feeling a tingling sensation at her wound, and was astonished. Her first thought was, delicious. Her second thought, oh my, Zuo actually shared this miraculous healing potion with her. How lucky she felt. She had heard that healing items were exorbitantly priced. What had she done to deserve such fortune? Suddenly, Liuechio recalled that Zuo had seemingly poured the tomato juice from a thermos, with a slight angle of tilt. She discovered a great secret and covered her mouth, silencing herself. She knew nothing. Yes, nothing at all. Woof! Madhu caught wind of a familiar scent, wagging its tail as it approached Zuo Cheng'an, lowering its head to reveal a patch on its scalp that had been scraped during its tussle with the mountain monkey. Zuo Cheng'an glanced at the nearly healed wound and smirked, pouring a bit into his own palm. The ink fish delightedly licked smack, 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 smack. Liuechio's leg injury was concealed by the chair. Thus her swift recovery went unnoticed by Zhang Zhuang and the others, even though Zuo Cheng'an deliberately created some noise. The members of the Breaking Wave Guild were too preoccupied to engage in covert observation. They had shifted their focus from watching what the players behind them were doing to remaining vigilant about when the next wave of mountain monkeys would arrive. According to the intelligence from the Breaking Wave Guild, the journey to the Sunlit Resort would encounter at least 2 waves of mountain monkey attacks. The stronger the displayed strength, the fewer attacks they would face. In other words, the mountain monkeys were creatures that preyed on the weak and feared the strong. Zuo Cheng'an also noted the shift in the content of the barrage. Wow, this group of players dispatched the first wave of mountain monkeys in under 2 minutes. Impressive. That woman with the willow branch, I thought she would be eliminated in the first wave, but she has skills. She sends mountain monkeys flying with a kick. Ha ha. Truly adept. Indeed, I was astonished. With such kicking prowess, she must be quite skilled in other areas as well. Not necessarily. I believe the woman sitting in the second row possesses even greater abilities. Her every movement ignites desire. Why hasn't that lad with the spatula gone away yet? He's blocking my view of the beauty. If they dispatch the first wave in 2 minutes and maintain that pace for the second wave, there shouldn't be a third wave, right? Very likely. If they encounter a formidable opponent, the mountain monkeys will not descend to test them further. Would there be another attack? Alerting Liuechio and Zheng Ren to the impending assault, Zuo Cheng'an changed his position to one where he could see the health bars of the mountain monkeys hidden among the bushes above the cliff. This way, he would be the first to notice if any mountain monkeys approached. To Zhang Zhuang, this was tantamount to saying, I am also aware of the dungeon's intelligence. Although he maintained a facade of indifference, internally he had already labeled Zuo Cheng'an and his companions as members of the Xiaoya Guild. Chapter 46. Liuechio as an excellent support. The capacity of the human mind for imagination is remarkably robust. Once misled by an erroneous answer presented as unequivocally correct, individuals can fervently concoct justifications to render it plausible, regardless of its inherent absurdity. Take, for instance, Liuechio and Zheng Ren. Their capabilities evidently fall short of the recruitment standards set by the Xiaoya Guild. Yet Zhang Zhuang speculates that they possess extraordinary qualities that might compel the guild to make an exception for their inclusion. The woman who secured the first kill must possess exceptional skills, while the man wielding a metal ruler demonstrates formidable strength. However, what of Zheng Ren? Might it be his unwaveringly optimistic disposition that prevents him from losing mental fortitude? Or perhaps he possesses an indomitable spirit. Is he connected to the upper echelons of the guild? Zhang Zhuang finds himself at a loss for the moment, destined to observe further in due course. One thing is certain. During this era of animosity between the two major guilds, whenever the opportunity arises, one ought to eliminate several adversaries. The relationship between Polaris and Xiaoya is steeped in ambiguity. At times, they collaborate amicably on dungeon raids, while at others, they seem bent on annihilating each other. The transition between peace and predation is executed with remarkable fluidity. Not long ago, both guilds mustered their core forces to tackle the level 3 dungeon, No Place to Hide. During their departure, camaraderie prevailed, with promises of cooperative prosperity. However, upon their return, hostilities erupted. Xiaoya accused Polaris of hindering their efforts, sowing discord and recklessly drawing danger back to their ranks. Conversely, Polaris contended that Xiaoya was seeking revenge, deliberately assigning perilous tasks that resulted in numerous casualties. Thus, the brief interlude of tranquility was swiftly engulfed in strife once more. As for the three guilds of the number 7 safe zone, would conflict between the two major guilds benefit a third party? Certainly not. The Thousand Hunters Guild is comprised of socially anxious individuals. Were it not for the occasional announcements in the dungeon hall regarding their players achieving the first clear of dungeons, they would remain inconspicuous enough for others to forget their existence entirely. They harbor no ambitions of dominating the number 7 safe zone. Consequently, as Polaris and Xiaoya clash, they remain untroubled by the potential consequences behind them. The scenario of when the clam and the snipe vie. It is the fisherman who profits could never unfold among the three guilds within the number 7 safe zone. Expecting those who can barely muster the courage to converse with strangers, sweating profusely from anxiety, to undertake the unification of the safe zone is a considerable imposition. Even when threatened with a blade, the members of Thousand Hunters would rather perish than expose themselves to social interactions. It is said that without the vulnerability of these socially anxious loners, the Thousand Hunters Guild might not even exist. Allegedly, the members have never even met face-to-face. The so-called guild structure is merely a fade, with only a handful of players present to oversee it. The true essence of Thousand Hunters lies within a larger player community, where, despite never having met in reality, the members share a profound familiarity online. Within the confines of the dungeon, two exceptionally skilled players discovered, amidst their skirmish, that their opponent was utilizing the skills and items of a mutual acquaintance. In a moment of revelation, they simultaneously recognized each other's identities, exclaiming, "So you are Triple X from the group?" Instantly, adversaries transformed into allies, engaging in lively conversation, albeit from a distance of 3 meters, utilizing the chat window. After a brief initial probing by the mountain monkeys, the time left for the players was dwindling. Zuo Cheng'an swiftly discerned the health bars concealed among the bushes atop the cliff, eagerly inching closer to the sightseeing vehicle. Li Yueqiu remained unfazed. 10 minutes had elapsed, and her skills had once again cooled down. Armed with a weapon capable of fending off foes, she was ready to defend herself should the mountain monkeys approach again, without needing to reveal her claws. As for the little flying stone, initially intended for return, Zuo had deemed her an astute assistant with a keen awareness of her surroundings, thus allowing her to retain it for the time being. After examining the attributes of the willow branch reported by Li Yueqiu, Zuo Cheng'an noted that this item differed significantly from those acquired through quests in the dungeon or in perilous locales. The loot dropped for monsters was inherently random. The willow branch, a green item from the level 4 dungeon Misty Forest, possessed abilities not only to strike, but also to locate objects. The usage was straightforward. By envisioning the shape and name of the desired object, the willow branch would guide its user in the right direction. However, items sought could not exceed the level of the branch itself, and each use required a lengthy cooldown. All in all, It appeared quite practical. Impatient by nature, the mountain monkeys, upon gathering, launched a fervent assault on the sightseeing vehicle. The sound of their strikes upon the roof resounded like a torrential downpour. And even before peeking out, everyone understood the magnitude of this attack was not to be underestimated. A moment later, the first mountain monkey stretched its neck, tentatively peering down from the vehicle's roof. Puffed. Yang Yi, clutching his oversized syringe, pierced the throat of the mountain monkey with precision. One strike was sufficient to rupture its air sac. The lifeless body slid down from the roof, signaling the commencement of the onslaught. As countless mountain monkeys began descending from the vehicle's top, except for the area directly in front of the driver, shadows of monstrous figures crowded from the other three directions. They adapted swiftly, realizing that exposing their heads would reveal their vulnerabilities, thus opting to lower their bodies first to draw the player's fire. As long as the air sac in their throats remained intact, they could endure even grievous wounds without succumbing to death, while the players dealt with their bodies. They awaited the opportune moment to lower their necks. After all, their necks were long and resilient. Zuo Cheng'an understood that remaining inside the vehicle would hinder their ability to swiftly eliminate the mountain monkeys. With this thought, he thrust his weapon through the soft abdomen of a mountain monkey, forcibly dragging it down and tossing it over the cliff. He then checked the bindings on his attire for security before rapidly climbing to the roof through the available space. A multitude of mountain monkeys, having flung their bodies into the vehicle while their heads remained atop, paused momentarily, feigning an intent to rise and retaliate. However, Left Cheng'an was swifter, and Xiao Qi finally secured his inaugural victory after trailing Left Cheng'an, killing Mountain Monkey X1. The vivid red gas sac ruptured, releasing yet another waft of fragrant aroma into the air. This time, Left Cheng'an was closer, thus the scent reached him more distinctly. Uncertain of the essence of the fragrance, he instinctively held his breath, intending to distance himself from the carcass of the mountain monkey, when a sudden realization struck him. He halted his retreat, feigning enchantment by the aroma, and took 2 exaggerated deep breaths, as if fearing the audience would miss his performance. Indeed, upon witnessing his act of inhaling the fragrance, comments flooded in that Left Cheng'an had hoped for. "Look what I see. This player is recklessly inhaling the scent. Surely, he will be seated soon, won't he? Not even close, this is just the beginning. However, if he continues to indulge in the scent, he won't need to wait for the 3rd day's bell to herald his seeding. To be fair, I have yet to witness the final bloom. I have only glimpsed the bud form at most. None of us have seen it. Let us hope that at least one of these players can endure until the 9th day to broaden our horizons." Chapter 47. Meeting a fellow villager. Having observed the comments on the barrage, Zuo Cheng'an was already contemplating crafting a mask for himself. Although the audience remained oblivious to the nature of the scent, they were aware that excessive inhalation could lead to the emergence of blood-red sacs akin to those of a mountain monkey. Clearly, it was not a beneficial substance. During the ensuing battle, Zuo Cheng'an consciously held his breath briefly while piercing the mountain monkey's sac, striving to minimize the inhalation of the unidentified gas. However, the current situation left little room for this. The relentless assaults from the mountain monkeys rendered it impossible to communicate with the 2 individuals inside the vehicle. The fact that Zhang Zhuang and the others brought ropes but failed to secure more crucial masks indicated their ignorance of the scent's sinister implications. Otherwise, they would have been better prepared. After all, this was a dungeon that had only seen 6 vehicle departures, and the Breaking Wave Guild had scarcely ventured through it. Unless advanced players with sharper insights existed, it was challenging to correlate the aroma emanating from the creature's sacs with the anomalies in the body. Even if such connections were made, successful communication of the information was not guaranteed. Zhang Zhuang likely understood that players might experience bodily mutations, but was unaware of the underlying causes, thus opting for caution by avoiding unknown food and drinking water of uncertain origin. The mountain monkey's onslaught was particularly ferocious this time. 5 minutes had elapsed without any sign of retreat. Inside the vehicle, the creature known as the Mo-Do had the head of a ram, yet retained the paw-like form of a dog. The sheep's hooves lacked the gripping strength of a goat's, making it easy to slip on the smooth floor of the vehicle, thus resorting to its more slip-resistant canine pads. It collaborated with Li Yueqiu, jointly defending one flank. As Li Yueqiu dispatched a mountain monkey with a forceful kick, Mo Do emitted a resounding aume, channeling all its strength to propel the now limp body of the mountain monkey away. Through their combined efforts, not a single mountain monkey managed to breach their defenses. Li Yueqiu even seized opportunities to hurl small flying stones in support of Zheng Run, who had transformed into a culinary warrior, wielding a spatula with vigorous flair as he continuously stirred, not vegetables, but the skulls of mountain monkeys. Allow me to gently pry open your cranial vault. In other words, he was intent on cracking open their heads. Amidst the flurry of spatula strikes, a couple of still vibrant flies were summoned by the tools, much to Zheng Ren's annoyance as he swatted them away, expressing his disdain. "Scram, foul flies, cease your incessant buzzing near my ears. Who needs you?" The flies retorted. "Today you ignore me, but tomorrow you shall see the consequences. Just wait." The battle's duration was uncertain. Zheng Ren's wrist ached from wielding the spatula, while Li Yueqiu's small flying stones had transitioned from effortlessly piercing the bodies of mountain monkeys to barely halting their movements. Clearly, the group's stamina was nearing its limit. Fortunately, the mountain monkeys, witnessing the substantial losses among their kin, began to show signs of retreat. On the car roof, after the demise of the mountain monkeys, the airbags continued to emanate a fragrant aroma. For each mountain monkey that Zuo Cheng'an dispatched, he ensured that its corpse did not linger. He preferred to endure a slight injury rather than allow the body to remain, opting instead to cast it into the nearby abyss. The auditory reminders of vanquishing hostile creatures had rendered him numb, and he had lost count of how many he had eliminated. Yet, despite this, not a single item had dropped. Although he had previously experienced returning empty-handed after slaying 100 steel-toothed rats, Zuo Cheng'an had long since abandoned hope regarding the game's drop rates. Nevertheless, this probability was exceedingly low. It was no wonder that the game mandated a 100-item drop rate for the first kill in dungeons. Otherwise, relying solely on creature slaying would compel players to inflate item prices by 2- or 3-fold. Before long, the mountain monkeys retreated, granting the group a moment to clear the aftermath. Zhang Zhuang and his companions first rescued their teammate, who had been intimately acquainted with the cliff surface, and then proceeded to clear the remaining monster corpses from the vehicle. Zuo Cheng'an, having sustained no falls, focused on tending to the wounds left by the skirmish. Following this wave of attack, both teams suffered varying degrees of injury, though most were mere scratches or minor bites, which for players scarcely constituted a wound. They would heal naturally without the need for restorative potions. Consequently, Zuo Cheng'an refrained from distributing the ketchup, despite having a generous 4 liters at his disposal, opting instead to conserve it. This decision left the long-awaiting Mudu disappointed for a time, silently retracting its now sparse claws. During the subsequent journey, the atmosphere was remarkably tranquil, with the audience engaging in mundane conversations, devoid of any significant topics, while Zhang Zhuang's team refrained from unnecessary actions. Zuo Cheng'an finally exhaled in relief, sensing that they had successfully navigated this challenge before entering the village. Ahead on the path loomed a cave, barring any unforeseen circumstances. The sightseeing vehicle was poised to enter its depths. Inside, the air was damp and chilly, infused with a scent reminiscent of that contained within the mountain monkey's air sacs. However, it appeared to have been diluted to an inconspicuous extent, likely to avoid detection. Without careful scrutiny or prior experience with the monkey's aroma, one might easily mistake it for the ordinary scent of flora and earth. Having observed the bullet screens, Zuo Cheng'an was acutely sensitive to any unusual odors, and, upon entering the cave, immediately detected the anomaly, discreetly relaying a warning to his 2 companions. In the darkness, Li Yueqiu and Zheng Run exchanged a knowing glance, silently holding their breath. Zuo Cheng'an then donned his night vision goggles once more to survey the cave's environment. He had previously removed them to prevent scratches, unaware they would soon be required again. With the goggles in place, the surroundings became vividly clear. What he had anticipated to be a typical cliff wall was instead teeming with serpentine vines resembling tree roots, seemingly alive, contracting and expanding as if in respiration. The scent he had detected was released during this rhythmic motion. However, the sightseeing vehicle traveled swiftly and often before switching and could observe a particular spot for long. The vehicle whisked him away. Moreover, due to his delayed timing in donning the goggles, he had insufficient time to examine the cave before the vehicle exited, steering towards a village nestled within the valley. The sightseeing vehicle gradually slowed down and eventually came to a halt at the entrance of the village, where the village chief had long awaited the arrival of the visitors. Accompanied by the entire populace, a considerable crowd, numbering over 200, gathered. Strangely, despite the daylight, they all brandished torches. Before even disembarking, Zuo Cheng'an heard the village chief's distinctive, rustic accent welcoming them to Xianyang village. "We have been waiting for you for quite some time. Please partake in our smoky ritual." The smoky ritual involved the villagers waving their torches around the visitors' bodies, enveloping them in the smoke that emanated from the flames. Li Waqiu, upon encountering the familiar garb of the villagers, was overcome with emotion, tears welling in her eyes. She even spotted a well-known logo on the foot of a child. This marked her first encounter with humanity since being drawn into the game. Had it not been for Zheng Rin's firm grip, she might have rushed forward to borrow a phone to call for help. Thus, she received the peculiar smoky ritual with an open heart. Scientifically speaking, it was merely a precaution against the potential unknown viruses that the faraway travelers might carry, utilizing the smoke from the torches as a preventive measure. While it may not eradicate all pathogens, it could mitigate the spread of illness to a certain extent. However, in the realm of the game, the existence of science seemed unnecessary. Zheng Rin thoroughly empathized with Li Yueqio's emotional response, recalling his own exhilaration upon encountering fellow beings in the game for the first time. Indeed, it was said that a fellow villager meeting another would inevitably bring tears to their eyes. Yet, ironically, it was often the villagers who deceived one another. He had poured his heart out to the head chef within the game, who in turn harbored thoughts of his own vulnerabilities. Had he not been so harsh on himself, he would have long since become a mere filling for buns. Chapter 48. The true facade of smiles. Zuo Cheng'an utilized his skills to observe the villagers' torches, which were merely constructed from ordinary wood and resin. The smoke produced upon ignition was equally mundane. Soon, everyone had undergone a ritual of smoke inhalation. Enveigling, who had once suffered misfortune, whispered to Li Yueqio, "Do not be foolish. They are far from typical humans. Look at their eyes and expressions. What village could orchestrate a uniform countenance among over 200 individuals?" Li Yueqio, though not particularly astute, was not naive. With this reminder dispelling her preconceived notions, she too began to perceive the incongruity. In such a vast village, the absence of crowing roosters and barking dogs was one thing. But why did each face radiate a disconcertingly identical facade of artificial smiles? Coupled with their immaculate and wrinkle-free attire, they resembled dolls displayed in a toy store's glass case. Even if they had dressed up to welcome visitors, this was excessive. Before the onlookers, the village chief donned a puzzled expression. However, he seemed unable to masterfully manipulate the muscles of his face, resulting in a rather rigid display. It appeared as though his skin and muscles were at odds, rendering a true smile of skin, not of flesh before the players. The human face possesses 44 muscles capable of producing over 5,000 expressions. Any misapplication of these muscles could evoke the uncanny valley effect. Despite the bizarre phenomenon before her, which compelled Li Yueqio to scream internally, yearning to hurl small stones and shatter their heads, escape was futile. The villagers were pivotal NPCs within the quest. To fulfill their mission, the players could not evade the situation, but had to confront it head-on. Before Zuo Cheng'an could speak, a sharp blast emanated from Zhang Zhuang, indicating the inadequacy of the Breaking Waves Guild. Yang Yi pointed at one of the villagers in shock, exclaiming, "Old Wang, damn, I thought you had run off with the team leader's sweetheart. What are you doing in this instance?" The villager, addressed as Old Wang, did not respond, not even glancing in his direction. The village chief, however, showed understanding, stroking his unblemished chin while calling out, "Wang Cheng, do you know this esteemed guest?" Upon hearing the chief speak, Wang Cheng turned to scrutinize Yang Yi, and after a pause, replied, "I do not recognize him." "That's utter nonsense. Last month, you borrowed 30 points from me, claiming you couldn't pay your rent. How dare you say you don't know me? Yang Ye, feasibly agitated, moved to seize Wang Cheng by his collar, demanding, return my capital. Wang Cheng did not flinch or evade, allowing himself to be grasped. However, Yang Ye's attention was suddenly drawn to a glaring red object, causing his ire to dissipate and his fervor to cool, as reason reclaimed dominance over his thoughts. How had he forgotten? The game recycled the corpses of fallen players, repurposing them as NPCs. In this instance, there were but 7 players, all standing nearby. Aside from these individuals, the rest were NPCs. Even if Wang Cheng had once been his friend in life, Yang Yi was taken aback and instinctively released his grip, retreating to the side of his true companions. Until he felt a droplet of sweat slide down the corner of his eye, he realized he was drenched in cold perspiration. Oh, what a rare occurrence. Among countless instances, it is remarkable that 2 acquainted players would cross paths. Alas, how the world has changed. How amusing it is to reunite with a long-lost friend, only to discover that the other has perished. Such scenes are my favorite. Indeed, I still cherish that iconic moment. Is it not reminiscent of a devoted elderly couple, where one sacrifices themselves to grant the other a chance at life, only to reunite in another instance? With a man choosing to become an NPC to accompany his wife? I have encountered that scenario numerous times. It is quite nauseating to think about. Having survived, why cling to such romantic notions? What foolishness! Yang Yi and Wang Cheng were merely ordinary friends, perhaps having a bit more rapport than others, which is why Yang Yi had borrowed 30 points from him. However, their bond did not extend to the point where he would seek vengeance upon witnessing the other transformed into an NPC corpse. Upon regaining his composure, Yang Yi would only lament the misfortune that befell his friend. It was but a trivial episode. The village chief, seemingly oblivious, cheerfully beckoned the players to enter the village, proclaiming that as project testers, they were also the first visitors to Xiangyang village, which would surely provide them with the finest travel experience. As he spoke, the villagers dispersed along the roadside, clearing a path for the players. Under the villagers' unwavering gaze, they proceeded into the village. However, this was far from an enjoyable experience, particularly with everyone wearing identical pasted-on smiles. Zheng Ren whispered to Zuo Cheng'an and Li Yueqiu, "Look at that little boy in the open crotch pants. He hasn't blinked since earlier, seemingly unfazed by his dry eyes." "Dead people don't need to blink," Zuo Cheng'an replied, cautioning him not to stare at the villagers. Despite acknowledging the warning, Zheng Ren could not resist sneaking one last glance, only to witness the boy suddenly rubbing his eyes. In a swift and decisive motion, he plucked one of his eyeballs from its socket, held it in his mouth to moisten it with saliva, and then returned it to his eye socket. He transformed back into a delightful child with glistening eyes. Zheng Ren quickly averted his gaze, feeling a chill creeping up his feet and back. Hastening his steps to catch up with Zuo Cheng'an and Li Yueqiu, no longer daring to glance around. After this unsettling experience, his lingering questions were finally resolved. He understood why the chef who had hunted him in the previous instance, despite being an NPC, wore clothing from a real-world brand. It turned out he had once been a player. If not for that outfit, he might have recognized the chef's oddity much sooner. Alas, what a pity about those 40 points. As the villagers followed the chief into the settlement, he incessantly elaborated on the various tourism projects available, ranging from local customs to architectural features. His words flowed like a relentless stream, yet few among the crowd actually paid heed to his discourse, as they were all engrossed in observing the arrangement of the surrounding buildings. Chapter 49. Sowing season. The structure of Sunshine Village is remarkably simple, delineated by a narrow stream, a mere 3 meters wide, that meanders at the foot of the mountains. On both banks, residences are evenly distributed, with each household adorning their doorsteps with strings of sun-dried mushrooms or other grains that can be preserved through drying. Within this quaint village reside over 200 villagers, encompassed within more than 40 dwellings. The stream provides a straightforward path that traverses the entirety of the village, devoid of any superfluous streets. The construction materials for the houses are sourced locally, primarily comprising wood, thatch, and stone. This method appears to be a deliberate choice to mitigate ground moisture and various pests. Each dwelling is elevated upon a wooden framework, standing over 2 meters high, upon which the actual living quarters are built. Such architectural practices can also be found in the real world. However, these villages are typically surrounded by bamboo groves rather than forests. Moreover, in reality, the space beneath these structures is often utilized for raising livestock. It is not uncommon for residents to encounter pigs or sheep that have wandered upstairs to sleep when they descend in the morning. In contrast, Sunshine Village has eschewed livestock, opting instead to cultivate farmland beneath the houses, although the crops have yet to germinate, leaving their nature a mystery. Tan Hui Hui pursed her lips, remarking on the dark, barren space beneath the houses, questioning what could possibly thrive there. Perhaps moss? Typically, when Tan Hui Hui spoke, her devoted admirer, Yang Yi, would chime in to echo her sentiments. Yet, this time, Yang Yi remained unusually silent, trailing behind the group like a docile capybara. Without his usual banter, Tan Hui Hui soon fell into silence herself. Zuo Cheng'an understood the reason for Yang Ye's sudden reticence. It was the sight of the red sack on the chest of his former companion, Wang Cheng, reminiscent of a mountain monkey that had captured his attention. Though smaller in size, it was entirely concealed beneath clothing. Yang Yi believed he had stumbled upon a clue to an elusive hidden quest within the dungeon, eager to uncover riches in silence. After all, the primary task of the dungeon was survival, not deciphering mysteries. Yet, the peculiar anomalies within the quest demanded exploration from the players. What did this signify? It indicated that hidden tasks lay concealed within these anomalies. Successfully unraveling the mystery would guarantee a minimum rating of S. Considering the invisible bonuses of the new dungeon, an S rating was well within reach. It was worth noting that only the leaders of major guilds could achieve an S rating, solidifying their status as the very soul of their teams. As they journeyed, Yang Yi indulged in daydreams of ascending to a prestigious position within the guild upon receiving his S rating, surrounded by beautiful women, even envisioning Tan Hui Hui, who had often looked down upon him, willingly attending to his needs. However, he quickly forced himself to regain composure and ponder how to trigger the hidden task. Drawing from information gathered from players who had previously escaped the Breaking Waves Guild, he recalled that after a certain duration within the dungeon, players would begin to develop red spots on their skin, which would soon evolve into translucent sacs resembling blisters. These sacs, while resilient and not easily ruptured, would pose a significant challenge. Previously, while in the safe zone, merely listening to textual descriptions felt rather insipid. However, with the advent of vivid imagery, Yang Yi instantaneously perceived the once flat intelligence as vividly alive. Those privy to such information regarding the instance were either unaware that some villagers bore air sacs akin to those of the mountain monkeys, or their bodies had yet to exhibit any abnormalities. Thus, they could hardly conceive that the hidden task of the instance could be related to the crimson air sacs located in the throats of the mountain monkeys. Consequently, within the entire instance, he faced no competitors. This was undoubtedly a fortuitous opportunity bestowed upon him by fate to turn his fortunes around. Little did he know, merely receiving the hidden task was insufficient. It required completion and surviving the instance for tangible benefits to materialize. Otherwise, it was all but a castle in the air. Zuo Cheng'an possessed more knowledge than Yang Yi. In fact, it was not just Wang Cheng. Every villager, young and old, bore red spots or air sacs, all uniformly situated on their chests, conveniently concealed by their garments. Some villagers even exhibited air sacs that had advanced to the next stage, with fleshy buds pushing forth, akin to seeds of a plant taking root and sprouting. This had been observed during earlier waves of players entering, as the audience, equipped with their ocular cameras, had meticulously scrutinized each villager's attire. They even assigned names to the entire growth process of the fleshy buds. When red spots appeared, it was termed the sowing period. The transformation of the red spots into air sacs was the latent period, and when the fleshy buds broke through the skin, it was known as the germination period. The growth of the germinated buds into flowers was referred to as the budding period. However, the audience had not witnessed beyond this point, as no player had yet survived to see the blooming of the buds. Yang Yi remained oblivious to these details, still basking in the joy of his recent discoveries. Zuo Cheng'an, well acquainted with the entire developmental cycle of the air sacs, still could not trigger the hidden task. With the scant clues in Yang Ye's possession, he was far from being able to undertake the hidden task. In the Sunshine Village Resort livestream, a portion of the audience comprised seasoned viewers who had witnessed players traverse the instance multiple times, yet a larger number were newcomers, wholly unfamiliar with the content, curious about everything. Naturally, they sought to unravel their questions by utilizing the camera's ability to penetrate objects. The majority of the barrage of comments came from them. Often, Zuo Cheng'an merely had to wait for these novices to pose their queries, as in most instances, there would be eager audience members ready to provide answers. For instance, someone recently inquired why there were former players among the villagers. An answer quickly emerged, explaining that this was an old tradition in the game. Deceased players, provided they did not disintegrate into a puddle, would ultimately be restored as NPCs after undergoing repairs. Many enjoyed watching the poignant reunions of friends and lovers. Of course, while some veteran viewers could respond, others found themselves at a loss. Questions arose regarding the varying sizes of the bubbles on the villagers, why some had sprouted tendrils resembling bean sprouts, the origins of the mountain monkeys, and how many times a day the little ones needed to squint. These questions often leave seasoned viewers perplexed, compelling them to patiently continue watching. Only when players conquer the game or unveil the hidden narrative within the dungeon can they bask in the illumination provided by those gamers. Some viewers revel in the journey of discovery, venturing into dungeons yet to be completed by anyone, while others prefer the ease of pre-existing guides. Indulging in dungeons where every subplot has been thoroughly explored. It is evident that the majority of those entering the Sunshine Resort dungeon belong to the former group, driven by an insatiable curiosity akin to detectives eager to unravel the mysteries of Sunshine Village. Conversely, the latter type of viewer, disenchanted by the lack of excitement in the live stream and the abundance of vexing puzzles, has long since departed to spaces where violence is deemed art. Zuo Cheng'an had not encountered such a delightful barrage of comments in quite some time. A glance revealed that everyone was engrossed in speculating about the peculiarities of the village, offering a plethora of theories, with very few crude or inappropriate remarks surfacing. Some viewers, when watching live streams, fixate on the allure of attractive hosts, wielding the complete script with a godlike perspective to mock those players who exhibit foolish behavior. However, in dungeons devoid of comprehensive guides, they can no longer adopt such a vantage point, making it all too easy to misstep and embarrass themselves. Over time, it is certain that no one would wish to linger in a newly minted dungeon, subjecting themselves to frustration. It appears that venturing into uncharted dungeons, aside from its lucrative rewards, also serves this beneficial purpose, inadvertently filtering out a significant portion of undesirable viewers. For this reason alone, Zuo Cheng'an resolved to seek out more new dungeons in the future, not for any other motive, but for the sake of his own visual comfort. Otherwise, after prolonged exposure to negative comments, he feared he too might succumb to a darker disposition, despite not having been particularly pristine to begin with. Soon, the village chief guided the players through the entirety of the village, just as the players anticipated that the chief would lead them to the woods beyond the village. They halted before a wooden cabin. This cabin, like the other structures in the village, was erected upon stilts elevated above the ground. Beneath the dwelling, fields had been cultivated, and the layout mirrored that of the villagers' homes. Yet, rather than alleviating the players' concerns, the chief's subsequent words heightened their apprehension. Chapter 50. The Welcome Banquet. The village chief, stroking his beard with a smile, remarked, "It is getting late. Our village has prepared a welcome banquet for everyone. The ingredients are scarce, so do not miss out." After this, the chief shifted from his benevolent tone to one of gravity, stating, "After all, the welcome banquet is one of the activities that tourists must partake in. As participants, only after experiencing it can you offer suggestions for improvement. Furthermore, the area outside the village is not peaceful. I hope all participants will uphold professional integrity and refrain from wandering outside the borders of Sunshine Village." By the end, the chief articulated each word with deliberate intensity, as if each statement fell like a hammer upon the hearts of the players. Suddenly, the group recalled the main quest of the instance: survive for 10 days and 9 nights, and complete at least 3 tourism activities. This was a survival instance infused with task elements, raising the difficulty above that of pure survival scenarios. Oh dear, I almost forgot this is a survival instance, not a puzzle-solving one. Players just need to stay alive. There's no need to delve into the villagers' peculiarities. Exactly. So why overthink? Why concern myself with the gas bladders? I might as well sit back and watch players engage in combat. How dull. I was expecting the chief to summon a great undead. Puzzle solving is still necessary, based on my 3,000 hours of livestream viewing experience. Players who survive for 10 days and 9 nights and complete 3 tourism activities will receive only the most basic rating. Even if this is a newly opened instance with various hidden advantages, the highest they could achieve would be A, B, or A-. To reach an A or A, they must uncover 1 or 2 clues related to the hidden plot of the instance, and completing the hidden tasks entirely could elevate their rating to S. Well, I've cleverly deduced what the hidden task of this instance is called. Surprise! The blood bubble phenomenon spreads from person to person. What is the essence of humanity? I have a feeling the hidden task involves unraveling the mystery of the living dead in the village. ISNT that someone who just downloaded shaming technology? The human NPCs in the instance are all living dead, repurposed from deceased players. Exactly. I just downloaded it this morning. This is the first live stream I've watched. Be bold. The hidden task is to eliminate all beings exhibiting blood bubbles. As he observed the audience's myriad speculations, Zuo Cheng'an fell into contemplation. The instances that grant players free attribute points are limited in number. Once this threshold is exceeded, subsequent instances will no longer yield attribute point rewards. To maximize benefits from participating in instances, achieving a higher rating is essential. As for how to accept the hidden tasks of the instance, he had some experience. In the Uncle Mewzoo's farm instance, he discovered a crucial clue, a photograph of the original owner of the farm, which triggered the task. Similarly, to accept the hidden task of Sunshine Resort, he too must uncover a pivotal clue. Currently, the only known suspicion is that both the villagers and the mountain monkeys outside exhibit red spots, or perhaps their evolved form, the blood-colored sacks. However, this is merely the result. The cause leading to the appearance of the red spots remains elusive. Zuo Cheng'an speculates that when he encounters the cause, it will trigger a hidden quest. Presently, he has 2 lines of thought. One is that the clue is concealed within the cave traversed by the sightseeing vehicle, and the other is hidden within the experiential tourism projects. Ideally, he hopes to trigger the quest as soon as he enters the cave or midway through a tourism activity. Yet, reality seldom unfolds so smoothly. The village chief has warned them not to leave the village, likely to prevent players from wandering into nearby caves or to deter them from tampering with project locations prematurely. The risk of sneaking out of the village is too great, and unless no other options are available, it cannot be attempted at this time. Thus, the optimal choice is to patiently await the welcoming banquet and proceed along the quest flow. Zuo Cheng'an rubbed the head of his compass dog. Level 2 dungeons are indeed troublesome. Each run takes nearly 10 days, unlike level 1 dungeons, which can be completed in a single day. Even though he knows that not much time has actually passed upon returning to the safe zone, the sense of time within the dungeon is palpably real. Moreover, he perceives that the flow of time in Sunshine Resort closely approximates a 1:1 ratio with the outside world. Fortunately, the rented house does not deduct days while players are in dungeons. Otherwise, upon his return, he would have to pay extra rent for a house he had only recently rented. Zuo Cheng'an realized he had yet to formally attempt a level 1 dungeon, excluding the ladder tower and beginner dungeons. Thus, he still has numerous opportunities to acquire attribute points from level 1 dungeons. If it weren't for the impending Great Purge, he would not risk entering a high-stakes, high-reward level 2 dungeon. It would be much better to safely develop within the simpler level 1 dungeons. Yet, with the red-eye ticking bomb looming, he must enhance his strength as swiftly as possible to increase his chances of survival. With 11 days remaining until the Great Purge, if the timing in the dungeon aligns with that of the safe zone, he will have little time to recuperate before facing the Great Purge upon exiting the dungeon. A handful of attribute points will scarcely grant him a qualitative leap in power. Only by completing hidden quests and achieving an S-level rating can he hope to double his attribute points. If his memory serves him correctly, the upper limit for attribute points gained from level 2 dungeons seems to be 10. With an S-level rating, that would become 20 points. Should he accomplish certain achievements during the dungeon run, the rewards could potentially be even greater. Some achievements have relatively accessible conditions, and their prerequisites are semi-public. With a little effort to inquire, they can be discovered. For instance, the opening red achievement he once earned involved defeating an adversarial monster in the beginner dungeon. Missing out on the beginner dungeon renders any subsequent kills irrelevant. The pioneer achievement is similarly straightforward. It entails clearing an unopened dungeon once, and among the players on the first ladder. This achievement is commonplace. Moreover, there exist advanced versions, namely Pioneer 2.0 and Pioneer 3.0. The prerequisites for which entail successfully completing 2 previously inaccessible dungeons and 3 additional ones, respectively, with rewards amounting to 3 attribute points. Beyond this, there are combat-related achievements such as 10,000 Slayers, awarded for vanquishing 10,000 humanoid adversaries, and Insect Exterminator, for eliminating 100,000 insectoid foes. Additionally, there are dungeon-specific accolades like Unwelcome Visitors to the Blue Hat Matron, Outstanding Employee of the Canned Meat Factory, and Noble Guest to the Ancient Castle. However, these dungeon-specific achievements typically come with established strategies, resulting in the first discoverer receiving 3 attribute points, while subsequent achievers face diminishing rewards, decreasing from 2 attribute points to 1, ultimately culminating in a mere consolation prize of 1 point. It is likely that the only remaining value of these achievements lies in their collectible worth. Chapter 51. The Lingering Shadows of the Mind. Whether the Sunshine Resort offers exclusive achievements remains uncertain. Achievements gained from battles, such as mass slaughter, seem far too distant, making the acquisition of attribute points through this method rather unreliable. Therefore, the focus must shift to the pursuit of hidden quests. After the village chief sternly warned the players against leaving the village during the non-experience period, his demeanor transformed in an instant, revealing a warm and benevolent smile as he warmly invited everyone upstairs to the quaint wooden cabin. Esteemed guests, this shall be your abode for the foreseeable future. Li Yuechio surveyed the cabin, noting the thick layer of dust on the doorframe, and opened her quest interface to peruse the promotional phrases for the dungeon. 10 days and 9 nights. Luxurious accommodation. Bonfire parties. Where, indeed, was this promised luxury? She had come seeking a premium lodging experience. If such amenities were absent, what then had she endured throughout her journey? Gently, the dreams of a kind-hearted young girl with aspirations of a charming and shattered. Zuo Cheng'an surveyed the wooden cabin, which, like the other dwellings in the village, featured a string of dried mushrooms hanging by the entrance, likely a staple food stored by the villagers. Compared to the homes of other villagers in Sunshine Village, this cabin could indeed be deemed luxurious accommodation. In terms of size, it was equivalent to 7 or 8 of the villagers' rooms, perched at the highest point in the village, offering the finest views. Thus, aside from the excess dust, the aged appearance, and the larger-than-average holes in the roof, labeling it luxurious accommodation was not entirely inaccurate. As the village chief pushed open the central door of the cabin, he led the group inside. Upon witnessing the interior layout, Li Yuechio and Zheng Ren exchanged a familiar glance. Upon entry, they encountered a horizontal corridor, with a grid of wooden-framed windows on one side and a series of adjoining rooms on the other. To avoid confusion, each door bore a numbered plaque, ranging from 101 to 107. Zheng Ren quipped with a smirk. I hope they won't hand us 2 keys each. The village chief's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. Sunshine Village never uses keys. Our villagers are of pure heart and would never engage in thievery. As he spoke, his face flushed with excitement, and his already loose skin seemed to sag further, with his eyes, nose, and mouth moving independently as if they were newly acquainted. Fearing that he might become distressed, Tan Hui quickly interjected with a few kind words to soothe him. Indeed, the villagers of Sunshine Village are of noble character, not prone to picking up lost items. Using locks would be a sign of distrust. It is good that you understand. The village chief surveyed the players. Before the welcome banquet begins, I shall send someone to escort you. Tomorrow morning, the official tour experience will commence. I assure you, your 10 days here will be utterly fulfilling. With that, the village chief strode purposefully towards a beautifully adorned building at the center of the village, presumably his home. Due to the meandering nature of the river, although the bamboo houses where the players reside are elevated, they cannot overlook the entire village. A portion of the village is obscured by the bend in the river, causing the residences on both banks to also curve, shielded by the protruding mountains. The concealed area happens to be the venue for tonight's welcoming banquet. Thus, the players are unable to observe the situation from outside their cottages. To witness the location of the banquet, one must venture into the village. The mere thought of the villagers' piercing gazes and rigid expressions dissuades them from willingly entering the village in the immediate future. Zuo Cheng'an adjusted the eye of truth to its highest setting, and indeed, he noticed a significant reduction in the number of onlookers, presumably all gathered to witness the villagers prepare for the feast. Remaining in place, he could observe the textual commentary from the audience. Goodness, such a large pot could easily fit a person. They truly value the players, bringing out such a colossal cauldron. Lack of originality, the stunt of boiling players has been overdone in countless other instances. Oh, so they're going to stir-fry. I thought they were going to stew people in that big pot. But why is this old woman cooking insects? Is it also food? The old woman appears to be quite adept in the kitchen. The dishes. Well, aside from the ingredients, they should taste delightful, right? Insect can actually be quite delicious. They carry a fragrant char after being cooked. Why is it all vegetarian? Is there no meat? Insects are meat. Aren't they? I mean chicken, duck, goose, pig, cow, and sheep. Wait a moment, I just realized there are no livestock in the village at all. What do they eat regularly? That must lead to nutritional imbalance. Come on, what does a dead person need to worry about nutritional balance for? As long as they can maintain vital signs, that suffices. The audience's comments were sparse in substance, and while the players were busy allocating rooms, Zuo Cheng'an merely glanced at the barrage of messages, confirming that the villagers were preparing ordinary food before losing interest. Zhang Zhuang, accustomed to flaunting the prowess of the Breaking Waves Guild, habitually issued commands to distribute the rooms among the players. According to the information in his hands, there were no issues with the players' accommodations. Any room would suffice. Therefore, he distributed them without much fuss. Rooms 1, 2, 3, and 4 were assigned to the 4 of them, while rooms 5, 6, and 7 were allocated to Zuo Cheng'an and his companions. Zuo Cheng'an, indifferent, chose room 7. Named his weapon Little 7, Zhang Run and Li Yueqiu, due to their novice status, naturally favored the rooms with higher numbers, expressing no objections to Zhang Zhuang's allocations. Sing Reiying, touching the wooden door marked with the number 105, remarked with misty eyes, "At last, we've been assigned to room 5. As for Li Yueqiu, she had already entered her room, feeling a surge of security at the sight of the number 6 on the door. Indeed, the first dungeon experience in a player's life leaves an indelible mark. The impact is simply profound. Zuo Cheng'an pushed open the door. And unlike the stark 5-square-meter bare room in the Scream Knight dungeon, this room was a well-proportioned rectangle, boasting an impressive 20 square meters. The room is furnished with a single bed, wardrobe, desk, and chairs, and thoughtfully includes a rack for luggage. A cat named meanders around the room, surveying its future domain, its paws tapping rhythmically against the wardrobe door. Opposite the entrance, a large picture window opens up to an endless expanse of forest, allowing one to behold the vastness of nature from the comfort of indoors. Given the climate of this realm, it is likely that a veil of mist envelopes the woods in the morning. At present, the sun is setting, casting a warm glow over the treetops as it descends behind the mountains. This picturesque scene, when set aside from the dangers of this world, suggests that if Xianyang Village were to be developed properly, it could indeed become a delightful vacation destination. Unfortunately, the room's window faces west, meaning that sunlight only graces it in the afternoon. Chapter 52. Why aren't you eating? As they drew closer to the window, the sounds of Li Yueqiu next door, equally enchanted by the splendid view, could be heard lamenting the absence of a camera in her possession. During his visit to the market, Zuo Cheng'an had indeed encountered various camera-like props, each differing in model and type, from long lenses to compact versions. However, such devices, capable of capturing images and recording videos, often proved invaluable within the confines of a scenario, leading to their exorbitant prices. In rule-based horror scenarios, utilizing a camera to document the regulations could alleviate the anxiety of forgetting crucial details due to overwhelming pressure. Many puzzle-oriented scenarios necessitate the memorization of numerous clues, and a camera could serve as a means to preserve these hints for later organization. Naturally, the most reliable tool within any scenario remains the player's own mind. With sufficient skill enhancements and physical fortification, the ability to recall information with precision is no longer an exclusive talent reserved for the gifted. After the rooms were assigned and everyone acclimated to their surroundings, dusk began to settle. True to the village chief's words, a villager child arrived at the wooden cabin, delivering the message that the players were invited to a feast in the village. Completing his task, the child dashed away with remarkable speed. With anticipation in the air, the players donned their equipment and exited the cabin, their demeanor resembling that of adventurers preparing to confront a formidable boss rather than attending a banquet. In contrast, Zuo Cheng'an felt remarkably at ease, knowing that the evening's gathering was merely a welcoming feast featuring 12 dishes, complemented by local girls performing traditional dances, with entertainment aplenty. Observing the substantial pile of firewood prepared nearby, it seemed the celebration would extend well into the night. Overall, aside from exotic insect-based dishes, there were no significant concerns. The village was small, allowing the players to traverse it in under 5 minutes, and despite any lingering hesitations, they found themselves seated at a long table within a mere 7 minutes. An elderly woman, adorned in a vibrant, locally inspired floral shirt, began to introduce the dishes. The game's attention to detail often manifests in unexpected ways. While it forgot to equip the sightseeing vehicle with handrails and seatbelts, it ensured that a special player, known as a Mo-Do, had a designated spot in a small bowl. Even the food in the bowl was specially prepared by the villagers, consisting of simple, lightly seasoned boiled vegetables. The elderly woman, with a warm smile, appeared genuinely fond of the players. This is bean bug jelly, mixed mushroom soup, fried potatoes, and this rare delicacy, caught by the children, is called firewood worm. You must eat plenty. She was quite talkative, providing a thorough introduction to each dish. Zuo Cheng'an took a moment to observe the elderly woman. The power of his eye of truth exceeded his expectations, allowing him not only to discern the race of monsters, but also to perceive the names of human NPCs within the scenario. This kind elderly woman, surnamed Lu, was named Lu Nanshan. From her demeanor, it was evident that she belonged to the faction of villagers who warmly welcomed the arrival of players. Those who do not welcome players are represented by Wang Cheng, whose gaze is perpetually laced with profound disdain. Freshly prepared dishes lay before them, yet none of the players dare to touch their chopsticks. It is not the sight of fried worms entangled upon the plate or the steamed spider, no larger than a palm, that repulses them. Rather, it is the throng of villagers surrounding them, their eyes fixed intently upon the players, seemingly eager for them to partake of the food. Coupled with Elder Lu's incessant urging to eat without reservation, their caution only deepens, rendering them reluctant to sample the offerings. In such an atmosphere, it is nearly impossible not to speculate that the food may harbor some hidden peril. Consuming it could lead to death or poisoning. In the face of food safety concerns, the aesthetic appeal of the dishes becomes inconsequential. Those from the Breaking Waves Guild, led by Zhang Zhuang, remain motionless. The player who provided them with intelligence had developed mysterious red spots on the first night of their arrival at the dungeon, which itched terribly. However, he dismissed it until the following day when the spots rapidly evolved into blood-filled blisters. This alarming transformation compelled him to take notice. Even more terrifying was the fact that these blisters would continuously siphon the player's vitality, feeding off their life force to thrive. It was entirely plausible that the players would not survive until the dungeon's conclusion, succumbing to a slow, agonizing death long before the 10-day mark. Zhang Zhuang and his companions were unaware of the potential consequences of the blisters. The player, upon witnessing the transformation, had utilized an item to forcibly exit the dungeon that very night, merely the second day of their time within it, and sought healing with accumulated points. Had he possessed greater strength and lingered within the dungeon a few more days, the Breaking Waves Guild would have gleaned far more valuable information. Unfortunately, the player was unable to sustain the blood blister and, upon escaping, conveyed the intelligence to the guild. The guild's think tank analyzed the emergence of the blisters. Yet the informant's weak linguistic and logical skills, coupled with the overwhelming volume of information within the dungeon, hindered their ability to draw conclusions. They failed to articulate the crucial detail, the faint, elusive fragrance emanating from the ruptured blisters. Without complete prerequisites, deciphering this enigma was a daunting challenge. Ultimately, the members of the Breaking Waves Guild could only speculate that the origin of the blood blisters might be connected to the water source or food within the dungeon. The player who contributed this intelligence had spent merely 2 days inside, consuming only the dungeon's water and some moss. Even such limited sustenance could precipitate severe repercussions. Thus, Zhang Zhuang approached this expedition with meticulous preparation. Rope was one item, and a storage device brimming with food and water was another. With reliable provisions in his backpack, Zhang Zhuang remained silent since he sat at the table, not even touching the bowls and chopsticks before him. The other 3 followed his lead, ignoring the villagers around them, remaining completely still. In a state of mutual inaction, Li Yueqiu created a small chat group in her mind, engaging in conversation with Zuo Cheng'an and Zheng Ren. Li Yueqiu, with a serious expression, "Oh no, it seems that the person opposite has been well prepared." Zheng Ren, exhausted, "I'm so hungry." Discussing toxicity without addressing dosage is utterly nonsensical. If we consume a smaller portion, it should be fine, right? Li Yueqiu, in a daze, I crave a meal so much. The roasted giant spider looks incredibly appetizing, reminiscent of crab legs. Slurp, slurp. Zuo Cheng'an refrained from engaging in a group chat. Instead, he activated his skills to meticulously inspect the food laid out before him. Although he was aware that the villagers had not tampered with the food, he could not dismiss the possibility that the items themselves might pose a risk. He scrutinized the enigmatic black paste in detail. Zuo Cheng'an first examined the most peculiar dish on the table, roasted wood worms, which had been specifically recommended by Granny Lu and warranted priority in his inspection. Chapter 53, Additional Reward for Donations 1. In addition to being recommended by the villagers, its presentation was quite unique. While the other dishes were heaped abundantly, seemingly overflowing to ensure players had ample to eat, this particular dish was served on a large white porcelain plate, neatly arranged with 8 plump white larvae, evidently corresponding to the number of players in the dungeon, 1 for each, including Imo-Do. Grilled fire larvae, a rare specialty of Xiangyang village, delicious and delightfully crunchy. Consuming it slightly increases the constitution attribute. Due to the scarcity of this species, only the first 10 batches of visitors have the opportunity to enjoy it. Increased constitution, what a splendid delicacy. The reference to the first 10 batches of visitors must pertain to the initial waves of players challenging the dungeon. However, judging by the expressions of the individuals at the opposite table, it seemed their guild's early players had not partaken of the welcoming feast, thus missing out on the information regarding the fire larvae. Otherwise, they would have eagerly reached for their chopsticks. Since there was no poison, Zuo Cheng'an used his chopsticks to pick up a grilled fire larvae and tossed it into his mouth. Although the exterior was somewhat dry from roasting, the interior was juicy, creating a delightful contrast of crispiness outside and tenderness within. Each bite released a burst of flavor. Surprisingly, the larvae exuded a fragrant aroma reminiscent of mushrooms. After consuming it, a warm sensation coursed through his body, dispelling the fatigue accumulated from battling the mountain monkeys during the day. Zuo Cheng'an checked his personal panel and noticed that his constitution had increased from 18 to 19. Seeing this, he picked up another one. Since the individuals across the table appeared to lack appetite, adhering to the noble tradition of not wasting food, he had no qualms about finishing it for them. Unfortunately, the second larvae did not yield the same remarkable effects. It was akin to ordinary food. After examining the remaining dishes and confirming their safety for consumption, Zuo Cheng'an sent a message in the chat group. Zuo Cheng'an, the dish is fine. The grilled larvae I just had can increase constitution. But only the first one was effective. Hurry and eat while they haven't noticed. Upon reading this message, Li Yueqiu and Zheng Ren cast aside their reservations and eagerly picked up their chopsticks. Zheng Ren held a skewer of scorpions in his left hand while using his chopsticks to grasp the large larvae with his right, vigorously filling his stomach. Li Yueqiu was equally determined, finishing half a plate of fried cicadas in no time, not neglecting the larvae either. After sampling the entire table, she developed a particular fondness for the bamboo larvae, claiming they had a hint of sweetness. Observing their enthusiasm, Zuo Cheng'an felt a sense of relief. It seemed they were not beyond redemption. Had they both fixated solely on the larvae after he had consumed two, such odd behavior would undoubtedly attract the attention of the four individuals across from them. However, mingling the larvae with other dishes made it far less conspicuous. They would simply assume Zuo Cheng'an enjoyed the taste and recommended it to his companions without suspecting any issues with the larvae themselves. Moo Moo, squatting beside Zuo Cheng'an, gently nudged his leg. The creature was obedient and would never consume unfamiliar food without explicit orders. Zuo Cheng'an placed a grasshopper into its dog bowl, saying, "Eat up." The dog, Mo-Do, though typically averse to meat, indulged in this rare treat, appreciating the unexpected flavor that the villagers had evidently put effort into. Having participated in the day's exertions, alternating between its canine and ovine forms, Mo-Do found itself in dire need of nourishment. After devouring the grasshopper, its meager vitality of 8 points surged to 9. With an appetite awakened, it began to consume the other offerings in the bowl, gulping them down without even a moment's pause for chewing. Zuo Cheng'an contemplated the prospect of purchasing a slow feeder to amend the dog's gluttonous habits. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhuang and his companions sat nearby, their gazes fixed enviously on the feasting figures across from them, their own hunger palpable after a taxing day. Fatigue weighed heavily upon them, yet they remained, forced to endure the sight of others indulging while they themselves were denied the same pleasure. In a moment of mischief, Zuo Cheng'an pushed a plate of salt-ed mushrooms towards them, teasing, "Would you care to try?" The mushrooms were undoubtedly freshly foraged from woods, a vibrant assortment of red, black, and speckled varieties. Yang Ye's face flickered with desire as he stealthily reached for the chopsticks, only to have Zhang Zhuang swat his hand away, reprimanding him sharply. "You useless fool, can't you even endure a little hunger? Have you forgotten how treacherous the food in the dungeons can be? Or would you wish to develop red spots on your skin?" Yang Yi certainly had not forgotten. He had ventured into more dungeons than anyone present. He was well aware of the deceptions lurking within the sustenance offered therein. The notion of being poisoned immediately after a meal seemed trivial, for the game was cunning enough to conceal its traps. For instance, certain spices detectable only by specific monsters could lure them to unsuspecting players, who would remain oblivious to the fact that their fate had been sealed by a mere sip of soup. Furthermore, the sequence in which players dined could determine their survival, as consuming food within the dungeon could lead to unconsciousness or even assimilation into illusions. Oh, and the infamous Xianyang Resort, where consumption of the food allegedly resulted in the appearance of red spots, culminating in a transformation into blood-red sacs. The memories flooded back to him. Yang Ye's hand trembled, and the chopsticks slipped from his grasp, clattering onto the table. Suddenly, his stomach ceased to ache, the dishes lost their allure, and his hunger diminished. He waved his hands insistently, declaring, "No, we shall not eat." "Very well then, we shall take it all for ourselves," Zuo Cheng'an replied, slightly disheartened as he reclaimed the plate. Zhang Zhuang, however, was not so easily swayed by such simple provocations. He urged them to eat, confident that even if they were not poisoned, they would surely find themselves ensnared in some other misfortune. Ideally, he mused, they would become so dehydrated that they would be unable to partake in the next day's excursions, falling victim to the narrative of the dungeon. His resolve remained steadfast, yet there were those in the group who disregarded his commands. The taciturn Qian Xiang, who had remained silent throughout their journey, picked up the chopsticks and began to eat. Zhang Zhuang momentarily paused, suddenly recalling that there indeed existed such an individual within their ranks. He then remembered that this person had been seated beside him throughout the day, Qianxiang possessed an almost imperceptible presence. It would take him 10 utterances to respond to a single inquiry, rendering interactions rather tedious. Just as Zhang Zhuang was about to admonish Qianxiang for potentially hindering their progress due to his culinary desires, he reconsidered and decided it was not worth the effort. Qianxiang was a recent addition to the Breaking Waves Guild. He had fortuitously unlocked a skill when opening a novice gift pack and performed commendably, accumulating the requisite 10 attribute points in speed after completing a beginner dungeon, thus meeting the criteria to challenge the Tower of Trials, leading to his exceptional acceptance into the guild. After all, among the 3 major guilds in the number 7 safety zone, Breaking Waves Guild had the most lenient admission standards. Chapter 54. A Dance of Demons. Due to the frequent attrition of newcomers in the guild, there arises a pressing need to recruit fresh members periodically to fill the gaps. Thus, as long as one's attributes are acceptable, anyone with a less than stellar performance in the novice dungeon is welcome. Qianxiang has even emerged as a standout among this latest batch of recruits. Initially, Zhang Zhuang had reluctantly enlisted Qianxiang, who had just broken into the first tier, simply to gather a total of 7 individuals for a dungeon run. The intention was to utilize him to explore the dungeon's lethal rules or to act as a sacrificial scout. However, at the crucial moment, Zuo Cheng'an and his companions emerged, disrupting all of Zhang Zhuang's plans. Yet, it mattered little. He possessed intelligence that would allow him to circumvent perilous areas. Today's mountain monkeys were merely an appetizer. The main event awaited on the morrow. With their trio serving as a human shield, Zhang Zhuang could navigate more safely. Upon becoming players, individuals often experience an enhancement in their instincts, albeit to varying degrees. Zhang Zhuang was aware that Zuo Cheng'an and his companions had sensed his animosity, especially that woman who had stolen his first kill, who had begun to exhibit overt signs of hostility towards him. But what did it matter? In terms of strength, his side boasted all first-tier players, and they held a numerical advantage as well. He wielded absolute authority within this dungeon. If blame were to be assigned, it would be for his poor choice in joining the Xiaoye Guild. Qianxiang's action of picking up food served as a cue for Li Yueqiu. She realized that there remained a lone insect on the plate, and despite her efforts to swallow the leaf soup lodged in her throat, she quickly observed Qianxiang seize the last insect. She would rather die than aid the enemy. Absolutely not. Burp. Yet, while she had indeed secured it, her stomach was entirely full, with only soup capable of being reluctantly consumed. She turned to Zuo Cheng'an and Zheng Run, who were also satiated, and inquired, "Bert, does anyone want it? I'm full. I can't even manage a grasshopper leg." Zheng Ren quickly waved his hands, while Zuo Cheng'an picked up the plate meant for Mo Do. "Let us give it to Mo Do. It seems he hasn't had enough." Large dogs naturally have a bigger appetite. Li Yueqiu's eyes brightened. "Of course. We can feed the dog. Mo Do, eat up. You're growing tall and strong." Woof. Mo Do cast a sidelong glance, sensing that someone was speaking ill of him. The sun had long since set, though it was unclear when exactly. The villagers had lit a bonfire, the warm flames piercing through the darkness. If it weren't for the frenzied villagers surrounding it, the scene would have been quite charming. The village chief had not instructed them to leave, so they remained, watching as the villagers seemed to be possessed by some force, dancing their customary dance around the bonfire. The performance was far from the delightful spectacle they had anticipated. Rather, it resembled a group of individuals under the influence of hallucinogenic mushrooms engaged in a chaotic revelry. I must say, their contorted movements truly resemble a cluster of seaweed. Yet I feel they more closely resemble plants swaying in the wind, an unsettling sight that makes me want to retch. If such a tourist attraction existed in the real world, the online promotion would surely invite a torrent of scorn. As the players immersed themselves in the dungeon, they observed the peculiar growth on the villager's chest, resembling a fleshy lump. One exclaimed in astonishment, noting that the red blotches on the individual had indeed expanded. Bound by the confines of the game, they could not express their opinions as freely as an audience might. Particularly for the trio from Zhang Zhuang, who had skipped the welcoming feast, the unsettling glances from the villagers had not gone unnoticed. Thus, they dared not mock the villagers' traditional dance, instead clapping enthusiastically as if they were spectators at a sporting event. The village chief diligent in his role, attempted to provide commentary amidst the cacophony. However, his words were muddled by the noise. Even with their utmost concentration, the players could glean only a vague understanding, relying on their own interpretations. It appeared he was introducing their dance, but the overwhelming sounds of crackling wood, the villagers' songs, and the howls of monkeys in the forest, compounded by the chief's thick accent, rendered comprehension nearly impossible. In that moment, a viewer in the chat shared insights gleaned from observing for previous groups navigate the dungeon, detailing the cultural background of Sunshine Village. The viewer, known as Tao Tao, declared, "Indeed, it is I, a fervent explorer of all dungeons, though I arrived a tad late, and have only witnessed 4 groups tackle the Sunshine Village quest. The information gathered indicates that the villagers worship a deity, engendering various local customs. This dance, reminiscent of twisting vines, is believed to facilitate communication with the divine, potentially bestowing blessings upon those who partake." Skeptical voices arose in response. What blessings? More likely madness. Deities are not so easily summoned. One retorted. Another chimed in, recounting their experience in a level 6 dungeon where an NPC had summoned a divine projection, leading to the tragic demise of over 200 players who met their end with nary a moment's hesitation. The excitement in the chat escalated as one exclaimed, "I've heard of that. It's the infamous level 6 dungeon known as Holy Fire Rebirth. I senti it? I can hardly believe you were there. Truly impressive." With modesty, the seasoned player replied, "It's nothing extraordinary. With a bit of practice, one can easily navigate level 5 dungeons." Criticism of the game's developers emerged. Shaming technology has truly lost its way, claiming to protect viewers' safety while barring the weak-willed from watching live streams of level 5 dungeons. Such discrimination against the underprivileged. Others echoed the sentiment, lamenting the seeming impotence of the divine. "I've cursed in my heart countless times. Where is the retribution?" It must be a ploy by shaming technology, employing hunger marketing tactics. A relative of mine failed the assessment until they purchased a VIP membership, after which they breezed through. Really, what deity would bother with a mere level 2 dungeon? Even a projection of a deity or a common servant could elevate the dungeon's rank to level 4 or higher. What merit does a level 2 dungeon possess to warrant such attention? Chapter 55. Canyon Rafting. Zuo Cheng'an observed a comment in the barrage, utterly ignorant of its implications. He casually cursed, unaware that the subject of his disdain might not even recognize his words. To his surprise, a seemingly ordinary level 2 dungeon concealed the shadow of a deity within its hidden quests. Yet, could it be that the divine projection could elevate the dungeon's level to a staggering level 4? If the Xiangyang Resort dungeon truly housed a deity, it would have long ascended to levels 7 or even 8. How could it still linger in the realm of level 2? The villagers believed their dance was a tribute to the divine. It was entirely possible they were merely venerating some peculiar existence. In the real world, there exist villages that worship uniquely shaped stones or extraordinarily large animals as mountain spirits. Perhaps Xiangyang Village was no different. Their object of worship was not a deity, but a special creature. Zuo Cheng'an recalled the vine-like roots within the cave. Their appearance and nature bore a striking resemblance to the villagers' dance. Was this mere coincidence? Or could the deity they revere be none other than the very vines residing in the cave? Regardless, the cave he had traversed was now firmly on his list of places to revisit. The dance continued well into the night. Zuo Cheng'an and his companions remained relatively comfortable, having feasted and enjoyed the cool mountain breeze. Setting aside the dungeon's eerie atmosphere, it truly was a splendid retreat. However, Zhang Zhuang found it increasingly difficult to endure. Having gone an entire day without sustenance, the first-tier players could manage for a day, but it was far from pleasant. Once the last batch of firewood was consumed, the village chief finally relented and permitted the players to depart. Before leaving, Zuo Cheng'an's gaze lingered on several villagers who had been dancing. The barrage had mentioned the presence of red spots on their bodies, which had expanded, now exhibiting fleshy growths. Had their dancing incited the growth of these anomalies? Or was there another explanation? Surely, it could not be that a deity truly responded to them. Suppressing his curiosity, Zuo Cheng'an overheard Liu Echio inquiring about their guide. A small child. "Hey, little one, What activities do we have planned for tomorrow? The child, preoccupied with his own thoughts, momentarily focused on Li Yuechio as he adjusted his eyes back into their sockets. Having grown accustomed to the villagers' vacant stares, Li Yuechio felt less inclined to act on the urge to obliterate them. Although the others drifted about, they too were attentively listening, eager to learn about the next day's itinerary to prepare accordingly. Just as everyone assumed the child would remain silent, he surprisingly opened his mouth. Tomorrow, we will go canyon rafting. Did he genuinely share this information? With news in hand, the players' minds began to race. Zhang Zhuang frowned, sensing a discrepancy. This was not what the intel had suggested. The Waves Break Guild has attempted the Sunny Resort dungeon on 2 occasions, although the longest stay among its members was merely 2 days. They managed to acquire some information regarding the sequence of the tourism activities. According to their intelligence, they were supposed to embark on a treasure hunt in the dense forest tomorrow, with canyon rafting scheduled for the day after. So, how was it that on his turn in the dungeon, the first day's activity was altered to canyon rafting? Could it be that he inadvertently triggered a butterfly effect, causing the forest treasure hunt to be displaced? Such abrupt changes in dungeon sequences are not uncommon in newly opened dungeons. Given the area explored thus far, the Sunny Resort Dungeon, even at level 3, is considered to be relatively expansive. The larger the area, the higher the level, and consequently, the greater the potential for variations. If all these changes were meticulously documented, the total amount would be astonishing. It is said that many high-level dungeons have guides so extensive they rival dictionaries, making it utterly impractical to memorize them entirely. For a colossal dungeon that has only been opened 6 times, players are likely to have explored less than 30% of it. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for variations to arise due to minor discrepancies. The game rewards those daring enough to venture into the unknown with generous incentives, as these random elements bring forth unforeseen dangers. Zhang Zhuang began to reflect on where he might have gone awry today. After all, even the most cautious low-level players cannot adhere strictly to strategies, while those capable of overseeing the entire situation would disdain being mere puppets to the guide. He speculated that the most likely cause of the dungeon's deviation could either stem from their swift elimination of a marauding troop of mountain monkeys during the day, or from the food consumed by Zuo Cheng'an and others at the banquet. According to the intel, the players providing the information were relatively weak and failed to fend off the mountain monkey attack in a timely manner, resulting in casualties and enduring 4 consecutive waves of assaults. Upon entering the village, they had refrained from consuming any food out of caution, relying solely on the moss and wild vegetables gathered during their tourism activities for sustenance. He surmised that triggering 2 or fewer mountain monkey attacks or consuming the banquet food might alter the sequence of the tourism experience. The mere thought made Zhang Zhuang chuckle. The 3 elements seemed entirely unrelated, forced together by his own imagination. It appeared clear that he lacked the talent for deciphering such mysteries, and perhaps it would be wiser to focus on completing survival tasks instead. The sequence of tourism activities in the dungeon was likely random, and the similarities in the first 2 attempts were mere coincidences. The absence of a 3rd occurrence was to be expected. It was only natural for changes to manifest during his experience. Faced with a lack of inspiration and a growing hunger, Zhang Zhuang decided to call over the others to discuss the plans for tomorrow while they dined. The intelligence indicated that canyon rafting was an activity scheduled for the 3rd day of the dungeon. Fortunately, the individual who had provided the information had gathered numerous details about the canyon rafting project before departing the dungeon, so they were not entirely in the dark. The location for the canyon rafting is situated downstream of Xianyang Village. The once tranquil waters within the village transform into a tumultuous current upon merging with the main river. The splashes of water rise like waves, accompanied by whirlpools that appear in succession. The banks are lined with rocky cliffs, and colliding with them would result in grave injuries. Even the most proficient swimmers would find it impossible to surface if they fell into the water. Fish that enter the fray are also inevitably swept into the depths by the swirling eddies. Under such perilous water conditions, combined with the absence of any safety measures, players are required to navigate a rudimentary wooden raft along a 5-kilometer stretch, all the while contending with the assaults of dungeon monsters. Rafting is relatively straightforward for players. Those at level 2 can at least expect to exhibit the competence of a first-tier player. Individuals of this caliber possess physical attributes that significantly surpass those of the average person, easily holding their breath for 10 minutes. As long as they brace against the force of the current to maintain stability and grasp onto the rocky outcrops along the shore, survival becomes a matter of simple perseverance. Even in the unfortunate event of falling from the raft, they can cling tightly to the wood, preventing themselves from being swept away and separated from their companions. While a few individuals in Zhangzhuang indulge in food and drink, simultaneously discussing the precautions for the following day with others, in room 105 next door, Zuo Cheng'an and his companions are engaged in similar discussions within Zheng Ren's chamber. Initially, the trio had intended to convene in Zuo Cheng'an's room, but his aversion to allowing outsiders into his private domain led to a spontaneous change of venue. Thanks to Zhangzhuang's benevolence, Zuo Cheng'an gleaned some details about the upcoming project from the enthusiastic viewers in the barrage. The rafting expedition is set to take place downstream, utilizing wooden rafts, and there is a significant likelihood of encountering fish monsters and the mountain monkeys they faced earlier that day. Everyone must exercise caution. Upon hearing Zuo Cheng'an's words, Zheng Ren and Li Yueqiu did not dwell on the implications, merely assuming that Zuo Cheng'an had accessed this information through some special channels. Once a dungeon has been opened and someone has emerged alive, information is likely to circulate, especially since the Fij Guild is no mere facade. And this particular dungeon has been opened 6 times already. Chapter 56. Child, what is your name? Thereafter, Zuo Cheng'an elaborated on several details before returning to his room. He reclined on the single bed, with Mo Do nestled beside him, intending to organize his tools. He opened his personal panel only to discover that his mental value had plummeted from 82 to 77, within the brief span of a single day spent in the instance. His mental state had deteriorated by 5 points. It became evident that mental value was not calculated based on the instance itself, but rather on the duration of time spent within it. If this decline persisted at a rate of 5 points per day, it would take merely 6 days for his mental value to drop below 60. Rather than succumbing to fear, Zuo Cheng'an felt a surge of exhilaration. He was inherently curious about the nature of this so-called mutation. What form could he possibly mutate into? Some players transformed into rather serious entities, zombies, demons, spiders, and the like, while others sprouted bizarre appendages resembling celery or bell peppers, leaving one utterly speechless. While in the safe zone, he had deliberately inquired about the intelligence concerning mutations. It was widely stated that a mutation involved the emergence of monstrous limbs, rendering the individual a mindless creature driven solely by the instinct to kill. Typically, these appendages bore a connection to the player's innermost fears. Even if one were to be entirely covered in bumpy bell peppers, transforming into a pepper person, they would still possess formidable destructive power and aggression. Survival was manageable. Mindlessly slaughtering to ensure one's own existence was a viable strategy. However, should one lose their sanity during a puzzle or task instance, it would equate to forfeiting the opportunity to succeed. The innermost fears? Perhaps they were akin to psychological shadows. Zuo Cheng'an found himself momentarily stumped as to what his deepest fear might be. Was it the horror films he had watched as a child? Yet, now that he understood them to be mere special effects, he felt no fear. Monsters were no different. Although he had encountered perilous moments after being drawn into the game, they were more akin to tension than true fear. What could it possibly be? A night of tranquility. Time progressed to the second day within the instance. Contrary to expectations, no attacks transpired during the night. Li Yueqiu arose from her bed, her eyes heavy with dark circles. Although she relished the comfort of sleeping in a bed after a long absence, she had spent the entire night fretting over potential monsters or the eerie villagers bursting through the door in the dead of night, resulting in a restless slumber. She silently vowed that come tomorrow night, she would throw a tantrum if necessary to rush into Zuo Ji's room and borrow Mo Do to keep her company as she slept. The trio had already made plans upon parting the previous night. The instance mandated that each individual participate in 3 tourism activities, meaning that players could choose not to engage in the canyon rafting. However, They were at least somewhat informed about canyon rafting, rendering it a relatively safer option compared to the other activities. They were adequately prepared, aware of what they were facing. The other tourism activities, however, remained uncertain. With no knowledge of how many activities awaited them, they resolved to complete 3 tourism projects first, ensuring that their subsequent days in the instance would be more tranquil, free from incessant apprehension. Zuo Cheng'an pushed open the door, and there stood Zheng Ren and Li Yueqiu waiting in the corridor. Noticing the dark circles under Li Yueqiu's eyes, Zuo Cheng'an suddenly recalled that he had seemingly forgotten to inform them last night that their quarters were quite secure and that no attacks would occur. After all, there had been an older brother who had stayed here until his demise without any issues. Although it was a level 2 scenario, as long as one refrained from investigating hidden quests, the difficulties of the dungeon primarily revolved around the dangers associated with various tourist activities. If a player's attributes were lacking, they might very well perish during these extreme sports. Conversely, if a player possessed considerable strength and chose to overlook hidden quests, as well as the peculiarities of the villagers and the village itself, then this dungeon would provide safe lodging, delectable cuisine, and a beautiful natural environment. Together, these elements created a relaxing and intellectually undemanding resort, truly suitable for unwinding. Upon seeing the two in the corridor, Mo Do wagged its tail and let out a friendly bark. Li Yueqiu, who had a request of the dog tonight, affectionately scratched Mo Do's chin. After spending a day together, Mo Do had developed a favorable impression of this human and had clearly come to accept her. Zheng Ren, far from appearing haggard, looked even healthier. His carefree nature rendered him less sensitive than Li Yueqiu. After several nights spent on the streets of Park Avenue, he finally had the chance to lie down in a bed last night, and he had slept soundly. This was what life should be. What did the safety zone even compare to? The group chatted for a while when Zhang Zhuang, Tan Hui, and others emerged from the same room. Zheng Ren's eyes widened as he pointed at them. You all slept together last night? Wow, your Breaking Waves guild is quite wild. Zhang Zhuang, flustered with indignation, retorted, Get lost. Be careful not to poison yourself with the food here. Among the 4, only he possessed a storage item containing food and water, leaving the others reliant on him for breakfast. Zheng Ren merely shrugged, nonchalantly attempting to lighten the tense atmosphere, much like installing cameras around the players. As soon as they stepped out of the room, a villager approached them, the same child who had invited them to the welcoming feast the previous night. The child, holding a torch, appeared set to perform the smoking ceremony once more. Yang Yi, upon seeing the child, was preoccupied with devising a subtle way to glance at his chest. The previous day, he had only glimpsed a bloody sack on Wang Cheng's chest. During the dance, after the welcoming feast, he had pretended to stretch while standing, discreetly stealing glances at the scantily clad girls dancing by the bonfire. However, due to the nature of his peeking, he could only catch a faint hint of red. Under the bonfire's glow, he could not discern whether it was the firelight or the natural color of their skin. Although he was anxious, he refrained from making any overt movements, choosing instead to suppress his questions. Today, with only the child arriving alone, it was easier to navigate the situation. Yang Yi donned a feigned smile as he adjusted the child's collar, attempting to engage in conversation. What is your name? Did the adults at home send you here? The child tilted his head slightly, displaying none of the shyness he had exhibited the previous day. My name is Hua. The village chief sent me to invite you all for breakfast. Yang Yi was preoccupied with observing the airbag beneath the child's collar, showing little interest in the child's words. Inquiring about his name was merely a cursory remark. Whether he was called Hua or Hua bore in no significance to the hidden task at hand. However, Zuo Cheng'an, who was closest to Yang Yi, heard the child clearly. It struck him as peculiar that a village seemingly revering nature would name a child Hua. Were they not concerned about the deities rising in the night to enter the village? To ensure he had not misheard, Zuo Cheng'an employed his skills to confirm the child's name, and indeed, it was Hua. Realizing that there were more children in the village, he continued to inquire, What is the name of your best friend? Hua nodded proudly and replied, Xiaoyan. Chapter 57. The camp of Xiangyang village suddenly. The exuberant leaps of Hua startled Yang Yi. Yet he had achieved his objective. Hua possessed a peculiar air sac in his chest. which could hardly be termed as such. It resembled a blood-red patch of skin, slightly bulging at the center. This was entirely different from what he had observed on Wang Cheng's chest the previous day. Could it be attributed to the child's age? If the sac enlarged with age, then why did he not notice any prominent protrusion beneath the village chief as clothing? Little did he know that once the sac reached a certain size, it would wither away, replaced by a tiny flesh bud concealed beneath layers of fabric. Zuo Cheng'an inquired further about Hua's plans for the day. Today, we are going river rafting, but what shall we do in the following days? Hua pondered over the village chief's arrangements and replied, Today, Uncle Cheng will take you rafting. Tomorrow, Aunt Lu will take you mushroom picking. The day after tomorrow is a rest day, and the day after that, second sister will teach you to dance. As for the day after that, Hua struggled to recall the itinerary for that day, eventually redirecting the conversation. Breakfast is almost ready. Let us hurry and eat. The rafting site is quite far, and we should not waste time. With that, he took the lead. With the child's reminder, everyone understood that the highlight of the day was to experience the tourism activity, and they promptly followed suit. Perhaps due to having had breakfast earlier, they were not left starving while watching others feast, and the expressions of Zhang Zhuang and his companions were quite pleasant. They returned to the same venue as yesterday, at the same table, though the variety of dishes was somewhat diminished. The rare delicacies like woodworms, centipedes, and the spider the size of a face were absent from today's dining table. Instead, they were served more homely dishes such as stir-fried wild mushrooms, cold tree leaves, and greens, with the meat offerings featuring locusts and cicadas. Upon noticing the absence of her favored bamboo worms, Li Yuechio lost her appetite and barely picked at her food, ready to set down her chopsticks. However, Zuo Cheng'an pointed to a plate of peculiar mushrooms covered in fuzz. You should eat more of this. Zhang Ren leaned in, wrinkling his nose in disdain. I just tried that mushroom. It tastes foul. It's simply dark cuisine. Zuo Cheng'an shot him a disapproving glance. If I say eat more, then eat more. It won't harm you. Seeing that Li Yuechio had already reached for the vegetables, Zhang Ren reluctantly obliged, despite having eaten to near fullness, and managed to swallow another bite of the mushroom Zuo Cheng'an had recommended. Based on his experience, listening to Zuo was undoubtedly wise. Li Yuechio, still unsatisfied, took several more bites of the fuzzy mushrooms that Zuo Cheng'an had mentioned. After breakfast, Wang Cheng, who had been met the night before, wore a stern expression as he led the players downstream along the river. Although he had once been a player himself, the memories of his past life had faded after experiencing death. In Wang Cheng's mind, he was merely a native villager of Xiangyang village, tasked with guiding visitors through the village to partake in the rafting experience. Thus, Yang Ye's attempt to engage him in casual conversation and inquire about the village's internal affairs was thwarted. The group's pace was remarkably swift, indeed, extraordinarily rapid. The sun had barely ascended, and in the span of merely an hour, they had traversed over 10 kilometers along the river leading from Xiangyang village. Even the most physically adept players began to feel a hint of fatigue. However, the guide, Wang Cheng, appeared unfazed, navigating over rocks, slopes, and through thickets with remarkable agility. His face devoid of color and breath steady, maintaining his pace effortlessly. Having received warnings prior to their departure, the group was anxious about missing the activity and dared not lag behind. The gravel path was rugged, and the riverbank exceedingly slippery. Without proper mountaineering boots, one could easily slip. Strangely, Wang Cheng, clad only in straw sandals, seemed rooted to the ground, each step taken with unwavering steadiness. Even when confronted with a steep, moss-covered slope inclined at 50 to 60 degrees, he managed to stand upright and traverse it effortlessly. The group understood that this was not the time for questions and gritted their teeth to stay close. Finally, around 10 o'clock in the morning, Wang Cheng halted beside a thatched cottage. Inside the hut were 3 wooden rafts of varying sizes and several oars, evidently the vessels they would soon use for their rafting adventure. Wang Cheng's demeanor and tone were far from that of a typical resort staff member. His service was brusque, as if he were merely fulfilling an obligation. You will set off from here shortly. Just drift downstream along the river, and you will return to the village. Do not entertain thoughts of shortcuts. Aside from this waterway, Any other route, including retracing your steps, will lead you forever away from the village. Tan Hui Hui could not contain her disdain. Is this how you treat your guests in a resort? Wang Qing shot her a cold glance. Not all villagers support the establishment of a resort. The filthy, noisy outsiders only disturb the god's slumber. Hurry and enjoy yourselves. If you do not return to the village before nightfall, you shall remain lost here forever. Though his words were a warning, the tone carried an undercurrent of wishing for their eternal entrapment. With that, Wang Qing shouldered a small single-person raft and set off downstream. Observing his adept maneuvers as he skillfully navigated the raft through the rapids, one might mistakenly believe that rafting was an effortless endeavor. Nonetheless, he spoke the truth. Indeed, a portion of the villagers exhibited warmth towards the players, while another faction harbored subdued animosity. Reflecting on this, it was the amiable villagers who prepared meals and tended to the players' needs, ensuring their accommodations were secure and their food delectable and free of toxins. Conversely, it was those who were hostile towards the players that led them through perilous tourist activities, seeking to eliminate the intruders by any means necessary. According to information gleaned from Hua Hua, today they were under the guidance of the antagonistic Wang Qing, but tomorrow they would be accompanied by the welcoming Aunt Lu, who would take them mushroom picking. Left Chang'an was aware of who Aunt Lu was. There was but one villager with the surname Lu in the entire village, the esteemed chef responsible for preparing meals for the players. If all goes as planned, mushroom foraging should not be as perilous as it is today, fraught with self-reliance and monstrous assaults, leading to a state of perpetual disorientation. It ought to be a perfectly ordinary experiential activity. As for the second elder sister, although Zuo Cheng'an possesses the skill of true sight to discern the names of each villager, he remains uncertain as to which villager's second elder sister refers, rendering him incapable of determining her identity. Without this knowledge, he cannot rely on memory to evaluate her disposition towards the player. Thus, he must proceed with caution and take each step as it comes. Chapter 58. Can you row a boat? Zuo Cheng'an had already conceived several strategies to ensure a safe passage through the dungeon. However, with a duration of 10 days and the pattern of resting every 2 days, there would inevitably be at least 5 events. It was improbable that each time they ventured into recreational activities, they would be led by hostile villagers. By selecting days when welcoming villagers guided the excursions, the perilous nature of the tourism experiences could be significantly mitigated. Additionally, by taking minor precautions against contracting rashes, they could safely navigate the dungeon and achieve a basic score. As Wang Qing drifted further away, the players ceased to waste time and promptly retrieved the remaining 2 rafts from the hut. Both rafts were identical in size and shape, rendering any competition for them unnecessary. The group from Zhangzhuang had prepared in advance before entering the dungeon. As soon as they launched the rafts into the water, they smoothly paddled away from the shallow shore and began their descent downstream. Meanwhile, Zuo Cheng'an faced a dilemma. The Yuechio Zhongrun, the oblivious, what should we do? Brother Zuo? I've never rowed a boat before. I don't know how. Montag du Wolf. Zuo Cheng'an. How coincidental. I am equally inexperienced. Yet, the dungeon would not alter its rules simply due to the player's lack of proficiency in a skill. Regardless of their inability to row or even swim, they were compelled to partake in this perilous endeavor. In summary, 3 novices at rowing, accompanied by a dog, maneuvered the raft in circles before finally drifting into the swift waters of the river, albeit rather clumsily. In the first kilometer of their journey, the river's surface and the surrounding trees were tranquil, devoid of any monsters. The players' challenges stemmed from the ubiquitous whirlpools lurking beneath the water, along with the sudden emergence of rocks obstructing the river's path, or the unexpected drops of 2 to 3 meters. After several capsizes, Mo Do had transformed into a drenched canine, its fur matted against its body, appearing considerably smaller. The others fared little better. To avoid being scattered by the current, they used a cloth rope from the previous day to tie themselves together. However, there was an advantage. The daunting rapids prompted rapid growth in the 3 rowing novices. They had no choice but to improve their skills. Failure to do so could be fatal. The paddles they had retrieved from the hut had long been swept away by the water, and now they resorted to using branches broken off from the shore as makeshift paddles. Zuo Cheng'an propped a tree branch against a large exposed rock on the left bank, forcing the raft to veer away just in time to avoid a whirlpool. Just as he thought to relax, he noticed 3 fragmented health bars appearing beneath the seemingly empty surface of the river. 34. 71 foot, 41. 68 foot, 22. 94 foot. Each appear to have sustained considerable damage, most likely inflicted by the group from Zhangzhuang, who had likely arrived before them. Their overall strength surpassed that of Zuo Cheng'an's group, and they either wished to clear the lurking monsters in the water to avoid aiding the latter, or they were simply in a hurry and did not want to engage in combat. It was likely a combination of both. 3 nearly lifeless health bars trailed behind the raft, maintaining a careful distance, neither too close nor too far. Regardless of whether the raft surged through turbulent rapids or glided along the gentler stretches of the river, they remained steadfastly in pursuit, seemingly awaiting the opportune moment to strike. "Be cautious, we have enemies on our tail," Zuo Cheng'an warned. Mo Do, guard the rear. With a sharp bark, Mo Do positioned himself at the back of the raft, his vigilant gaze scanning the water surface. They had entered a significant stretch of calm, open water, and barring any unforeseen events, the 3 unknown creatures following them were likely to launch an assault in this area. The immediate danger was secondary. The true peril lay in the wastage of time. According to Zhang Zhuang's intelligence, the distance to drift was 4,000 to 5,000 meters in a straight line, yet the actual river path meandered extensively, making the true distance far greater. Their unfamiliarity with the raft's operation had already cost them valuable time, and as the sun began its descent, returning to the village before nightfall was becoming increasingly uncertain. Though the raft was sturdy, its earlier encounters with capsizing and collisions had not caused any significant damage. That did not guarantee it could withstand repeated assaults from the monsters. Should the creatures succeed in sinking the raft, their only means of survival would be swimming, which offered little hope. They had to maintain their speed, while simultaneously safeguarding the raft from destruction. This dilemma of needing to achieve 2 opposing objectives was truly critical. The surrounding waters began to quicken once more, and it would not be long before they exited the tranquil expanse and entered a region characterized by fluctuating heights and small cliffs. At that juncture, the pursuing monsters would be preoccupied with battling the current, leaving them little room to attack. It was evident that the 3 creatures were aware of this as they seized the last opportunity. With Mo Do's urgent series of barks, a colossal creature over 6 meters long emerged from the depths, revealing itself to be a slender, sharp-snout crocodile, seemingly adapted for a piscatorial diet. Yet, in reality, such fish-eating crocodiles rarely exceed 4 meters in length. In the realm of the game, however, with a resounding crash, a massive tail over 3 meters long lashed out at the side of the raft. The raft plunged suddenly, and the wooden planks groaned ominously under the strain, threatening to splinter with a few more strikes. On the briefly exposed tail, triangular holes and the puncture marks left by a syringe were still visible. The violent jolt destabilized the 3 individuals and 1 dog on the raft, with the lightest, Mo Do, being flung into the air, only to be yanked back by the rope around his belly, landing in a soft embrace. Li Yueqiu caught Mo Do, barely having time to confirm that he was still lively before placing him aside and seizing a tree trunk to propel the raft forward with all her strength. Among the trio, Zheng Run and Li Yueqiu managed the raft propulsion, while Zuo Cheng'an took charge of steering at the front. Their cooperation, though strained, was commendable. Shortly after a probing maneuver, a series of conical ripples emerged on the right side of the raft surface, clearly indicating that some creature was swiftly swimming in the shallow waters. Simultaneously, similar ripples appeared on the left and rear sides, signaling the onset of a formal hunt after assessing the prey's approximate strength. In the face of 3 colossal beasts, each exceeding 6 meters in length, the small wooden raft was utterly defenseless. On land, Zuo Cheng'an and his companions might have stood a chance against the crocodiles, but submerged in water, constrained by the rules of the instance, their prospects appeared grim. Fortunately, these were merely 3 wounded monsters. Had they been in their prime, their only hope would have been to hastily vacate this open aquatic expanse and retreat to the narrower, fast-flowing channels, where they could leverage the terrain and current to swiftly distance themselves from the trio of beasts. Zuo Cheng'an glanced at the health bars in 3 directions and pointed towards the right. Once the jungle crocodile surfaces here, we shall concentrate our fire on it. Ignore the others for now. Our immediate goal is simply to widen the gap. Chapter 59. A swift escape. The direction pointed out by Zuo Cheng'an was towards a jungle crocodile, its health barely exceeding 20%. As per their usual strategy, they aimed to exploit the most vulnerable point first to diminish the enemy's numbers. Upon hearing this, Li Yueqiu and Zheng Run, during their brief moments of paddling the raft, had already retrieved their equipment. Li Yueqiu produced a small stone, which was more effective for long-range attacks. However, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen circumstances. While the jungle crocodile on the right remained still with its health at just over 20%, the one on the left launched an attack first. Its elongated snout clamped down on one corner of the raft, sending splinters flying as it bit off a chunk. Just as the crocodile prepared to bite again, Zheng Ren thrust a shovel into its throat. But that was not the end. With a powerful twist of his waist and arms, he vigorously stirred the shovel within the crocodile's throat. The metallic scent of blood spread through its mouth, and in pain, it attempted to flee. Li Yueqiu had already activated her skill, raising her thigh high to deliver 2 resounding blows to the crocodile's head. Bang! Bang! 2 fist-sized indentations appeared in its hard skull. In Zuo Cheng'an's eyes, its health plummeted from 34.71 down to just over 10%. From being the second to last in health, it suddenly became the lowest. Who else would it be targeting? The inkfish. Bite it. Remembering the earlier insult from the crocodile's tail, the inkfish lunged fiercely, clamping down on the crocodile's head, refusing to let go. Despite the vast difference in size, the inkfish possessed significant strength. However, without a solid footing, the entire raft began to show signs of being dragged away by the jungle crocodile. In that fleeting moment of the inkfish's delay, Zuo Cheng'an seized the opportunity to deliver the final blow to the crocodile. Raising the little 7, he brought it crashing down onto the prominent indentation in the crocodile's skull. With a sharp crack, he brutally drove the blunt ruler into the crocodile's head and twisted it viciously. The health bar atop the crocodile's head vanished in an instant, its body going limp, devoid of any struggle. Kill jungle crocodile X1. As the lifeless body of the jungle crocodile slipped beneath the water, Zuo Cheng'an wasted no time and joined the fight against the remaining 2 jungle crocodiles. At this moment, Zheng Ren and Li Yueqiu had completely abandoned any thought of paddling, wholly focused on preventing the last 2 crocodiles from reaching the raft. Li Yueqiu swung her willow branch with a crackling sound. Whenever a crocodile dared to show its head, she would respond swiftly. Meanwhile, Zheng Ren, with the assistance of the small stones and the shovel, managed to stabilize the situation despite the limited range of his attacks. However, the jungle crocodile, with just over 20% health, upon realizing that it could not breach the shovel's defense, abandoned its mouth attacks and submerged itself, attempting to overturn the raft with sheer size. Zheng Ren shouted in alarm. "What the hell? You have no honor in battle." Li quickly throws stones at it. Zuo Cheng'an swiftly took over Li Yueqiu's position, allowing her to free her hands to hurl stones with full force. Li Yueqiu lived up to expectations. Just before the jungle crocodile could overturn the wooden raft with its massive body, he swiftly hurled the small projectile towards the water's surface. The small projectile plunged into the depths, accurately targeting a wound inflicted by a syringe on the jungle crocodile, landing a powerful blow. The damage was recorded as 22.94 foot reduced to 18.94 foot. Though the underwater resistance slightly diminished its speed, it effectively thwarted the crocodile's attempt to capsize the raft. This successful strike exacerbated the already critical condition of the jungle crocodile. Had the projectile struck an undamaged scale, it would have failed to inflict any pain, let alone diminish its vitality. However, with numerous fresh wounds adorning its body, the small projectile adeptly identified the creature's weaknesses, knowing precisely where to deliver a critical hit. This remarkable characteristic of the small projectile was an unexpected boon, considering the price at which it was acquired. Zuo Cheng'an had indeed struck a remarkable deal. Had the vendor, who specialized in reselling, chosen to utilize the small projectile in the next instance, he certainly would not have priced it so modestly. It would have fetched at least 180 or 90 points. Upon completing its mission, the small projectile returned to Li Yuechio's grasp, but did not linger long before being launched again, this time by Zuo Cheng'an, who delivered an even mightier throw. As it soared through the air, a piercing sound echoed, reminiscent of a slicing breeze. The small projectile plunged into the water, targeting the jungle crocodile's vulnerable heart. With its enhanced potency, it not only penetrated the crocodile's abdomen, but also shattered its pulsating heart. The remaining 94-foot health was rendered meaningless, failing to sustain the creature for even half a second. Kill jungle crocodile, X1. Observing the health bar vanish in the water, Zuo Cheng'an mused that once the vital point was destroyed, no amount of health remained relevant. With two critically injured monsters dispatched, only one formidable adversary, with slightly over 40% health, remained behind the raft. This creature, witnessing the demise of its companions, readied itself for a desperate stand. However, the trio and their canine companion on the raft suddenly sheathed their weapons in unison, seizing branches to vigorously paddle, propelling the raft swiftly into a narrow waterway. Unbeknownst to them, they had been carried by the current away from the expansive waters, mere moments away from entering the turbulent rapids. Hastening through this channel was imperative. Who would wish to linger and battle a crocodile? At that moment, Zhang Zhuang's team had navigated into a river section flanked by towering trees, with no rocks to threaten their small vessel. They should have felt a weight lifted from their hearts. Yet, the occasional heads or necks of mountain monkeys peeking through the treetops prevented them from fully relaxing. The three jungle crocodiles they had previously confronted, though formidable, were few in number and manageable, even allowing them to spare some for the next team to contend with. However, the mountain monkeys posed a different challenge, with their numbers exceeding several hundred. To ensure complete demise, one must sever the air sac beneath the throat. Otherwise, even if all limbs are severed, the body will continue to writhe and crawl over to attack with its neck, creating quite the nuisance. Zhang Zhuang commanded, "Do not concern yourselves with them. Row at full speed." Their quartet rowed with a swiftness that surpassed that of Zuo Cheng'an and his companions. Had they not been delayed by the jungle crocodiles, they might have already returned to the village by now. The swiftly moving sightseeing vehicle could not shake off the mountain monkeys, and despite their frantic paddling, the wooden raft could not evade the monsters lurking along the banks. Suddenly, a signal of attack was emitted from the jungle on the shore, igniting a frenzy among the entire troop of monkeys, each one fearlessly leaping onto the bamboo raft. Many collided mid-air with their kin or were struck by the players' paddles, plunging into the river, yet this did not quell the monkeys' urge to assault. In the midst of battle, the four did not notice that the blood-red air sacs of the mountain monkeys that had fallen into the water were rapidly shrinking, reverting to their previous macular state. Chapter 60, Update over 1,000, Additional Update 2 in the midst of chaos. Zhang Zhuang and his companions remained oblivious to certain details. However, the audience in the bullet comments certainly took note. Wait, is that a laundry capsule? Dissolves upon contact with water? Why do I feel like they're stunted in their growth? Did you all notice? Earlier, I was with the villager Wang Cheng, and when his clothes became soaked, the air sacs on his chest also diminished significantly. The items on the mountain monkey bear a striking resemblance to those of the villagers. Now that they too react similarly upon contact with water, this further corroborates the observation. With sowing, lurking, and sprouting, could the true essence of the air sacs be seeds of some sort of plant? But plants thrive in water. Why would they avoid it here? I don't understand. I'm just here for the spectacle, awaiting insights from the experts. The most perilous segment had passed, with fewer large boulders in the river. Zuo Cheng'an no longer needed to frequently adjust the bamboo raft direction. Thus, while distracted by the bullet comments, he stumbled upon the live broadcast of the fierce battle between Zhang Zhuang and the mountain monkeys. Naturally, he witnessed the blood-red air sacs shrinking upon contact with water, affirming their suppressed growth. In a flash, Zuo Cheng'an recalled the peculiarities from the previous night. It made sense why the villagers danced around the bonfire. The fleshy red spots on their bodies were unusually vibrant. What animated them was not the villagers' ritualistic dance, but the flames, or rather, the high temperatures. It became clear why a custom known as the smoky offering existed in the village. It was not merely to dispel the viruses carried by outsiders, but rather a part of hastening the infection process. If players inhaled too much of the fragrant smoke before entering the village, they would be sown. Then, upon entering, when villagers brandished torches up and down, coupled with the evening bonfire gathering, the seeds would undoubtedly be stimulated into growth. Reflecting on the information Zhang Zhuang had shared in the room, they had encountered 4 waves of mountain monkey attacks due to their inadequate strength, suggesting that they had likely been sown before entering the village, albeit without visible symptoms manifesting yet. Following the villagers' little sequence of moves, it was entirely expected for them to notice the red spots that night. Without a doubt, this smoky offering would take place every morning and evening, ensuring the seeds would flourish. Rejecting the smoky offering seemed improbable. The optimal choice lay in avoiding infection altogether. With this perspective, many things began to make sense, including why the village children bore names like Huahua. The heat emitted by the flames could accelerate the growth of the seeds within them, making it appear as if divine manifestations were occurring. Thus, the villagers regarded fire as a manifestation of the divine, leading not only to the village being named Sunshine Village, but also to children being given names like Huahua, Yin Yin, and Xiao Yin. Ding! Congratulations, you have triggered a special quest. The deity of Sunshine Village. Quest objective: investigate the true identity of the deity of Sunshine Village. Task reward: skill parasitic spore. As Zuo Cheng'an realized that the red spots on the villagers would become active due to heat, a prompt resonated in his mind. The hidden quest spoken of by players and the special task indicated by the game were essentially the same, merely differing in nomenclature. The familiar line and cursor appeared, signaling yet another task requiring him to input text. He had 3 chances to input, with the same automatic clearance rule for errors. Upon further investigation, the reward was revealed to be a skill. It seemed that the hidden task in the Sunny Resort instance was more challenging than that of Uncle Muzhou's farm, which at least provided hints. Whereas here, there were none, leaving players at a loss. For an ordinary player, this presented a conundrum devoid of any clear direction. To discover the name of the deity worshipped by the villagers, the only recourse was to inquire within the welcoming faction of the villagers. However, such a sensitive topic involving faith would not be easily disclosed by the villagers. To unearth any information would undoubtedly require considerable effort, either by fervently boosting the favor of a specific villager or by professing a desire to worship the village's deity. Regardless of the method employed, it would demand a significant investment of time and energy. The instance allotted players 10 days, likely owing to the extensive time required for the hidden task. After all, if the time frame were merely 2 or 3 days, players would hardly have had the opportunity to familiarize themselves with the villagers, let alone inquire about the deity's name. Nevertheless, for Zuo Cheng'an, this task became considerably simpler. He merely needed to locate the essence of the deity and use his skill to take a glance. Truly a case of copying the answers. Suddenly, the approach to the hidden task was clear, and Zuo Cheng'an felt a surge of elation. As long as he found the essence of the deity, he would have completed 99% of the task. On the other side, aboard Zhang Zhuang and his companion's raft, a pile of mountain monkey corpses had accumulated, their elongated necks intertwined in chaos, forming a massive mound of remains. Some heads were stuck in the damaged sections of the raft, and given the circumstances, Zhang Zhuang and his companions chose not to address the situation, allowing the bodies to accumulate while they focused on fending off the incessant onslaught of mountain monkeys from both banks. Damn it, why are these mountain monkeys everywhere? Yang Ye, exasperated, became increasingly irritable as kill notifications continued to flash in his mind. The entire instance was the domain of monsters. After all, they were omnipresent. Zhang Zhuang, the strongest among them, was managing with relative ease, even finding time to protect Tan Huihui. In contrast, Qian Xiang, the weakest, found himself in dire straits, unknowingly pushed to the edge of the raft. Yet, Even in such a critical moment, he opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from uttering the words, "Help me." The reticent, socially anxious individual would never burden others, even in death. The raft, having endured the relentless assault of jungle crocodiles, was now riddled with countless wounds, barely buoyant thanks to the superior craftsmanship of the supplies. However, when the weight of an adult man pressed down upon the already fragile edge of the raft, a crisp cracking sound echoed forth. Qian Xiang felt the ground beneath his feet vanish, and his body began to tilt perilously toward the water surface. Being a standout among the novices of the Breaking Waves Guild, his reflexes kicked in, prompting him to leap towards the center of the raft. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Zhang Zhuang had covertly delivered a kick to him, declaring, "The raft is overloaded. You must disembark for a moment. Wait until we have cleared the monster corpses before we retrieve you." This kick proved to be the final straw for Qian Xiang, who, having already lost his balance, was sent tumbling into the water with a splash, inhaling a considerable amount of river water. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, managing to grasp the long neck of a mountain monkey that hung over the water just before the raft receded from his reach. Curiously, the mountain monkeys, typically known for their timidity, seemed undeterred. Rather than retreating in fear after realizing the formidable nature of the group, they recklessly leapt onto the raft, seemingly driven by some unseen mission. As a wave crashed over him, Qian Xiang was momentarily caught off guard and choked on the river water. In his hurried gasps, he caught a whiff of an unusual fragrance. Following the scent, he discovered it emanated from the pile of mountain monkey corpses stacked upon the raft. Chapter 61. Life. This peculiar fragrance arrives swiftly, yet dissipates just as quickly. Positioned at the forefront, when Qian Xiang attempts to savor the scent, it vanishes into thin air. The raft sways heavily, and Qian Xiang finds himself drinking in copious amounts of water. Zhang Zhuang was indeed correct. Its carrying capacity has reached its utmost limit. Observing that the onslaught of the mountain monkeys shows no signs of abating, Qian Xiang is left with no choice but to take matters into his own hands, painstakingly dragging the corpse of the mountain monkey bit by bit. What could have been a simple task for the three on the raft has become an extraordinary hassle. Yet, this is an entrenched tradition of the Breaking Wave Guild. Should there be newcomers in the party venturing into the dungeon, all the arduous and menial tasks are tacitly assigned to them. In critical moments, it is not uncommon for the veterans of the guild to sacrifice the newcomers for their own survival, a practice that rarely incurs reprimand. The Breaking Wave Guild resembles a vast pit for nurturing goo, where only those who successfully endure the initiation period are acknowledged by the guild. In their words, this is the price to pay for enjoying the guild's benefits. Upon entering the guild, one gains access to a wealth of detailed dungeon strategies, but commensurately, one must also offer something of value. Should one feel aggrieved, they're welcome to leave and see if the other two guilds of similar stature are willing to accept them. Not long after Qian Xiang detected the fragrance, the assault from the mountain monkeys gradually weakened and began to retreat, seemingly drawn to something more enticing in the distance. Zhang Zhuang surmised that perhaps Zuo Cheng'an and his companions had caught up, conveniently diverting the monkey's attention. He kicked two mounds of corpses, nearly half a person's height, off the raft, his nose twitching slightly as he turned to Tan Hui and Yang Yi, inquiring, "Have you sensed a fragrance?" Given that the aroma vanished in an instant, he was unsure and sought confirmation from others. Tan Hui sniffed vigorously. "Yes, I have detected it since earlier. I thought I was imagining things." Yang Yi scratched his chest and nodded in agreement. "So did I." Zhang Zhuang remained vigilant. "This is peculiar. Let's hold our breath and distance ourselves from this area." The two mounds of corpses were kicked into the water, causing the raft to resurface. Unbeknownst to the other three, Qian Xiang had quietly returned to the raft and picked up his, or to begin rowing. Merely 2 bends behind them, Zuo Cheng'an confronted a group of mountain monkeys charging directly towards them. Much like the 3 jungle crocodiles previously encountered, the majority of these mountain monkeys were in a state of diminished health. However, for the mountain monkeys, which possess fatal points, the distinction between full and diminished health is moot. As long as their throat air sacs are destroyed, they will perish instantaneously, regardless of their remaining vitality. Curiously, Since entering the dungeon, they had only encountered 3 types of creatures: mountain monkeys, villagers, and jungle crocodiles. The first 2 bore blood-red sacks, while the latter did not. Otherwise, little flying stone would not specifically target the wounds of the jungle crocodiles, and they would not struggle so against them. Zuo Cheng'an speculated that this phenomenon was related to the jungle crocodile's habitual aquatic lifestyle. The deities that are capable of parasitizing other creatures tend to favor warmth and shun water. Thus, it was only natural that they would not choose the jungle crocodile as their host. Contemplating this, Zuo Cheng'an was the first to leap into the river, soaking his already half-dried clothes anew before climbing back onto the wooden raft. Under Zuo Cheng'an's guidance, Li Yueqiu and Zheng Run, amidst the onslaught of the mountain monkeys, seized the opportunity to drench themselves entirely. As they engaged in this whimsical skirmish, Zheng Run suddenly sensed something amiss. Wait, why are the mountain monkeys only attacking me? Why not you too? Do I have an appearance that invites their ire? Or am I just an insufferable little boy? Despite the presence of 3 humans and a dog on the raft, the mountain monkeys persistently darted towards him, defying all efforts to repel them. Having dealt with the mountain monkeys frequently, Zuo Cheng'an and Li Yueqiu were confident in Zheng Ren's safety, allowing him to attract their raft at the bow of the boat while they rowed vigorously from behind, striving to cover more distance. This way, all the commotion remained within their sight, and they could intervene promptly if things took a turn for the worse. After all, there was still ketchup to drink. As long as no lives were lost, they would consider it a success. Roar! I'll fight you to the end. I'll stab your throat. Feast on flies. I'll take you down. Li Yueqiu, Zuo Cheng'an, and their loyal dog leisurely paddled the raft, observing the spectacle with an unexpected sense of tranquility. Just then, another mountain monkey leaped onto the raft with a swift whoosh, but it paid no heed to Zuo Cheng'an or Li Yueqiu, heading straight for Zheng Run at the bow. Li Yueqiu was puzzled as to why the mountain monkeys targeted Zheng Run while ignoring them. Zuo Cheng'an revealed the crux of the matter. The mushrooms I had you eat this morning were no ordinary fungi. Their peculiar odor can repel mountain monkeys. The villagers probably rely on them to wander the forests unassailed. I noticed yesterday that mountain monkeys do not attack villagers riding the sightseeing vehicles. Initially, I thought both the villagers and the monkeys were part of the same narrative, hence the lack of aggression towards them. However, during my routine inspection of the dishes this morning, I discovered the note regarding the sought-ed mushrooms, monkey-repelling mushroom, a specialty of Xiangyang village. Its pungent aroma can ward off mountain monkeys, though its flavor leaves much to be desired after cooking. It is advisable to consume or dry and wear it instead. These mushrooms are the very strings that every household hangs out to dry, which I had seen upon entering the village. I had no inkling that they were employed by the villagers to fend off the monstrous entities of the narrative. It seems that Granny Lu, concerned about potential encounters with mountain monkeys during their drift, specifically prepared a dish of monkey-repelling mushrooms for them. As for why she did not lend them dried mushrooms as accessories, it is likely due to her apprehension that Wang Cheng would seize them under some pretext. Consuming them was, by comparison, the safest option. Naturally, only Li Yueqiu and Zuo Cheng'an, along with the Mo Douan, who consumed the monkey-dispelling mushrooms, remained unscathed. Although Zheng Run had taken a bite, in comparison to them, the potency of his experience was considerably diminished. Had he joined the front ranks of Zhang Zhuang's team, he would have undoubtedly been the nonchalant elder, lounging with crossed legs. However, at this moment, he could only chuckle. Fortunately, 2 individuals were spared from combat, allowing them to row with peace of mind. The raft's speed remained virtually unchanged, swiftly navigating away from the dense jungle, even managing to catch up to the raft ahead from Zhang Zhuang. The 2 rafts, positioned one behind the other, were no more than 100 meters apart, and with the keen eyesight of the players, the condition of both rafts could be easily discerned. Chapter 62. Because she is kind. One side of the bamboo raft was battered, reduced to 2/3 of its original size, with the remaining fragments scattered along the route. In contrast, the other raft exhibited minimal damage, and its passengers remained largely unscathed. Only one person bore an injury, while the other 2, accompanied by a dog, leisurely enjoyed the scenery, their clothing merely dampened, resembling tourists on an artificial lake. Comparatively, the 4 members of the Broken Waves Guild, who had sustained varying degrees of injury, were overshadowed entirely. Tan Huihui's face bore 2 deep gashes inflicted by a mountain monkey's teeth in the thicket along the river, leaving her momentarily disfigured. The blood staining her visage even elicited disdain from Zhang Zhuang, who typically showed her kindness. Throughout the final stretch, he offered her little more than scorn. This ignited a surge of anger within Tan Huihui, who cursed under her breath, deeming him unreliable. The stark contrast in their conditions made her gaze towards Li Yueqiu, who was impeccably clean with only a few minor scrapes, radiate with jealousy. They were both clinging to the same support. Yet Li Yueqiu was neither as beautiful nor as cunning as she was. Why was it that she, through sheer effort and misfortune, struggled to survive, while the other effortlessly navigated through the ordeal unscathed? Li Yueqiu, lacking the ability to read minds, remained oblivious to Tan Huihui's thoughts. Had she known, she might have simply replied, because she is kind. The mountain monkeys had long since vanished, and, as they calculated their journey, the adventurers approached the final segment of their rafting experience. There were no thrilling mini-waterfalls or lurking monsters. As dusk approached, both rafts glided into the village. The village chief, accompanied by the townsfolk holding torches aloft, awaited the players' return. They seemed oblivious to the players' injuries and the battered state of the rafts, greeting them instead with congratulations on their enjoyable outing, inquiring whether they had a delightful day, as if the players were merely on a leisurely excursion. The players dared not contradict the village chief and could only respond affirmatively, claiming they had a splendid time. The chief nodded with a smile and then inquired, "What improvements do you think could be made to the canyon rafting experience?" Finally, they reached a pivotal moment. It was imperative to avoid suggesting a reduction in the number of monsters or the installation of nets to trap large beasts in the river. Concerned that any misstep by Zuo Cheng'an and his companions might lead to repercussions, Zhang Zhuang was the first to speak. Firstly, the rafting distance is somewhat excessive. Spending an entire day on just this one activity feels like a waste of time. Additionally, the safety of the rafts is insufficient. They need reinforcement or should be replaced with inflatable boats. It would be best if each vessel were equipped with enough at this juncture. It was unwise to express sentiments such as, "Your village's project setup is flawless. I can find no faults," as such flattery would surely incur game penalties. Zhang Zhuang presented himself as a typical participant, offering suggestions devoid of any player-centric perspectives. After listening, the village chief stroked his beard with satisfaction, acknowledging, "Indeed, that makes sense. We will make improvements." As the hour grew late, the villagers prepared to dispel the foulness surrounding them. Was it not a matter of cleansing the impurities? Zuo Cheng'an silently critiqued while discreetly observing the reactions of Zhang Zhuang and his companions. Given the proliferation of mountain monkeys in the segment of the jungle river, prolonged exposure should have significantly increased the likelihood of being seeded. However, the players remained aboard their raft, and one could not dismiss the possibility that their lack of skill led to capsizing, leaving them drenched. Zuo Cheng'an recalled their adept maneuvers at the outset. They might have been splashed in the rapids, but after traversing the subsequent calm waters and basking in the sun, it was conceivable that by the time they reached the jungle river, they had dried completely. As the villagers approached with torches raised, the heat radiating from the flames became palpable. At that moment, Yang Yi could no longer restrain himself and instinctively clutched his chest, seemingly troubled by an uncomfortable sensation in the skin there. Tan Huihui, too, unconsciously mimicked his gesture, brushing her arm against her chest. Once the smoking ritual concluded, the group was finally permitted to return to their quarters for respite. Considering they had played tirelessly throughout the day, the villagers would deliver dinner to their wooden lodgings. In rooms 101 and 105, the layout remained identical, yet the occupants' minds were distinctly divergent. Within 101, Yang Yi and Tan Huihui's discomfort intensified, their itching escalating until they drew blood, prompting a stark realization of the gravity of their situation. A hurried disrobing led to the discovery of crimson spots, each the size of a fingernail, on their chests, uncertain whether these marks were superficial or indicative of deeper physiological issues. In any case, There were intact patches of skin alongside areas where the flesh had been torn, exposing the underlying tissue. What? How could I have developed such afflictions? Tan Wei exclaimed, her shock giving way to rising panic. According to their intel, these red spots would soon evolve into blisters, competing with the players for bodily nutrients. The emergence of such blisters was akin to being tethered to a ticking time bomb. Only by escaping the instance prior to detonation and utilizing the game's healing mechanics could she hope for survival. Yang Yi, too, was not faring any better, his complexion pale as he uttered in disbelief, "How could this happen? We haven't consumed anything from this realm. There's no reason for us to be afflicted." He immediately resolved to seek out Zuo Cheng'an and the others to ascertain whether they bore similar marks. Zhang Zhuang intervened. "Where do you think you're going? Don't make a fool of yourself." He then tossed a dagger, suggesting, "Why not try excising that piece of flesh and see what lies beneath? Perhaps it will buy us some time." Human skin, due to the presence of capillaries, typically exhibits a rosy hue. However, the red spots were a muted deep crimson, strikingly apparent against the human dermis, thus making the task relatively straightforward. Yet Yang Yi found himself unable to proceed. If he possessed the fortitude to act, he would not have languished among the lower ranks despite having ventured through numerous instances. The notion of luck firmly occupies his mind. What if his abilities surpass those of the individuals who previously ventured into this dungeon? What if he could endure a few more days, persevering until he discovers a solution for the crimson spots? He remains motionless, yet others are not. Tan Huihui fears pain, but she fears death even more. In her quest for survival, she can unhesitatingly abandon her boyfriend of 7 years, and without remorse, she can strike down the very person who has just saved her life. She can exist as a delicate, parasitic flower, clinging to the strong for survival. Yet when necessary, she is capable of forsaking her companions to escape alone. It is precisely her decisiveness and cold-heartedness that have allowed her to excel in the initial low-level dungeons, catching the attention of the waves-breaking guild which subsequently welcomed her into their fold. Chapter 63. Absence. She was apprehensive that her current hesitation might lead to dire consequences by tomorrow, should the erythema expand further beyond redemption. It was merely a morsel of flesh, no larger than a fingernail, and she possessed a healing ointment of verdant quality, which, when applied, promised the emergence of new skin after a brief wait. Grasping a dagger, she aimed it at the dark crimson mark upon her chest, inhaled deeply, and then, with a sudden thrust, drove the blade down until its tip met the hardness of her ribcage, halting there. Yet this was not the end. She believed that enduring a fleeting pain was preferable to a prolonged suffering. With no time for hesitation, she realized retreat was no longer an option. The dagger sliced and twisted, and a complete circle of skin fell to the ground. Instead of feeling relief at the sight of the dark red-stained skin upon the floor, Tan Huihui plummeted into despair. Within the exposed wound on her chest, her stark white ribs were visible, now marred by the dark crimson mark. She refrained from attempting to excise a piece of her rib, knowing it would be futile. Blood continued to seep from the wound, compelling her to extract a small ointment container, no larger than half a palm, and delicately scoop out a portion to apply to the injury. This tool had been a treasure found at the market, procured at a price below the market rate due to its limited quantity, and she cherished it more than the last package of pickled vegetables brought from abroad. After applying the ointment, within moments, the flesh she had removed began to regenerate. And to Tan Huihui's astonishment, the newly formed tissue bore only the faintest hint of pale pink spots. This method proved effective. It truly halted the spread of the erythema. With this success, she presented the dagger to Yang Yi, who declined, as he had yet to feel the red spots siphoning his energy and was not inclined to adopt such a gruesome approach at this moment. Room 105. A day of heightened tension had left everyone fatigued, especially Zheng Run, who had become a target for animosity during the latter portion of the day. Had it not been for the swift actions of Zuo Cheng'an and Li Yueqiu, he might have found himself in peril. Still, he was a man armored with maximum defenses, enduring the most punishing blows. Emerging from the meat grinder of fate, how could he succumb to a mere, trifling creature? Yet at that moment, Zheng Run, the man who had clawed his way out of the meat grinder, was curled up on the bed, sipping tomato juice from a cup. Li Yuechio was engaged in persuading Mo Do, attempting to charm him into keeping her company for the night, while Zuo Cheng'an was summarizing the information he had gleaned throughout the day. Apart from the undisclosed hidden mission, he openly shared details such as the mushrooms capable of repelling mountain monkeys, the division among the villagers into two factions, whom to trust and what to be wary of. With his two teammates, Li Yuechio and Zheng Ren exchanged bewildered glances. Were they truly in the same village, encountering the same group of villagers? Despite having entered the village for a meal, spent a night, and drifted about, why was it that they only knew of an elderly woman among the villagers renowned for her delectable cooking, the softness of the beds, and the fierce demeanor of the NPC who had taken them on their drifting adventure? Where did you gather such a wealth of information? Left Cheng'an remarked. Perhaps it is due to his adeptness at utilizing the golden finger. Being able to see the audience's comments is impressive. However, the audience does not adhere to his sentiments, acting freely and expressing opinions that are utterly uncontrollable. With a stroke of fortune, he might encounter advantageous circumstances for clearing levels, but misfortune could lead to a barrage of meaningless chatter. Moreover, while being able to view comments allows him to effortlessly revisit old dungeons, the presence of spoiler-loving viewers who divulge enticing details or those who derive satisfaction from sharing educational insights can enhance his knowledge of the dungeons. He even saves on the points typically required for purchasing guides. Yet, the game's mechanics dictate that the free attribute points distributed within a dungeon are finite. The later one clears it, the fewer points remain, venturing into dungeons that have been thoroughly exhausted by others. Even if he achieves the highest score of S, he may find himself devoid of additional attribute points, as they have long been allocated. Any points granted are merely to prevent him from perishing in the safety zone. Thus, the golden finger may sustain him, but does not grant him the luxury of mindlessly winning and growing in strength. In fact, the assistance derived from the comments pales in comparison to the benefits gained from examining item descriptions. To rapidly enhance his strength, he must explore relatively untouched new dungeons. Yet the audience's understanding of these dungeons is also derived from players who have previously succeeded. In the absence of comprehensive guides, the viewers possess no reference answers, rendering their comments significantly less helpful. For instance, in the latter Dungeon Uncle Moo's farm, the simplicity of the task minimizes the impact of the audience's knowledge on his success. At most, their insights serve to monitor the movements of game NPCs and provide him with obscure information. Sometimes, the audience's wildly imaginative contributions may even lead him astray, necessitating that he independently piece together the fragmented information. This approach may be beneficial, preventing him from developing a dependency on skills. In the future, should he encounter a dungeon that prohibits certain abilities, he will not be left in a state of panic. It must be said that Zheng Ren and Li Yuechio exhibit somewhat lacking problem-solving capabilities. However, they excel at copying answers and swiftly extrapolating from them. Li Yuechio eagerly raised her hand to respond. So tomorrow, Granny Lu will take us into the mountains to gather mushrooms. Since Granny Lu is kind, can we proceed with confidence? Left Cheng'an nodded. Indeed, I understand that everyone is quite fatigued today, but tomorrow could very well be a safe day. If we wish to complete our tasks with minimal effort, we must not overlook this opportunity. Zheng Ren and Li Yuechio nodded vigorously in agreement. Having removed their tinted lenses, they recognized that the enthusiastic grandmother from last night, who recommended specialty dishes, was genuinely kind-hearted. Not only did she provide them with nourishing food to enhance their constitution, but she also made a special dish of monkey-repelling mushrooms for them this morning. Zheng Ren lamented. Had we known today would be so perilous, we should have simply rested indoors. However, had they chosen to lie in, they would have missed crucial information about the existence of two factions within the village. Tomorrow morning, let us not rush our meal. We must save some appetite. Upon mentioning this, Zheng Ren felt a profound sense of grievance. Had he known that the dish of mushrooms could have spared him from an unwarranted calamity, he would have insisted on savoring a couple more bites. The turmoil within Zheng Ren was clearly etched upon his visage, and Li Yuechio mercilessly dismantled his fanciful what-if. Do not be foolish. That plate of mushrooms has already been consumed in its entirety by me and Brother Zuo. All that remains is a bit of oily broth. Even if you were to devour the remnants, the monster would still seek you out. Zheng Rin fell silent, with nothing further to articulate. Zuo Cheng'an made his solitary return to room 107, while Mo Do trailed behind Liu Echio towards room 106. The following dawn unfolded with nearly identical circumstances, albeit with the players not yet gathered. Among them, Hua, who had grown somewhat acquainted with the players, stood at the door, brandishing a torch. Notably absent were the 4 members of the Breaking Waves Guild, as 2 among them had developed crimson rashes. Overnight, the rash on Yang Ye's chest had expanded to nearly the size of 3 fingernails. He had begun to feel a debilitating weakness in his body, with his limbs growing feeble. It was conceivable that even an octogenarian could fell him with but a single strike of her cane. Chapter 64. Holding a grudge, Tan Hui's condition has improved somewhat. She no longer experiences debilitating weakness. Although the rashes on her body have not enlarged, their hue has deepened to a dark crimson, and it is likely that by the end of today, they will resemble those on Yang Ye's body in size. Given her current state, if the intensity of the day's activities mirrors that of the previous day, it is clear that they are ill-suited to continue alongside the group. Rather than contributing positively, they would become a burden. However, if they do not join the collective, they risk isolation, facing the myriad dangers of the projects alone, while others complete 3 activities and retreat to their rooms to await the conclusion of the dungeon. Zhang Zhuang, of course, is reluctant to carry the weight of these 2 encumbrances, yet he cannot overtly express sentiments such as, "You too will hinder our progress. Stay behind and wait for your demise." Instead, he offers a soothing alternative. He suggests that Yang Yi and Tan Hui remain in their room to rest while he and Qian proceed with the scheduled activities. This is not an abandonment. Once their health improves, Zhang Zhuang will endure some discomfort and accompany them on tasks, firmly committed to not forsaking his companions. After all, there are 10 days allocated for the dungeon, with only 3 projects to complete. A day or 2's delay is inconsequential. As for the potential unlocking of a dungeon-exclusive title by seemingly completing all activities, they have long since abandoned such thoughts, aware of their own limitations. Zhang Zhuang's reassurances are eloquent, stating that their group possesses commendable strength and high physical attributes, suggesting that they could likely endure longer than the player who had previously provided information. Internally, however, he scoffs at the prospect of enduring until the dungeon's conclusion, given the rashes spreading across his body. While his comforting words may sound appealing, players in the safe zone are not naive. Setting aside whether the Breaking Waves Guild upholds the virtue of mutual assistance, even if it does, they know him well enough to understand that he would not willingly place himself in peril for the sake of aiding his companions. Once he fulfills the fundamental requirements of the dungeon, he will surely disregard the promises he made today. Yang Yi and Tan Hui, aware of their abandonment, can only surmise their fate. Tan Hui, feeling particularly resentful, recalls how just a day before entering the dungeon, Zhang Zhuang had been affectionate towards her. Yet in less than 2 days, he has cast her aside without a second thought. Though she can empathize and recognize that she would likely make the same choice were she in Zhang Zhuang's position, it does not prevent her from repeatedly cursing the unreliability of men in her heart, cementing Zhang Zhuang's place on her list of those to be revenged. Tan Hui is still in reasonable condition. With some determination, she can accompany the group. However, Yang Yi struggles even to rise from his bed, panting as if he has just finished a physical assessment. Despite his resolve to push through for the task, his body simply does not permit it. He can only watch helplessly as the 3 depart. The fear of being abandoned lingers in his mind, and just as the door is about to close, he calls out urgently, "Wait, I know clues about a hidden quest." The allure of hidden tasks proved to be immense. Zhang Zhuang's actions of closing the door ceased as he turned to gaze at Yang Yi. Yang Yi, with a fervent glint in his eyes, did not overlook the singular opportunity for survival. "Do not look at me like that. You are aware that the prerequisite for acquiring clues is to bring me along." After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Zhuang waved his hand, instructing Qian Xiang, "You carry him." Ultimately, he could not resist the temptation of the hidden task. A new instance coupled with a hidden task. Even if the hidden task could not be completed later, merely uncovering several critical clues would significantly enhance the final evaluation, which was intrinsically linked to the number of freedom attribute points one could ultimately obtain. Furthermore, there was the prospect of returning with clues from the hidden task, earning accolades from the guild. He could acquire dual rewards from both the game and the guild at no cost. Qian Xiang nodded in compliance, striding over to hoist the incapacitated Yang Yi onto his back. Yang Ye's expression was cold and devoid of emotion. Having torn off the facade, there was no need to feign camaraderie any longer. His understanding of the hidden task was purely speculative, the correctness of the direction uncertain, and he had not received any official notification of the task from the game. However, this was information that Zhang Zhuang must never discover. Even if it became impossible to conceal, he had to wait until he completed the 3 tourism projects before revealing it. Brotherhood in the Breaking Waves Guild was not merely rare. It was non-existent. Such sentiments could only be seen in the neighboring Xiaoya Guild or in smaller guilds with fewer members, where long-standing friendships could still evoke emotional sentiments, such as not leaving any member behind, where you all go ahead, I will hold the rear. It appeared that Zhang Zhuang and his companions had seemingly engaged in a protracted silent struggle, yet in reality, it had not even lasted 2 minutes. To outsiders, it seemed that 4 individuals should have emerged from Zhang Zhuang's room, yet ultimately, only 3, 2 men and 1 woman did. Just before the door closed, the individual inside called out to the trio, prompting a seemingly honest and quiet young man to return to the room, subsequently bringing out the last person. Observing the feeble state of this individual, Zuo Cheng'an realized he had been sown. Tan Hui, resolute and unwavering, seized the dagger once more, intent on achieving her goal. Suffering was preferable to being rendered a mere shell of oneself by the red spots. With a swift motion, she struck, and another piece of flesh fell to the ground. When she extended the dagger to Yang Yi, he did not refuse. Mimicking her earlier actions, he sliced away a substantial portion of skin from his chest. The expanse of red spots on his body was considerably larger, resulting in a greater agony, a consequence of his hesitation from the previous night. As a larger piece of flesh plummeted to the floor, the terrifying sensation of his essence being incessantly siphoned away diminished slightly, yet it was far from eradicated. Yang Yi sensed that the entity still resided within him, merely lying in wait, poised to strike once more before long. Meanwhile, seated at the dining table, Zheng Ren's first instinct was to search for familiar figures from his memory. Indeed, he spotted a plate of mushrooms emanating an ominous aroma. Suppressing his inner excitement, Zheng Ren typed in the chat group, Singrein, Hua, Li Waku, Zuo Cheng'an, across the long table. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Zhuang and his companions surprisingly made a move to pick up their chopsticks. Truly a rarity. Chapter 65. The ancient tree at the summit, due to the fact that Zuo Cheng'an and his companions suffered no ill effects after consuming 2 meals, and even Qian Xiang partook of some food on the first night without incident. It was perplexing that Yang Yi and Tan Hui, who had eaten nothing, fell ill immediately after their rafting expedition. They had just convened briefly and speculated that the cause of their ailments might be attributed to inadvertently drinking river water during the journey, leading to the emergence of red rashes on their bodies. Yang Yi, who had set off first, was unaware of the disarray Zuo Cheng'an and his group had faced while struggling to manage the boat, believing them to be skilled navigators. However, Qian Xiang recalled his own experience of falling into the water and swallowing a significant amount of river water, leading him to suspect that the issue might not stem from the water itself. His intuition suggested a possible connection to the corpse of the mountain monkey, particularly the peculiar fragrance he had encountered, as both Yang Yi and Tan Hui, positioned closest to the pile of corpses and downwind, would have been exposed to the scent the most. Yet, as a newcomer to the guild, he found no opportunity to voice his thoughts, lacking any evidence to support his suspicions, and thus chose to remain silent. Having determined that the food within the instance posed no danger, they were not inclined to deny themselves. The group, now able to move, began to follow Zheng Ren and Li Yueqiu in selecting dishes. After removing a piece of flesh from his chest, Yang Yi regained some mobility, managing to sit upright and use chopsticks, albeit his strength was still far from peak condition. Observing the four individuals across the table indulging in their meal with fervor, Zheng Ren squinted, grateful that he, along with his companions and dog, had evenly divided the plate of stir-fried monkey mushrooms, finally able to relish a moment of respite while others served as a shield. Mushroom gathering inevitably required venturing into the mountains, where encounters with mountain monkeys were an unwelcome nuisance. At the dining table, Granny Lu stood benevolently watching the players, occasionally reminding them to eat slowly. Had her expression not been so rigid and more reminiscent of the living, the players might not have regarded her with such wariness. A semblance of normalcy, such as the occasional blink, would have sufficed. Perhaps due to her role in guiding the players on their excursion, Granny Lu remained with them, distributing small cloth bags to each player after their meal, each capable of holding the size of a soccer ball. Leading the group along the path they had taken on their first day, she plunged into the primordial forest, fortuitously choosing the very mountain that housed the cave they had passed through upon entering the village. This mountain was also the tallest in the vicinity, shrouded in morning mist that obscured its details. Thus, it aligned perfectly with Zuo Cheng'an's desire to explore the area near the cave. He had glimpsed the cave upon arrival, filled with vines, but the rapid pace of travel had rendered the sight fleeting, leaving him with only a vague memory of what he had seen. To discern the nature of those vines, he would need to return and locate their source. Zuo Cheng'an speculated that if the roots could penetrate the cave, then their origin must lie above it, with the cave situated at the very heart of the mountain, directly beneath its peak. At this moment, Granny Lu had led the players deep into the forest, occasionally catching glimpses of the mountain peek through the gaps in the treetops. Due to their proximity, the outlines of something could be discerned. Zuo Cheng'an managed to make out a faint grayish-white silhouette at the summit, but to examine it more closely, they would need to ascend further. Fortunately, Granny Lu had no intention of keeping the players confined to the base of the mountain. Instead, she discovered a hidden path and continued guiding them upward. This appeared to be a route frequently traversed by the villagers of Xianyang village, as evidenced by the narrow trail formed by their footsteps, ensuring that they would not lose their way. It was likely that previous groups of players had also trodden this path. Upon encountering the trail and some markings on the trees, Zhang Zhuang and his companions rejoiced. They had finally arrived at a familiar locale, where the player tasked with gathering information had spent their first day foraging for mushrooms. To call it foraging for mushrooms seemed too trivial. It was more akin to treasure hunting, for this grand mountain was a veritable treasure trove of supplies. Everywhere they looked, there were plants recognized by the game as restorative items. The thought of that player returning with a backpack brimming with fruits and herbs, which they could sell to the guild for points, made Zhang Zhuang exceedingly envious. Not only him, but even the frail Yang Yi, who was on the brink of exhaustion, was panting heavily, secretly acknowledging that his decision to persist was indeed a wise one. Treasure hunting was indeed treasure hunting. That little brat had almost misled him with his talk of mushroom picking, nearly causing him to miss such a grand opportunity. According to the information gathered, today's treasure hunt would not entail much danger. The NPC had even marked off hazardous areas in advance. As long as they remained within the safe zones, they could collect without a care. As they walked along the path, Granny Lu introduced the day's activities. Today, this old bone of mine will lead you into the woods to experience food gathering. Our Xianyang village may lack in numerous attractions, but we certainly have an abundance of snakes, insects, and various fungi, including some that are quite nourishing, though they are rather rare, and finding them will not be easy. Yang Yi scoffed inwardly at the notion of rarity, thinking that such modesty was better left for players hundreds of batches in the future. According to that player, the resources here were so plentiful that even a stumble could result in discovering 2 collectible supply plants. Li Yuechio recalled the wood-eating insects they had encountered on the first day. Granny, do the things we find belong to us, or do we need to return them to the village? Of course, they are yours to keep, if you wish to turn them into dishes. This old woman can assist you, or I could lend you a large pot. Such a considerate offer. Suppressing their excitement, the group ascended the mountain. The the grayish-white figure veiled in mist at the summit becoming increasingly distinct. Granny Lu truly embodied the spirit of an NPC in the player's camp, exhibiting a warmth far surpassing that of Wang Cheng from the previous day. Not only did she escort the players to the ultimate gathering site without straying from their side, but she also took every opportunity to teach them how to identify plants along the way. Upon reaching their destination, she specifically warned the players about the formidable monsters residing at the peak, effectively filling in all the potential pitfalls they might encounter during their mushroom forging experience. If one were to consume the monkey-driving mushroom in the morning, then today would indeed bear no distinction from the spring outing in the real world. Granny Lu did not lead the players too deep into the forest. She halted at a rare clearing halfway up the mountain, a place devoid of the canopy's cover. As the group gazed down the slope, they could catch glimpses of the village's houses. Granny Lu pointed to the clearing and then to the path leading to the mountaintop, stating, "This is the spot. When you have your free time, you must not ascend beyond this clearing. Crossing this boundary signifies entry into the mountaintop region, which harbors a perilous creature. I shall wait for you here. Remember, the god does not favor greedy children. Each of you may only collect what fits in this bag." The bag was the one provided to them in the village. Following Granny Lu's gesture, Zuo Cheng'an directed his gaze toward the summit. By now, the sun had risen for quite a while, its warmth having dissipated the fog, revealing the proximity of the mountaintop, where he could distinctly see a tall, lifeless, gray-white trunk of a gigantic tree. Utilizing his skills, he regrettably found that, due to the distance, he could only observe annotations of nearby trees, unable to discern details about the gray-white trunk above. Moreover, he could not ascertain whether that ancient tree was indeed the revered deity worshipped by Xianyang village. Chapter 66 Firstly, the hue of the ancient tree starkly contrasts with that of the villagers and the mountain monkeys responsible for dispersing the seeds. Like father, like son, one would expect it to share the same deep crimson shade. Secondly, if it truly is the embodiment of the deity revered by the villagers, then surely they should have erected altars around the ancient tree, adorned with offerings, and constructed a small temple, at the very least prohibiting outsiders from approaching. However, not only did old Lady Lu fail to deter them, she personally guided them up the mountain, even permitting them to freely gather plants. Are the devotees brazenly exploiting the deity's blessings alongside outsiders? Is that conceivable? Regardless of its plausibility, Zuo Cheng'an was determined to ascend the peak. Although old Lady Lu stated that the gathering phase was open for exploration, Liu Echio and Zheng Ren immediately gravitated towards her. What a joke. A mere whimsical remark from an NPC could never rival the sense of security that Zuo Gu provided. Alas, Zuo had his own matters to attend to. They were free to act on their own, as long as they avoided the mountaintop as per old Lady Lu's instructions. They would only encounter mountain monkeys, and thus had no cause for concern. Zuo Cheng'an waved his hand and departed with Mo Do, leaving the two unfortunate orphans to seek warmth from one another. However, it wasn't long before they unearthed a clump of foxtail grass from the underbrush. Upon touching it, a notification from the game flashed in their minds. Foxtail grass, white. Category, food. Effect, can alleviate hunger, possesses slight healing properties. Restriction, direct consumption may irritate the throat. Please ensure a water source is available. Description, hi, I'm the ancestor of millet. The two orphans exchanged glances and with bare hands unearthed the foxtail grass. Initially intending to store it directly in their system backpack, they ultimately decided to place it in the fabric bag provided by old Lady Lu. In stark contrast to their plight was Zhang Zhuang and his companions, who opted to disperse in pursuit of resources, heedfully listening to the villagers' NPC advice, while the others scoured the land with the fervor of locusts, leaving a barren wasteland in their wake. Meanwhile, Zuo Cheng'an, accompanied by Mo Do, circled halfway up the mountain, only attempting to advance towards the summit once the NPCs were out of sight. Prior to crossing the clearing, the only creatures he encountered were mountain monkeys, which, having consumed monkey-repelling mushrooms earlier, showed little interest in him, thus avoiding any conflict. However, barely 100 meters beyond the clearing, Hissus, a gigantic spider with 36 legs, taller than 3 men stacked together, suddenly descended from the trees. Before it moved, its presence was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary tree trunk. The 36 legs enveloped Zuo Cheng'an and Mo Do like a cage ensnaring its prey. Unlike ordinary spiders whose mouths are situated on their heads, this spider had its mouth on its abdomen, structured akin to a lamprey, adorned with spiraling rows of teeth. If the average attributes of the mountain monkey are rated at 6 points, and the jungle crocodile at 12, then this spider must possess no less than 20 points. It would certainly suffice as a minor boss in a level 2 dungeon. Zuo Cheng'an raised a measuring stick in his hand, wedging it into the spider's mouth to buy some time, while Mo Do bit down on one of the spider's legs, the powerful bite producing faint cracking sounds as the spider's limb began to fracture. However, the size of the dog's mouth was ill-suited for the spider's leg. It would take some time to sever a limb and create an opening in the spider's defenses. Taking advantage of this stalemate, Zuo Cheng'an examined the spider that had attacked him. To his surprise, he stumbled upon something intriguing. Flame venom red-bellied spider, highly venomous, known for ambushing prey from elevated positions. Killing it grants a chance to drop the skills while running in spider sense, as well as items such as climbing boots set, climbing gloves set, and climbing outfit set. Being a creature associated with a crimson blood mantle vine, it is rare in number. Zuo Cheng'an seldom delved into the details of such descriptions, but recognizing the formidable foe he faced, he understood the importance of knowing both himself and his enemy. Thus, he rarefied the chance to expand the description by clicking on the expand option. After briefly skimming through its physical description, behavioral patterns, antidote methods post-poisoning, and a list of potential drops, he unexpectedly encountered an unfamiliar term, crimson blood mantle vine. It appeared to be a type of vine, likely with a red hue. With nothing to lose, he thought it wise to take a chance. After all, he had 3 attempts. If he succeeded, he would skip the lengthy investigation and receive his reward directly. If he failed, the worst that could happen would be defeating the flame venom red-bellied spider and proceeding with his original plan to investigate the mountaintop. Regardless of the outcome, he stood to gain. With this in mind, Zuo Cheng'an tentatively inscribed the character Crimson on the task panel in his mind, cautious of the game potentially misjudging his answer and erasing the considerable effort he had expended battling the flame venom red-bellied spider. The game remained silent for a moment, and when the character Crimson remained on the panel, he swallowed hard, disbelief coursing through him. He then cautiously typed in the remaining character's blood mantle vine without the need for anxious anticipation. The game instantly provided feedback. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden quest. The deity of Xiangyang Village. Quest objective: investigate the true identity of the deity of Xiangyang Village. Completed. Quest reward: skill parasitic spores. A card-shaped item materialized in Zuo Cheng'an's system backpack, precisely the skill card he had seen in the marketplace. Was it truly this simple? Zuo Cheng'an's mind reeled. Oh. He had anticipated enduring a fierce battle, facing myriad trials to reach the summit, where he might encounter a bountiful harvest or return empty-handed, awaiting another opportunity. Instead, a hidden quest that was meant to weave through the entire dungeon was completed so effortlessly. Zuo Cheng'an found himself retracting his earlier thoughts about the insignificance of his golden finger. The limited function of a barrage was trivial compared to the true marvel of item descriptions. It was indeed extraordinarily useful. At that moment, the flame venom red-bellied spider suddenly exerted its strength, retracting its 36 legs in unison. Realizing the tenacity of its prey, it opted not to consume it alive, but instead employed techniques suited for subduing large, resilient creatures. It intended to crush its victim before savoring the now defenseless meal. Zuo Cheng'an found himself compressed, having been engrossed in reading annotations and inputting names. Although this appeared to be a lengthy endeavor, apart from the time spent perusing the notes, the remainder transpired in a mere instant. From the moment of ambush to now, no more than 10 seconds had elapsed. Suddenly, the flame venom red-bellied spider became agitated. It turned out that the ink fish had finally severed one of its legs, creating a breach in the airtight prison. Without waiting for the spider to adjust its remaining 35 legs to seal the gap, Zuo Cheng'an seized the ink fish and executed a somersault through the opening. Chapter 67. Breeding season. No one can take joy in a meal that has escaped. The flame-poison red-bellied spider has been hanging in the treetops for an indeterminate time, and now that it has encountered a prey of suitable size, how could it possibly let it slip away? With 35 and a half legs compressed, it makes a great leap in an attempt to pin down Zuo Cheng'an once more. Zuo Cheng'an can only seek refuge behind a gnarled ancient tree, thick enough for several people to embrace. Here stands a creature with an average combat value of 20, and a player whose highest value barely reaches that same figure. It can be said that aside from sheer strength, Zuo Cheng'an is at a disadvantage in terms of physical endurance and agility. Recalling the newly acquired skill card in his backpack, Zuo Cheng'an opts to use it. Skill learned. Parasitic Spore. Parasitic Spore. Type. Active skill. Effect. Releases a spore that can absorb energy and grow. The juvenile form is exceedingly fragile and will wither within 1 minute of detaching from the host or losing its energy supply. The mature form requires less energy. Limitation. 1 spore can be generated per day in a safe zone. The number of spores cannot stack. Description. Gently, I arrive, leaving a spore, stealing away all the clouds. The description of the skill is rather vague. It does not specify the size of the spore or the amount of energy required for it to reach maturity. However, with the flame-poison red-bellied spider before him, Zuo Cheng'an decides to apply the skill directly to it. Given the size of such a formidable creature, there should be ample energy for the spore to mature, right? As the skill is activated, though imperceptible to the naked eye, Zuo Cheng'an senses a spore has materialized in the air, striving to drift toward the flame-poison red-bellied spider. It seems he must approach the host himself. Fortunately, the wind is calm at present. Otherwise, this spore, which can only be produced once a day, would be wasted. While he can control the spore's movement, its diminutive size renders it susceptible to environmental influences. It appears that this skill must be employed either in enclosed spaces or only when he is near the enemy. Zuo Cheng'an carefully maneuvers the spore, and, at last, it successfully prepares to attach itself for parasitism. Parasitism failed. Zuo Cheng'an. What is this? For a fleeting moment, Zuo Cheng'an contemplated retreating to open ground, abandoning his ascent since the hidden quest had already been completed. It seemed that the monsters on this mountain were bound by some restriction, preventing him from descending to lower grounds. Yet, that gnarled tree at the mountain summit captivated him immensely. The flame-poison red-bellied spider remained oblivious to its near encounter with parasitism, relentlessly pursuing Zuo Cheng'an. At last, Zuo Cheng'an gleaned the reason for the failure of his skill from its feedback. The parasitic spore is derived from the ability of the crimson blood mantle vine, and the flame-poison red-bellied spider is a symbiotic creature of the crimson blood mantle vine, rendering it immune to its abilities. The notion of employing parasitic spore against the flame-poison red-bellied spider proves to be rather nuanced. Well, it was indeed an impulsive decision on his part, as Zuo Cheng'an swiftly dodged while sprinting towards an open area. Soon, he spotted the mark he had made on the tree trunk ahead, and joy surged within him, prompting him to accelerate. Once he stood outside the marked area, the flame-venom red-bellied spider ceased its pursuit, its 35 and a half legs fidgeting restlessly, seemingly torn between crossing the line and retreating in fear. This player who strayed from the group is still alive? Wait, that should change soon. This creature is rather cowardly. A player should confront it. I've encountered this type of spider in other dungeons before. Don't they typically inhabit underground caves? There should be plenty of vines for it to conceal itself. So how did it end up in this forest? Your observation reminds me that monsters seldom stray from their territories. What caused it to flee? Perhaps it lacks food or feels threatened. As the flame-venom red-bellied spider circled the boundary, testing its limits, Zuo Cheng'an glanced at Mudu, who instantly understood the cue. With ferocity, Mudu lunged at a healthy leg of the flame-venom red-bellied spider and began pulling it towards the open space. Zuo Cheng'an seized another intact leg and joined in the effort. Fortunately, his strength attribute was on par with that of the spider, and with Muda's assistance, they gradually dragged the flame-venom red-bellied spider closer to the hillside, mere inches from crossing the marked line on the tree. Initially, the creature could still open its abdominal maw, roaring defiantly, but soon it realized it was nearing the threshold. As if struck by a fright, it disregarded Zuo Cheng'an in its frantic struggle to retreat. Zuo Cheng'an was determined not to allow that. He retrieved a piece of beef jerky from his backpack and began to chew it, a remnant left by Lu Xuan. Regrettably, only 2 pieces remained. After consuming this one, only one would be left. This item had become less beneficial as time passed. It was better to utilize it than let it go to waste. The meager increase of 1 point in strength became the final straw that overwhelmed the flame venom red-bellied spider. In a moment of desperation, the creature's head seemed to sprout a sudden realization. It could escape by severing 2 of its own legs. Alas, it was too late to awaken to this possibility, as a significant portion of its body had already been dragged beyond the mark by Zuo Cheng'an and Mudu. Zuo Cheng'an surveyed his surroundings, noting that nothing appeared to have changed. Suddenly, a black-red vine shot up from the ground like lightning, striking the flame venom red-bellied spider squarely in its abdomen. With the emergence of the vine, a pungent aroma permeated the air, prompting Zuo Cheng'an to hold his breath and gradually retreat from the open space to the mountainous area. He observed from a distance. Now he understood that the strange fragrance emanated from the spores released by the vine, which was in its reproductive phase. In order to produce robust offspring, the mother vine required a substantial intake of nutrients. Indeed, upon subduing the flame venom red-bellied spider, the vine began to constrict violently, as if it were forcefully siphoning something from within the creature. Moments later, the flame venom red-bellied spider began to wither at an alarming rate. Had been drained? Could it be that the symbiotic relationship only offers immunity against spore parasitism, yet remains vulnerable to this aggressive absorption? Zuo Cheng'an pondered over the air sacs on the villagers and the mountain monkeys that disseminated seeds. This crimson blood mantle vine during its reproductive phase not only required additional nourishment for itself, but also sought nurturing grounds for its progeny. The entire Xiangyang village, along with all the creatures within the instance, served as its prey. Those susceptible to spore parasitism were utilized as hosts for its offspring. Those that could not be parasitized were consumed to replenish its own vitality. It was likely so, for otherwise, the flame venom red-bellied spider would not abandon its habitat. Before long, the flame venom red-bellied spider shriveled significantly, its legs retracting, appearing as if it had succumbed to its fate. The black-red vines lingered, reluctantly emerging from the spider's abdomen, seemingly unsatisfied. After indulging in its feast, the vine noticed an Mo doe, who had retreated to the mountaintop area and naturally would not let go of such delectable prey. It persistently attempted to burrow upwards, yet each endeavor felt as though it collided with an invisible barrier, forcing it to retreat. After several attempts, it begrudgingly withdrew into the earth. The departing vine left behind a mound on the ground resembling tilled soil. To an unsuspecting observer, it might appear as if some crop were being cultivated beneath. Should these mounds connect, they would bear a striking resemblance to the small plots of arable land found beneath the homes of every household in Xiangyang village. So Cheng'an refrained from inspecting further. As the vine was merely a part of the subterranean organism, its exposed mass too minuscule for the eye of truth to discern its health bar, thus rendering its position indeterminate. Who knows if it lay in wait below, ready to ambush upon his approach. The surrounding exotic fragrance would not dissipate anytime soon. To exercise caution, Zuo Cheng'an continued to ascend towards the mountaintop, pondering what lay above that rendered the vine hesitant to approach any closer. Chapter 68. The mind having previously encountered the flame, poison red-bellied spider. Zuo Cheng'an exercised utmost caution as he ascended the mountain, remaining vigilant and attentive to his surroundings, despite the blinding glare of his constantly active skills. However, creatures of the caliber of the flame, poison red-bellied spider were typically scarce in a level 2 dungeon, likely limited to just 1 or 2. Were such formidable monsters as ubiquitous as the mountain monkeys, Sunshine Resort would have long been upgraded to a level 3 dungeon. Indeed, the journey was uneventful. There was not a second flame poison red-bellied spider in sight, and aside from the annotations on the flora, he scarcely glimpsed any insect health bars. It was likely that the spider he had encountered was merely a gatekeeper mini-boss, designed to deter players from ascending the mountain. This further solidified Zuo Cheng'an's conviction that treasures awaited at the summit. Before long, Zuo Cheng'an noticed something peculiar. The higher he climbed, the colder the air became, to the point that frost began to form on the branches. Although the environment was harsh, it was bountiful in rewards, perhaps due to the lack of previous player exploration or as a reward for vanquishing the gatekeeper mini-boss. With a simple sweep of his hand, he uncovered several white-quality restorative items, and on occasion, even stumbled upon green ones. Before long, the pouch hanging from the neck of his dog was brimming with loot. Adhering to the rules of the game, he was able to evade 80% of the dangers. Due to the frigid temperatures, fine frost coated the tips of his fur, transforming the once black dog into a grayish hue. After traversing a barrier of trees, the surroundings changed dramatically. One moment, he was in a forest adorned with ice crystals, and the next, he found himself in a barren expanse of exposed rock. It was difficult to believe this was the same mountain, as the desolate land bore numerous signs of mining activity, with the ground riddled with deep, bottomless pits. Even with night vision goggles, the winding tunnels and collapses made it impossible to see very far into the depths. The walls of the caves were inscribed with incomprehensible symbols and writings. The wasteland was not entirely devoid of vegetation. There were some trees that had been charred and subsequently frozen. Some of these trees had their bark reduced to mere white inorganic remnants, while others exhibited a charred blackness. The thick layer of ice crystals that had formed upon these blackened trunks created a peculiar grayish-white solid. Curiously stared at one such frozen charred dead tree, shaking its head in confusion. Sensing something amiss, Zuo Cheng'an called out to it, "Don't lag behind." Reluctantly, abandoned its observation and hurried to keep pace with Zuo Cheng'an. Zuo Cheng'an speculated that these mines might lead to the very roots of the crimson blood mantle vine. Of course, this was merely conjecture, and he had no desire to descend and verify. The hidden quest had already been accomplished, ensuring an S-rank evaluation for the dungeon. Although defeating the crimson blood mantle vine might yield a dungeon-exclusive achievement, the maximum attribute points for a level 2 dungeon capped at 10, doubling to 20. This reward was already substantial, and it was not worth risking further for a mere 3 additional attribute points. Thus, Zuo Cheng'an merely cast a glance at the mouth of the mine without venturing further, and proceeded towards the heart of the desolate land. The grayish-white silhouette he had observed amidst the dense fog at the foot of the mountain was, in fact, the grandest ancient tree in the center of this wasteland. At this moment, he had confirmed that the source of the surrounding chill emanated from this ancient tree. Yet, why did this venerable tree exude such coldness? The annotation from the Eye of Truth indicated that it was merely an ordinary poplar, grown larger than usual due to an excess of nutrients, devoid of any cooling capabilities. Could the issue lie within? The trunk, with an estimated diameter of 7 to 8 meters, posed a challenge. Without precise positioning, excavation could prove to be a prolonged endeavor. Who would have thought the mountain harbored such a situation? This is my first encounter. Was this place formerly a mine? Of course. This area has never been visited by players. Naturally, it is our first experience here. Don't forget to record everything. That pretentious group loves to splurge on such things. Certainly not forgotten, but why is there white frost surrounding the ancient tree? How is that possible? There is a puddle of water at the heart of the tree, and when I maneuvered the camera closer, the image transformed into snowflakes. Where is it? I want to see. Approximately 2 meters above the ground. Just head towards the center, and you'll encounter it. 2 meters high, understood. The barrage of comments had, after a long absence, played a direct role in guiding Zuo Cheng'an, sparing him the need to unravel the situation meticulously. The last time such a barrage had proven effective was when Mo Do had taken advantage of the chaos among the cattle, leaping from the sheepfold to an unknown destination. Zuo Cheng'an gauged his height against the tree and estimated the location before raising his weapon and striking the trunk. This tree, long ravaged by the cold, was harder than stone. However, with his strength combined with the inherent hardness of Shaoqi, the lack of resilience in the ancient tree made it easier to excavate. And in just a few strikes, a fist-sized pit was carved into the trunk. With a trunk diameter of 8 meters, reaching the heart of the tree would require digging 4 meters deep, a considerable undertaking. Casting a glance at the sky, Zuo Cheng'an noted that it was just past noon, and ample time remained to focus his mind. He continued to dig towards the heart of the tree, while Mo Do assisted by clearing away wood shavings. The duo, one man and one dog, worked fervently, steadily advancing towards the core of the tree. As twilight approached, signaling the nearing of their gathering time, Zuo Cheng'an struck down with his tool. With each blow, fresh holes not only spewed fractured wood shavings, but also exuded a hint of milky white sap. A chilling sensation surged forth. Just as Zuo Cheng'an intended to retreat and activate his skill to examine the nature of the sap, the weapon he had named Xiao Qi suddenly vibrated, absorbing all of the milky white liquid without leaving a single drop for him to analyze. As the sap was completely consumed, the bone-chilling cold vanished without a trace. Damn! Couldn't they have left him even a drop for identification? Although the liquid remained unseen, the transformation of Little Seven was evident to him. Upon touching Little Seven once more, he noticed the panel in his mind had undergone a change. Damage level, 87. 53. Category, weapon, white. Effect, capable of inflicting damage. Attack power 15. Restrictions, extremely heavy. Attempting to sell it as scrap may result in trouble. Description, when you find yourself at a dead end one day, passing by a scrap collection station, you may make a decision that defies your ancestors. Little Seven was seldom stored in the system backpack. He invariably kept it close at hand, as it lacked a blade and he had not provided it with a sheath. He had become so familiar with the panel attributes through daily interaction that he nearly memorized them. Previously, its damage level stood at 98. 66, but it had now improved to 87. 53, with its attack power rising from a meager 3 points to a commendable 15 points. Such values were typically reserved for top-tier white weapons. Suddenly, Zuo Cheng'an felt the temperature of the weapon in his hand drop a few degrees, prompting a sense of suspicion. He activated True Ion Little 7. In addition to the basic introduction of a previously unseen section of information appeared at the very bottom of the notes. Item skill, Frost Shadow Moon, unawakened. It was an item skill. Generally, only green quality items possess skills, yet Little Seven had awakened even in its white quality. It seemed that the liquid indeed had some effect. The barrage of comments had erupted into a frenzy, with a predominant number inquiring about the situation. Bored by the sight of the felled tree trunk, most had wandered off to other players, only to return upon hearing that this player had unearthed something from within the trunk, drawn back by curiosity. It must be Spippy's blacksmith brother Lele, who secreted that special quenching liquid. So it's from that snowman. No wonder the water feels so cold. Frost has formed all around. Lele is truly formidable, scaring off even the big boss in a dungeon. What are you all talking about? Who are Pippi and Lele? What snowman? Is this quenching liquid really that rare? Of course. The quenching liquid secreted by Lele can be used to repair items or enhance their quality. It is said that even among players in Zone 1, quenching liquid is a precious commodity worth thousands of points. Chapter 69, Surprise. Not really. Not merely rare. Lele is also one of the formidable bosses of the Heavenly Ladder, resembling a snowman in appearance. Its primary dungeon is 5-0459 Lava Snow Mountain, a level 5 dungeon, far more impressive than a rabbit that has seized a farm and claimed dominion. Even with strategies at hand, the number of individuals capable of extracting the quenching liquid from beneath Lele's very nose is lamentably scant from my extensive viewing of live broadcasts. It seems success occurs merely once in 10 attempts. P.S. Apologies for the delayed update. I must add that the rabbit's original home has been razed, and it now wanders homeless and lost. Pippi is known to me, a puppet fond of using players as furnishings, reputedly skilled in craftsmanship. But can Lele, a mere snowman, truly forge iron? Surely, Lele must possess some unique talents. The quality of the comments this time is exceptionally high, yet Zuo Cheng'an found himself unable to linger further. For upon the absorption of the quenching liquid by Xiao Qi, the frost adorning the trees at the mountaintop began to dissipate rapidly. The warmth radiated by the sun alone could not account for such swift melting. The cause was quite simple. Swish, swish. 2 black-red vines broke free from their icy encasement. stretching their bodies in a display of defiance. Glancing around, one could hear the faint crackling sounds emanating from other ice-encased trunks, heralding their imminent liberation from the ice. Across the mountaintop, the majority of the charred trees had come to life, striving to break free from their frosty prisons. Only half of the mountaintop was occupied by trees that had been legitimately burned. The other half was clearly comprised of the frozen branches of the crimson bloodmantle vines. To make matters worse, the game decided to join in on the chaos. Ding! Detected changes in the internal environment of 2-2887 Sunlit Resort. Rectification in progress. 2-2887 Sunlit Resort has been transformed into 3-1589 Blood Red Vines. Dungeon, Blood Red Vines, number 3-1589. Basic Task 1. Survive until the dungeon's conclusion. Basic Task 2. Investigate the name of the Vine Monster. Advanced Task. Slay the Vine Monster. Task duration. 4 days, 3-4. Task background. You are an adventurer from afar. Having heard whispers of a village perpetually plagued by vine monsters, you resolve to vanquish these fiends. After countless hardships, you and your fellow adventurers form a party and arrive at Sunlit Resort, only to find that the village chief and all the villagers vehemently deny the existence of the vine monsters. Confused, you decide to linger in the village for a few days to investigate. Warm reminder. As time progresses, the villagers' distortions will gradually intensify, yet they remain convinced of their vitality. Please refrain from speaking carelessly. A secondary dungeon has instantaneously transformed into a tertiary one. Not even a super transformation game would dare to employ such a tactic. Zuo Cheng'an had speculated that removing the quenching liquid might cause the summit to lose its ability to restrain the vines. However, he never anticipated that the dungeon would upgrade. How unjust the vines must feel. As soon as the pressure above them dissipated, they eagerly sought to assert their dominance. Additionally, Zuo Cheng'an noticed 3 tasks displayed on the panel. One was to survive until the dungeon's conclusion, another to investigate the name of the vine creature, and the last to slay the vine creature. He had heard that advanced dungeons typically featured multiple tasks, 2, 3, or even 4. Completing any one of these tasks would allow players to exit once the dungeon time expired. If all tasks were completed, they could leave early. For the first task, he could afford to be cautious. According to the panel, the Crimson Ghost Vine dungeon retained the time of Sunny Resort, and he merely needed to remain within the dungeon for one more day to escape. The second task was even simpler, as he completed it almost effortlessly. Basic Task 2, investigate the name of the vine creature, completed. But that advanced task. If he had been unaware of the Crimson Bloodmantle Vine's formidable strength, he might have hesitated, considering that with the help of Mo and enlisting other players, they might stand a chance against a level 2 mini-boss. However, now that he understood the Crimson Bloodmantle Vine could serve as the final boss in a level 3 dungeon, he harbored no desire to court death. Without the quenching liquid, the entire dungeon was likely under the dominion of the Crimson Bloodmantle Vine, further supported by a horde of fanatical undead villagers. Even if all players were from the second tier, it was improbable that they could complete the advanced task. At least half of the team would need to be from the third tier to have any hope of success. Moreover, given that the battleground was in a cave, additional tools for excavation, detection, illumination, and night vision would be essential. The more the better. In such circumstances, Zuo Cheng'an had no time to leisurely peruse the bullet comments. The moment the first vine broke free, he dashed down the mountain with Mo in tow. The question arose, what to do when faced with dangers one could not handle in the dungeon? The answer, lead them to where the players congregated. As for being scolded, being berated was of little consequence compared to preserving one's life. The descent down the mountain was anything but tranquil. The summit, once a pristine sanctuary, had transformed now that the quenching liquid imbued with Lily's essence had been absorbed. It was no longer a forbidden zone for the Crimson Bloodmantle Vine. Along the way, vines frequently emerged from the earth, obstructing Zuo Cheng'an's path. However, he remained unperturbed. Granny Lu had merely suggested avoiding the summit, while the rule was to refrain from gathering more than one bag of resources. Thus, these vines posed no threat to him. They could only scatter spores in a desperate attempt to turn him into a mobile cultivation vessel. Simultaneously, Their sudden appearances hindered his descent. Fortunately, the upgraded Little Seven possesses remarkable power, imbued with the essence of quenching liquid that instills fear in the vines. With just a single strike, these seemingly resilient tendrils can be severed, greatly facilitating Zuo Cheng'an's escape. As Zuo Cheng'an fled, an increasing number of eyes gathered, drawn by the spectacle. Witnessing a player evade capture surpasses the allure of observing them forage for wild vegetables or excavate tree hollows. On the mountainside, at the assembly point in the clearing, Old Lady Lu regarded Yang Yi and his companions with grave seriousness. The avaricious shall incur the wrath of the divine. Her rigid countenance contorted with anger, and her vacant eyes bore an ominous weight. Zhang Zhuang protested, but we truly gathered only a bag's worth of items. The latter part of his statement remained unvoiced, merely echoing in his thoughts for a fleeting moment of satisfaction. Yet, Old Lady Lu was not easily deceived. I can hear the forest lamenting. The divine is enraged. You have taken far more than you were entitled to. If you wish to avoid divine retribution, you must return everything to the ground. We have stated that we only collected this one bag. How can you not comprehend? Old woman? Chapter 70. Venting ignoring the quarrel next door, Li Yuechio glanced at the sky, which was gradually darkening towards dusk. As descending the mountain required some time, Granny Lu had advised them to prepare in advance. If they wished to return to the village before nightfall, it was nearly time to set off. However, Zuo Cheng'an had yet to return, preventing their departure. It was essential for the leg ornaments to possess the awareness befitting their nature, with all matters led by the thigh. So, has brothers replied to you? Li Yuechio inquired of Zheng Ran, who shook his head in response. I haven't received anything either. With a collective sigh, the two resembled roosters poised to crow but caught by the throat, unable to move in their anxious predicament. Ding! Internal environment change detected in 2-2887 Sunshine Resort. Rectification in progress. 2-2887 Sunshine Resort has been upgraded to 3-1589 Blood Red Creeper. At first glance, the instance has been updated. Upon a second glance, it seems it has been upgraded. Silence. Li Wakyu. Sing. A new instance mission. A fresh backdrop for the instance. And most importantly, a new instance level. A level 2 instance was already beyond the scope for the two of them, who had yet to ascend the ranks. A level 3 instance? For unranked players to venture into a level 3 instance, it would be more straightforward to simply offer oneself to the monsters, before they could ponder why the well-structured level 2 instance had transformed into a level 3. The ground beneath them began to tremble, and several vines burst forth from the earth, launching an attack on everyone present. It cannot be said that everyone was attacked, as Yang Yi and Tan Huihui, who had been seated, remained unharmed. NPC Granny Lu also faced no danger. Compliant players like Li Yuechio and Qin Xiang were safe as well. Even the monsters exhibited a profound affection for their offspring. However, Zhang Zhuang found himself in dire straits. He had gathered an excessive amount of resources and had not been parasitized. Upon encountering a rule-breaking player, who else but him would the blood-red creeper target? Granny Lu's warning that greedy individuals will be punished by the divine had proven to be true. Reflecting upon it, the blood-red creeper served as the final boss of the instance, with everything in the instance belonging to it. Mountains of fruits, roots, and such were its private possessions. The task requiring players to gather a bag full of supplies was already a significant concession from the blood-red creeper. Yet players, emboldened by their game inventory, continued to demand more without limit. This was no longer merely skirting the edges of the rules. It was as if they lay sprawled upon the red line. Even the game could not protect the players. The blood-red creeper had developed a deep-seated hatred for the players. Among the 42 players from 6 batches that had previously invaded its territory, over 30 had behaved like locusts, leaving nothing in their wake. Fortunately, most of these players became nourishment for its offspring, with only a handful managing to escape, while all harvested plants were replanted in their original positions. Previously, it refrained from taking action due to the lingering presence of that individual, apprehensive that the opponent had not yet departed. However, with the threat now vanished, it reigned supreme within the current instance. Players who abide by the rules are beyond its reach, but those who transgress may be dealt with at its discretion. If it had its way, not a single scarlet blood mantle vine would be relinquished. It would annihilate every player that dares to enter. Yet, bound by the constraints of rules, it cannot lay a hand on those who comply. The sudden turn of events left the members of the Breaking Waves guild flustered. It was one thing for the entire sequence of the dungeon's attractions to falter, but why were even the well-informed individual tasks going awry? Moreover, amidst their numbers, Zhang Zhuang could not fathom why these vines seemed to target him specifically. Was it because he bore no red markings? Yet, Qian Xiang was devoid of such marks as well. Was it due to his excessive harvesting of plants beyond the stipulated amount? Yet, Yang Yi and Tan Huihui had also exceeded the limits. Why were they unscathed? He was not adept at deducing clues, especially under duress. Soon enough, his mind was solely occupied with combat-related techniques, his weapon flailing incessantly. However, against the supple forms of the vines, employing flexibility against flexibility was not an optimal choice. Furthermore, being plants, the electricity from his weapon was entirely funneled into the ground, yielding no damage whatsoever. In the blink of an eye, he found himself ensnared by numerous vines. Zhang Zhuang intended to call upon a nearby companion for assistance, but Tan Huihui harbored a grudge, her memory fresh of nearly being abandoned by him to face death this morning. As for Yang Yi, he had also felt disheartened earlier that day, having bartered for his ascent with a hidden task. There was no way he would risk himself to save another. Even if he were to put aside past grievances and offer aid, his physical condition would not permit it. Zhang Zhuang wished to say more, but before he could voice his thoughts, he felt a constriction in his breath, his limbs, waist, and neck tightening. In an instant, the final scene from his memories flashed before his eyes. A person torn asunder by vines, dressed similarly to him. Witnessing a living being being gruesomely dismembered before his eyes. Even the seasoned members of the guild, accustomed to the dungeon's gruesome nature, felt waves of nausea and discomfort. Though Zhang Zhuang was small-minded, hot-tempered, exceedingly self-centered, and fond of taking credit, well, let us just say, it was what it was. Breaking Waves Guild had little camaraderie among its members. Zhang Zhuang's demise elicited more revulsion than sorrow, and the pressing concern now was to avoid meeting the same fate. However, as they assumed defensive postures, preparing to fight while retreating, they discovered that the surrounding vines paid them no heed whatsoever. Rather than engaging in battle, the vines flailed about, seemingly intent on venting repressed emotions. Why the need for such venting? Irrelevant. The priority was to escape the mountain. While everyone else fled, Granny Lu stood her ground. Arms raised high, O God. A divine manifestation. The avaricious shall ultimately face divine retribution. As if responding to these words, the vines that erupted from the earth danced with even greater fervor, although they bore no intention to harm the remaining players. An occasional strike from the tendrils could inflict a searing pain, causing the skin to swell and redden in an alarmingly brief span of time. Tan Huihui and her companions cursed the player who had provided such misleading information, berating him mercilessly. They lamented how he had suggested that all one needed to do was stow the plants in their backpacks and ignore the NPC's words, feigning ignorance. They believed if they could endure until nightfall, the contents of their backpacks would rightfully belong to them. What utter nonsense! Why did he not mention the true emergence of a deity? Such deceit, worthy of punishment. Chapter 71, Descent Yet. One cannot entirely blame the player who risked everything to extract the information. Had it not been for Zuo Cheng'an seizing the fire-quenched liquid imbued with Lele's essence from the mountaintop, the crimson blood mantle vine would not have dared to exhibit such audacity. It was precisely due to its subservient demeanor, consistently abiding by its role, that the game misjudged and categorized it as a level 2 entity. Who could have anticipated that this individual had been biding their time, patiently enduring the burdens of restraint? As long as the essence left by Layla lingered atop the mountain, the crimson blood mantle vine would continue to feign submission. Should Layla return intermittently to mine, this vine would remain in its subservient guise indefinitely. Truly, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. The chaos persisted, with a peculiar fragrance permeating the arena. Granny Lu had undergone a transformation, her form ensnared by countless vines, her skin marred by the intertwining tendrils, yet she appeared oblivious to the pain. With arms outstretched and head tilted back, she laughed uproariously, her madness rivaling that of a fervent zealot willing to sacrifice everything for their deity. As for Tan Huihui and Yang Yi, they had evaded the lashes of the vines and discovered their path down the mountain. Li Yueqiu and Zheng Ren remained in wait for Zuo Cheng'an, adhering to the rules. The crimson blood mantle vine posed no threat to them, but it had no intention of wasting two quality cultivation vessels. Instead, it released a plethora of spores, intending to convert these players into nourishment for its progeny. Were it not for its inability to inflict harm upon players, it would have relished the opportunity to slay one for its confinement period. The sweet aroma enveloped the air, compelling Li Yueqiu and Zheng Ren to cover their mouths and noses with their garments, reducing their breathing rate as they huddled next to Granny Lu, the only sanctuary untouched by the encroaching vines. Fortunately, Granny Lu was preoccupied with her prayers to the deity, leaving them undisturbed. It seems that the fabric isn't very effective. Shaoli, do you need to relieve yourself? Li Yueqiu grimaced. I understand your implication, but I only have a substantial need at the moment. Zheng Ren replied, what a coincidence, so do I. While sheltering beside, the NPC offered safety. The sun continued its descent. Who could fathom the dangers that awaited in the darkness? Would it be, as Wang Chung suggested yesterday, forever lost in the wilderness? Li Yueqiu and Zheng Ren could only console themselves with thoughts such as, the dungeon name and quest have changed. The rules must have altered as well, convincing themselves not to succumb to panic. Yet, only they knew how much faith they truly held in those reassurances. With more than 40 minutes remaining until the sun fully set, Zuo Cheng'an's figure finally materialized in the clearing. Swiftly and decisively, he dispatched the obstructing vines and joined the two orphans in their descent. As they passed by the corpse of Zhang Zhuang on the ground, they scarcely cast a glance. The path down the mountain was equally overrun with vines, though it was evident that Tan Huihui and her companions had cleared some before their departure. However, the new growth surpassed what had been severed. Besides the vines, the fragrant scent along the descent intensified, becoming increasingly overpowering. By the time the trio and their canine companion approached the foot of the mountain, the aroma had grown so rich that it tinged the surrounding environment a delicate shade of crimson. However, the distance to the village is still 3 to 4 kilometers away, and without oxygen tanks or capsules, holding one's breath for the entire journey is hardly feasible. A mask proves utterly useless against the peculiar scent of the monstrous spores that reveal their true identities. Zuo Cheng'an had not explored this vicinity before, so he inquired of the other two, is there a water source nearby? Although Li Yueqiu had not roamed so close to the base of the mountain either, she possessed a skill item for locating objects. She took out her willow branch and exclaimed, I know, there's one nearby. The exact direction and distance are, as she silently chanted water, water, water in her mind. The limp willow branch suddenly stiffened, swaying in the air before indicating a direction. Li Yueqiu's face brightened. This way. It's about 200 meters away. 200 meters is not too far. While water has a limited effect on the mature crimson blood mantle vine, it significantly impacts the spores floating in the air. Wetting their clothes to cover their mouths and noses could, to some extent, prevent them from being seeded. Alas, poor garments, they are to be torn once again. The only path blocked by vines leads down the mountain. If they do not head in that direction, the vines on the road are sparse. Li Yueqiu, with the willow branch in hand, led the way. From Zuo Cheng'an's perspective, he could see the tip of the branch standing upright or swaying left and right as they walked, yet consistently pointed toward their destination. Like a compass, no, more like a universal needle. The skill-enhanced item truly was remarkable, bestowing a new special ability upon the willow branch, which could only be used as a whip before. Unfortunately, most skill items are of green quality. The three of them, along with a dog, hastened their pace, completing the round trip of 200 meters, an overall distance of 400 meters, in under half a minute. With their mouths and noses covered by wet garments, they felt a bit more secure. Mudu also donned a small mask made from the remaining fabric that Li Yueqiu had fashioned. With their protective gear in place, The final stretch became considerably safer, and they managed to rush into the village just a quarter of an hour before the sun completely set. At this moment, Xiangyang village had undergone a significant transformation, or rather, the villagers of Xiangyang had changed drastically. The panel indicated that it was the third day of the instance, nearing the conclusion of the Crimson Ghost Vine. According to the information stating that as time progresses, the villagers' mutations will gradually intensify. It was evident that the villagers had entered the final stage of mutation. Not only had delicate vine tendrils sprouted from their mouths and noses, but their clothing had also been distorted into peculiar shapes by the wildly growing vines. Villagers, brandishing torches, approached Zuo Cheng'an and the others. With the village chief stepping forward, "Tourists, adventurers, you are too reckless. How could you return so late? The forest at night is perilous. Do not seek the vine monster. It does not exist." The village chief's dialogue system appeared to malfunction, intertwining two sets of lines. The first, "Tourists, you are too reckless. How could you return so late?" was something the chief should have said earlier in the instance or at level 2, while the latter part, "Adventurers, you are too reckless. The forest at night is dangerous," seemed to be part of a different script. Do not seek the vine creature any longer, for it does not exist. This is what the village chief will say after the changes. These minor glitches may only be witnessed by players who remain within the instance and observe the alterations taking place. Following the modifications, although the venue remains the same, the rules of the instance have undergone significant transformations. Some rules may have been retained, while others may have been discarded. Chapter 72. Speaking fragrance as the players had inadvertently joined midway. They missed the crucial 3 days for collecting significant clues within the dungeon. The rules had shifted, leaving the players utterly bewildered. However, the fact that the village chief could stand before them and communicate without hostility indicated that they had not transgressed any regulations. While the chief spoke, slender tendrils, scarcely thicker than a hair, were expelled from his mouth, writhing on the ground like iron wireworms. This spectacle caused Zuo Cheng'an's mental vitality to plummet by 2 points. His already dwindling mental vitality had dropped from 83 to 76 throughout the day. Fortunately, these delicate vines seemed to have recently emerged from their spore state and were struggling to acclimate to the external environment, soon ceasing their agitation. Following the alterations in the dungeon, the villagers had undergone a significant transformation, possibly revealing their true nature that had been suppressed for various reasons. They had been nurtured within the crimson blood mantle vines for a longer duration than all the players. It was likely that upon their introduction, they were already parasitized, allowing tendrils to emerge from any part of their bodies, particularly from orifices such as ears and eye sockets. Hua, after merely a few steps, would find vines sprouting from his eye sockets, necessitating a halt to replace his eyes. The villagers' footwear, be it cloth shoes or straw sandals, also revealed root systems squeezing through the seams, which hastily burrowed into the ground the moment the villagers stood still. Occasionally, a fully developed tendril, as thick as a chopstick, would also follow suit into the earth. Such behavior was simply their innate nature. The players were keenly aware of the task panel's reminders, striving to disregard the villagers' peculiarities. After yet another round of the smoky offering, some of them were a tad late in taking protective measures while descending the mountain, inadvertently inhaling a considerable amount of gas during the initial phase. Although no discomfort had yet manifested, their hearts were laden with apprehension. Fortunately, the dungeon was set to conclude the following day. Even if they were parasitized, it would not matter. As night fell, Zuo Cheng'an and his companions opted not to retreat to their individual rooms, but rather congregated in the corridor of the small wooden cabin, preparing to endure the night together. In the third-level dungeon, who could ascertain if the information claiming the cabin is safe still held true? What if the villagers launched a surprise attack in the middle of the night? What if tendrils infiltrated and strangled them? The uncertainties loomed large, making it unthinkable for anyone to sleep alone. Li Yueqiu and Zheng Ren were inspecting their chests for any signs of red spots, while Mo Do scratched a niche. Zuo Cheng'an positioned by the window, donned night vision goggles to observe the village's condition from afar. At this hour, when the villagers should have retired for the night, they were instead gathered in the fields beneath the houses, their root systems anchored in the ground, ensuring they would not topple even in deep slumber. The anomalies that had been concealed in the second-level dungeon were now blatantly exposed to the players. Reflecting on past occurrences, it seemed the villagers had previously exhibited subtle signs of oddity, though these had never been directly presented to the players. For instance, Wang Cheng could traverse the moss-covered, slippery rocks with effortless grace, all thanks to the roots growing from his feet. With each step, these tendrils anchored him firmly to the ground, preventing any missteps. The villagers' nightly disappearance was merely the game concealing their sleeping forms in the fields, lest players be misled by irrelevant clues and veer off course. Now that this concealment is lifted, their slumber amidst the crops likely holds vital significance, perhaps a hidden quest tied to the level 3 dungeon Crimson Vine, or an exclusive achievement. Beyond these anomalies, the dungeon's backdrop has shifted. Players are no longer tourists but adventurers. Zuo Cheng'an possesses deeper insights than most. He knows the vine monsters these adventurers hunt are none other than the villagers' revered scarlet mantle vines. The village chief undoubtedly holds clues about these vines, but deliberately withholds them. Given that the player's mission is to slay the very deity the villagers worship, their hostility is hardly surprising. Li Yuechio's fear of nocturnal visits from vengeful villagers isn't unfounded. Unfortunately, they awoke on the dungeon's third day, armed with scanned information, forcing them to tread carefully to avoid triggering unseen rules. It's akin to starting a game at the final boss battle, utterly blind to mechanics or the enemy's nature. So Cheng'an's gaze drifted beyond the village, where waves upon waves of vines blanketed the land like a roiling tide. The sheer density obscured the earth beneath, a grim fate awaiting any who strayed into them. Yet, curiously, this sea of vines halted at the village's edge, never encroaching. The settlement, it seemed, remained a sanctuary. After all, why dismantle a perfectly functional nursery, steadily nurturing young vines? Without the village, where would the hosts, the villagers, dwell? Perhaps the game itself restrained the scarlet mantle vines, barring entry. While the vines outside posed no immediate threat, the villagers might turn violent at any moment, whether upon realizing their own demise or if provoked by the players. A level 3 dungeon was perilous for their current state. Fortunately, the dungeon's alteration accounted for the 3 days they already spent there. Post-change, Sunhaven Resort became Crimson Vine, and the timeline condensed from 10 days to 4. Survival for just one more day would secure their escape. Tomorrow marked the end. If memory served, their group had arrived at high noon on the first day, journeying by tour bus until dusk to reach Sunhaven Village. Calculating from this time frame, they must endure in this level 3 dungeon until noon tomorrow to officially escape. Following the customary understanding that the danger escalates as the completion of the mission approaches, it is certain that the dungeon will not permit an easy departure tomorrow. A group of first-tier players is required to survive a night and a morning within the confines of a level 3 dungeon. Under such pressure, finding restful sleep seems nearly impossible. Before long, the choices made by the 3 survivors from the Breaking Waves Guild coincided remarkably with those of Zuo Cheng'an and his companions, as they too decided to relocate their bedding to the corridor, intending to make do for the night. It appears that everyone recognizes the gravity of ascending to a level 3 dungeon and disregarding any notions of privacy. It is evident that they will gather together to spend the night. In most dungeons, the danger is significantly greater at night than during the day, with monster attacks and NPC mutations predominantly occurring after dusk. Chapter 73. Knock, knock, knock. The door to room 101 swung open, revealing 3 individuals with ashen faces. They sprinted down the spore-laden mountain path, resembling aerobic exercisers alongside flu-stricken patients. Upon returning to the village, the pungent smoke of the torches only exacerbated their already severe parasitic afflictions. Chen Xiang's body was marred by extensive erythema, not confined to his chest, but also spreading to his arms and thighs. The most grievous conditions were observed in Yang Yi and Tan Huihui. Their bodies were riddled with red patches, some of which had transformed into blisters. Within Yang Ye's blisters, one could discern serpentine forms writhing desperately, seemingly poised to rupture the skin at any moment. He attempted to extract these entities with a tool, hoping to pierce them with a needle. But the creatures exhibited remarkable intelligence. Upon sensing any threat, they burrowed deeper into his flesh, leaving him drenched in cold sweat, incapacitated on the ground, gasping for air. Ultimately, it was a matter of insufficient resolve. Tan Huihui coughed softly. Let us endure a little longer. We shall escape this instance by tomorrow. The escalation of the instance appeared to have enhanced the parasitic capabilities of the monsters. When the red patches first emerged on Yang Yi and Tan Huihui, they were merely the size of a fingernail, without any sense of physical depletion. Yet, when Qian Xiang manifested his symptoms, they were already the size of half a palm and rapidly disseminated throughout his body, accompanied by debilitating weakness, rendering him incapable of clenching his fists. In other words, the monsters had shifted from a subtle siphoning to a brazen consumption. Their motto seemed to be, "I am the parasite within you. What will you do about it?" Even extreme measures, such as flesh extraction, proved futile in halting the spread of the red patches. All they could do was pray for the instance to conclude swiftly, so they might find salvation. Though they occupied the same corridor, one group claimed one side, allowing for an unimpeded passage. The interactions among the unfamiliar players entering the same instance were largely governed by this dynamic. As long as there were no deep-seated grudges, they maintained a courteous distance, united by the common goal of surviving the instance. Zhang Zhuang, who had harbored the desire to eliminate the suspected members of the Xiaoya Guild, was now deceased. While Yang Yi entertained similar thoughts, he lacked the strength to act. Tan Huihui was solely focused on survival, and Qian Xiang was merely an innocent boy who had inadvertently joined the wrong guild. Thus, the two parties coexisted peacefully. Meaningless internal strife would only lead to peril. As the night wore on, the 6 individuals and their dog remained wide awake, vigilant to the sound around them. A rustling noise emanated from outside the wooden cabin, reminiscent of something brushing against the wall. Their gazes swiftly turned towards the window, where tendrils, akin to climbing vines, ascended the wall with alarming speed, soon covering 1/5 of the window. At the rate of their spread, it would not be long before the entire glass surface was obscured. On the opposite side of the corridor, Zuo Cheng'an reacted swiftly. "Have you all secured the windows in your room?" His voice was loud, evidently inquiring about Tan Huihui and the others on the opposite side of the corridor. No one responded, indicating that everyone had secured the windows properly. It was understandable. Those present had endured several instances of the dungeon, unlike inexperienced newcomers prone to making elementary mistakes. Within the confines of the dungeon, anything could be managed, and as long as the room did not suffocate its occupants, it sufficed. Who would dare to spend an entire day opening windows for ventilation? As time passed, half of the window's surface became obstructed by creeping vines. If this continued, they would inevitably lose the only means of observing the outside world. True, there were still 2 frosted glass panes on the door, but looking through them revealed no shadows of vines climbing upward. Blocking the windows seemed intended to redirect the player's focus to the door or to seal off any potential escape routes. Though everyone was acutely aware of the dungeon's insidious intentions, they hesitated to leave the wooden cabin and remove the vines from the windows. If this were a level 1 dungeon, any one of the 7 players and their canine companion could accomplish this task alone and return unscathed. For a level 2 dungeon, the 7 players and the dog could venture out together, ensuring no one was left behind, and still succeed. As for a level 3 dungeon, it was best to avoid courting death. The choice made by the group appeared to them as the best option for survival. Yet from the spectator's perspective, it lacked any thrill, rendering the scene rather tedious. "Ah, is no one coming out? Then my popcorn will go to waste. It's a shame the villagers have waited outside for so long. I thought at least one would be impatient. Such reckless and thoughtless rare species are better off dead. They can only be found in novice dungeons and level 1 dungeons." Sigh. It took a lot of effort for the villagers to make it here after pulling their feet from the ground. Aren't players supposed to advocate for respecting the elderly and loving the young? Why is that not the case now? Never mind. It doesn't matter whether they come out or not. The villagers are already on the move. Knock, knock, knock. The players, already on high alert, had heard footsteps ascending the stairs before the knocking began. They all fixated their attention on the door, where shadow was reflected in the frosted glass panel. Holy cow! The village chief looks just like my grass doll. Grass is growing on his face. This is just the beginning. Look, there are even more wrinkles and folds on his face. It's almost reaching the ceiling. Wait, since the villagers are here, why is only the village chief knocking on the door? What is this supposed to be? Perhaps they are planning something substantial? I don't know. This dungeon truly is full of twists and turns. I just noticed the title changed, along with its level. It's uncertain whether these players are fortunate or unfortunate. We shall see as it unfolds. I hope they can endure a bit longer, if they perish at a crucial moment. Who knows how long they will have to wait for the next group to arrive. Indeed, my insatiable curiosity will surely keep me awake. The persistent knocking at the door continued, accompanied by the voice of the village chief. Adventurers from afar, are you awake? Please open the door. I possess the clues you seek regarding the vine monster. Zuo Cheng'an remarked, for heaven's sake, could you at least pretend a little better? You've already let slip too much. Nobody moved. The players showed no interest in the chief's mention of the vine monster and had little hope of completing their progression quest, merely wishing to survive the dungeon, which felt like a stroke of luck. If they were to open the door to the NPC now, it would truly be a stroke of misfortune, and they hoped the chief would take the hint and leave. Should he attempt to force his way in, they would have no choice but to confront him. Fortunately, after repeating his lines 3 times without anyone approaching, the village chief walked away. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group. But Zuo Cheng'an knew that the chief was merely descending to join the other villagers who were tending to the fields beneath their homes. The thought of the villagers' heads crowded together just beneath his feet sent a shiver down Zuo Cheng'an's spine. Perhaps the vines blocking the windows sprouted from those very villagers. Chapter 74. Oh, where's my head? Subsequently, villagers would periodically ascend the stairs and knock on the door. Some were familiar to the players, such as Wang Cheng, Granny Lu, and Hua Hua, while others had yet to be encountered. The reasons for their knocking were as varied as they were whimsical. Some claimed to have brought firewood bugs from the mountain for the players, while others lamented that their parents were scolding them and sought refuge for the night. Separated by a door, players could not discern the villagers' expressions, only hearing their voices, inflections rising and falling, imbued with emotion more profound than that of professional actors. Alas, this trap, almost inscribed with the words, "Open the door and you are doomed," was one that players would not fall for. Ultimately, Wang Cheng's reason was the most amusing, stating he wished to return his points and implored Yang Yi to open the door. It seemed he had forgotten the very meaning of points, reciting his lines without understanding. Setting aside the possibility of deception, even if Yang Yi wished to comply, he lacked the strength to rise. Amidst the villagers' company, or rather, harassment, the players endured a lengthy night. So Chen had long been concerned that the vines sprouting from the villagers would breach the wooden floor, infiltrating the cabin. Fortunately, this calamity did not occur. As dawn approached, a faint light began to grace the horizon, signaling that the sun would soon rise. Although daylight did not guarantee safety, it might herald the onset of another crisis, such as a countdown to dungeon closure or the villagers entering a mode of indiscriminate attack. Nevertheless, the presence of sunlight was indeed a morale booster. As the sun ascended, the vines that had been obstructing the windows swiftly retracted into the ground, and Sunshine Village returned to its normal state. When Zuo Cheng'an ventured to observe the outside world, he coincidentally witnessed the villagers floating back to their homes. They truly appeared to be gliding, heads bowed, eyes shut, as if in a somnambulant state, propelled solely by the roots growing beneath their feet. If his predictions were correct, the following morning, the villagers would greet them as if nothing had transpired, blissfully unaware of the events of the previous night. However, should the players choose to inquire, it might awaken the villagers to the anomaly. With ill fortune, they could even reveal the player's demise, unleashing unforeseen terrors. Alternatively, the villagers' peculiar nocturnal behaviors might disturb the player's rest, or incite feelings of wariness, aversion, and fear, making it easier for them to reveal their vulnerabilities. As anticipated, once the sun had fully risen, Hua Hua approached, brandishing a torch, calling the players to breakfast as if nothing were amiss. Brothers and sisters, Aunt Lu has prepared a grand feast. Come and eat. Only a full belly can vanquish the monsters. Having endured the previous night's experiences, the group now exhibited a subtle reluctance towards the notion of venturing outside. Huohua's persistent chatter continued as she knocked on the door. "Brothers and sisters, why aren't you coming out? Aren't you hungry?" As the cheerful tone of Huohua suddenly darkened, the previously tranquil vines adorning him began to writhe with agitation, creating a rustling cacophony that mingled with Huohua's voice. "Do you truly find me frightening?" Through the frosted glass of the door, players could distinctly observe the vines on Huohua thrashing violently, striking the door with a series of clattering sounds. This was dire. The mischievous child was on the verge of a tantrum, and the ramifications of such an outburst could be severe. Before Huohua could escalate his turmoil, the tightly shut door of the wooden cabin flew open with a whoosh. Li Yuechio, tasked with soothing the child, forced a strained smile onto her face. Had she foreseen this, she would never have ventured into the realm of early childhood education. Children were notoriously difficult to manage. How absurd! Huohua could never think such thoughts. Fearing the child's imminent meltdown, Li Yuechio hastened to reassure him, declaring how adorable he was and how much she adored children like him. Haha. It was evident to any normal child just how insincere her words were. Yet Huohua was anything but ordinary. Upon hearing her, his bulging eyes retreated, and the sprawling vines that had encircled him obediently returned to his form, ceasing their chaotic exploration. Soon, apart from a few stubborn tendrils that could not retract, Huohua's appearance resembled that of an ordinary young boy. The alarm was lifted. Li Yuechio discreetly signaled to the two individuals positioned by the door that they could lower their weapons. Few, merely attempting to placate a child, had left her feeling as if her very soul were about to escape her body. With the door now ajar, even if the players wished to feign death, it was no longer an option. Huohua continued his enthusiastic invitation. "Big brother, big sister, come and eat." Reluctantly, they had no choice but to follow his lead. The village today was decidedly abnormal. Aside from the enormous sea of writhing vines outside and the acrid scent in the air, a provocatively dressed young girl approached, casually dropping her head as she passed the players, her severed neck surrounded by thrashing vines, seemingly searching for her lost cranium. The head, now on the ground, displayed an exaggerated expression of surprise. "Oh, dear, I seem to have lost something. Do you know what it is, young sir? Your stolen head, perhaps?" The players ignored her, but Huohua eagerly rushed to retrieve the head from the ground. "Second sister, your sweet potato." "Thank you, little Huohua." The girl nonchalantly took the sweet potato and placed it back upon her neck. The vines at the severed neck intertwined with those at the base of her head, securely reattaching it. Zheng Ren recalled that Huohua had mentioned this second sister had previously offered a quest involving dancing with the players. Fortunately, the quest had changed, sparing the players from the awkwardness of dancing. Otherwise, they might have found themselves in a predicament had she suddenly detached her head mid-dance to demonstrate. This is merely the beginning. A small boy, roughly the size of Huohua, bounced over with exuberance, extending his 8 hands towards Zuo Cheng'an. "Brother, I am Xiaoyan. Shall we become friends?" Zuo Cheng'an deftly avoided the 7 hands entwined with vines, grasping the sole, genuine one. "Sure." Xiaoyan walked away, dejected. Along the way, the villagers' temptations and provocations were incessant, primarily aimed at coaxing the player to uncover the villagers' peculiarities. At times, when a fragrant mountain breeze wafted through, they would intentionally engage the player in idle chatter, hoping to entice them to inhale a bit more of the spores. The villagers' strange behaviors aroused suspicion that they might know something, yet due to the constraints of the game rules, which dictated that they were unaware of their own abnormalities, they could only feign normalcy. In other words, when they were not aware of their demise, they could not turn against the player. This notion of awareness is particularly intriguing. Rather than realizing they are no longer alive, it is akin to informing the game, "I have acknowledged my identity. Now, can I kill?" Thus, the villagers would continuously lure the player into actions they ought not to take or utterances they should not express. Should the player pick up the severed head that a villager dropped, the villager could exclaim, "Ah, how could my head be in your hands? Am I truly dead?" And then they would leap tower chapter 75. "You have changed. You were not like this before." Alternatively, if Zuo Cheng'an inadvertently grasped the hand of the little boy entwined by the vines, the boy might exclaim, Why do I have these things on me? Am I already dead? And then activate a hunting mode. It is quite insane, yet surprisingly reasonable within the confines of this scenario. Even the villagers who deliberately engage the players in conversation seem to be subtly encouraging the players to succumb to parasitism. Regarding this matter, Zuo Cheng'an and his companions had already resigned themselves to fate. Let it be parasitism, for in such an environment, unless one carried an abundance of oxygen capsules or high-grade gas masks, avoiding parasitism was utterly unavoidable. After navigating through numerous challenges, they finally reached the dining table, only to discover that the backdrop of the instance had shifted and the villagers' attitudes had undergone a complete transformation. Although the location remained the same, the rules of the instance had altered significantly. The village chief was no longer the one solely devoted to establishing a resort and leading the villagers to prosperity. And Granny Lu was no longer the warm-hearted elder who delighted in preparing various dishes for the players. The players' roles had now morphed into adventurers tasked with exterminating the vine monsters, and the villagers, long assimilated by the vine monsters, showed remarkable restraint by not spitting in the food they served. Thus, when Granny Lu presented a table laden with cold stone salad, boiled tree bark, and deadly mushrooms that could lead to instant demise, it was hardly shocking. Zuo Cheng'an sighed and set down his chopsticks, with only half a day remaining in the instance. It mattered little whether they ate or not. The fact that the villagers had not turned against them or driven them to the vine-ridden outskirts was already the best news they could hope for. This was likely a hidden benefit for having jumped directly to the final day of the instance, a compensation for their inability to gather new information about the instance. Players who had commenced their strategy from the first day might have unknowingly infringed upon the villagers' taboos, and over time, the villagers' discontent would have accumulated, culminating in a sudden outbreak of hostility in the final days, drastically escalating the danger of the instance. However, having begun their strategy from the evening of the third day, even if they angered the villagers, it would take time for their grievances to reach a critical point. As long as they maintained this approach, they still stood a significant chance of safely completing the instance. The more one spoke, the more mistakes one could make. If circumstances permitted, Zuo Cheng'an wished to simply sit there until the conclusion of the instance, minimizing any possibility of rule infringement. The Crimson Vines instance had transformed into an entirely new one, rendering all the information he had gathered about Sunshine Resort virtually obsolete. Initially, Zuo Cheng'an had contemplated whether experiencing all the tourism activities would yield a unique achievement within the instance. But it seemed that hope was futile. The newly established Crimson Vines instance was a level 3 challenge, undoubtedly featuring exclusive achievements, such as surviving a night in the wild, hatching a small vine, or slaughtering a village. However, correspondingly, the difficulty level was not low. For first-tier players, merely surviving to complete the instance would be a considerable feat, while hidden tasks and exclusive achievements were mere fantasies. Zuo Cheng'an was uncertain whether the hidden task he had completed at Xiangyang Resort would be counted towards the overall score. All of that would have to wait until they could survive the ordeal. If they failed to escape, it would all be mere illusions, castles in the air. He simply needed to know that the newly acquired parasitic spore skill was safely nestled in his skill bar. Seeing that Zuo Cheng'an remained still, Li Yueqiu and Zheng Ren did not dare to act rashly either. They had been sufficiently frightened the previous night, and the villagers they encountered along the way had been quite unappetizing, making the prospect of food seem inconsequential. Tang Huihui and the others, feeling unwell, had even less inclination to eat. Initially, their condition was manageable, but after being subjected to the smoke from the torches, they had quickly transitioned from being minor injuries capable of self-care to critical patients in need of intensive care. They had managed to hold on during their journey solely through sheer willpower. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times, 5 times. As time passed, even a creature with a mouth but no anus would have developed a conditioned reflex. Yang Yi finally realized that after each smoke ceremony, their discomfort intensified, indicating that the issue lay with the flames or the smoke. These two elements were likely exacerbating their ailments. Silence enveloped them. After a brief pause, Yang Yi did not receive any prompt from the game. Either his deductions were insufficient to trigger a hidden task, or he was simply misguided. If the dungeon had remained unchanged, he would have received a hidden task similar to Zuo Cheng'an's. But alas, the dungeon had transformed. And the hidden task was no longer the prior investigate the true identity of the deity of Xiangyang Village in the level 3 dungeon. The investigation had devolved into basic task 2, investigate the name of the vine monster, unworthy even of being classified as an advanced task. Ultimately, Yang Yi was merely a step behind. Had he recognized the correlation between temperature and the rashes sooner, he might have indeed triggered the hidden task. There exists a saying, the less one knows, the happier one lives, and it fit Yang Yi perfectly. He remained oblivious that had he realized this a day earlier, he could have embarked on the coveted hidden task. Instead, he merely felt that he had strayed from the right path or lacked sufficient information. The remaining 6 sat in silence, and as the villagers made no attempt to shoo them away, they did not leave the table, seemingly prepared to linger until time itself ceased to exist. Outside the village, the vines had not diminished much since nightfall. They formed a layered wall, encasing Xiangyang Village in a manner reminiscent of confinement or guardianship, intent on trapping the players within. Simultaneously, with each gust of mountain breeze sweeping through the village, a rich, exotic fragrance wafted forth. Now aware that this enchanting aroma was composed of countless spores. Every breath taken meant that innumerable spores entered the players' bodies. Of these spores, a portion would be eliminated by the players' immune systems. Some would be ensnared by the mucus in their nasal passages or respiratory tracts, and others would lose their vitality for various reasons. Despite the terrifying elimination rate, a significant number of spores successfully remained within the players and began to grow and develop. Unless one ceases to breathe, remaining in such an environment will inevitably lead to parasitism. Previously, under the suppression of quenching liquid, the crimson blood mantle vine remained quietly nestled deep within the mine, too intimidated to reveal itself as players bullied and robbed it. Now, freed from its constraints, it can fully unleash its potential, even brazenly raising players as its own. The game merely restricts it from indiscriminately slaying players, and it indeed adheres to this rule, targeting only those who violate the regulations. However, it possesses the ability to manipulate villagers, enticing players into transgressions. Alternatively, it can command its offspring to hasten their growth within the players, gradually dismantling them from the inside out. Chapter 76. Why is that? It is not difficult to foresee that players entering the Crimson Ghost Vine dungeon thereafter will find themselves ensnared within the village from the very outset. Given the density of spores in the air, without protective gear, such as oxygen tanks or gas masks, parasitism is an inevitable fate. Homemade masks offer no solace. Ordinary fabric is utterly ineffective against the spores that permeate the atmosphere. Subsequently, the lack of sustenance, the inability to gather intelligence regarding the Vine Monster quest, the villagers who entice players into making mistakes, and the incessant disturbances at night prevent any semblance of rest. Players wish to slay the Vine Monster yet remain oblivious to its true form. Even the most prepared players may only manage to complete a basic task to survive until the dungeon's conclusion, earning a meager score. Conversely, those ill-equipped, like players lacking sufficient oxygen or air filtration devices, will inevitably succumb to parasitism before reaching the dungeon's end. This exemplifies the level of difficulty befitting a Tier 3 dungeon. It also elucidates why lower-tier players, despite possessing comprehensive walkthroughs, cannot conquer higher-tier dungeons. They lack the financial means to procure essential items. And higher-tier dungeons do not offer environments conducive to their survival. In any case, with no escape in sight, Zuo Cheng'an and his companions chose to sit at the dining table, awaiting the dungeon's conclusion. As for side quest completion, even if there were an exit for such within the Crimson Ghostvine dungeon, they had likely missed it due to the proximity of the dungeon's closure. The game certainly would not facilitate their comfort. Suddenly, the villagers sprang into action, igniting a bonfire beside the table, encircling it to sing and dance, seemingly in worship of their deity, thereby ensnaring the players near the fire and forbidding their departure. A villager referred to as Second Sister by the enthusiastic children urged the players to join in their merriment. For a fleeting moment, Zuo Cheng'an contemplated slaying a few villagers to break free, Yet with over 2 hours remaining until the dungeon's end, it was not the opportune moment to confront the villagers. The villagers, seemingly under the control of an unseen master, were nearly consumed by vines. Who knows whether slaying a villager would yield a mere corpse or provoke a swarm of enraged little vines. One could only imagine the chaos if a severed head were to shout, "Why have I not perished despite my head falling off?" while its body charged forth. Moreover, attacking the villagers might trigger certain rules, transforming neutral NPCs into hostile entities, potentially unleashing the outer vines to wreak havoc upon Sunshine Village. Should the Crimson Earth Mantle Vine be summoned, given its formidable strength, they would scarcely endure 2 hours under its assault. One encounter would likely result in their dismemberment. In ancient times, there are those who despised 5 adorable ponies. Now, there exist those who disdain a tangle of vines. The warmth emanating from the bonfire provoked the vines upon the villagers to writhe restlessly, emerging from their already battered skin, stretching and twisting with abandon. The hatching speed of the juvenile Crimson Blood Mantle vines has accelerated. Every few moments, a vine, as thick as a chopstick, burrows into the ground, following the villagers' footsteps. Under the influence of high temperatures, Zuo Cheng'an and his companions also begin to feel discomfort in their bodies. Liuechio, dressed most lightly, does not even need to lift her clothing for inspection. She can see large patches of red spots slowly appearing on her abdomen. These soon spread to her shoulders, chest, and arms, rapidly transitioning towards the second stage of the gas sack. Yang Ye's reaction is the most pronounced. His face turns pale as if he has been enduring something unbearable. Suddenly, he heaves, expelling a mixture of sour liquid along with dark red strands resembling hair onto the ground. Once exposed to the air, these red-black hair strands writhe amidst the acidic fluid and food remnants. Undoubtedly, they are the juvenile forms of the Crimson Blood Mantle vines. Still in their developmental phase, they must grow to the thickness of chopsticks before they detach from their host and burrow underground for their next stage of growth. Witnessing this scene elucidates why Yang Ye's complexion is so ghastly. With so many vines within him, it is remarkable that he can maintain any semblance of well-being. Zheng Ren's face pales as he realizes that it will not be long before these vines manifest within him, feeling as though he has swallowed a fly. His spatula moves back and forth over the red spots on his body, contemplating the best course of action. However, he inadvertently triggers the spatula's effect, summoning a fly that buzzes around erratically. Having prematurely exited their nurturing environment, these vines, no thicker than strands of hair, are evidently ill-suited to the external conditions. After writhing painfully on the ground for a few moments, they cease to move. Yang Yi longs to expel more of the juvenile vines, hoping to alleviate his discomfort. As he attempts to induce further vomiting, he senses a shift in the atmosphere around him. The villagers stare blankly at the deceased vines on the ground, quickly turning their gazes toward him with hostility, as if Yang Yi had slain their beloved kin. Yang Yi thinks, this is unfair. The villagers spew forth a myriad of tiny vines while speaking. Why is it that the villagers can eliminate the small vines without consequence, yet I am punished for it? To the Crimson Blood Mantle vines, players are merely vessels for nurturing their offspring. If living players are unwilling to rear the next generation, they might as well be slaughtered for their corpses. Such was the fate of players who perished in the dungeons. Had they remained compliant and refrained from causing trouble, they could have lived a few more days in comfort until they naturally expired. It is impossible to achieve a successful clearance. Once players clear the level, where they find fresh, robust bodies to nurture the next generation, the corpses left behind after a player's demise serve as a feast for the offspring. Ultimately, not a scrap of flesh will go to waste. The villagers are no different. They are consumables, and once depleted, the game must replenish them with new NPCs. Players are constantly dying, and new players are perpetually entering the game or being born. In essence, there is no concern regarding the supply of NPCs, as the reserves are plentiful. The villagers, akin to flowing water, embody the essence of Xianyang Village, while the NPCs resemble the living dead, devoid of the awareness of their bodies gradually succumbing to decay. They remain unaffected by the creeping vines that emerge from within them, harboring neither aversion nor fear. When these vines accumulate to a certain extent, they manifest as players witnessing the descent into madness. Should circumstances permit, the crimson blood mantle vines will strive to prolong the players' lives. However, if the quality of the cultivation medium falters, their efforts can only mitigate losses. While the vines cannot directly assail the players, their progeny are capable of doing so. The villagers, with vacant expressions and hollow gazes, fixate on Yang Yi as countless tendrils, resembling charging cables or even thinner, writhe from their skin, inching towards him like sentient beings. Devoid of the supportive vines, these villagers collapse like tattered rags, contorted and sprawled upon the ground. Having been cultivation vessels for far too long, their bodies are severely depleted, reduced to little more than skin, sustained solely by these vines lurking beneath, allowing them to retain a semblance of humanity. Now that the supportive substance has departed, their true forms inevitably surface. Chapter 77. Possessing strong self-management skills, even though the syringe, which Yang Yi utilized as a weapon, proved far more effective against the vines than Zhang Zhuang's plug, he was still outnumbered and gradually forced to retreat, with no choice but to back away to the campfire. However, the flames only served to invigorate the vines within him further. His former companions, Tan Hui and Qian Xiang, remained unmoved. After all, they were merely a makeshift team, devoid of any genuine camaraderie. Their stability as a collective was contingent solely upon a common adversary or substantial gain. Yang Yi suppressed the urge to vomit. Do you believe you can remain unscathed? Improbable. It shall not permit you to leave the instance alive. Indeed, considering the crimson blood mantle vines and their regard for their progeny, they would not allow players to depart so easily. Yet, as the boss of the instance, it could not directly attack players unless provoked or if rules were violated. Its only recourse was to manipulate villagers or incite some of its robust offspring to engage the players. The limitation that the boss cannot directly harm players was common knowledge among seasoned players. Newcomers like Qian Xiang and Li Yueqiu, lacking experience in numerous instances, were unaware of many unwritten conventions, but Tan Hui was all too familiar with them. Therefore, Yang Ye's threats held no sway over her. Drifen tu desperation, Yang Ye, a player seasoned through numerous instances, was not without his contingencies for survival. With an expression of sheer anguish, he retrieved an object resembling a grenade from his inventory, pulled the pin, and hurled it towards the densest cluster of vines before quickly taking cover. Zuo Cheng'an's eyelids twitched violently as he hurriedly led Mo Do to flee. Was he truly using a grenade, which would generate intense heat, to assault a mass of fire-loving vines? Surely, he could not be a spy planted by the game among the players. Seeing Zuo Cheng'an make his escape, Li Yueqiu and Zheng Run, without needing to concern themselves with one another, instinctively followed suit. An exemplary leg accessory must possess strong self-management capabilities. Zheng Run hastened his pace to race ahead of Zuo Cheng'an, wielding a spatula to clear away the obstructing vines. With a staggering 98 fly spawn rate, swarms of flies swiftly gathered around him, their incessant buzzing becoming a source of annoyance. Li Yueqiu's willow branch was ill-suited for clearing a path, yet she adeptly flung small pebbles to eliminate any stragglers, ensuring that no unwitting vine would impede Zuo Cheng'an's noble feat. They were professionals at clinging to the strong. Meanwhile, Tan Hui, observing from the sidelines, visibly paled upon seeing the item Yang Yi produced, retreating several paces in alarm. Clearly, she was aware of the item's formidable power, and as she withdrew, she cursed. How absurd. I always wondered how that mechanical cyclops could be considered a boss without dropping any gear. It turns out you hoarded it for yourself. Her tirade continued, yet her subsequent words were drowned out by the thunderous explosion of the grenade. Boom. The potency of the disposable items dropped by the boss is indisputable. The explosive flames mingled with shrapnel radiated outward, and the violent shockwave obliterated a vast expanse, creating a vacuum. Yet, while the villagers' bodies fell lifelessly to the ground, they were instantaneously incinerated by the explosion's searing heat. The nearby vines, however, aside from those unfortunate enough to be too close to the blast, who were either severed by shrapnel or pulverized by the shockwave, remained remarkably unscathed and even more vibrant. Yang Yi realized that fire attacks were futile, lacking water bombs. He acknowledged that his objective of blasting a path for himself had been achieved, and he could afford to disregard the water bombs now. Seizing the moment before the surrounding vines could reclaim the space cleared by the grenade, Yang Yi hastily fled towards the direction where other players had escaped. He recalled the wisdom imparted by Zuo Cheng'an. When in danger, one should swiftly head towards populated areas. As for where the other players had retreated, it was undoubtedly the Seoul mansion in Shenyang village. That quaint wooden cabin, which had housed players for 4 days, was the most familiar structure in the village. Naturally, when faced with peril, the immediate instinct was to dash toward the cabin. Yang Yi shed the encroaching vines, pushing his speed to its limits. Along the way, in the fields beneath the villagers' homes, enormous vines as thick as a person emerged, unmistakably not the newly sprouted slender tendrils. Their identity was likely that of the vine monster designated in the panel's advancement task for players to vanquish. Such foes were far beyond the capabilities of mere novices on their first day. Yang Yi swallowed hard, lamenting his misfortune. The odds of encountering such a shift in dungeon level were slimmer than winning the lottery. Generally, the game rarely misjudged dungeon levels, with such occurrences typically confined to newly opened dungeons, and most often overestimating the difficulty, allowing players to reap substantial rewards under the guise of a high-level dungeon, which was, in actuality, much simpler. The final rewards often included the issuance of 2 dungeons at once, a veritable boon for players. Yet, he found himself confronting the rare circumstance of a low-level dungeon escalating to a high-level one, a veritable stroke of bad luck. However, looking back at the history of Safety Zone Number 7, he was not the only unfortunate soul. Others had fared worse. Some had entered a level 1 dungeon only to encounter a reckless player whose actions unleashed a sealed ancient malevolence, elevating the dungeon's level to 5. Although the ultimate rewards would compensate with 2 dungeons, survival was a prerequisite for such recompense. Death yielded nothing. As he rounded a significant bend, the cabin loomed near, but the 5 players who had arrived before him stood resolutely about 10 meters from the entrance, not entering. As Yang Yi approached, he discerned the reason for their hesitation. Beneath the wooden cabin where the players reside lies a plot of cultivated land, expansive enough to surpass that of many villagers' homes. Consequently, the tentacles emerging from this domain not only number more, but also boast significantly greater dimensions. One could easily surmise that these colossal vines are thick enough for 3 individuals to embrace. Gazing upon such formidable appendages, Yang Yi is momentarily led to believe that this is not the ultimate manifestation of a vine monster. At this juncture, a dozen enormous vines vigilantly guard the staircase of the cabin, effectively sealing all entrances and exits. Though they are incapable of inflicting direct harm upon the players, they adeptly obstruct every potential hiding spot, compelling the players to remain exposed in the open air. Thus, the progeny of these vines can gradually wear down the players. The juvenile mindset of the scarlet blood mantle vine is something that Zuo Cheng'an can easily discern with but a fleeting thought. Chapter 78, Prop Skills. Upon realizing the futility of leveraging the terrain for defense, Tan Hui produced an electronic alarm clock. This was no ordinary timepiece, but rather a specialized item. Although it resembled a clock, it could not be employed to tell time. Instead, it merely served to measure the passage of time. To activate it, one would press a button once, then again to pause, and pressing it thrice in succession would reset the timer. This device proved to be invaluable in chaotic realms where the flow of time differed from that of safe zones, allowing players to gauge how long had elapsed and how much time remained before the conclusion of the instance. Such timing devices were a common sight in the inventories of many seasoned players. Tan Hui glanced at the numbers displayed on the clock. There was a little over an hour left until the instance would close. However, behind them, the tendrils that had recovered from the aftermath of the explosion were already inching toward their location. Without hesitation, Zuo Cheng'an dashed towards the small river that cut through Sunshine Village, while concurrently, Xiang made the same decision. Although most of the pursuing tendrils were as thick as chopsticks, having surpassed their most vulnerable spore and juvenile stages, there remained smaller individuals among them. The water would undoubtedly have some effect on them. Even a slight reduction in the speed or resilience of the tendrils would be advantageous for the players. Indeed, when the tendrils gathered at the riverbank, they hesitated momentarily, seemingly uncertain about whether to enter the water. Not far away, the crimson blood cloak vine that blocked the small cabin abruptly thrashed the ground, urging its lesser companions to attack swiftly. No longer indecisive, the tendrils tentatively ventured into the river. Upon contact with the cool waters, their bodies reflexively convulsed, reminiscent of worms or snakes in distress. Seizing the opportunity while the tendrils were momentarily incapacitated, Zuo Cheng'an struck down large sections of their bodies with a swift motion. Unlike ordinary plants, the crimson blood cloak vine could not be uprooted once it established itself. Its attack range was determined by how far its longest tendrils could extend. They had the ability to withdraw their roots and drag their bodies to move about, akin to villagers sleepwalking at night. They resembled serpents more than mere flora. As time trickled away, only half an hour remained before the instance would close. Half an hour, 1,800 seconds. What was merely a brief span of time, for a few short videos, felt interminably long in that moment. Initially, the players could exploit the terrain as advantages, using the riverbank as a natural trench to fend off the tendrils. Yet soon, the corpses of the fallen tendrils began to accumulate, forming vast expanses of new land that provided a safe, dry path for their brethren. The crimson blood cloak vine upstream outside the village also used its own body to obstruct the river's flow, forcing it to reroute away from the village and leaving minimal water to flow near the players. Much of the riverbed lay exposed, with only a narrow stream remaining that posed no threat to the tendrils, which wildly writhed and rapidly advanced. Tan Hui's weapon also bore a blade, while Qian Xiang brandished a scythe. Faced with the creeping vines, they managed to cope. Yet on the other side, Zuo Cheng'an's group struggled. Zhang Ren's shovel had a meager edge, and Li Yueqiu could only twist the encroaching vines together with willow twigs, relying on a chalk line to sever them. Their strength attributes were insufficient, rendering them incapable of tearing the vines apart with bare hands like Zuo Cheng'an. Nor did they possess a weapon as deceptively formidable as Shao Qi. Their efficiency paled in comparison to their neighbors. Observing their plight, Tan Hui proactively marketed her wares. Seeing how hard you both are battling the monsters, I have a pill that can enhance your strength by 5 points. With it, you could likely tear these vines apart barehanded. How about I sell it to you for 120 points? Li Yueqiu, with only a meager sum to her name, could only respond with silence, while Zhang Ren, who relied on Li Yueqiu's charity, merely shook his head. Undeterred by their refusal, Tan Hui assumed they had a backup plan. After all, they were part of a prominent guild and surely must have at least 100 points to spare. Meanwhile, Zuo Cheng'an had been diligently exploring, which explained the mounting pressure on Li Yueqiu and Zhang Ren. They, however, bore no complaints. For Zuo was their only hope for clearing the level. Moreover, Zuo Cheng'an was not merely idling. He was investigating how to activate the capabilities of the quenched liquid that Shao Qi had devoured. From the fragmented information gleaned from the barrage of messages, it appeared that this quenched liquid could elevate items of green quality or lower by 1 level. It also significantly enhanced higher quality items, potentially enabling them to awaken new skills, strengthen, or repair durability. Given that Shao Qi had only sustained about a 10% decrease in damage after consuming the quenched liquid, its original level must have been substantial. Otherwise, if it were merely an ordinary white item, it would have surely upgraded to green quality by now. Logically, Shao Qi should have awakened an item skill with the aid of the quenched liquid. However, despite Zuo Cheng'an's numerous attempts to interact with it, the game's interface remained unchanged. Yet, in the annotations of the True Eye, aside from the values displayed on the game panel, there was an indication of item skill. Frost Shadow Moon, not activated. The question remained, how to activate this item skill. The only green quality item Zuo Cheng'an had ever encountered was Li Yueqiu's Willow Twig, which had been imbued with a skill upon its acquisition, requiring no awakening. Could it be that Shao Qi's standards were too high, rendering the requirements for awakening skills excessively stringent? Or was it possible that Shao Qi's damage threshold was too significant, preventing it from activating any skills, relegating it to merely a blunt instrument. Just as doubts began to rise, Shaoqi suddenly trembled in his grasp, as if to refute Zuo Cheng'an's earlier musings. It swiftly unleashed a crescent-shaped blade wave, emanating a chill that fanned out in a fan shape, extending over 7 to 8 meters before gradually dissipating. Wherever the crescent moon passes, all the writhing vines are frozen solid like popsicles. A gentle tap reveals a resonant sound akin to metal striking stone, encasing everything in a firm frost. Ding! Congratulations on mastering the item skill Frost Shadow Crescent. Frost Shadow Crescent. Category: Item Skill. Effect: Releases an ice attribute crescent-shaped wave. Restriction: Must equip weapon. Cooldown time of 3 hours. Description: Brother, if you find it hard to get by in the future, consider running a cold storage, a no-cost venture with guaranteed profits. In the game, there exist 2 types of skills. Skills learned through skill cards follow the player and are bound to them, while item skills are unique, primarily rooted in the item itself, typically requiring the player to hold the item for activation. If the item is stored in the game's inventory, the item skill cannot be utilized. However, items possessing skills are generally of green quality, like Li Yuechio's willow branches, which are classified as green quality items with the skill item search. Shaoqi, despite being of white quality, possesses an item skill because its pre-damage level far exceeded that of green quality, and after a slight restoration, acquiring a skill is not surprising. Yet, activating it necessitates a 3-hour cooldown. Well, it's certainly better than the parasitic spore, which requires an entire day to cool down after one use. Chapter 79. Changing Surnames. The vast expanse of vines, momentarily bewildered by the skills utilized against them, took a considerable time to regain their composure. There were creatures that loathed water and reveled in fire, increasingly disliking the cold. As they advanced towards the players, they deliberately avoided their frozen kin, now mere ice sculptures. Observing this, Zuo Cheng'an wisely led Mo Do to conceal themselves amidst the frozen figures. Indeed, the mass of vines refrained from rushing forward, instead hesitating as they battled between the command of their mother and their own instincts, creating a profound internal conflict. Zuo Cheng'an showed no leniency towards them. With swift precision, he wielded his blade. The chill from the recently cast Frost Shadow, Ling Moon still lingered on his 7-foot frame, delivering substantial magical damage to the vines. Kill Mantle Vine X1, Kill Mantle Vine X1. The sounds of defeat echoed continuously. Unlike their mother, the Crimson Bloodmantle Vine, these juvenile vines were simply referred to as mantle vines, from the disappointment evident on Tan Huihui's face. It was apparent that she had gambled on a desperate hope, mistakenly recording the mantle vine as the name of the vine monster acquired for her secondary quest, a decision that was inevitably met with the system's merciless declaration of error. How could it be that defeating a minor creature would suffice to complete a level 3 dungeon task? Such fortuitous windfalls were simply implausible. With an area now encased in ice, Zuo Cheng'an should have found the remaining half-hour easier to endure. However, a growing discomfort within his body gradually slowed his movements. Before long, he experienced a spasm in his stomach, and much like Yang Yi, he expelled several vine-like strands, akin to the thickness of a hair. While the external threat had been mitigated, the internal crisis was only just beginning to escalate. With the active catalyst of the Crimson Bloodmantle Vine, the spores within him began to develop at an alarming rate. Countless invisible mantle vines incubated within the players' bodies, voraciously consuming their flesh and blood, converting it into sustenance for their growth. Looking over at Yang Yi, he was besieged by mature mantle vines sprouting from his body, transforming him into a veritable greenbelt. Tan Huihui found herself in a similar predicament, while Zheng Run, Qian Xiang, and Li Yuechio began to regurgitate small vines. Enduring her discomfort, Tan Huihui called out, "There are 15 minutes left until the dungeon closes." She had to issue a warning. Although the external mantle vines were less active due to the low temperatures, the player count in this dungeon was limited. Once a defensive line was established, each individual's strength became crucial. Should anyone falter psychologically and lose their will to survive, the pressure on the others would intensify exponentially. Correspondingly, her own chances of survival would diminish even further, and she had no desire to perish. 15 minutes remained. Zuo Cheng'an, expressionless, grasped a vine that had emerged from his wrist and tightened his grip. Kill Mantle Vine, X1. Surviving the dungeon meant rewards and attribute points, contributions, and skills. All his spoils. When the great cleanup arrived, he would snap the neck of the red-eyed and transform it into spicy rabbit head. Should he fail to endure, he would remain forever within the game, destined to become an NPC in some dungeon. 10 minutes remained until the dungeon's closure. Several vine-like tendrils, resembling the thickness of chopsticks, erupted from Zheng Ren's calves, swiftly vanishing into the earth. Simultaneously, beneath Li Yuechio's exposed abdomen, one could distinctly observe a myriad of underdeveloped mantle vines writhing between her skin and muscles. Each subtle movement inflicted overwhelming agony upon the host, as unlike the human practice of skinning, which necessitates the death of livestock beforehand, these monstrous tendrils torment the living host, allowing them to experience the true essence of flesh being torn away. Li Yuechio had long since become numb to the pain. She now realized that the excruciating sensation of someone pounding their fist against her abdomen during her menstrual period paled in comparison. The mantle vines traversing her flesh would occasionally rupture the skin to peek at the outside world, rendering her suffering tangible and relentless. She had lost count of how many mantle vines she had extracted, yet the pain persisted throughout her body, revealing that her efforts were but a mere drop in the ocean compared to the totality of the vines within her. Zuo Cheng'an also hastily yanked out the protruding mantle vines, crushing them with a brutal force, but his actions were more violent than Li Yuechio's, inciting the wrath of the remaining vines within. They united, no longer content to merely traverse the flesh, but rather sought to invade the abdominal cavity, which housed vital organs. This tactic had previously tormented Yang Yi, for the pain of external wounds was trivial when compared to that of internal injuries. Many would undoubtedly choose a mere cut over enduring the torment of a day-long kidney stone episode. Zuo Cheng'an could distinctly sense a mature mantle vine not descending along his body, but rather burrowing towards his heart. The destructive potential of a fully developed mantle vine was exponentially greater than that of its juvenile counterparts. With all his might, in less than 3 minutes, his heart could be siphoned away to a critical extent. This was also the reason why the others, despite the external activity of the mantle vines diminishing, refrained from pressing their advantage and instead focused on managing the vines within their bodies. If left unchecked, it was likely that within half an hour, an adult human would be reduced to nothing but bones. Fortunately, the juvenile vines, minuscule to the naked eye, lacked significant destructive power, allowing them to be disregarded for the moment. The priority lay in confronting the more formidable individuals that had already thickened to the girth of chopsticks. Otherwise, before the quest's conclusion, Zuo Cheng'an could perish from having his heart completely consumed by the mantle vines. Thus, the greatest peril the players now faced emanated from within their own bodies. Zuo Cheng'an tightened his muscles, obstructing the movements of the mantle vines, striving to slow their advance towards his vital points. Concurrently, he commenced addressing the mantle vine that had already encroached upon the vicinity of his aorta. This task was both daunting and straightforward. He could discern the vine's location and, by tearing through his skin and prying open his ribs, he could seize it from within. Zuo Cheng'an indeed acted in such a manner, his entire body smeared with plasma and fragments of flesh. A creature as lively as an eel emerged from the gaping wound in his chest. In a mere breath, the blood and meat clinging to the surface of this mantle vine swiftly withered, dried, and ultimately transformed into a dark crimson powder that fell to the ground, signifying that the energy encapsulated within had been thoroughly absorbed. After crushing the mantle vine, Zuo Cheng'an, weakened by excessive blood loss, stumbled slightly and hastily reached for his thermos at his waist, gulping down several mouthfuls of ketchup to staunch the bleeding. Though ketchup possessed healing properties, it was not recognized by the system as a legitimate item. It could only be utilized when stored in a spatial device and subsequently transferred into the system's backpack for use in the instance. The food and water consumed by Tan Hui Hui and the others were similarly contained within spatial items before being placed into the system's backpack. After consuming a few mouthfuls of ketchup, the gaping wound in Zuo Cheng'an's chest began to heal, various tissues rapidly reconnecting and mending, even forming a thin layer of scab over the surface of the wound to prevent further blood loss. However, this was not the conclusion. With merely 3 minutes remaining until the instance's closure, 2 additional mantle vines had fully developed, following their mother's command to traverse within Zuo Cheng'an's body. The tender scab, barely formed, was once again torn open as Zuo Cheng'an's hand plunged into the depths, searching and grasping, ultimately seizing the vine that had already penetrated deep into his lung. His movements slowed while attempting to capture the other vine, despite having occupied the left lung for less than half a minute. It had already absorbed to the point of severe atrophy, seemingly robbing it of its normal function. At that moment, every breath Zuo Cheng'an took was accompanied by pain, and with just over 2 minutes remaining, he resolved to cease breathing altogether. In the final countdown, Zuo Cheng'an took a moment to assess the condition of the others. Were it not for their familiar attire, he would have been utterly unable to recognize the 2 human forms beside him as Li Yueqiu and Zheng Ren. The difference between them and the villagers of Xiangyang was that they still possessed skin and bones, breathing albeit with great difficulty, still a distance from death, yet perilously close to losing consciousness. In the last 10 seconds, Zuo Cheng'an fed them a mouthful of ketchup, clinging to the last vestiges of consciousness, ensuring they remained aware enough to utilize their points for healing after the instance concluded. Losing consciousness at the last moment would mean missing the opportunity for treatment, compared to using items or relying on natural recovery. The former would waste a potentially life-saving resource in a critical moment, while the latter could leave behind lingering ailments. In any case, neither option was as desirable as the healing afforded by points after the instance's conclusion. As the final 5 seconds ticked down, Zuo Cheng'an cast his gaze toward the mountain where the crimson blood mantle vine resided, committing the identifier 3-1589 blood-colored creeper to memory. Should he fail to excavate and freeze the crimson blood mantle vine, he would henceforth change his surname to Yu.